speaking to you from Old Bailey Courthouse in the heart of the city of London. Here on this late afternoon of September 5th, 1670, the legal battle that has aroused all England nears its climactic hour. The jury is about to return for the third time in the case of the Crown versus William Penn, the well-known Quaker leader. That jury has been out for the past 6 hours, locked up by order of the court, without food, without drink. We still don't know if they'll stand fast, stick to their guns, defy the pressure and the prestige of this court, and once again, as they've done twice before, bring in a verdict that absolves young Penn of any criminal guilt. If the jury remains firm, unyielding, then here in Old Bailey, the Crown will suffer a stunning defeat. If the jury gives in, changes their verdict, then, as everyone knows, not only will the government of King Charles II achieve a considerable triumph, but the entire principle of trial by a free and independent jury may go into the discard for centuries to come. Word has come from the jury room that their deliberations are over. They're ready once again to deliver a verdict. We're waiting now for the court to reassemble. The crowds here are all in their seats. The soldiers...
September 5th, 1670, Old Bailey, London. The trial of William Penn. You are there.
CBS takes you back 280 years to the trial of William Penn, 12 years before he founded Pennsylvania. The charge? Speaking to an unlawful assembly of people and inciting them to riot. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene.
You are there.
You Are There is based on historical fact and quotation.
1670, Old Bailey Courthouse, London, and Bill Leonard.
Since this trial began 5 days ago, we here in Old Bailey have been witnessing a legal battle that's unique in the history of English law. It began as a simple, commonplace action, no different from the hundreds of cases throughout England in the government's campaign to wipe out all dissension from the established Church of England. But all this has changed in the 3 days since this trial began, and no longer is Penn himself the focus of attention. It is the jury now. We're waiting for them to appear in this courtroom. Those 12 plain, hitherto unknown citizens of London. Twice they've returned to this courtroom with a verdict that finds Penn guilty only of speaking in Grace Church Street 2 weeks ago, August 14th, 1670. Twice the court has refused to accept this verdict because the verdict is not to the indictment. The question is not whether Penn spoke in Grace Church Street. This in itself is no crime, but whether he was criminally liable because he addressed an unlawful assembly and was disturbing the peace. Sir Samuel has sent them back to amend their verdict. They have refused. They've been stormed at by the court. They've been threatened. But still, up to now, in any event, the jury has remained firm, steadfast. They've refused to alter their verdict one word. That's the situation now at this moment, this tense, expected moment. The court is reassembling. It's reassembling. The 10 justices are entering the chamber. Sir Samuel Starling in the lead. Tall, austere-looking man. William Penn is being brought into the chamber now by the jailer. And, yes, here comes the jury. They're filing in, taking their places on the 2 rude planks that serve as benches. We're about to get underway.
Lawyers, come to order. All those having business before this court, draw near, give your attention, and you shall be heard. Be seated.
Starling is whispering something to the recorder, to Sir John Howell. They both look toward the jury box. Cold, hard looks. They're ready.
Gentlemen of the jury, are you agreed upon a verdict? We are, my lord.
That was Thomas Fear, the foreman of the jury.
The prisoner will rise. Face the jury.
Young William Penn, he's only 26, you know. Evidently taking this ordeal quite well. He's tall, well-built, well-dressed, complexion very ruddy.
Gentlemen
even now after
of the
weeks
jury, look upon the prisoner at the bar. Is William Penn guilty of the matters whereof he stands indicted, or not guilty?
My lord, We find William Penn guilty of speaking in Gracechurch Street.
Once again, for the third time, the jury has come in with that same inconclusive verdict the court refused to accept. Back to the bench.
Gentlemen, to the court. Gentlemen of the jury, is that all the verdict you have to give?
That is all the verdict I am commissioned to give.
Now Sir Samuel is leaning over. Talk to one of the other judges, Sir John Howell, the recorder. Sir John is shifting some papers on his desk. The crowd's getting very quiet now, and Sir John's about to speak.
Mr. Deere, you're the foreman of the jury. Did the jury not consider it an unlawful assembly? Was it not that William Penn was speaking to a tumult of people?
My commission does not go beyond the verdict I have given.
It is no verdict.
Your Honor!
William Penn is speaking.
Your Honor, the agreement of 12 men is a verdict in law. And such a one being given by the jury, I ask that the clerk record it.
My lord, you must take a course with this fellow.
If Your Honor pleases, if this jury is forced to bring in another verdict...
Jailer!
Another verdict contrary to this, I say
Jailer!
they will be perjuring...
Stop his mouth! Make him keep his peace!
Gentlemen of the jury,
Sir Samuel starting.
I have charged you 3 times before. This will be the 4th time. I hardly think it necessary to remind you that it will also be the last time. Remember, gentlemen, according to the indictment, William Penn, with divers other people, to the number of 300, did assemble and congregate in the street called Gracechurch Street, unlawfully and tumultuously, and in contempt of His Majesty the King, his crown, and dignity. Now, to prove this charge, the Crown has introduced a number of most credible and trustworthy witnesses. Unless you be blind and deaf, which I take it you are not, the facts must be known to you. Yet 3 times you have brought me in a verdict that is no verdict at all. It is no verdict to say that William Penn is guilty of speaking in Gracechurch Street. You must say that he is guilty of speaking in Gracechurch Street to an unlawful assembly. Do you understand that? To an unlawful assembly. I warn you, sirs. No, better, I advise you, all you gentlemen of the jury, not to play upon the patience of this court. Go out now and return to me a decent verdict. Bring me the verdict I ask, or by my oath you shall starve, you shall rot in prison. You shall be carted around the city as was done in ancient times. Bring me my verdict. Now get out. This court is recessed.
Lord Mayor has recessed the court. Soldiers are herding the jurymen into the jury room. Jurymen are protesting, but they're just being shoved, pushed in. They're being shoved through the door. There's no way to tell just when the jury will return with its 4th and doubtless its final verdict. We're prepared to stay with the trial, of course, right to the end. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a few blocks from here, at the Inns of Court, Quincy Howe has been speaking with some of England's top lawyers, top jurists, on the legal aspects of the trial. He has a report for us now, so we take you to the Inns of Court and Quincy Howe.
This is Quincy Howe, reporting from this traditional center of legal training and practice, where many of England's foremost barristers and jurists show deep concern over the events now taking place at Old Bailey. Sir Hartley Pomeroy, for instance, says that an intimidated jury is no longer a jury in the tradition of Magna Carta. It is nothing but a tool of tyranny. Lord Glastonbury, on the other hand, believes that the court has stayed well within its rights and that Sir Samuel Starling's position is well taken. In times of emergency, according to Lord Glastonbury, certain legal niceties may be suspended. One episode in particular has come in for considerable discussion here at Inns of Court. The now famous hat incident. Some legal experts assert that bit of business immediately established the prejudice of the court against the defendant, against William Penn. It happened, as you may remember, on the first day of the trial. When Penn was brought into the courtroom, one of the attendants, knowing that Quakers never remove their hats as an acknowledgement of authority, snatched Penn's hat from his head and pushed him toward the bench. Now here, by tape recording, is what occurred then, and the first voice you hear will be that of Sir Samuel Starling.
Sheriff.
Your Honor.
Who bid you pull off this gentleman's hat? Put it on again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Penn, do you know this is the King's court?
I know it to be a court. I suppose it to be the King's court.
Do you know there is respect due the court?
Yes.
Why do you not pay it, Penn?
I do pay it.
Why do you not pull off your hat, then?
Because I do not believe that to be any sign of respect.
Oh. Well, the court so deems it to be. The court sets 40 marks upon your head as a fine for contempt of court.
I desire it might be observed that when I came into the court, my hat was taken off. And it has been put on since, by order of the bench, not by my own action. Therefore, not I, but the bench should be fined.
So that's why, in the view of some legal experts, the court has assumed from the very start a hostile, even they say a biased attitude toward William Penn. Still more serious, according to these experts, is the fact that the court has adopted these same hostile tactics toward the jury. They take the position, these experts do, that the pressure, the coercion as they call it, of the jury by the bench is something new, something novel. Such things as locking the jury up without food or drink, using threatening language. As some experts see it, all this adds up to a dangerous threat to the whole structure of English law. They feel, therefore, that what's on trial at Old Bailey is not just one man or even one minority religious creed. They say that what is at stake is the very cornerstone of traditional English justice, trial by a free, unfettered, independent jury. It's for this reason that here at Inns of Court, and indeed throughout England, all eyes are on the 12 men who are at this moment deliberating in the Old Bailey jury room. In the courtyard outside the Old Bailey is Don Hollenbeck, who has with him William Penn's fiancée, Miss Gulielma Springett, and the well-known Quaker leader, Mr. Thomas Elwood, formerly secretary to the poet John Milton. So we now go to the courtyard outside Old Bailey and Don Hollenbeck.
Miss Springett, what do you think? Will the jurymen give way to the demands of the court? Will they find your fiancé, William Penn, guilty of speaking before an unlawful assembly, inciting people to riot?
I hope they'll have the courage to uphold their verdict. I'm praying they will.
Thanks, Mr. Elwood.
William says I.
Mr. Elwood, please. Mr. Elwood, may we ask your opinion, sir?
If they're worth the name of Englishmen, they'll act like Englishmen and not be horsewhipped into doing what they don't believe in doing.
Horsewhipped? Here now, listen to who's talking about horsewhipping.
I'm sorry, madam, if you please. If you don't mind, I'll be glad to speak with you in a moment, but not now.
I can tell you about these Quakers.
I'm sorry, Miss Springett.
We understand such interruption. It's nothing new to us.
These aren't very easy times for Quakers, are they?
You must know, friend, that 15,000 of our innocent have been imprisoned in 20 years. 450 have perished in jail.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Elwood, that some of your persuasion are thinking of emigrating to the New World, to America.
And good riddance.
That is true. Some are already there. Others plan to go.
William has spoken of going to America many times.
I understand you both were present at Grace Church Street when William Penn was arrested.
He should have been. Yes, we went to the meeting house together. Came openly to our meeting house. When we arrived, we found troops stationed at the door, refusing us entry.
What a foolish thing to do.
Foolish thing indeed.
We who call ourselves friends need no set room to find our love of God, nor any particular person to show us his way. So when the soldiers barred the way to the meeting house, we held our meeting in the open street. William Penn was moved by the Spirit to stand up and address us. His words attracted many who listened with good behavior until the troops came and hauled Penn off to prison. There was no riot or incitement. Why should there ever be when a friend speaks?
Listen to him, you old liar.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Elwood, and you, Miss Springett.
Thank you.
It's the jury. It's what the jury does. All English freedom depends on what the jury does.
Yes, and thank you very much.
And now, madam, we'll be very glad to talk with you.
I see the polite one, though. I'm honored, I'm sure.
May we have your name?
The name is Blodgett, Margaret Blodgett.
Mrs. Blodgett?
Miss Blodgett.
Ah, yes, Miss Blodgett. I guess you don't approve of the Quaker persuasion.
It's a feeble lot of liars, they are. Like that one you had here, the skinny one.
You mean Mr. Thomas Elwood?
If that be his name, that'd be him.
You think he wasn't telling the truth?
About the meeting I'm talking about. Him saying it was so peaceful, with just nothing but prayers and sermons. It wasn't nothing like that, I can tell you.
Oh, you know about the meeting, do you?
That I do. A disgraceful tumult it was. People rioting and shouting and breaking up the peace. Just like Sir Samuel said it was.
You know that for a fact?
Bodies heaped on the street, blood flowing.
Yes, you saw all this
disgrace
yourself?
it was. Enough to make peaceful folks shudder and tremble.
You were there yourself, Miss Blodgett. Did you see all this yourself?
Well, not exactly. It was a friend of my cousin's who was there, but she told my cousin exactly what happened, and she's a truthful soul, she is.
Ah, yes, but you personally weren't present. You didn't see any rioting yourself.
There were soldiers there, weren't there? When there are soldiers, there's got to be rioting. It's troublemakers, a lot of them are. Just troublemakers. If you ask me, I'll tell you what to do with them. Hang them. Hang the lot of them. And if that jury don't do what the judges tell them to do, then, says I, hang the jury. Hang them all!
Thank you, Miss Blodgett, thank you. I've just been informed now that Ned Calmer has been able to arrange an interview with Lord Arlington, the King's Minister of State. So we take you now to the Palace of Whitehall and Ned Calmer.
Just a few seconds ago, Lord Arlington, the Secretary of State, one of the most influential members of His Majesty's cabinet, passed by on his way to the royal chambers, and I asked him to spare us a minute or two. He has kindly consented. As you know, sir, the jury is still out in the case of the Crown versus William Penn. Do you think they're going to change their position and bring in a verdict that will find Penn guilty of addressing an unlawful and tumultuous assembly?
Yes, I would say that the chances are that they will see the light. Yes, I think the chances are quite good. Sir Samuel has, shall we say, enlightened them to a considerable degree.
Then you feel his actions in this trial are justified?
Justified? Oh, demanded is the word. These are our trying times. The land is in a foment.
You think then, sir,
21 years ago, we saw the most heinous of crimes committed in this country. The killing of a king, His Majesty Charles I, by the illegal Rump Parliament. For 10 years thereafter, we suffered under the rule of Cromwell, until justice prevailed and King Charles II was restored to his legal heritage in 1660.
It's your impression, then, Lord Arlington, that the Quakers have been responsible for all this unrest you speak of?
No, not that precisely. Not all of it. But the basis of the revolt against King Charles I was a similar form of religious dissension. A peaceful nation requires the establishment of authority, a single authority to keep it peaceful. One law, one king, one church.
And in view of all this, Lord Arlington, you believe, therefore, that the legal protection of trial by an independent jury should not be extended to the Quakers?
Oh, my dear man, what are the little liberties of little people as against the interests of the state?
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. Oh, trial by jury, by any kind of jury, is a luxury we can afford only in normal times. I tell you this, I will gladly let 1,000 innocent men rot in the tower if among them there is one that plots treason. Now, if you will excuse me, I must not keep His Majesty waiting.
Of course. Thank you, Lord Arlington. This is Ned Calmer returning you now to Bill Leonard at Old Bailey Courthouse.
The jury is ready to return with its verdict. Court is reassembling. Word has come that agreement has been reached in the jury room, that the verdict, the fourth verdict that Sir Samuel Starling has emphasized must be the last and binding verdict, has been reached.
All rise.
The 10 presiding justices are entering the court chamber, taking their place at their desks, which are set in a semicircle on a slightly raised dais. See Sir Samuel Starling coming in first, taking the center desk. That's the one, of course, reserved for the presiding justice. The gilded canopy surmounted by the royal arms hangs above him. On the wall behind him, the sword of justice. All the 10 judges are at their desks now.
John Howell, the recorder, Sir John Robinson, the Lord Lieutenant of London Tower, 4 aldermen, 3 sheriffs. They're at their places now. Over to the bench.
Oyez, come to order. All those having business before this court, draw near, give your attention, and you shall be heard. Be seated.
Bring the prisoner, William Penn, to the bar.
William Penn is being brought in. Court attendants taking him down a flight of stairs leading from the rear of the chamber into the well of the courtroom here. Now the jury's coming in. 12. Very tired, very harassed, mighty worried gentlemen. See their foreman, Thomas Vere, wiping his large bald head with a huge kerchief. He's perspiring and evidently under a tremendous strain. The jury's taking their seats now.
Gentlemen of the jury.
Sir Samuel Starling.
Are you agreed upon a verdict?
We are, my lord.
What say you? Look upon the prisoner at the bar. Is William Penn guilty of the matters whereof he stands indicted, or not guilty?
Here is our verdict, written and attested upon this sheet of paper.
Evidently, the jury wants its verdict on paper.
Give the paper.
Legally attested.
Clerk.
Thomas Vere is handing the verdict to the clerk now. Vere seems very nervous. He's biting his lower lip.
The clerk
noticeably
will
pale.
deliver the verdict to the bench.
Clerk's taking the paper to Sir Samuel Starling. He has it now. Still folded. He hasn't read it. He's just staring at the jury. No expression on his face. Now, very, very slowly, he looks down at the paper, unfolds it. He's read the verdict. He's giving no sign. Just hands the paper to John Howell, the recorder, sitting at the desk next to him. Howell's looking at it. He hands it to the next justice. The verdict's making the rounds, being handed from desk to desk. But nothing's being said. No announcement's being made. Very unusual. Everyone hears at the edge of their seats. The foreman of the jury, Thomas Vere, still standing. Nervous, of course he is, but he's standing erect. In the jury box, they're sitting like statues, looking toward the bench, toward Sir Samuel, and John Howell, and the other 8 justices. And now Sir Samuel once again stares at the paper with the verdict. Now he's putting it down. I think he's going to talk you over to the bench.
Gentlemen of the jury, beyond this verdict, there can be no other. The bench is desirous of learning in open court whether this verdict was openly and honestly arrived at. And so each of you on the jury will now, in public, reaffirm the decision attested on this paper and arrived at secretly in the jury room. You may still change your mind. If so, it is my desire to give you the opportunity to speak your true mind and render your true verdict. I will ask each of you to answer individually, to call out personally your verdict, so that there may be no mistaking, so that we may see and hear each of you give down your decision. Do you understand? Clerk, poll the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Thomas Vere.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Thomas Vere, foreman of the jury, votes not guilty. This clearly means that is the verdict written on the paper. And nothing ambiguous about this verdict as there was with the previous ones. The jury's no longer saying that Penn is guilty of speaking in Gracechurch Street, a thing which in itself is no crime, something for which he couldn't be punished and not be imprisoned. This time they've come out with a verdict that is to the indictment. They find Penn not guilty. The question is, will they stand firm? Can all of them stand firm? If one of them, just one, gives way, if one of these jurors should call guilty as he's being polled, this verdict will be thrown out of court, upset.
Quite possibly a mistrial will be called, and Penn once again will be imprisoned to wait upon another trial. It's up to those jurors now, to each of them individually. Will they stand? Will they stand firm? Or will they give way? The crowd has quieted. The jury is continuing to be polled now by the clerk.
Edward Bushel.
Not guilty.
John Hammond.
Not guilty.
Henry Henley.
Not guilty.
The first four jurors have stood their
Henry
ground.
Michel.
Not guilty.
John Brightman.
Not guilty.
Charles Milson.
Not guilty.
No one, not one has switched yet. Not
Gregory
one of them.
Walkley.
Still have 5 to go.
Not guilty.
Now there are only
John
4.
Bailey.
Not guilty.
3.
William Lever.
Not guilty.
Just 2 more now. 2 more juries to go.
James Damask.
Not guilty.
Well, this is it. This is it now. The last juror. The last one will be polled.
William
He
Plumstead.
stands firm. If he stands firm, William Penn will be acquitted. If he switches, Penn is doomed.
William Plumstead.
Not guilty.
You heard it. Not guilty. Not guilty. The jury here has stood up against all the pressure, all the authority of the bench. They haven't wavered. They've stood firm. Penn is free. William Penn is acquitted. He's free. The verdict stands. Not guilty. The trial is over. Penn has rushed over to the jury box. He's shaking the hands of the jurors. Darling, how old is he?
September 5th, 1670. The jury in the case of the Crown versus William Penn refuses to bow before the pressure of the court. Penn is acquitted, and the concept of trial by a free and independent jury is reaffirmed. You are there.
You've been listening to the trial of William Penn in the prize-winning series, You Are There. Today's program was written by Irv Tunick, directed by Mitchell Grayson, and produced by Sam Abelow. You Are There is a presentation of the CBS documentary unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. Philip Burniff was heard as William Penn, Barry Kroger as Sir Samuel Starling, Joan Smith as Guglielmo Springett. Others in the cast, Ian Martin, William Podmore, Adelaide Klein, Guy Sorrell, and Robin Craven. You Are There is brought to you every 4th Sunday. The next broadcast will be heard at the same time 4 weeks from today over most of the same CBS stations. Next month,
September 7th, 1853, Broadway Tabernacle, New York City, the Women's Rights Convention. In the face of raucous opposition, the struggle for equal rights for women advances in America. You are there.
next week at this same time, the Main Street Music Hall, starring Bill Tabbert of South Pacific with Alfredo Antonini and his orchestra, will return over most of these same CBS stations. CBS also invites you to join Abe Burrows, Lyman Bryson, and John K.M. McCaffrey every Sunday when they appear on a new kind of quiz show. We Take Your Word, a program that's based on the words and phrases we use every day. We Take Your Word is heard every Sunday night on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79.
Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii and Jackson Deck.
Today finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. There it is. Very funny. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavinius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quiritius Valgas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. But the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat, I vow, is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And for truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainment, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage 2 years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. one. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all.
Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Morenus?
As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Morenus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win.
Thank you, Proteus Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater?
By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded.
What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater?
Why, we are doing Pappas the Doctor Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know. A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet.
No?
No, for by Jupiter Fluvius, it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Pugnax and 2 talents on Morenus.
But that way you'll only break even.
The confirmation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wagers? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Horconius Rufus. The trouble is just time now to the entrance of the gladiators in the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater. The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Morenus. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Morenus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. And now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery. So let's go down there and see who it is.
our CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbricia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer. It's murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Murena's battle. Magnificent, magnificent Murenas.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Merely 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you're wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in stola fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, do you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Gloria, move that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Murenas?
Murenas. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricia Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. Now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Tetraides of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Tetraides?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Murenas?
Both are names, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Tetraides. The trumpet is sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Deck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Murenas has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax lunges with his sword, but Murenas steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that met in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's smashing him out like a wild animal. Murenas approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his hide. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Murenas steps back. Pugnax whipping his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Life and mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Murenas, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Murenas salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance.
The Lions are being let out of their cages now. Hear the cage doors being opened. Here come the Lions, passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8
lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeon. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. The guards are pushing the three Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. Does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth. The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What in the world is that? How the light? Why, God, it's Vesuvius! Mount Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in a...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We are trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl. Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and... just a moment. I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Row.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike McMorris. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow, tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie light, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with stark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. The smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearably hot. I can't talk. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. So they're coughing too, waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruin. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed the young boy and girl, clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just tell us the roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Hammer and Blake. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. The roof is collapsing. It's not even come down. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Tunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
This is Bill Leonard in Williamsburg, the capital city of the colony of Virginia. And this is the bitter but dreaded morning of November 1st, 1765, the day the Stamp Act is to go into effect. But here before the House of Burgesses is a seething crowd determined that the act shall not go into effect. These angry colonists are face to face with the loaded muskets of Governor Fauquier's militia, drawn up across the square. The guards are quite as determined as the protesting crowd and ready for anything. The people have been waiting here since dawn now for the arrival of George Mercer, the new tax collector sent from England by King George III, with orders to enforce the Stamp Act, no matter how vehemently the colonists protest. Whether he'll be able to do so in the face of the angry mood of the colonists remains to be seen. Anything is possible. George Mercer is a native of Virginia and was once regarded as a neighbor and friend. But he arrives today...
November 3rd, 1765... Williamsburg, Virginia. The American colonists challenge the enforcement of the English Stamp Act. You are there.
The people of Williamsburg enact the prologue to the American Revolution, a decade before the shot that was heard round the world. CBS takes you back 185 years to the morning when the colonists rose up against the Stamp Act, the symbol of British autocracy and parliamentary dictation. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene,
You are there.
You Are There is based on historical fact and quotation. And now...
November 1st, 1765. The green before the Capitol in Williamsburg, Virginia, and Bill Leonard.
From the very first, there's been strong and often violent resistance to the Stamp Act throughout the American colony. It was here only 5 months ago, on May 30th, 1765, that the first public opposition to this tax was hurled at the English Parliament and King George III by Williamsburg's House of Burgesses. A young lawyer, Mr. Patrick Henry, who's standing beside me now, introduced a series of resolutions condemning the Stamp Act, and the House of Burgesses passed them. These Virginia resolutions, as you know, started a fire of protest against the royal government that has swept over the colonies in America to such an extent that today active demonstrations are shaking the traditional calm of these English colonies. Demonstrations that may even result in mob violence. Later in the course of this broadcast, we hope to call in our correspondents in Boston, in New York, and perhaps other points for a roundup of events at those places. But now, Mr. Patrick Henry has consented to repeat, at the risk of personal danger and possibly imprisonment, I might add, the remarks he made last May in the House of Burgesses.
Those were very mild remarks to what I can really say.
Your remarks, however, were considered far from mild, Mr. Henry.
They appear to have been strong enough for me to have been called an incendiary and a traitor. Traitor! It is not I who am the traitor, but rather those aristocratic ostriches sitting in the House of Commons in London with their heads in their purses and their hands in the pockets of the common people.
By the common people, Mr. Henry, I presume you mean the colonists here in America upon whom the tax will fall.
Not them alone. In my resolution, I said that this tax will destroy British as well as American freedom. And I meant just that. This act puts a tax on every broadside, newspaper, and pamphlet, every bill, note, deed, and bond, every lease, every license, insurance policy, shipped clearance papers, why, even college diplomas. This tax strikes at the very heart of our commerce, down to the smallest private transaction. Now, no proud people can accept such interference with their affairs, especially when imposed without their consent by royal prerogative men who live in comfort 3,000 miles away.
Yes, but how does that affect the people in England who, as you say, are 3,000 miles away?
It affects them very directly and where they are most sensitive. American merchants already refuse to import or buy goods made in England. And as a result, there is a depression in British business and a depression in employment. Therefore, I say that the people in England may suffer even more from this tax than we will.
Well, Mr. Henry, we've tried to get a copy of the full resolution that you made last May, remember, in the House of Burgesses, but we've been having some difficulty, and I wonder...
Of course you've been having difficulty. The heart of my resolutions were expunged from the journals the very next day after they'd been passed. Expunged by a vote of some of our timid Virginia lawmakers who fear the fury of King George. But we will convince them, too.
Mr. Henry, you said you'd repeat your resolution against the Stamp Act for us here on CBS.
Of course I will. I said that the General Assembly of this colony shall have the sole right and power to levy taxes on its inhabitants.
And that's when the Speaker of the House cried out treason.
Yes, and that is when I said to the House, Caesar had his Brutus, Charles I his Cromwell, and George III may profit by their example. If this be treason, I said, make the most of it.
Do you think, sir, that George Mercer will profit by the example of this demonstration and decide against enforcement of the...
George Mercer is merely a dupe of George III. He does not have an altogether free choice in the matter. The citizens will help him to reach that decision. Here, today.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick Henry. There's still no sign of the coach bringing George Mercer to Williamsburg, but there is a lady standing beside me. She's holding a small boy by the hand, and she looks as if she took exception to Mr. Henry's remark.
Well, of course I do. All this wild talk, all these demonstrations. It's disgusting.
Would you tell us your name, please?
Agatha Sterrett. This is my son, Charles.
Hello there. Mrs. Sterrett, I take it that you're not supporting the citizens here in this demonstration.
All I want is peace. Nothing but peace.
Are you in favor of the Stamp Act, then?
Oh, why must people always be for something or against something while children suffer and food is taken out of their very mouths? I just want peace. Ever since these protests started, my husband hasn't brought a shilling into the house.
Well, what does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Sterrett?
He's in business. Or he was.
What sort of business is that?
In the import-export trade. Our home's here in Williamsburg.
I see, and since so many merchants have signed non-importation agreements and refused to trade in English goods, your husband's business has been affected, is that it?
Affected? It just doesn't exist anymore. How am I to feed my children? How can I send them to school with tattered clothes? Oh, these demonstrations, this stupid business. Why, some people are even saying there will be a call to arms. Just imagine. Armed resistance against the king. I say what we need are some cool heads to talk peace, to get business going again. Charles, come back here. Come back.
Thank you, Mrs. Sterrett. I'd venture to say that Mrs. Sterrett represents a pretty sizable body of public opinion. While the crowd around me is literally seething with unrest, the fact is that a number of people would just like to see this whole conflict peaceably resolved one way or the other so they can resume their normal lives. But the chances are that they'll not see this happen without... George Mercer has arrived. His carriage has just come into sight. It's coming down Duke of Gloucester Street toward the Capitol here, and the crowd is shouting and booing. Some people are brandishing clubs and pitchforks. Others are shaking their fists at it. The militia is having trouble holding the crowd in check. The people are straining against the governor's guards, trying to push their way through to the carriage. These people are shouting, "Down with Mercer," and the slogan, "Liberty, property, and no stamp." The carriage is going down the path cleared by the guard. No, the crowd has broken through the line of militiamen. They've broken through and they surround the carriage, and now they've forced it to a stop a few yards from us here, very close to us, before the steps of the Capitol. Now Governor Fauquier, the royal governor of Virginia, is rushing out of the Capitol, heading toward the carriage. Now the door of the carriage is open. Someone wrenched it open. George Mercer is crossed inside. From my position here before the Capitol, I can see him quite clearly. There's a look of stunned surprise on his face. I'd say that he had no inkling that he was going to get this kind of reception. The crowd's milling around his carriage, shouting and threatening, but no one has touched Colonel Mercer yet. They're too busy struggling with the guards who are trying to reestablish their lines around the carriage.
Quiet!
Governor Fouquet is pushing his way through the crowd now, shouting for quiet. The guards are beginning to force the crowd back. They've reformed their lines, pressing the crowd back away from the carriage. I must say that the guards are not using their muskets. They're not getting rough. They push with their hands and try to block off the crowd with their bodies. They seem to be under orders not to shoot or harm the colonists. Governor Fouquet has pushed his way through the crowd now, and he stands in the clear space near the carriage, protected by the guards from the angry crowd, shouting for quiet again, and people here are beginning to calm down. We're trying to get as close, to the carriage as possible in order to hear what the governor has to say. Will you excuse me, please? I've got to get through. I'm from CBS here. Let me thank you. I'm close to the inner circle of the crowd now. Just behind the line of guards, you can probably hear Governor Fouquet trying to get quiet, and successfully, too. The people here are quieting down, except for an occasional shout at George Mercer. The royal governor, very popular and greatly respected by most Virginians, which is probably the chief reason that this crowd is stopping to listen to him now. Governor Fouquet has his hand up.
Virginia.
Now.
George Mercer is here under orders from His Majesty King George III. I can therefore permit no interference with his person. He has my official protection, and I must order you to disperse, to return to your homes, to let him pass in peace.
Governor Fouquet has ordered the crowd to disperse, to go to their homes. You can hear their answer. They're not moving.
Listen! Fellow Virginians, listen to me. It's senseless to protest this way, to endanger life and property, when George Mercer is simply carrying out orders that are not his own making. He has no alternative but to follow those orders.
He has! Tell him to burn the stamp! We don't want the stamp!
Burn the stamp! Burn the stamp! Please, gentlemen, please, gentlemen, please. Colonel Mercer has just arrived from Ireland. He knows nothing of your sentiments or of the issues involved in this matter. He's had a tiring journey, a long journey. Give him rest. Give him until Friday to decide whether... One moment, please. Please, gentlemen, let us not have violence done to an old friend.
No friend of ours! He's no friend of ours!
This is the first that our friend George Mercer is acquainted with your disapproval of the Stamp Act. Give him time to determine the real sentiments of his countrymen.
Down the act.
Let him speak now. He will speak. But give him at least time to nourish himself with a hot cup of coffee. I personally promise you, citizens, that George Mercer will have a statement for you in a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour, no longer. And you know I'll keep my word. Now let us go to the coffee house. Make way, please.
Governor Fouquet has taken Colonel Mercer by the arm. Now he heads straight for the crowd. He's going to try to walk right through that angry mass of people to escort Colonel Mercer to the Raleigh Tavern. The crowd chanting, one and all, stick together, one and all. I can't predict what will happen here, but nobody can deny that the governor is an extremely courageous man. Now the guards have cleared a lane through this crowd, and the governor and Mercer are slowly walking through. No one's made a move toward them yet. They're about halfway through the gauntlet. Now some of the people are waving their clubs and pitchforks, and no one makes a move toward the governor or Mercer. The governor seems to be winning this battle of nerves. Now they're clear of the crowd. They pass right through and are headed across Capitol Square toward the Raleigh Tavern. They pass through this angry crowd unharmed, not a hair touched. The crowd is waiting here, discussing the events of the past few moments. They appear no less angry, no less determined than they were when George Mercer first arrived. That fact must be clear to any observer. And while we wait for George Mercer's answer, one way or the other, let's go for a quick roundup of developments in other cities here in the English colony. First, for an analysis from Quincy Howe in our CBS studios, then to New York and Boston. Come in, Quincy Howe.
The British appear to have bitten off quite a bit more than they can chew. This is not only the considered opinion of many American colonists, many good Englishmen feel exactly the same way. The truth is that English opinion is split wide open. The landed nobles favor the Stamp Act. The merchants oppose it. The nobles want to collect taxes at any price. The merchants want to do business at any price. the French and Indian War left England with a national debt of between 130 and 140 million pounds. Who's going to pay for this? Well, British political leaders like George Grenville, First Lord of the Treasury, give this reply. The Englishman at home is heavily burdened with taxes already. Let's tax the Englishman in America. And that's what tax collector George Mercer is supposed to do, make the American colonists pay. The Stamp Act, of course, is not the first money measure Lord Grenville has aimed at American colonists. With last year's Sugar Act and Currency Act and this year's Quartering Act, His Majesty's government is digging deeper and deeper into the pockets of the American colonials. And it all adds up to a lot of trouble during this time of post-war economic stress. 9 months ago, when the English Parliament was debating the Stamp Act bill, nobody anticipated this kind of reaction. The English press hardly mentioned the Stamp Act debates at all, and no one, including colonial agents in London, men like Benjamin Franklin, looked for such violent opposition as we're now seeing here in America. And when Parliament passed the Stamp Act by a very great majority, 205 for and only 49 against, well, that definitely committed the English to enforce the law at all costs. But the Americans now seem just determined to oppose the Stamp Act even to the point of violent uprising. That's the conflict we may see resolved here today. For the crucial action seems likely to take place here in Williamsburg, where George Mercer at this very moment ponders his next step. But the fever of violence is abroad in the land. So we take you now to New York, and Ned Calmer for the picture there. Come in, Ned Calmer.
There's a crowd of about 2,000 people here at the waterfront on the tip of Manhattan Island, and the music you hear is No Serenade. It's directed against the British ship that has been in New York Harbor now for almost a week. The ship is loaded with stamps, and the British officials seem to be hesitant about unloading them in the face of this demonstration. Now, I've asked one of the demonstrators to sing this song into our microphone so you can get the words. Are you ready now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sing us this next part.
I'll take it up here. The birthright we hold shall never be sold, but sacred maintained to our grave. Nay and dare we'll comply, we will gallantly die, for we must not and will not be slaves, brave boys. We must not and will not be slaves.
Thank you, sir. That was a noble effort. Well, here in this lively city of 25 to 30,000 people, the second largest city in America after Philadelphia, almost all commerce, or what's left of it, has been stopped for this parade and demonstration. A crowd of artisans and laborers dressed in long pantaloons and leather breeches, bundled up on this cold November morning in fur-lined overcoats and coonskin hats, are making things a little warmer for themselves. Not only are they burning officials in effigy, but they've torn down the wooden palisades around Bowling Green and made a bonfire. The demonstrators are moving now. Heading the parade is a huge placard with skull and bones, and the placard reads, Stamp Act, the folly of England and the ruin of America. I have here at the microphone a man who's been nailing up these posters all over town.
That's right.
And now, sir, will you read for our listeners the words on one of these posters you're carrying?
Read him. I know him by heart. It says, warning. The first man that either distributes or makes use of stamp and paper, let him take care of his house and person and effects. Sign Vox Populi. We dare.
And Vox Populi?
That's me and the rest of New York.
I see. Thank you, sir. Well, that's pretty much the sentiment here in New York right now. And we switch you next to Boston and Larry LeSueur. Through the windows of the Green Dragon Tavern here on the Boston waterfront, we can see the ships in the harbor displaying their colors at half-mast. They're mourning the first day of the enforcement of the Stamp Act. Early today, Sam Adams, as you may have heard, the leader of the Boston Liberty Boys, harangued the crowd with this statement, "The people shout, and their shout will be heard to the distant end of this continent." There are, however, other voices than the Liberty Boys of Sam Adams here in Boston. Those other voices, fewer to be sure, represent the other side of this conflict. And here at our microphone is Mr. Martin Howard, a lawyer of Newport, Rhode Island. Mr. Howard, I take it that you believe that the colonists ought to pay the tax without protest. I do. The act was passed by Parliament, and every British subject must abide by the law. But it's argued, sir, that the colonists have no representation in Parliament, and
This tax is what Edmund Burke called taxation without representation.
Edmund Burke may be a native of England, but he talks like a Philadelphia lawyer. The colonists, like all Englishmen, are represented in the House of Commons. But a member of Parliament represents not only his own constituency, but all Englishmen everywhere. The colonists have all personal rights, including those of life, liberty, and estate. And these rights are secured to us by the common law, which is every subject's birthright, whether born in Great Britain, on the ocean, or in the colonies. And it is in this sense they enjoy all the rights and privileges of Englishmen.
But isn't the question here one of political rather than personal rights, sir? Is it your opinion that the colonists actually enjoy political rights?
Political rights, this rabble. They burn respected British officials in effigy. They burn down the house of the tax collector. They riot through the streets. How can such people be trusted with political rights? It's monstrous, monstrous. And now I beg you to excuse me, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martin Howard. The riots that Mr. Howard spoke about refer to the parade this morning around the townhouse where the governor and his council hold office. The people carried effigies of British officials through the townhouse and shouted, "Liberty, property, no stamp." And they then proceeded to Andrew Oliver's house. He's the stamp master from Massachusetts. And as a result of some provocation, they say, destroyed the fences in front of his house, entered it, and then broke up the furniture. Nobody was hurt, however, and the action has not resulted in a practical resolution of this affair as of the present moment. The events in Williamsburg may well be the key ones in determining the outcome of the Stamp Act controversy. So back now to Williamsburg, Bill Leonard reporting.
George Mercer and Governor Fauquier are still debating. The promised 15 minutes are about up, and the tension increases by the second. We've moved our microphone to the Raleigh Tavern, where George Mercer is closeted with the governor and his council in the Daphne room right next door. The crowd's made its way the 2 blocks from the Capitol to the street in front of the tavern here, and as many people as could squeeze in are now jammed into this little tavern. We're set up in the Apollo room of the Raleigh, the most colorful room in this most colorful tavern in all Virginia. The band you hear playing in the background has certainly served to relieve some of the tension here. The Apollo room, incidentally, takes its name from a room in the Devil's Tavern in London, which was frequented by Sir Walter Raleigh and Ben Jonson. Above the mantel across the room from me is a gilded motto, Hileratis sapientiae et bonae vitae proles, translating into something like jollity, the offspring of wisdom and good living. Good living in the colonies, it seems, will depend very much on Colonel Mercer's forthcoming statement. He's still not come out. Williamsburg, ordinarily a town of only 1,000 or 2, is swelled today by 4,000 or 5,000 visitors. It almost seems that most of them are in the Apollo room here. They're crowded together as we await Mr. Mercer's decision. And as always in the Raleigh, there are assembled here merchants and traders, adventurers, planters, all sorts of people. Here at our microphone is a sea captain. He's Captain Stephen McCready, I think that's right, and he's agreed to be interviewed. Captain, what cargo are you carrying these days?
Only wine in my belly. I've been drinking some excellent Madeira here, but pay cargo, oh no, sir. Merchants have almost forgotten my ship since all this fuss over the Stamp Act.
What ports do you usually sail to?
Liverpool, Curacao, Genoa, Amsterdam, wherever my cargo takes me. I tell you, sir, I've seen all kinds of foul weather, but I've yet to see a hurricane to match the one blowing up here in the colonies. But as far as cargo is concerned, me and every sea captain like me is becalmed. No cargo in Boston, no cargo in New York, no cargo in Philadelphia. Another month of this non-importation and my ship will sink with the weight of the barnacles growing on its bottom.
Captain, are there any ships moving at all?
Only a few for the West Indies trade, but most British trade has stopped. Stopped because stamp paper is not available for clearances and bills of lading. That fellow Mercer better come to his senses, or no one will be able to afford to buy even stamps, much less goods. Still, I've got a shilling or 2 for another bottle. Will you join me?
Thank you. I'd like to, Captain, but we're working here. But I expect that George Mercer will be coming out soon. From what I've been able to see here in Williamsburg, Captain McCready's views on business conditions are reasonably accurate. The bulletin board on the little porch in front of Raleigh Tavern is covered with all kinds of notices of auction sales of personal property. I'm going to move out to that porch in order to read off to you some of these notices and be ready for Governor Fauquier and Colonel Mercer when they address the crowd out front, as we expect they will. The crowd waiting here before the Raleigh Tavern extends far up and down Duke of Gloucester Street. Among them must certainly be some of the people who posted these auction sale notices here on the bulletin board. I see a notice of sale for a coach and 4 horses, and one for a house and a barn. There's one here for 6 Hereford cattle, and others for ships and taverns, shops, warehouses, slaves, even household goods and clothing are for sale, just about everything. And if this continues, Governor Folke has just come out to the Daphne room. I can see through the doorway that he's motioned the band to stop playing. He's coming out to the porch here to address the crowd. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Now he's raising both his hands, and a hush is falling over the crowd here.
Gentlemen, Mr. George Mercer is ready to make a statement. Mr. Mercer.
Colonel Mercer is slowly making his way through the door out to the porch. He looks very much troubled. He seems reluctant to speak, hesitating, but the crowd have their eyes on him. They're not pleading eyes, they're menacing eyes. He seems ready to speak now, and here he is.
Gentlemen, I arrived this morning to carry out my duty to enforce the Stamp Act. I do acknowledge that some little time before I left England, I heard of and saw some resolves which were said to be made by Mr. Patrick Henry in the House of Burgesses in Virginia. But as the authenticity of these resolves was disputed, I determined to know the real sentiments of my countrymen for myself. I know these sentiments now, and in view of them, I give you every assurance that I will not, directly or indirectly, by myself or my deputies, proceed in the execution of the Stamp Act.
The Stamp Act will not be enforced. Victory is victory here. Mr. Mercer will not enforce the Stamp Act. The crowd cheering wildly there. While they're carrying George Mercer on their shoulders, parading him through the streets, and he's laughing. Pleased, I posit he's considered an old friend again. Someone's beating a drum, the bells are ringing, and perhaps you can hear them. Even above this din of celebration, they're from Bruton Parish, Capital, and William and Mary College. Tax collectors all over the colonies are certain to be resigning now. Andrew Oliver in Boston, Ingersoll in Hartford, Zacharias Ford in Maryland, Henry Van Schack in Albany. This is indeed a victory. A victory of the American colonists against oppressive measures, against British autocratic rule. A victory that will transfer power from an aristocratic minority to a democratic majority.
November 1st, 1765. The American colonists reject the Stamp Act and win their first great battle against autocratic rule, paving the way for ultimate independence. You are there.
You've been listening to the Stamp Act Rebellion in the series You Are There. Today's program was written by Joseph Liss, edited by Irving Gitlin, and directed by John Dietz. You Are There is produced by the CBS Documentary Unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. Agatha Sterrett was played by Hester Sundergaard, Paul Mann was Patrick Henry, Eric Dressler was George Mercer, and Ralph Bell was Martin Howard the lawyer. Others in the cast were various members of the ensemble. You Are There is brought to you every fourth Sunday. The next broadcast will be heard Sunday, April 16th, at this same time over most of these same stations next month.
480 B.C., the pass at Thermopylae in ancient Greece. The heroic stand of Leonidas and 300 Spartans against the Persian invader. You are there.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
Less than 3% of the population were in towns of more than 10,000. Most immigrants lived on the land, but cities were beginning to flourish. Revolutionary Philadelphia, with its 40,000 inhabitants, was the first colonial city in size. New York was second, with 25,000. Boston, with 16,000, third. Charleston, the largest city of the South, numbered 12,000. America was growing. And in spite of all adversity, America was destined to continue its growth. Why? Possibly because America was a dream for freedom-loving people, then as it is today.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is John Daly on the deck of the Mayflower at Plymouth Harbor, England. High tide and sailing time is here this 6th day of September 1620. But this tragic ship, with its company of 102 desperate, frightened, hounded souls who are displacing their persons from the old world to the new, has not yet sailed. These pilgrims, these refugees for religious freedom and civil rights, are still tied to Europe by a Gordian knot of heart-breaking difficulties. And unless these outlaws from the Church of England can cut that knot before the ebb tide sinks them deeper into danger, the Mayflower may never sail at all for the colony of Northern Virginia, recently renamed New England. The afternoon sun is throwing shadows of gloom on the town of Plymouth behind me. Soon will be...
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. You are there.
The exodus of the pilgrims, out of the noose of oppression and persecution, into the arms of an angry sea and a desolate winter continent. CBS takes you back to a little-known but fateful moment in American history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. The deck of the Mayflower and John Daly.
The voyage to the New World and to freedom. Twice they have been delayed for repairs to their sister ship, the Speedwell, which has finally been withdrawn, crowding all into the Mayflower. And now, at last, they must sail with this tide. For today, the weather is good. Tomorrow or the day after, it may be bad enough to prevent their sailing at all, for winter is close upon them. Another delay and the Mayflower would have to face the grisly gales of an autumnal sea, and the far from certain arrival in a strange land gripped in the fury of winter. These refugees have already lost their summer chances, and to lose more is suicide. Here with me at our CBS microphone is Christopher Jones, the master of the Mayflower. Captain Jones is one of the most respected shipmasters in all of England. He's 1/4 owner of the Mayflower, a middle-aged, rather sedate man, a strict, strong, dependable citizen. These pilgrims will be in good hands if they succeed in getting away today. But right now, the face of Captain Jones is troubled with deep and anxious lines. Captain Jones, what's holding the Mayflower up? Why don't you sail, sir?
We will sail.
But how can you say that, Captain? Your canvas is still tied down, and the tide is at its height.
Well, I expect my orders momentarily, and we'll sail.
And who are those orders to come from, sir? From the Pilgrim elders who are locked in the cabin?
Yes, as soon as they settle their last-minute differences with Mr. Weston, the representative of the adventurers.
But who are these adventurers, Captain? What is their business with these refugees?
The adventurers, Mr. Daly, are a group of men who are venturing not their persons on this expedition, but their capital.
Well, Captain, do you know what the last-minute differences between these moneylenders and the Pilgrims are?
I can't say, sir. Something to do with the contract they agreed upon for the sharing of profits from possible trade in the New World. As if we haven't got enough trouble, Mr. Weston arrives 10 minutes ago and closets himself in the cabin and holds up our departure.
But as soon as these differences are settled and Mr. Weston gets off the ship, you will sail.
I certainly hope so, sir.
Hope? But only hope? Why?
Well, my passengers say they'll not sail without their charter from King James.
But what charter? I hadn't heard about that.
Why, the charter guaranteeing them civil and religious freedom from the king's authority in the New World. Sir Robert Norton, that's His Majesty's emissary, gave his word that he would arrive today.
But, Captain, suppose he doesn't come before the tide has ebbed.
Well, only Providence can answer that question, sir, not I. And now, if you'll excuse me...
One more question, Captain, please. Are all the elders on board the Mayflower now?
They're in the cabin. I'm going there now, sir.
Well, would you care to state who exactly of the elders is on board?
Well, in the cabin are William Bradford, Deacon Cushman, John Carver, and perhaps some others.
And would you care to say, Captain, if the elder William Brewster is on board?
Now, Mr. Daly, it was your desire and your promise to ask but one question. Now, I believe I've kept my bargain. Now, if you please,
well,
sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Jones. The master of the Mayflower is entering the cabin, and we really didn't expect him to answer our questions as to the whereabouts of William Brewster, the ruling elder of these departing refugees. Master Brewster is a hunted fugitive with a price on his head. He is at this moment, and for the past 10 years he has been, the object of an international manhunt instituted by His Majesty. He's been accused of printing a book entitled Perth Assembly, and His Majesty has denounced that book as being, and we quote, an atrocious and seditious libel written with scorn and reproach against the king and his bishops. Printed copies of the book were smuggled from Holland into Scotland in French wine vats. Now, there's a flurry of excitement on the deck of the Mayflower. It's caused by the arrival of a royal carriage. It's speeding at a dangerous pace down the wharf right now, and it must be the arrival of Sir Robert Norton, the King's Secretary of State. The carriage is pulling up now at the boards leading up here to the deck of the Mayflower. Door is opening. Yes, it is. It's Sir Robert. It's the official who has intervened on behalf of the Pilgrims to secure them the King James Charter for the New World. He's coming up the planks now and must pass our CBS microphone on his way to the captain's cabin. I'm going to try to get a hold of him. Sir Robert! Oh, Sir Robert!
Stand aside, please.
Sir Robert, have the Pilgrims got their charter, sir? Do you carry the charter?
I said stand aside, please.
Yes, sir. Master William Bradford, Elder Bradford, has appeared at the cabin door to greet Sir Robert. Both men have gone in. The cabin door has been shut in our faces, but we hope that at least one of the difficulties besetting these poor, desperate refugees will be surmounted. This charter is vital to them. Without it, they cannot live under the protection of the king in the New World and enjoy liberty of conscience. You know, this Mayflower seems a pitifully inadequate vessel to brave the vast terrors of the Atlantic, particularly at this time of the year. She's no more than 100 feet, say, from bow to stern, and perhaps 20 to 25 feet at the beam from port to starboard. She has plied good wine and bad wine from every port in France in the past and landed it safely on the London River. And on some occasions she's carried luxurious taffetas and satins and stockings and coney skins. In fact, the aroma of her last wine cargo still pleasantly escapes from her hold. But on this, her first Atlantic crossing, the Mayflower's cargo has ironically turned from riches to rags. This time, she carries an unusual cargo, men, women, and crying children. And up at the bow of the ship, Ken Roberts, surrounded by these children, seems to have something to say. So go ahead, Ken.
Ready? Sing.
And the earth did shake and quake, and stirred the ground of the mountain shook.
The children you hear doing their distracted best to sing one of the tongue-twisting psalms of the Pilgrims are being led by a pretty young miss, and she's doing her distracted best to keep them from crying.
Eat out of his mouth, from it burned with heat.
Good children, very good.
Hush, children, hush.
Would you tell us your name, please, miss?
Priscilla Mullins.
And how old are you, Miss Priscilla?
18.
18. And is your father a religious dissenter, a pilgrim?
Oh, no, sir. My father is a shopkeeper from Dorking, Surrey. We are French Huguenots. Hush,
Why is your family fleeing England if you are not religious dissenters?
Only 40-some-odd of the people aboard the Mayflower are religious dissenters. The rest of us are sailing for other urgent reasons.
Miss Priscilla, what are those urgent reasons?
My father says that there are many on board this ship that flee not the persecution of their souls, but the persecution of their bodies. For as you know, sir, all over Europe, they see the grim and gaunt face of poverty and hunger coming upon them like an armed man.
I understand. And, Miss Priscilla, who are these children you are shepherding? These children here.
4 of them are orphans.
Orphans on the Mayflower?
Yes, poor waifs of London town. Poor orphans dragged off quite as if they were debtors or criminals and sentenced to exile in the colonies.
But by whose authority?
Ask the Lord Mayor of London and his bishop.
Oh, I see. Less mouths to feed in London.
I suppose so.
I see. And, what is your name, young man?
Wrestle.
Wrestle what?
Wrestle with the devil.
Wrestle with the devil. Well, that's a good name.
My brother has a good name, too.
I'm sure he has. What is it?
Love.
What's that?
Love of God. Don't you?
Well...
My father does. He's a great man. My mother says not to tell where he is, but I know.
Wrestle, hush.
I won't tell, Miss Priscilla. I promised. My father's in prison, but he'll escape and fight the Indians with Love and me.
Oh, I see. You and Love are 2 big Indian fighters. And, what is your father's name?
William Brewster.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Wrestle. Miss Priscilla, I didn't know these 2 were Master Brewster's children.
Oh, yes, there are 2 more of us. 2 big sisters, Fear and Patience.
Of course, Wrestle, of course. Fear and Patience. Very appropriate names for the children of William Brewster. Don't you agree, Miss Priscilla?
Yes. My fear is that we will not sail. And as for our patience, that is at an end, and so is our money. My father has sold his shop and all our worldly goods. We have burned all our bridges behind us.
I'm sorry, there's a man coming through carrying a barrel.
I told you before, miss, to get these children out of here. Do you want their heads bashed in with a barrel?
You'll bash no one, you lout. I'm trying my best, can't you see? Come, children.
Thank you, Miss Priscilla. Thank you, children.
Children and wenches, as if we didn't have enough. Hey, you. Maybe you know when we're going to get underway.
Soon, I hope. What's your name?
Alden. John Alden.
That barrel you've just put down must be pretty heavy. What's in it?
The body of William Brewster.
In little pieces, I presume.
That would be a story for you, eh? Oh, but it's only beer.
Beer for the sober pilgrims?
Would you expect them to drink ye plain water? It's a prolific source of human ills. Oh, they'll remain healthy as long as I take care of their kegs. I'm not a good cooper.
Are you one of the pilgrims?
Yeah. I'm a cooper out of Harwich. I'm hired on by them to care for their beer, their plain water, and their strong water. That's my task on this voyage.
Mm-hmm. And after the voyage?
Home again for me. I'm hired on for only a year. But if they let this tide run out much longer, I'll never go. Well, enough of this chatter. This barrel of beer wasn't meant for the sun.
Thank you, John Alden. Mr. Alden handles that heavy barrel of beer as if it were kindling wood. Though he can't be more than 20, he's tall, blond, and powerful. The kind of a fellow who's rough and ready with his hands. No doubt that's why the pilgrims hired him. That's why they... Oh, I see the door of the Mayflower's cabin has opened. Sir Robert Norton has just come out, so back to John Daly.
Sir Robert, the King's Secretary of State, is willing to tell us now what has happened. Sir Robert, has the charter been granted?
I should like to present, if I may, the mind of His Majesty in this matter.
Of course, sir, but did
His Majesty asked me what profits there may be of such an adventure.
By profits, His Majesty meant profits to the realm, I presume.
Yes, and I answered fishing.
Fishing?
Yes, fishing. The departing pilgrims would engage in fishing in the colonies.
And did that satisfy the king, sir?
It amused him. And he replied, so God have me soul, it's an honest trade. It was the apostle's own calling.
I see the king demonstrated his knowledge of theology and of the trade of fishing.
Yes.
But did he, sir, formally consent to the request for the charter?
His Majesty agreed not to molest them should they depart. But he would issue no official seal of protection.
Then the charter was not granted.
I wouldn't say that. His Majesty referred them to the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Sir Robert. The King's Secretary of State is leaving the Mayflower, but one moment. Oh, Mr. Bradford, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Master William Bradford, in the absence of William Brewster, is the ruling elder of these pilgrims. A rather young elder, I would say, wouldn't you, Mr. Bradford?
I am honored that you call me an elder. I am 31 years old, but we pilgrims age rapidly in the king's protection.
Well, how old is Master Brewster, sir?
Master Brewster is past 50.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he's the only, shall we say, real elder in our company. The rest of us are mostly around 30.
Well, as the present ruling elder, Master Bradford, are you going to follow His Majesty's suggestion that you see the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury about the charter?
Have my nose split down the middle? No, thank you. I believe we know what the answer of these venerable gentlemen of the Anglican Church would be.
But, sir, how can you sail without the charter?
To be sure, Mr. Daly, the charter is of great moment to us. Let us not be of too simple a mind about it. Even if we had a seal as broad as a house floor, what is there to prevent the king, if he were disposed to wrong us, from reaching out his long arm even to our new life in America, and there claiming us under his civil and religious authority?
Well, then that means that you will sail without the charter.
We sail without the charter. We sail.
No, I'll not sail. I'll not sail without our boy. Oh, please, William.
Take her away quickly. Take her below. Take her below quickly.
Master Bradford, who is that poor woman?
My wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. But you are leaving your children behind?
Our only child. He's scarcely 5. My wife has been mad with grief. Forgive her, please, for she, too, is but a child.
But, Master Bradford, other children are going. Why, just a short while ago, we learned that Rassel and Love, the children of William Brewster, are on board.
Yes, but there's no space for all to go. We'd planned to sail on 2 ships. We are now all crowded onto one. And some, like my own child, must be left behind, because they are most unfit to bear the brunt of this hard adventure. And thus, like Gideon's army, we are divided, as if the Lord thought we few too many for the great work he had to do. But now, sir, you'll forgive me. I must return to our business with the adventure.
Well, just one more question, please, Master Bradford.
Yes?
Before you go, could you tell us exactly what the difficulty is between you and the adventurers?
Yes. We had agreed that the fruits of our labor and all profits got from traffic, fishing, and trade should be shared equally with the adventurers for a period of 7 years.
Yes?
Yes. But these bloodsuckers are not content to enslave a man for 7 years. Now they demand 7 days of the week.
Well, how many days had you agreed to work?
5. And the other 2 for prayer and for our own profit to build our homes. And moreover, at the end of 7 years, they now demand that our houses and lots be divided with them.
But surely, sir, the land and houses built in the wilderness will be but a trifle to these adventurers.
They do not think so. The division will be a great discouragement to us. We will have to borrow hours from our sleep to build our houses. But they ask if we will sleep better in the stinking London prisons.
That's too bad, Master Bradford, but what are you going to do?
Do? What can we do? We have sacrificed everything we possess to pay for this journey. Shall we turn back now, penniless and destitute, and at the mercy of the Star Chamber and torture rack? We are like the children of Israel, but the Lord will yet guide us through this sea of oppression.
Master Bradford has gone back into the cabin again, and the people around me here on the deck of the Mayflower have heard the reality of their misfortune. They're discussing it with grim faces and in low tones, and certainly these people have a reason to be grim and unhappy. So many misadventures have befallen them since they first set out for the new world. A penny, you know, is worth a pound to these poor folk. There's not a wealthy man among them. There's not a patch of purple on these passengers, although they do not wear somber clothes, as many believe. Rather, it's the gay apparel of Lincoln greens and russet browns, the same splash of color that you would see on the streets in London town. Indeed, the missing elder, William Brewster, has been known to wear at his pleasure a red cap, a white cap, a quilted cap, or a dandy-laced cap, together with a violet coat and green drawers. Oh, Ken Roberts, up at the Mayflower's bow, has a passenger with 2 dogs, so over to Ken Roberts.
dogs you hear barking are a great mastiff and a small spaniel. They belong to a man here beside me who has been quietly sitting on a barrel reading the Bible. He has kindly agreed to put aside the holy book for a few moments and speak with us. Sir, why are you taking these two dogs along with you to America?
Well, why not? Since my wife is not going, a man must have some form of companionship.
Oh, I see, but what will you do with the two dogs?
Do? Why, I shall hunt with them in the wilderness.
Hunt what, sir?
Lions.
Lions? I see. What is your name, sir? Richard the Lion-Hearted?
You jest. I am John Goodman. My wife's name is Sarah. Sarah Goodman, just these past few months.
Forgive me, sir. Just married and you're leaving your bride behind?
Oh, not of my choice, sir. I left her behind in Delft Haven, Holland. There was not room for all on our little craft, the Speedwell. Now I am fortunate to be on the Mayflower, for all men know the treachery of the Speedwell's captain, who claims the boat is unseaworthy.
Well, isn't it? Didn't it force you to turn back twice and delay you for a month?
I will tell you a secret, Mr. What is your name, sir?
Roberts.
Yes, I will tell you a secret, Mr. Roberts. The captain of the Speedwell and his men are afraid of remaining a winter in the wilderness.
They are?
Yes, but we're not afraid. We fear the wilderness less than the languishing death which we dissenters suffered in the London prisons, where many of us have perished by hunger and cold, and by long and hard imprisonment and held without bail in black dungeons where I could not see my hand at noonday. Oh, yes, I remember too well the Star Chamber and how we were whipped and pilloried in the presence of the court. Look, I had one ear sliced off, you see. So some have had their noses split down the middle and the letters SS branded on their foreheads.
SS?
Ah, yes, I see you know what that means. Stirrer of sedition. If reading this Bible in the common tongue makes me a stirrer of sedition, it might make me lose my other ear. But have no fear. Have no fear. I'm safe. We are free. I am sailing to the new world. The new world where a husbandman may sing the psalms at his plow, and a weaver warble the words of the book at his shuttle. Nay, more. There in America, it will not be many years before a boy that driveth the donkey will know more of the Scripture than the Archbishop of Canterbury. And now, sir, may I speak a poem?
Yes, if you like.
I sit upon the deck. Book is in my hand. Do not fear, heaven is near, I say, by water as by land. I sit upon the deck.
Oh, excuse me, Master Goodman. There's a disturbance on the wharf, a fight of some kind. I see John Daly down there, so down to the wharf.
It was at fight 10. One of the ship's passengers walked off the Mayflower with all his family and all of his belongings, and another man who appears to be a soldier accused him of deserting and tried to stop him. A fight flared up, and, well, it's almost over now, I hope, and we'll try to find out what it's all about. Now, look, one at a time, please, one at a time. And now, sir, suppose you tell us why you're leaving the Mayflower.
He's a man a coward, sir, if he fears that his children will be exposed to the miseries of the land in the colonies. But can a man bear to see his loved ones die of famine and nakedness and want?
We are well provisioned.
Sir, please, let him speak. Well provisioned, are we? We are in such a strait at present that we now scarce have any butter to brave the winter. We have no oil, not a hide of leather to mend a shoe. And are we provisioned against the change of air, sir? And the strange diet and the drinking of strange water that will affect our bodies with sore sicknesses and grievous diseases?
But there is a physician and surgeon on board the Mayflower, 2 of them, in fact.
And can he save us from the savages?
We have muskets, sir.
Muskets? How many muskets against a cruel and barbarous and most treacherous people who are most furious in their rage? For I have heard that they are content not only to kill, but delight to torment men by flaying them alive with the shells of fishes.
How do you know all of this?
I know. They cut off a body piecemeal. They broil it over the coals and they eat the collops of flesh in their sight while still the body lives.
You seem to be well informed, sir, about places you've not been to.
Aye, sir, verily I am informed. I am informed that the 1,200 immigrants that sailed from England these past 3 months, 1,000 died on the voyage or after their arrival in the Virginia colonies. Now answer that, Captain Shrimp.
Who are you calling Captain Shrimp?
You take the moment,
please. Just a moment.
I'll shred him to pieces.
Please.
You livid libel.
Please.
No
one can call me Captain Shrimp.
Just a moment.
My name is Captain Miles Standish.
Then
you are
calm down, Captain Miles Standish.
Captain Shrimp with you.
Captain Standish is a short, stubby fellow with a flaming head of red hair that now matches the crimson rage in his face. Well, what are you captain of, Captain Standish?
I am a military man.
You are a shrimp.
I fought with the Dutch against Spain. And any flea that calls me Captain Shrimp will find that I am a little chimney that is quickly fired. And should this cowardly deserter, this pernicious Paul...
Captain Standish, now Captain Standish, please. By what authority, sir, did you try to dissuade this man abandoning the voyage? Are you an elder?
No. But I've been chosen by the elders to preserve order and lead the Pilgrim Army in the New World.
You mean you're going to protect them against the savages?
I will protect them against any enemy, man or beast.
Well, I presume then, Captain Standish, that you are one of these pilgrims.
No, sir. I am a Roman Catholic. My task is simply to protect these people, even from such a deserter as this one.
I am not a deserter, sir.
Please. You've had your say.
He is stirring up fear among us. But we will be strong, even though today we are weak. With the help of God, there will come a day when the bees will have honey in their hives. And then they will also have stings in their tails.
Excuse me, the Mayflower cabin door has been flung open, and the agent for the adventurers, Mr. Weston, is striding swiftly across the deck. He's coming off the ship and coming down the boards here to the wharf. He looks very angry. Perhaps I can stop him to say a word. Mr. Weston!
No comment.
But, sir, is the Mayflower sailing?
Let me by, please.
Just one question, please, sir. Has the contract been settled?
There is no contract.
But, Mr. Weston...
I have no time. If they leave, they stand on their own legs.
That's Mr. Bradford, sir. He's come out of the cabin and he's coming down the board.
Let him come. He'll do no business with me. Bloodsuckers, are we? Are my investors to be called bloodsuckers simply because they want to protect their money?
Weston, the new contract you propose is better for thieves and bond slaves than honest men.
I bleed for you, Master Bradford, but I'll not risk another penny of the adventurer's capital.
I understand. He that ventureth his money hath more power than he that ventureth his person.
We've been through all that. If you've nothing newer to say, then let me by.
We have a new proposal.
Then speak it and be quick.
Very well. Here it is. In return for 2 days and every 7 to build our homes, we will agree, if necessary, to guarantee your profits, though it take us more than 7 years. Will that suffice?
Then you guarantee our profits. That's reasonable. I think the adventurers will agree. I accept.
So be it. Begone then and let us sail.
Godspeed.
Captain, we sail at once. All on board!
Godspeed, Master Bradford. Bradford has gone up the boards, and those on the wharf here are hurrying up after him. Captain Jones has given the order to raise the hook. There's a whirlwind of activity up there on the deck of the Mayflower. Sailors are shouting, leaping up into the rigging. The sails are going up, beginning to belly out into the wind. Captain Jones is wasting not a moment. He means to catch the last full strength of this tide. And now, a surprise in these last minutes before sailing. Elder William Brewster, the fugitive leader of the Pilgrims, the man with a price on his head, is on board the Mayflower and with Ken Roberts. So now, back to the cabin.
William Brewster is here, sitting across the table from us in the Mayflower's cabin as it gets underway to the New World. Master Brewster, will you tell us where you have been?
Some say I have been to London, some to Scotland, and still others to Holland. All are correct, but for the past hour, as you know, Mr. Roberts, I've been sitting in the hold of the Mayflower.
Master Brewster, how do you feel now that finally you're about to sail for a new land?
We are departing on a great venture. In the New World, we will establish a new form of living with ourselves and with God. I fervently pray that maybe next year, God willing, the Mayflower will return, perhaps with a cargo of salt fish and pelts, and sell them at a fair profit. And then when she sails again to America, many more families will go with her. Our men will build their own houses and till their own fields, and our women will weave Sunday clothes for their own families. We will all enter our own church and worship in our own way. Please, God.
A happy success on your hopeful voyage. And now, Master Brewster, I must go ashore, so Godspeed again. And back to John Daly on the wharf.
The lines have been cast off. Captain Jones is urging his crew on to hurry, and there it goes. The Mayflower is sailing. The people here on the dock are waving and weeping. It's a noisy, but at the same time, a tragic scene. Many of these people will not see their friends and relatives for perhaps years. The Mayflower, her sails filling, and the wind is heaving through the water, making her way towards the Catwater and the Sound, bound for the New World and New England. The sun is setting against the rolling white clouds.
September 6, 1620. The Pilgrims sailed for America to establish the first colony founded on civil and religious liberty.
This is Harry Marble, CBS, London, July 29th, 1588. Somewhere in the English Channel at this moment, under cover of darkness, Sir Francis Drake and the English fleet stand face to face with the Spanish Armada. The decisive battle between Elizabeth of England and Philip of Spain, the battle which will decide the fate of Europe, the fate of the world for 1,000 years, is about to be fought. Before another day is done, we will know whether or not the sun will rise again.
July 29th, 1588. CBS is there.
Sir Francis Drake faces the Spanish Armada. Alone, her fleet at bay in the English Channel, Britain girds to meet invasion. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphones are there sharing one of England's finest hours. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fifth of a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
London, July 29th, 1588, and Harry Marble.
Unbearable. This is a night England will never forget. This is a night during which no one has slept. All hearts, all minds, all eyes wait for the dawn. Because when the sun first streaks the English Channel with light, the two mightiest fleets the world has ever known will engage in the greatest sea battle of all time. This epic battle will be the climax of action which has been continuous in the English Channel for 9 days, ever since the sails of Spain loomed out of the sea off the beaches of Britain. A cloak of naval security has been flung over this 9-day action in the Channel by the English Admiralty. We know little of what has happened. We will know nothing more until dawn. But here beside me now is Sir Walter Raleigh, Commissioner of Cornwall, Commander of Plymouth, advisor to the Queen, and her emissary to the New World, America. Sir Walter, we know that you are about to leave to join the fleet for the morning's action. We also know that you speak for the Admiralty and can give us information without violating censorship. Will you, sir, give us a picture of what has happened up to now in this solemn moment of England's history?
I would say, sir, in all frankness, that we have succeeded to this moment in evading the Castilians.
You mean, Sir Walter, that Drake is refusing action?
Not refusing. Shall we say simply postponing? You may depend upon the Admiral to engage in his own good time.
Well, is it true, sir, that the Spanish fleet outnumbers Her Majesty's ships?
Well, that, sir, is restricted information.
But we have conflicting estimates, Sir Walter. Some reports put the Spanish fleet at 90 to England's 22. Others say the Armada has 130 to Drake's 90. Would you care to comment on that?
Well, let us simply say that Philip of Spain has considerably more tonnage, but that we have considerably more speed.
Well, isn't it also true, Sir Walter Raleigh, that the Spanish Armada is really a floating army?
Well, the Spanish galleons literally swarm with thousands of fully armed and armored soldiers. Once their ships have grappled with ours, it is their intention to board us and overcome our crews at close quarters.
But Drake's strategy is to avoid this, isn't it? To keep his distance, to seize every advantage of wind, and to smash the Armada with his guns. Is that correct?
Well, that is, shall we say, a rather interesting assumption. It is not correct, however, to refer to Drake's strategy. Howard of Effingham is Lord High Admiral of the English fleet. Sir Francis is his first operational lieutenant.
But enemy information would seem to indicate, Sir Walter, that the Spanish Prince of Parma is waiting at Dunkirk with a fleet of flat-bottomed barges and some 30,000 infantry and cavalry.
Well, that information has come to our attention also.
Well, if Drake cannot contain the Armada, the Spanish fleet will then proceed to Dunkirk, won't it? Pick up the barges and their troops and then attempt an invasion of the beaches of Britain?
I would prefer, if I may, to speak at some length to that point.
By all means, Sir Walter.
Philip, to be sure, believes that because he's taken Africa, Sicily, France, Flanders, and now sits astride the stricken and bleeding continent of Europe like a colossus, He will soon be setting his daughter on the throne of England. He fancies himself tearing from the new world's virgin soil the seeds I planted there in Virginia. But the Spanish sun, I fear, is conducive to hallucinations. The beaches of Britain, sir, have not been invaded since William the Conqueror. And Drake must not, will not fail. And should he, by some foul circumstance, fail, should this blessed isle be defiled by Spanish boots, our last ramparts will be the bodies of our men. We shall fight them everywhere. And in the end, we shall throw them back into the sea. Britons, sir, were not born to be slaves.
Thank you, Sir Walter Raleigh. Here in our CBS studios in London, this critical morning of July 29th, 1588, there is still no news of action in the English Channel between Sir Francis Drake and the Spanish Armada. The news blackout imposed by the Lords of the Admiralty continues. But there is no blackout on faith in England tonight. Everywhere in England tonight, from John O'Groats to Land's End, from Eddystone to Berwick Bounds, from Lynn to Milford Bay, the church bells are ringing as Britons everywhere turn to God in this, their hour of supreme trial. For the sound of the church bells of the ancient walled town in Canterbury, for the service there, now in progress, we take you to Canterbury Cathedral and Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck in Canterbury Cathedral. Here in this magnificent Gothic structure, shrine of Thomas a Becket and center of the new Protestant church, the people of Canterbury are waiting for the Archbishop's invocation. This is an unforgettable sight. From the balcony where I stand, I can view a sea of heads bowed in silent prayer. The great waxen tapers throw their eerie, flickering yellow light over the supplicants and send weird, dancing shadows high into the vaulted ceilings of this old, hallowed edifice. If you were with me now, watching this spectacle, you'd feel as I do, that here is the spiritual soul and heart and strength of Britain in this solemn hour. The bells have stopped ringing now. A figure almost lost in the immensity of this space steps into the pulpit and faces the worshippers. It's the Archbishop of Canterbury. His face is set, sober and stern, and tonight he reads from no text.
O merciful God,
the Archbishop speaks.
In this our hour of travail, we turn to Thee for deliverance. We of England have sought to worship Thee in our own way, and according to our own conscience, as free men should, as Thou hast given us the right. But there are those who in their pride and lust for earthly power would chain and fetter us. We did not wish to sound the trumpet of war. We did not wish to take up the sword. But having the issue thrust upon us, and treasuring freedom to worship Thee more than life itself, we rise to meet the hosts of the invader. We know that Thou wilt hearken to our prayers, O merciful God. We know that under Thy benediction and guidance, the enemy will be vanquished, and that we shall continue to worship Thee in Thy sacred house. Amen.
How perfect is our Lord, His covenant is sure.
The Archbishop of Canterbury has concluded his invocation. His words strike the keynote of England's stake of religious liberty in this war with Spain. The service here in Canterbury Cathedral continues with the singing of the Canterbury tune from S.T. Salter. This is Jackson Beck in Canterbury, returning you to Harry Marble at CBS London. This is Harry Marble. Still no word from the Channel, but England knows that her ships are ready for anything that will come. And in a shipyard now, somewhere in the British Isles, is a man who can tell us about them. He is Master Shipbuilder Andrew McTavish, and our CBS correspondent, Ernest Chappell, is standing by to interview him. Come in, Ernest Chappell.
This is Ernest Chappell. Standing beside me in this shipyard somewhere in England is Master Shipbuilder McTavish.
Aye, but I'm not a man for words. I build ships.
So I'm told, Mr. McTavish. You had a hand in building Drake's flagship, the Revenge, didn't you?
Aye. I had a wee hand in it. I helped put down her keel and set her beam, and I shaved her masts and hammered her planks, and I had to fling it at the spars and rigging. Here are the calluses on my hands to prove it. But I wouldn't have you think that I did it all alone. Nay, man, those other good lads here in the yard had a bit of her, too.
Well, what does the Revenge look like, Mr. McTavish?
Can you describe her?
Well, I'll give you what information the census will allow. And like all the ships of the line, the Revenge is painted green and white, the colors of the House of Tudor. Mm-hmm. And she has the royal arms blazoned on her stern and gilded British lions carved on her bow. The hungry lions this morning, hungry for Spanish meat.
And how do you think she'll stand up to the Spanish men of war, Mr. McTavish?
She'll dance. A bunny heel and fling around them. Now, you mark my word, though. And so the triumph and the Ark Royal and the swift shore and the victory and all the rest of Drake's beauties. They're faster and surer and swifter than the floating Spanish castles with their poop decks high out of the water. They're no ships for slaves, but for free men. And we, the men who built them, say this to you. Have no fear. They'll no fail England this morning.
Thank you, Master Shipbuilder Andrew McTavish. This is Ernest Chappell returning you to Harry Marble in CBS London.
This is Harry Marble. Still no news from the English Channel. 4 million Britons in British homes are waiting for news, but none waits more anxiously than a Welsh mother in the village of Nantiglow, Wales. We take you now to Nantiglow and Michael Fitzmaurice.
This is Michael Fitzmaurice in the home of widow Agnes Montgomery in Nantiglow. Nantiglow is a remote inland town in Monmouth Borough, far away from any city. And widow Agnes Montgomery's house is a humble one, with whitewashed walls, hard earthen floor, and thatched roof. How many sons do you have, widow Montgomery?
3 I had, and now but 1. This night he serves with Drake.
And the other 2 boys?
They were Bert and Hal. They too sailed with Sir Francis in bygone years.
What happened to Bert and Hal?
From Plymouth Sound, Bert sailed with Drake and good ship Pasha at Whitsuntide. He has never come back. He was found dead on the plaza at Nombre de Dios. A Spanish knife was through his heart, but his hands were clasped about a Spanish throat.
And Hal?
Hal fought, same as Bert, for Drake. He was taken of tropic fever at Dominica, aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure. And so now is left to me only my last, my Alfred, who this day stands with Drake on the Revenge. Would I myself could take a pike or pull rope, but I am an old woman and weak, and I have naught to give, except my sons and my tears. And those I give.
I hope Alfred comes back to you, widow Montgomery.
God willing, let it be so. But if it be or not, he will not be found wanting when the time is come. He is a brave lad, and he sails and fights for a brave captain.
Thank you, widow Agnes Montgomery. All England shares your faith in Admiral Drake. And in the Green Mermaid Tavern in Plymouth right now is a man who can tell us more about him. This is Michael Fitzmaurice in Nantiglow, Wales, switching you to the port of Plymouth and Frank Gallup.
This is Frank Gallup in the Green Mermaid Tavern, Plymouth. The Green Mermaid is a typical English waterfront tavern, a pleasant and friendly place with its oak panels and deep bays, and the cavernous fireplace on which the great wood fire always burns. Here there is the smell of mellow ale and the salty sound of seaman's talk. And here, sitting across a rough-hewn table from me, is an old sailor, Boatswain George Spry, late of Her Majesty's Navy. You say you sailed with Drake, Boatswain Spry?
I sailed the Spanish Main with him and through the Indies and to the New World of America. I fought the Spaniard with him at Calais de Lima and sacked Valparaiso with him till our ship was ballasted with all the doubloons in Castile. And were it not for the fever which took my leg, by God's grace, I'd be in the Channel with him tonight.
Well, then, Boatswain, it follows that you know the Admiral well. What can you tell us about him?
The Admiral has a nose for the wind and a heart like a rock and the hate of a Spaniard.
Well, Boatswain, I understand that you were here in Plymouth when the Armada was sighted and Sir Francis Drake was first told about it.
I was standing on Plymouth Hoe when the news came in. The Admiral was playing at bowls on the green.
Sir Francis Drake was bowling, eh?
Aye, he and the other captains, Frobisher, Hawkins, Howard, and Sir Walter Raleigh, too. They were here for a council of war and having a bit of fun playing this match of bowls as pretty as you please when the news of the Spanish sail off the Lizard come in.
What did the admirals do?
Why, Frobisher and Hawkins and Howard and Raleigh, they were all for hurrying down to the water, but not the Admiral. No, not Drake.
What did Drake do?
Oh, steady does it, says he, calm and cool like, Let's finish the game. There's plenty of time to win the match and beat the Spaniards, too.
And, did they finish the match?
Aye, they aimed their last bowls, the winning cast was made, and then they went aboard and prepared for action with their hearts as light and their nerves as firm as they had been on the whole bowling green.
Well, thank you, Bosun Spry. This is an anecdote to inspire all England this anxious morning. And this is Frank Gallup in Plymouth, returning you to CBS in London.
This is Harry Marble in London. We have had a report from our CBS observer on the cliffs of Dover, overlooking the English Channel. He reports a dull red glow somewhere in the direction of the two fleets. It is impossible to tell what this glow means. It may be an action. We don't know. On the other hand, it may be without significance. We repeat, our CBS observer on the cliffs of Dover has reported a dull red glow on the English Channel somewhere in the direction of the fleets of Spain and England. But there is no official indication that... Just a moment. I have been advised that you have been hearing another voice conflicting with mine.
Yes.
That is the Spanish radio. Radio Spain intruding on our shortwave transmission. This intrusion comes from the powerful shortwave transmitter at Barcelona, with regular enemy propaganda broadcasts directed at the British Isles. The voice you hear is that of the British traitor in the service of Spain, Sir William Stanley. Fortunately, we can cut out this interruption in a moment, but while we're shifting our shortwave transmission frequencies, you may be interested in hearing what Sir William has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Marble. I can now announce with complete accuracy that the Revenge, flagship of the English fleet, is on fire in the English Channel. The battered remnants of Lord Effingham's much-vaunted naval squadrons are fleeing northward in cowardly flight. The intolerable affronts which the seamen of England have offered Spain for 30 years are at an end. The capture of Philip's treasure ships, the raiding of his colonies, the open assistance to his rebels are finished. Britons, lay down your arms. Do not resist. In your very midst we have many friends. Yes, friends, Englishmen who will welcome us with open arms. Surrender and renounce heresy, and Philip II in his kingly mercy will be disposed to treat you with charity. If you insist upon reckless, mad intransigence, his regal patience will be exhausted. Your queen will be publicly beheaded. Shiploads of scourges will be sent to scour your backs. All adults will be either killed or enslaved. Thousands of Spanish wet nurses will arrive to suckle your orphaned infants. That is the mean...
This is Harry Marble, CBS, London. We have now succeeded in clearing up the Spanish interruption. The British Admiralty has asked us to declare unequivocally that there is absolutely no confirmation to the report which Sir William Stanley, the British traitor, just gave you. The report is just another clever enemy propaganda trick by the Spanish to cause confusion and dismay in the ranks of England's defenders. As far as we here in CBS London are concerned, there is still no news of any action whatsoever in the English Channel. And now, after this unexpected delay, CBS, with royal permission and in cooperation with the British Broadcasting Corporation, takes you to a military camp somewhere in England where Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, on this fateful morning of July 29th, 1588, is about to address her people over a national hookup of the BBC. The next voice you hear will be that of Bud Collyer, our CBS correspondent on the scene. Go ahead, Bud Collyer.
This is Bud Collyer. I'm standing on the balcony of a castle, which is the headquarters of this rallying point of the British Home Guard. The Queen is expected momentarily. A flourish of trumpets will announce her appearance. She will come out on this balcony and speak to all England via the BBC microphones, but the great crowd below will also hear her voice through loudspeakers spread around the grounds. On those grounds now are thousands of the Queen's men in cassocks of pale blue, Kentish and Yorkshire broadcloth, and buckskin jerkins and canvas doublets, their helmets glinting in the light of the sun. It's the Queen, Queen Bess Gloriana. She's just come out on the balcony. The Lord of the Castle is with her, also her Secretary of State, Lord Walsingham. The crowd has seen her. They're cheering. Listen to that ovation. The trumpets are sounding again. The Queen is holding up her hand. She's ready to speak. The crowd is quieting down. The Queen is a woman of 55. She wears armor. She's stately and calm in this solemn hour. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth of England.
My loving people, I have always so behaved myself that under God I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects. And therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, being resolved in the midst and heat of battle to live and die amongst you all, to lay down for my God, my kingdom, and my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and a king of England, too. And think it foul scorn that Parma or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general. And with your loyal obedience and your valor in the field, we shall shortly have a famous victory over these enemies of my God, of my kingdom, and of my people.
The Queen is raising her hand to still the crowd. Again she speaks.
And now I have news for you. News which I myself have just received. My Lords Effingham and Drake have undertaken an action in the English Channel. The battle is begun. The issue rests with God.
The Queen has just announced that an action has begun.
This is Harry Marble in CBS London. We have interrupted Bud Collyer because, as you heard the Queen announce, there is action in the Channel. There is action in the Channel. The British Admiralty has given us permission to call in our CBS correspondents, John Daly aboard the Revenge and Ken Roberts on the deck of the Ark Royal. We switch you first to John Daly, somewhere in the Channel.
This is John Daly on the foredeck of Sir Francis Drake's flagship, the Revenge, just north of Calais off Gravelines, France. The English admirals have sprung a surprise with which they hope to cook the Armada's goose. They've launched 8 fire ships, have set 8 ships of the line of flame and are racing them in with the wind and the tide directly into the heart of where they believe the Spanish Armada to be riding at anchor. This is an airy sight, 8 flaming masses reddening the grey dawn, which is just beginning to break, huge moving bonfires over the angry waters of the English Channel. None of the ships in the fleet can see the Armada. We're tacking back and forth, waiting for some sign that will send us into action. The Revenge is second in line. The Ark Royal, Lord Effingham's flagship, is ahead of us. Behind us are Hawkins and Frobisher. We don't know whether the fire ships will strike the Armada or not. The Channel tides are tricky. The wind may change. It's a desperate gamble. But the English admirals, already outnumbered by the Spaniards, have sacrificed, thrown away, written off as total losses, 8 men of war now heading for flaming destruction. The Armada is presumed to be anchored to windward of the British fleet. For at dusk yesterday, both fleets were at anchor, and it was not believed that there would be any action until dawn. But Drake, Effingham, Frobisher, Hawkins, these 4 leaders of Her Majesty's squadrons, have suddenly thrown this flaming challenge, this gauge, right at the feet of the Spaniards. The question is, what is happening to the enemy Armada? We ought to know soon. It's getting lighter now, and the first rays of the sun are streaking the horizon. However, I can't see the Armada yet. All I can see are the 8 bonfires bearing down upon the enemy ships. But it's time something happened. And perhaps Ken Roberts, aboard Lord Effingham's flagship, the Ark Royal, ahead of us and closer to the Spanish, can see more. Let's find out. Go ahead, Ken Roberts. Go ahead, Ken.
This is Ken Roberts aboard the Ark Royal at the head of the English line. I'm beginning to get a clear picture from here. The 8 flaming ships have plunged into the heart of the Armada. The English guessed its position correctly. Their desperate gamble is working, although none of the 5 ships actually touched the Armada. There's confusion among the Spanish ships. Incredible confusion. They're cutting their cables. They're letting go their anchors into the sea. The ships without cable or anchor are at the mercy of the tide. The great fleet is being swept out to sea, galleon crashing into galleon through a tangle of riding cables. And here we go after them. The Ark Royal, the ship I'm on. Effingham, Lord High Admiral of the British fleet, is showing the way with his squadron. And behind us in hot pursuit come Drake, Hawkins, and Frobisher at the head of their squadrons, racing in a single battle line behind us. There's the Revenge, the Nonpareil, the Hope, the Swifter, the Aid. That trumpet call you hear comes from the San Joaquin, flagship of the Duke of Sidonia. He's trying to rally the Spanish galleons. He's trying desperately to stop their flight, to bring them back in formation into that powerful battering ram of a Horn Crescent which the Spanish favor. You've got to give the Spaniards credit. They're trying to recover from their surprise. They're trying to rally. They're game. They're turning. They're going to stand and fight. But we're sailing head on. We'll be within gunshot in a few... No, we're turning. We're turning aside. Lord Effingham is dropping out to... Yes, there's a crippled Spanish galleon damaged in the fight of the Armada. It's drifting this way. Effingham is diverting his attention from the main objective. He can't resist the fate of the crippled Spanish galleon. But Drake and the Revenge behind us. Drake is going straight on. He's practically taken command. Hawkins and Frobisher are following him. From now on, the main action is with Drake. Drake! It's all Drake! Back to John Daly.
This is John Daly aboard the Revenge, and the hour for which Sir Francis Drake was born has come. We're moving straight in for the Armada, barely 100 yards away. The Spanish are firing on us, and their shot is streaming across our decks. They've got a hit, and another. They're doing damage. The wounded are screaming with pain. The men are calling for the ship's surgeon. They're trying to clear away the splendid rigging. We're still boring in, but our guns are still silent. We haven't opened fire yet, but the Revenge is stopping, turning broadside, showing her port guns to the Armada. The 60-pounders, the 30s, the 18s, the 9s. You'll hear all of them in a moment. Our gunners are ready in its point-blank range. We're out of range, but behind us, the ships of Drake's squadron following our lead are pouring broadside after broadside into the San Martin, the San Sebastian, the San Matthias, and Maria de la Rosa. Now comes Hawkins and the Victory leading his squadron. Then Frobisher and the Triumph followed by his squadron. Guns flaming, enveloped in smoke. It's a shambles. The English fleet has suffered some hits, but the Spaniards have been raked and blasted. The smoke is clearing, and what a sight! The water is beginning to clog with broken masts, wreckage, spars, the bodies of the dead. Men are in the water swimming for their lives. I can see 3, 4, 5, 6 Spanish galleons listing and sinking, and there are more, many more. The Spanish ships that are still afloat have turned tail. The Armada is running, this time for good. Here comes the Admiral. He's just come down from the quarterdeck. Admiral Drake! Admiral Drake! Are you going after them, sir? Are you going after them?
Hey! The Spaniard is running, and if he pauses, he'll be swept to leeward and settle off Dunkirk. We'll rake him fore and aft and forward again and again. We'll lay our helms to his dragging sterns and sink him, everyone. It'll be a long time before the Duke of Sidonia sees his orange trees at Samari Port. There you men!
Admiral, what of the Prince of Parma, Sir Francis? What of the Spanish invasion boats waiting at Dunkirk?
By the grace of God and the good Queen's best, my lad, England will not be invaded this day. Nor ever.
You've heard Sir Francis Drake himself say that England has broken the Spanish Armada, that the danger of invasion is over. The Admiral is moving about his men, talking to the wounded, comforting them, saying that
July 29th, 1588. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada, and England lives on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fifth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
March 6, 1836, the defense of the Alamo. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Ewis Cheon. Tonight's broadcast was written by Max Ehrlich. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Bill Leonard inside the Greek encampment at the mountain pass near Thermopylae. Here for 2 steaming summer days, a small force of Greek soldiers has held firm against the tremendous army of invading Persians led by their king Xerxes. Today the fate of all Greece may hang in the balance, because if this pass is lost, then all Greece lies exposed to the invader. The question, how much longer the pass can be held, grows more urgent all the time. This third day may tell the story. It's no secret that Leonidas, king of Sparta, who leads the Greeks here at Thermopylae, has less than 7,000 soldiers in his command, including his 300 picked Spartan warriors. While it's generally known that there are more than 500,000 Persian invaders under Xerxes. The fighting yesterday and the day before, however,
August 480 BC. The heroic stand of 300 Spartans against the Persians at Thermopylae. You are there.
CBS takes you back 2,430 years to the Battle of Thermopylae.
in the crucial struggle between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene, You Are There. You Are There is based on historical fact and quotation. And now,
August 480 BC, behind the Greek lines at Thermopylae and Bill Leonard.
These Greek soldiers are conceding nothing to the Persian invaders. Our CBS microphone has been set up on a knoll inside the Greek camp, and I have a clear view straight down the pass to the spot where yesterday and the day before the fighting was fiercest. Actually, the Greek War Council couldn't have selected a better position to defend. As I look toward the Persian camp, on my right is the sea, and on my left is the steep wall of Mount Eta. The Persians have no choice. They cannot go into the sea, and they cannot go over the mountain. They must come straight through this narrow pass, and believe me, it's really narrow. 24 men, standing shoulder to shoulder, can block it completely. And for the last 2 days, that's exactly what the Greeks have been doing. Although how much longer they'll be able to hold out without the reinforcements they've been promised, well, that's in the lap of the gods. Away off to my right, far down the Malian Gulf, I can just make out some sails, purple and red, and there's a white sail, all Greek warships, triremes. Those ships out there must hold back the vast Persian fleet so that here at Thermopylae, Leonidas and his small force will not be outflanked. There was a bad nor'easter yesterday which boiled down from the Hellespont, but today the water is calm again, and here in this Greek camp it's pretty calm too for the moment. Everybody's waiting. Every battle is about 90% waiting, I guess. Hurry up and then wait. And now here comes half a dozen heavily armed Spartan hoplites on their way back from the pass. Maybe I can grab a soldier.
Me?
Yes. Would you mind stepping over to the CBS microphone for just a moment?
Won't take long, will it?
No, not at all. But first, would you tell us your name, please?
I am Alexander, son of Tanley.
Could you tell us what's going on down beyond the narrow part of the pass?
Nothing's going on. That's what?
No sign of any Persian activity? You know, we've been hearing them sound their battle horns up here.
After what we did to them yesterday, I'd say the barbarians were sitting in camp, licking their wounds, scared.
And you and your comrades, you're not scared by the size of the Persian army?
Now, I'll tell you something. A lot of their army is cavalry. What good does cavalry do them?
Here inside this pass, you mean?
That's right. And even if they could all fight at once, we wouldn't get scared. Because what are they? Mercenaries, conscripts, far from home. Whereas now you take us. We're fighting for our homeland, see? And the rule by the freemen that we've got here in our city-states. And that's important to us.
Sure, but 500,000 against just a few thousand of your Greeks and only a few hundred of you Spartans.
Look here now. We'll fight them here and hold them here. But if the gods ordain that they break through, you know what? Wherever there's a Greek alive, he'll fight the Persian and keep on fighting. Till sooner or later, Xerxes and his whole army are running out of here or hold sight faster than they marched in. Look, I gotta go now. I'll see you around, huh?
Thank you very much, Alexander. Certainly it's true that the Persians suffered heavy losses in the fighting yesterday. And incidentally, all through this campaign, Xerxes has ignored the usual military security. He's apparently anxious to make known the impressive strength of his invading army, and perhaps for this reason, CBS got permission from the Persian Council of War to bring you direct radio reports from Xerxes' headquarters. Ned Calmer is waiting now at his pickup point in Xerxes' camp. So come in, Ned Calmer.
I'm speaking from a point just a short distance from the royal enclosure. Officers have been busily thronging around Xerxes' imperial tent since before daybreak, and I understand an announcement is expected fairly soon from Hydarnes, who's captain of Xerxes' own picked bodyguard, the 10,000 Immortals. Nothing is known of the nature of this announcement as yet. From here on the high ground where I'm standing, I can see, spread out before me and along the foothills to my right, well, not all the Persian forces, but a great number of them, a crowded, teeming, polyglot camp gathered from every nation in Xerxes' mighty empire. To my right are the Medes and the Scythians, who took such a mauling in the fighting day before yesterday. Then the Assyrians, and next to them the Bactrians. After them, the Caspians, whose favorite weapon is the curved scimitar. The Arabians. The Arabians have to camp farthest up the hill because the Persian horses are afraid of their camels. Below them and to the left are the Ethiopians, dressed in lion skins and leopard skins. From here, I can see their bodies smeared with chalk and vermilion. Then next along, the Numidians, whose helmets are the scalps of horses, complete with manes and ears. Next to them, the Libyans, then the Paphlagonians, farther along, the Thracians, and the warriors from India. The official claim is an army of 1,700,000 men, but a closer estimate would be about 500,000. There's still no announcement from Hydarnes and no indication what that announcement will be. So, until we get further word, we're going to return you now to Bill Leonard with the Greek army at Thermopylae.
Here at Thermopylae, there's still an atmosphere of tension, of waiting for nobody knows what. The Greek command is still somewhat astonished to find the Persians have not tried another frontal attack on the pass. There's a growing suspicion here that Xerxes has some trick up his sleeve. Some Greeks think it may have something to do with that announcement from Hydarnes that Ned Calmer just mentioned. Others think it may involve a fleet engagement. Larry LeSueur is with the Greek fleet, and we'll hear from him later. Meanwhile, we take you to the CBS studios in Athens for a background analysis of this whole campaign by Quincy Howe. Come in, Quincy Howe.
Here in Athens, all citizens have turned their eyes north to the mountain pass at Thermopylae and to the sea off Artemisium. For the third time in 12 years, the Persian Empire threatens the democratic but divided city-states of Greece, and this looks like the most serious threat of all. Disunity among the loose alliance of Greek city-states was still very strong as early as the spring of this year, not 4 moons ago. At that time, most Greek statesmen attributed the present Persian invasion to the Emperor Xerxes' desire for revenge against Athens, revenge for the defeat the Athenians inflicted on the Persians at Marathon 10 years back. And this impression gained strength from the now celebrated first prophecy of the priestess at the sacred oracle of Delphi. CBS assigned Jack Walters to cover this event at that time, and here, by tape recording, is an excerpt from his eyewitness report at the Delphic oracle.
The Athenian delegation has just completed the customary rites to Apollo. They're now taking their seats inside the sanctuary of the god. The acrid fumes rising out of the fissures in the rock are... Excuse me. Now the delegation is quieting. The smoke is beginning to clear. We can see the priestess, Aristoniki. She is leaning forward on her sacred tripod. She seems to be completely entranced. The Athenian delegation is...
Wretches!
The priestess speaks.
Why sit ye here? Lie to the end of creation, quitting your home and the crags which your city crowns with her circlet. All ruined and lost, fiery destruction, dark sweat horribly dripping, black blood, get ye away!
What who was it we guilty of?
Leaders of the Peloponnesian states to the south, especially the ruling families of Sparta, feared the Athenians would take the oracle at its word and quit the country altogether. And these Spartans did not like to think where they would be left without the famous Athenian navy. To persuade the Athenians to stand and defend their homeland, Sparta persuaded Athens to implore a second prophecy from the priestess of Apollo. Indeed, it was even whispered in some quarters that the priestess of the oracle was herself urged to suggest a more patriotic course on the Athenians. A second Athenian delegation therefore went to Delphi, and here once more by tape recording is the significant part of that second prophecy.
All-seeing Zeus grants this to the prayers of Athena. Safe shall the wooden wall continue for thee and thy children.
According to Themistocles, who commands the Athenian warships off Artemisium, that wooden wall was the Athenian fleet. Well, this was an interpretation which the Spartan military leaders had, to put it mildly, hoped for all along. Anyway, a solid core of resistance began to develop. 20 days ago at the Isthmus, the decision to meet the Persian army at the pass of Thermopylae was taken by the Greek War Council. And tied in, of course, with that decision is the strategy to meet and engage the Persian fleet in the waters north of the pass. Here in Athens, men still feel confident that the 7,000 soldiers under Leonidas will hold the pass at Thermopylae until reinforcements arrive. My understanding is that Sparta is marching a considerable body of heavily armed hoplites, together with a still larger number of light-armed helots, north to the pass just as soon as the Olympic Games and the Carnean Festival have ended. From this vantage point, it therefore appears that these reinforcements will reach Leonidas in time. Moreover, they may well prove decisive in the issue which approaches a showdown this very day, the issue of whether Greek civilization will survive. Now, back to Bill Leonard at Thermopylae.
The Greek camp here is in an uproar. Just a few minutes ago, a scout raced into this camp as if pursued by the three Furies themselves, with the news that a force of Persians under Hydarnes is coming from behind, has outflanked the Greek position here at the pass, and is even now moving up to trap Leonidas and his men. We're trying to get King Leonidas over to our microphone to give us some idea of what counter move he plans. What's happened apparently is this. Last night, the Persians, some 2,000 of them, climbed over the mountain under cover of darkness, using a little-known mountain trail, and by a quick feint evaded the guard posted by Leonidas against just such a move. It's apparently a very narrow trail over these otherwise impassable mountains, and only Leonidas and a handful of others are supposed to have known about it. The talk here is that the Persians must have learned of it through a Greek traitor. Now, I see an emergency council of war which has been going on among the Greek captains ever since the scout returned. It's just breaking up. Yes, King Leonidas is coming over this way, so in just a moment we'll be able to ask him...
I have to make it very brief.
Yes, sir. If you would just tell us what your plans are now that the Persians are reported approaching from the rear. Have you issued orders to withdraw?
Withdraw? Certainly not. Why should we?
This sudden, unexpected move of the Persians.
The barbarians have had a very hard night. It's no easy climb for a man, you know, especially when he's wearing battle armor. 2,000 of them, we're told, and good and tired. There's no surprise in what we propose to do. Xerxes himself can know about it. We're splitting our forces and sending a body of Arcadians to intercept Hydarnes. Over 3,000 of them. They ought to cut the barbarians to bits.
And you say to hold the pass?
Of course. We'll be close to 3,000. Thespians, Thebans, our own helots, we 300 from Sparta. What more do we need? Now I must go. The gods be with you.
And with you, King Leonidas. Now, this Greek camp is alive with activity. The showdown with the Persians can be expected at any moment. And for a picture of what's happening in the camp of the invader, come in Ned Calmer.
See if you'll come to the mic, will you? We've moved our equipment to the eastern gate of the pass of Thermopylae, where the Persian is now mounting full-scale preparations for an all-out assault. Just before going on the air, we were making arrangements to have the Persian king, Xerxes himself, come to our CBS microphone, and I think we've managed to... Oh,
an interview?
Right over here, sire.
You'll remember that I...
King Xerxes, if you would just let us have a word.
Certainly delighted. We haven't much time.
Well, sire,
We'll make the most of what daylight is left to us. Don't think we'll need any more.
Sire, the word has come that your plans for surprising the Greeks from the rear have been successful. Is that correct?
So my scout informs me, yes. My Captain Hydarnes and 2,000 of my immortals should have control of the Greeks' escape route in a matter of moments.
Well, would you tell us, sire, how did it come about that you learned of this path over the mountain?
Well, now, I'm not sure I should tell you.
That's covered by military security, all that. It's restricted information.
Oh, now, come, Rambesis. It's not so important as all that. In another few days, we may make that man a district leader in these parts. I'll tell you, young man, I found out about the path when a Greek, a Malian, what was his name again?
Ephialtes, O king, Ephialtes, son of Eurydimus.
That's right, Ebialtes. Now, this Ebialtes... He came to my tent. We promised him a fine reward, too, if by any chance he comes through the fighting alive.
And it was he who guided your warriors over the pass?
Yes, that's right. Now, before the sun is slid very far down the sky, we'll be chewing those Spartan heroes and throwing them to the camels for fodder.
Sire, would you say that the Spartans...
young man, 12 days or so ago it was, my spies reported that there were 300 Greek soldiers sitting just outside their camp, combing and braiding their hair. I'm told that those were Spartans who were preparing to fight to the death. Seems that these Spartans always comb and braid their hair before they expect to die. Braiding it like a pack of so many girls.
Oh, King, live forever. You haven't much more time before you...
Of course.
Many thanks to you, sire, for your consideration. Well, that's the picture at the moment. Here in the Persian camp, all is jubilation as they prepare to mount what every man is convinced will be a final, glorious, victorious assault on the Greeks who've been holding the pass at Thermopylae. Meantime, as you know, the Greek fleet has been engaging Xerxes' warships off Artemisium out in the Malian Gulf. Larry LeSueur is aboard the Athenian trireme commanded by Themistocles. And for a report on the sea fighting, come in now, Larry LeSueur.
I'm still a bit groggy out here, just beginning to get back my sea legs after the gales and the heavy swells of the past few days. But the sea is comparatively calm now, and much has happened out here these last few days. Standing beside me here is the admiral of the Athenian fleet, Themistocles, son of Neocles. He, perhaps more than any other, has played a decisive role in the recent sea battles.
You do me too much honor.
I imagine, sir, that you would be understandably reluctant to give us an estimate of the strength of the Greek navy here off Artemisium.
Well, yes, I would, but I can say we only have a fraction of what the Persians have. However, before we're done, we expect that their advantage won't be quite so big.
You've been helped by the storms, haven't you, sir?
When the breeze first began to freshen 7 days ago, we offered up sacrifices to Boreas, god of the north wind, and secured our ships at their moorings. The barbarians lost 400 warships in that first storm. They're poor sailors. As soon as we learned what had happened, we offered new sacrifices in honor of Poseidon, the savior. We sailed full speed for the Artemisian coast, captured 15 more of their ships.
By the way, any danger, sir, of their sending ships around this island behind us so as to come at you from the rear?
Oh, they've thought of that already. Sent 200 triremes around the island 2 days ago. And every last one of them was smashed against the rocks in yesterday's storms. I don't think they'll risk being caught in those treacherous narrows again.
Well, tell me, sir, just a speculative question, of course.
Yes.
But suppose Leonidas should decide to withdraw his troops. Would you stay to fight the Persian fleet anyway?
Oh, no. Our only reason for being here is to protect this flank. And as things are now, I'm confident we can hold the narrows and protect our warriors ashore at Thermopylae.
Well, thank you, sir. That was Themistocles, son of Neocles, who's in command of the Athenian triremes of the Greek fleet here off Artemisium. I'm sorry I've had to cut this interview short, but we just had word that Bill Leonard wants the air from an important report from Thermopylae. Come in, Bill Leonard.
Events here at Thermopylae have taken another sudden and unexpected turn. Only a short time ago, a runner, spent and exhausted, arrived at Leonidas' tent. No word yet on what message the runner brought. The Spartan king has summoned an extraordinary meeting of his principal warriors. I can report that Leonidas is in a towering rage. Right now I can see him. He's shaking a clenched fist toward the east, in the direction that runner came from. It's impossible to say what Leonidas is deciding. He's got to do something, and fairly fast, for as I speak, I can see far down to the west the preparations for a Persian attack on... Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, just a moment. That call means that Leonidas is summoning all his warriors around him. It seems clear he plans to speak to them.
Get his orders. That's all we get is orders. Nothing but orders.
Now Leonidas is climbing upon a mound.
Men of Sparta and Thebes, evil tidings. Word has just come. The Arcadians, whom I sent to intercept Hydarnes and his Persians in our rear, have fled. What can I do? We trap! We'll surrender! First, Malian treachery, now Arcadian cowardice. Hydarnes and his Persians are at our backs. We must flee for our lives. What do you mean? There's the command from Thebes. We will not flee. Surrender! We are lost! We'll never surrender! We'll stay and fight! sure that those who, like their king, were born and trained in Sparta, were never taught the meaning of the word surrender. Sparta, men of Thebes, yesterday and before that, we held the pass. Today, we advance. We march to meet the barbarian beyond the pass. Who marches with me to learn the color of the barbarian's blood? Who marches with me for Hellas and freedom?
Well, there it is. There it is. The Spartans will stand and fight. Their Theban allies are marching off with them now, past here and on west, down toward where the pass narrows, and beyond, to meet the Persians head on. Leonidas and his men, they're not thinking of escape. They're moving over to the attack. They're advancing. Hopeless as it may appear, they're advancing. Their only chance now would seem to be for those reinforcements to arrive. There's been no sign of them up to this moment. They've been expected now, for the last 3 days. And if they don't show up now, it may be too late. I've just gotten word that Quincy Howe has important news for us from Athens. In the meantime, I'm going to shift this microphone up on the mountainside for a better view of the fighting. Come in, Quincy Howe.
Terrible, shattering news. Here in Athens, we have just learned that there are no reinforcements on their way to Thermopylae. I repeat, the vital reinforcements which were understood to be on their way to help Leonidas have not marched. Apparently, a secret decision has been made to hold the reinforcements here, keep them in reserve to fight the Persian when he reaches the isthmus south of Athens. An atmosphere of gloom and fatalism prevails here in Athens. Families are already packing their belongings, preparing to flee the invading Persian army. This is Quincy Howe returning you to Bill Leonard at Thermopylae.
We're now set up on higher ground, partway up the steep side of Mount Ida. To the west, beyond where the pass narrows, the bloody fight has already begun. Our runners just come in with a report that Hydarnes' force of picked Persian troops is now in sight, and the vice is closing. I can hear the shouts of the Persians and their battle horns out beyond the pass. And there's a great throng of men there. It's just a surging mass. It's hard for me to pick out Greek from invader. Spartan phalanx seems to be holding and even advancing a bit. Beyond them, I can make out Persian officers, and they're whipping their conscript soldiers to drive them to the attack. There's a message I just received from Larry Lasser on the flagship of Themistocles off Artemisium. The Greek captains of the fleet have decided to withdraw. Let me repeat that. The Greek fleet is withdrawing to the south in view of the news of impending disaster here at Thermopylae. The runners coming in every few moments now with... What's that you said?
Leonidas is dead!
The report is that King Leonidas is dead. That report is not official yet, but I'll try to get confirmation. The Spartan hoplites are still in tight formation down there. They're advancing step by step, but they are advancing. The air is thick with Persian arrows, and now, yes, that report was true. It was correct. I can just make out the body of Leonidas lying out there just where the fighting is fiercest. The Spartans, using short swords now, advance 10, 20 more steps. Looks as though, yes, they're advancing just to recover the body of their king, of Leonidas. Giving ground now. Good order, but they're retreating. To the left, beyond the marches, I see the Thebans are standing alone. They're under Persian guard. The Thebans have surrendered. And the fighting's now moving closer back toward the Greek camp. Spartans retreating now, back over the Phocian wall, and up to the mound where, a short time ago, Leonidas last spoke to them. See the tears on the faces of the two men who are carrying his body. They're sobbing. They lay his body down on the mound. Heroism of these Spartans, fighting at odds of what must have been at least 1,000 to 1. The Persians are advancing now, pouring through the pass in waves, hordes of them. yelling, screaming in triumph. Pass of Thermopylae, definitely lost. Fighting's almost over now, huh? Not many Spartans left. Pitiful few still fighting around the body of Leonidas, fighting to protect their... This is just terrible to watch. Barehanded they're fighting now. The pass has been lost. Just a matter of moments now before every one of the 300 Spartans will have fallen to the last man. I'm watching a massacre. They're still fighting. But it's just the courage and desperation.
August 480 BC. Leonidas and 300 Spartans die at the pass of Thermopylae, but give their countrymen the courage to fight on to victory over Xerxes and freedom for Greece. You are there.
You have been listening to the Battle of Thermopylae in the series You Are There. Today's program was written by Peter Lyon, directed by John Dietz, and produced by Sam Abelow. You Are There is a presentation of the CBS documentary unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. King Leonidas was played by Barry Kroger, King Xerxes by Arnold Moss, and Themistocles by Carl Frank. Others in the cast were Abby Lewis, Robert Dryden, and Guy Sorrell. You Are There is brought to you every fourth Sunday. The next broadcast will be heard 4 weeks from today at the same time over most of these same CBS stations. Next month,
September 1st, 1670, Old Bailey in London. The trial of William Penn. An embattled jury fight to establish its independence. You are there.
next Sunday at this time, most of these same CBS stations will bring you the reopening of the Main Street Music Hall, fine popular music, sung by Bill Tabbert, the young star of South Pacific, with Alfredo Antonini's orchestra. CBS also invites you to hear the fascinating new quiz program, We Take Your Word, every Sunday night on most of these same stations. We Take Your Word features Abe Burrows, John K. M. McCaffrey, and Lyman Bryson as regular members of its panel, plus famous guest stars. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the radio newsroom of the United States Senate. It is 2 p.m. here in Washington this 1st of March, 1805, and in 15 minutes, Samuel Chase, Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, may be removed from the bench, convicted of high crimes and misdemeanors. In 15 minutes, the question of the hour will be decided, whether impeachment proceedings can be used for partisan political purposes and whether the United States Supreme Court can remain independent of politics. At 2:15 precisely, Vice President Aaron Burr will mount the rostrum, reconvene the Senate as a court of impeachment, and each senator in turn will cast his...
March 1st, 1805, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Samuel Chase, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, is impeached. The independence of our highest judicial tribunal is at stake. CBS takes you back 144 years to the little-known but important trial that determined the role played today in our nation's life by the United States Supreme Court. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
The radio newsroom of the United States Senate and John Daly.
That has been debated ever since the Constitution was created and ratified by the states 16 years ago. The question is to exactly what relationship our Supreme Court has to the Congress and the presidency. The article to be voted is the 8th and the last article in the charges brought by the House of Representatives against Justice Chase. If the Jeffersonian Republicans, now in control of the Congress, fail to convict Justice Chase on this final count, the trial will be over and the Supreme Court will have weathered this first crucial test of young career. 7 times during these impeachment proceedings, on the 7 previous articles, the Jeffersonians, because of defections in their own ranks, have failed to obtain the 23 votes necessary for conviction. 5 Republican senators have consistently voted with the 9 Federalist senators for acquittal. These 5 Jeffersonian Republicans are Senator Bradley of Vermont, Senator Mitchell of New York, and the 3 Senators Smith, Israel Smith of Vermont, John Smith of New York, and John Smith of Ohio. At this very moment, Senator Giles of Virginia, the administration whip, is holding a last-minute party caucus in a committee room on the 2nd floor of the Senate wing. Senator Giles and his confreres are using every argument in their power to swing these recalcitrant senators into line. Congressman John Randolph of Virginia, manager of impeachment for the House of Representatives, has just come out of that committee room. Ken Roberts is with him, so go ahead, Roberts.
Congressman Randolph, have your administration colleagues in the committee room been able to change the minds of Senators Bradley, Mitchell, and the 3 Smiths? Will they vote for conviction?
If they don't, sir, I tell you this. If they don't, then this country of ours will witness a wave of judicial tyranny that will drown our republic. I tell you this, sir. Chase must be convicted. Decency, morality, liberty demands his conviction.
Yes, but Congressman Randolph, have any of the 5 senators switched?
They will, sir. They will.
But have they said so? Have they made any statement to that effect?
The air is full of statements.
But, Congressman, if these 5 have refused to vote Justice Chase guilty on the first 7 articles, what makes you think they will switch on this 8th and last article?
The first 7 articles of impeachment dealt with the behavior of the estimable judge while he was on the bench. Perhaps being on the bench wraps a man in an aura of righteousness that even truth and justice can't pierce. I don't pretend to understand why they voted as they did. I'm not a magician. But be that as it may, this time they will have the chance to square their debt to posterity by voting this evil man down on this 8th count.
But, Congressman, this 8th count has nothing to do with Justice Chase's behavior on the bench during a trial.
That's it, exactly. This 8th article attacks Chase at his most vulnerable point. His absolute unfitness to sit in judgment in any court of law. This man, this wicked, profane man, addressing a grand jury in Baltimore, said, and I quote, "The bulk of mankind are governed by their passions and not by reason. Universal suffrage will take away all security for property and personal liberty." I continue to quote Justice Chase. "The doctrine that all men are entitled to enjoy equal liberty and equal rights has brought nothing but mischief upon us." That, sir, is no European autocrat speaking, no czar, no courtier of some kingly court. That, sir, is a justice of the United States Supreme Court speaking. What is to be done with such a man, sir? he will be found guilty. He will be removed from office. He will be eternally damned and everlastingly disgraced.
But, Congressman Randolph, some people feel that in making such a statement, Justice Chase committed no high crime or misdemeanor, the only basis for impeachment according to the Constitution.
I'm sick of that argument. It nauseates me. There is no need to prove commission of a crime in order to remove a justice by impeachment. Impeachment is not a criminal proceeding. Impeachment is a political action, an inquiry into the conduct of a man who holds public office. If such a man is found unfit for public office, then no matter how you read your Constitution, sir, no matter how you read it, such a man must be removed.
Well, if your theory stands, Congressman, isn't it said that every time a new administration comes into power, it can remove any Supreme Court judge merely because he is of a different political party?
Yes, it means that. It means precisely that.
Well, following through on that idea, Congressman, it is claimed that the Supreme Court, even the entire federal judiciary, might undergo a complete change every 4 years.
Every 4 years, every 4 months, every 4 days, if the people so desire it. Who puts a political party into power? The people. The people, sir, have the right to expect their public servants to believe as they believe. This whole rot about the importance of an independent judiciary is enough to turn one's stomach. Independent, forsooth. Independent of what? The people? How dare we place any public office beyond the reach of the people?
Well, then you think, sir, that the Supreme Court is attempting to place itself beyond the reach of the people.
It is doing it, every day, slowly, insidiously. It is taking to itself more power, more and more power. And each day, day by day, it is becoming more tyrannical, more despotic. Already they have assumed for themselves the right to pass on the constitutionality of an act of the Federal Congress. Already they have issued orders from the bench demanding the President to do this, to do that, to come and lick his boots, to curtsy low before their vaunted majesties. How long shall we stand for this violation of our nation's purity, our country's honor? No longer, sir, no longer. We shall smite down Chase, and after him, all like him. Chief Justice Marshall, all the rest. It's cold here. Good day.
Thank you, Congressman Randolph. There's still no sign of the administration caucus breaking up inside the committee room. The debate continues hot and heavy, even though it is less than 15 minutes away from the moment when Vice President Aaron Burr will reconvene the Senate to take this last and decisive vote. If the Jeffersonian Republicans hope to swing Bradley, Mitchell, and the 3 Smiths into the guilty column, they haven't much time left in which to do it. 23 votes are needed for conviction. The administration can count on 20 certain. They still need 3 more. Now back to John Daly in the radio newsroom here in the United States Senate.
Well, it's quite apparent at this moment that the Jeffersonian Republicans are far from confident as to the outcome of the vote on the 8th article. They're pouring every ounce of energy into this battle to settle once and for all the great question of the day. Just how great a part are impeachment proceedings going to play in political squabbles, and how much control shall Congress and the President have over the Supreme Court? In contrast, the Federalists literally exude confidence. In the 2 hours since this recess began, the chief actor in this judicial drama, Justice Samuel Chase, along with his counsel and a number of Federalist senators, have been enjoying a leisurely lunch at the Indian Queen boarding house just across the road from the Capitol. Don Hollenbeck is at the Indian Queen, so go ahead, Hollenbeck.
Justice Chase left the Indian Queen a moment ago to return to the Capitol. We asked him to speak with us, but he declined. But Luther Martin, his chief counsel, has remained behind. He and his associates have been having a sort of pre-victory gala here. Mr. Martin, as you know, is the prominent Baltimore attorney who, during the 3 weeks of the impeachment proceedings, has captured the admiration of all Washington with his brilliant defense of Justice Chase. President Jefferson, though, doesn't share that admiration, and he's on record as having referred to Mr. Martin, and I'm quoting now, as an impudent and unprincipled Federalist bulldog. End of quote.
Yeah, you're wrong, sir. Correction, sir. You have the order reversed. Our esteemed president referred to me as an unprincipled and impudent Federalist bulldog.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected, Mr. Martin. I suppose you know that the Republican senators are in caucus now trying to get the 3 Senator Smiths, Senators Bradley and Mitchell, to vote for conviction.
To no avail, sir. Those 5 staunch patriots will not be swayed by promises of political aggrandizement. Not one of them will vote Justice Chase guilty, not one.
All right, now just what do you mean by promises of political aggrandizement?
Bribes. Jefferson and his cohorts have been bribing everybody within reach. Look what they've done with Aaron Burr. Aaron Burr, the man who once almost grabbed the presidency from under Jefferson's nose. Aaron Burr, a man now under indictment for murder in the state of New Jersey for his killing of Alexander Hamilton. Aaron Burr, yet now a welcome visitor at the executive mansion. Now the recipient of all presidential favors. And his stepson. What have they done with his stepson? Tell me, eh?
Yes, he's on the bench at New Orleans.
Yeah. And his brother-in-law?
Secretary to Louisiana Territory.
Right. Burr's bosom friend, Wilkinson, made governor of the Louisiana Territory, eh? And Senator Giles scurrying around with a petition begging the governor of New Jersey not to prosecute the murder charge against Burr. And why this sudden tremendous affection for the vice president?
Well, why? Why?
Because he has influence, so it is thought, with Senator John Smith of Ohio and Senator John Smith of New York. Bribes, sir, but to no avail. The Smiths will still vote for
Bradley and Mitchell, do you think they'll switch on the 8th article?
Look here, my friend. Justice Chase may have been indiscreet in his remarks to the grand jury in Baltimore, but he is not criminally liable for an indiscretion. If an indiscretion, sir, were a high crime, all of us would spend half our lives behind bars.
That's right, Counselor, but the administration claims it's not necessary to prove a crime in order to remove a judge from the bench. Congressman Randolph said that a moment ago.
Congressman Randolph knows less law than the overseer of his plantation. The Constitution is wonderfully clear on this point. A Supreme Court judge may be removed from office for high crimes and misdemeanors. For high crimes and misdemeanors, for nothing else.
Well, now let's get a little deeper into this question. The administration maintains that if a Supreme Court judge can't be removed unless guilty of a crime, the High Court could be turned into a tribunal beyond the reach of the people.
Theoretical, sir. I'm not interested in theoretical arguments. I am interested in law. The law states that high crimes and misdemeanors are the only basis upon which a federal judge can be removed. It was up to the House managers to prove high crimes and misdemeanors against Justice Chase. This they failed utterly to do. This they failed miserably to do. Now, sir, the voting is about to begin. I must leave the Indian Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Luther Martin. And now back to John Daly in the Capitol.
Mr. Martin at the Indian Queen boarding house seems reluctant to comment on the possibility that the Supreme Court, beyond the reach of the people, may become a despotic tribunal unless it's possible to remove a justice from the bench for political as well as for criminal reasons. Of course, the Federalists have a point of view on this deep and underlying issue that goes right to the roots of our constitutional system. It has been most ably stated by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Marshall, and here is Quincy Howe to analyze that point of view.
Chief Justice Marshall and the Federalists believe that the Supreme Court is and should be independent of politics and of both Congress and the President. They say that the court stands on an equal footing with the legislative and executive branches of our government, that it completes the tripod on which our political structure stands. Of course, the main issue now at point is whether the court has power to void acts of Congress on constitutional grounds. The Constitution does not explicitly grant such power to the court. However, as the Chief Justice points out, Hamilton, Madison, and other framers of the Constitution stated again and again that the Supreme Court has this power. And Marshall goes on to say that no political structure can endure unless it rests on law, and that no law can endure unless one final court has the power to interpret that law's meaning. President Jefferson and his supporters reply that ours is a government of the people. The Jeffersonian Republicans have a deep and sincere fear of the Supreme Court because it is the one arm of our government that is not directly responsible to the people. The people do not elect the judges to office. The President appoints them, and they remain on the bench for life. This raises the possibility that at some future time, a few venal, despotic individuals on the Supreme Court might use it to check social and political progress. Of course, Chief Justice Marshall and the Federalists have no such fears. Our government, I must repeat, stands on a delicate tripod of checks and balances: the President, Congress, and the court. The recent history of England under King George III shows the danger of an all-powerful executive. The recent history of France under Bonaparte shows how easily a tyrant can subvert a popular revolution.
Our Supreme Court checks both the power of the executive and the power of the people's representatives in Congress. But our Supreme Court cannot permanently block the people's will. As Marshall and the Federalists point out, it is always possible to get around the Supreme Court decision by amending the Constitution. Another way would be for the President to appoint additional justices to the Supreme Bench, as he can do with the consent of Congress. The Federalists also argue that the power of the Supreme Court to defy the popular will is further restricted by the fact that the court cannot initiate new laws or even pass on existing laws unless appealed to by some party seeking legal redress. And finally, perhaps the most cogent Federalist argument, as time passes and members of the court die, new justices replace them. That is, Ken Roberts, outside the Senate committee room, reports that the administration caucus has broken up. So go ahead, Ken Roberts.
The Republican senators are leaving the committee room. They're on their way to the Senate chamber. There's been no official statement on the result of the caucus. We don't know as yet whether or not the... Oh, there's Senator Bradley of Vermont, one of the 5 holdouts. Oh, Senator Bradley.
Sorry, no statement. I'm sorry. Sorry, no questions, no comments, no comments.
Senator Bradley has walked by us. He has refused to answer any questions. Oh, now here are the Smiths, the 3 Senator Smith. They're coming out together. Gentlemen, please, can you tell us how you will vote?
Not now.
Would you switch over to the guilty column on this last article?
Sorry, not now.
Senator Israel Smith of Vermont.
Well, it seems to me that... Yes, Senator. No statement. I'm sure you realize that at this time it's not necessary.
Senator Giles of Virginia, the Republican whip, snatched the 3 senators away from us. We had hoped that... Oh, Senator Mitchell. Senator, how would you vote, sir? Would you vote Chase guilty on this last count?
Well, I've been through a very exhausting experience. My colleagues, whose opinions I respect thoroughly, have spent the last 2 hours trying to convince me of the error of my ways. They've offered many forceful arguments, many.
Yes, I know, but have they convinced you, Senator?
I don't like Chase. I must make that clear. I think he's a thoroughly despicable character, completely unfit to sit on the bench of the Supreme Court. I disagree with his political theories as passionately as possible. But if I were to vote him guilty, I would be an instrument in wrecking our entire mechanism of government.
Senator, do you believe the Supreme Court should remain independent?
Yes, if this government is to survive, it must. I believe that if we, here and now, establish the precedent that a judge can be removed from the bench because of his political beliefs, then, sir, I think we will be destroying the balance of our constitutional system.
Well, you still haven't told us how you intend to vote, Senator.
This is a case where one must vote principle above party and personality. I will maintain my position. I will vote not guilty on this 8th article. Oh, now the session is about to begin. I beg your leave, sir.
Senator Mitchell will vote not guilty. The senator will vote for acquittal. Now here's John Bailey in the news section on the floor of the Senate chamber.
The Senate is about to convene. The last act in this dramatic and historic trial is about to begin. With Senator Mitchell of New York on record for acquittal, the Jeffersonian Republicans now have only 4 chances to get the 3 votes they need for conviction. The votes of Senator Bradley of Vermont and the 3 Senators Smith of Vermont, Smith of New York, and Smith of Ohio. The setting here emphasizes the solemnity, the drama of the hour. The Senate chamber has been transformed into a vast stage that might well be fitted to the staging of some great Shakespearean tragedy. The chair of the presiding officer, Vice President Aaron Burr, is set against the rear wall, and on its right and left, like 2 crimson wings, the red leather benches occupied by the senators extend the whole width of the chamber. In front of the Vice President, on the right, is a section where the House managers are seated. To the left, in a similar enclosure, Justice Samuel Chase and his counsel are now waiting for the session to begin. Justice Chase is a tall, heavy-set man of 64, and at the moment he has his glasses perched on his forehead, a typical habit of his. He seems calm and confident. The floor of the Senate chamber has been given over to the members of the House of Representatives, foreign diplomats, and various government officials. Behind them, a new gallery has been erected, especially for the ladies and for the families of public officers. There's not a seat to be had, not a single one anywhere, and now the Vice President, Aaron Burr, has come in through a side door, is taking his chair. Silence has come over the Senate chamber. There's the gavel over to the Vice President's chair.
The Sergeant at Arms will make proclamation. Oyez, oyez, oyez!
All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment. When the grand inquest of the nation is exhibiting to the Senate of the United States, sitting as a court of impeachment, articles of impeachment against Samuel Chase, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Before we proceed to the voting on the eighth and last article of impeachment, I must admonish again the citizens and strangers in the galleries that absolute silence and perfect order are required. This chair will tolerate no demonstrations of any kind, and the perpetrators of any such misbehavior will be surely and severely punished.
Mr. President, sir.
Senator Giles, Jeffersonian Republican of
Gentlemen from
Virginia.
Virginia, recognized.
I move you, sir, that we proceed to vote on the eighth article of impeachment as brought to the House of Representatives against Samuel Chase, Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
Is there any objection? It is so ordered. Senators, in conformity with the order of the Senate, the chair will now proceed to take the vote on the eighth article as directed. The Secretary will read the eighth article.
Article 8. And whereas the said Samuel Chase, disregarding the duties and dignities of his judicial character, did at the Circuit Court for the District of Maryland, held at Baltimore on the 9th of May, 1803, pervert his official right and duty to address the grand jury on matters coming within the province of said jury, for the purpose of delivering to the said grand jury an intemperate and inflammatory political harangue, a conduct highly sensible in any, but peculiarly indecent and unbecoming a judge of the Supreme Court of the United States, and moreover, then and there, did in a manner highly unwarrantable, endeavor to excite the odium of the said grand jury and of the good people of Maryland against the government of the United States by delivering opinions which, as delivered by him, were highly indecent, extrajudicial, and tending to prostitute the high judicial character with which he was invested to the low purposes of an electioneering partisan.
The Secretary has finished reading the familiar eighth article. The roll is about to be called. Once again, remember, the Jeffersonian Republicans need 23 votes to convict. They're certain of 20. They must get 3 more, and they must get those 3 from Bradley and the 3 Smiths. The first man to watch is Senator Bradley, and here's the roll call.
Call the roll. Adams. Mr. Senator John Quincy Adams, how say you? Is Samuel Chase guilty or not guilty of a high crime or misdemeanor as charged in the article just read?
Not guilty.
Anderson.
Guilty.
Baldwin.
Guilty.
Bayard.
Not guilty.
Bradley is next.
Bradley.
Not guilty.
Senator Bradley has voted not guilty, has refused to follow his party, and that leaves only the 3 Smiths who can save the day for the Republicans, unless there is an unexpected switch by some senators.
Breckinridge.
Guilty.
Brown.
Guilty.
Top.
Guilty.
Condit.
Guilty.
Ellery.
Guilty.
Franklin.
Guilty.
No change so far. 8 guilty, 3 not guilty, 23 needed for conviction.
Gaylord.
Not guilty.
Giles.
Guilty.
Hillhouse.
Not guilty.
Howland.
Guilty.
Jackson.
Guilty.
11 guilty, 5 not guilty.
Logan.
Guilty.
McClay.
Guilty.
Mitchell.
Not guilty.
As he said he would, Senator Mitchell has voted not guilty now. It's up to the Smiths. If any one of them votes not guilty, Justice Chase will be acquitted. The rest of the roll call will then be a mere formality.
Guilty.
Alcott.
Not guilty.
Pickering.
Not guilty.
14 guilty, 8 not guilty.
Lamar.
Not guilty.
Here come the deciding votes. Here come the Smiths.
Israel Smith of Vermont.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Chase is acquitted irrespective of how the voting may go from here on in. It's a formality. Justice Chase is not guilty. The impeachment fails. Chief Justice John Marshall and the Supreme Court have won a smashing victory over President Thomas Jefferson and the Jeffersonian Republicans. Undoubtedly, a precedent has been set here today which will place the country beyond
1805.
Independence.
The impeachment of Justice Samuel Chase fails, and the traditional role of the United States Supreme Court as an independent branch of our government is established.
You have been listening to the impeachment of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Chase, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The impeachment of Samuel Chase was written by Irv Tunick. Congressman John Randolph was played by Anthony Kemble Cooper, Luther Martin by Scott Scotsworth, Senator Mitchell by William Podmore, and the cast included Gavin Gordon, Guy Sorrell, Peter Hobbs, Mercy McLeod, Bert Cowlin, Abe Vigoda, Alfred de la Fuente, and others. Next week,
April 19, 1775. Lexington, Concord, and Merriam's Corner. You are there.
Mother's Day is a splendid idea for mothers, but it can be rough on fathers and sons. And to find out how rough, you have only to wait for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet later today. While Harriet sits and waits for her Mother's Day presents, Ozzie discovers that their two sons, Ricky and David, have beaten him to the punch by shopping early, and he finds it necessary to bargain with them before Mother's Day in the Nelson household resembles the ad. You'll thoroughly enjoy this latest of the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet when it comes to you this evening on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Good evening. This is John Daly standing in front of Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. This is indeed a red-letter night in the history of Ford's Theater, April 14, 1865. Because tonight, President Abraham Lincoln and his party will attend a special charity performance of the celebrated English comedy, Our American Cousin. Inside the theater, the curtain has already gone up. Outside, here in front of the theater, the crowd of curious spectators stand around.
April 14th, 1865. Place, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. CBS takes you back to one of the great dramas in our nation's history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation.
And now, Washington, April 14th, 1865, and John Daly.
The damp and misty weather in Washington tonight has not dampened the ardor of the crowds who for 4 long days now have been wildly celebrating the surrender of General Lee to General Grant. The people here are in high spirits, gathered around Ford's Theater, which is a 3-story, red stone building, windows and entrances in gray. Cultival Saloon is on the right, Ferguson Saloon is on the left, and both of them are jammed. The windows and doors of the houses along both sides of the street are open. People are hanging out of them for a look at the president. Although the curtain has gone up on the play, some members of the cast who are not on stage at the moment stand around in their costumes for a look at Mr. Lincoln. There's John Diet and Mrs. Helen Muzzy. There's young Miss Jane Gowdy and John Wilkes Booth, the handsome, dashing Shakespearean favorite. He is not in the performance tonight, by the way. I think I see over there. Oh, yes, there's Mr. Harry Ford, one of the 3 brothers who manage this theater. Now, if I can just get through to him, excuse me, please. Oh, let me push through here. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Oh, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford.
Yes, sir?
Say, Mr. Ford, this is CBS. You have a great crowd here tonight.
Yes, the theater is sold out.
And have you raised your prices for tonight?
Tonight is a charity benefit. The orchestra is $1, the dress circle and the parquet 75 cents, and the family circle is 25 cents.
I see. Well, this is the second time President Lincoln has attended your theater, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
Yes, and tonight he's going to sit in the same box. And I brought in that old rocker he likes.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Ford.
Not at all, anytime.
Thanks a lot. I think I see John F. Parker, the president's personal guard, arriving on foot. Evidently, he's come ahead of the president to be on hand when Mr. Lincoln and his party arrive. Now, if I can get through to him, excuse me, please. Let me through. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Mr. Parker! Oh, Mr. Parker! Say, Mr. Parker, this is CBS. Has the president's carriage left the White House? Is he on his way over here?
Yes, he and Mrs. Lincoln left about 10 minutes ago to pick up Major Rathbone and Miss Harris.
Well, aren't General Grant and Mrs. Grant in the party?
No, they were supposed to come, but General Grant left on the evening train for Burlington.
Oh, that's too bad. We kind of hoped we'd see the general as well as Mr. Lincoln. Say, by the way, who is Miss Harris?
Well, that's Miss Clara Harris, daughter of the senator from the state of Maine.
Oh, yes, of course. And Major Rathbone is an attaché at the War Department.
That's right.
Excuse me, right. Yes, the president's carriage is just coming down 10th Street now. It has crossed F Street. It's going to pull up right here at the carriage platform. The president is smiling, bowing, doffing his high black silk hat to the crowd, and the band that's been waiting here for this moment is picking up its instruments and getting ready to play. Burns, the coachman, is throwing up the horses now. The carriage is stopping at the platform. Forbes, the footman, has jumped down to assist the party as they get out. Mrs. Lincoln and Miss Harris are getting out, and now the president, followed by Major Rathbone. The band wants to play a tune. They're asking the president what it is he wants to hear, but it'll probably be Yankee Doodle, Marching Through Georgia, or Rally Round the Flag. The president just said something to the band leader, but in all of this racket, I just can't hear what he's saying. Oh, do you hear that? It's Dixie! Mr. Lincoln has asked the Union band to play the Confederate song, and they've responded with a will. Above all this din, the crowd understands the meaning of Mr. Lincoln's request It's his policy of forgiveness and reconciliation with the South, of harmony for the nation. The war is over. The United States of America is now one great nation. And Mr. Ford is leading the way into the theater, up the gray stone steps. Mr. Lincoln's just a few feet away. Oh, Mr. President, this is CBS, sir. May I ask you a question?
Fire away.
Well, as you know, Mr. President, the newspapers and a part of the clergy have been opposed to your practice of attending the theater. And I'm sure that...
Yes, I know. Some think I do wrong to go to the opera and the theater, but it rests me. I love to be alone and get to be with the people. I want to get this burden off, to change the current of my thoughts. A hearty laugh relaxes me, and I seem better able after it to bear my cross.
I understand, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Lincoln, and thank you. Now the presidential party has entered the door. A CBS microphone is inside the theater at the rear of the orchestra. President Lincoln will pass it in just a minute, and so enter the theater and Don Hollenbeck.
The audience doesn't yet know the president has arrived. The ladies might be interested, by the way, to know that Mrs. Lincoln is wearing a white silk crinoline under her cloak. I'm trying to see her. It's an elaborate headdress of flowers and combs over her curls. There's silken mittens and a shawl held together at her throat with a brooch. The president, well, he seems to have lost a lot of weight, but, oh, he looks happy tonight, very happy. And now the party is turning right and going upstairs to the boxes. The president should be there in just a minute. The audience has caught sight of the president. The play stops. The orchestra strikes up Hail to the Chief. And now CBS has a booth directly across the theater from the president's box. And I see that John Daly's reached it, so over to John Daly.
We're in the CBS box now. I can see the president entering his box across the theater. We have Columbia microphones on the stage and in the audience. I'm going to open them both and let you hear what's going on. The president is in his box now. The audience is standing. Mr. Lincoln is acknowledging the welcome. Beaming, he nods his head and waves to the jam-packed crowd. And now, motioning towards the stage and the interrupted play, Mr. Lincoln sits down. The ovation continues, but following the president's lead, slowly, almost by sections, the audience resumes its seats and the play will resume in just a moment. Our American Cousin by Tom Taylor, by the way, is an eccentric comedy, as many of you probably know. It's a popular favorite, been performed at least 1,000 times. The play revolves around a typical, drawling Yankee in England who lights his cigar with an old will, burning the document to ashes, and thereby throwing a fortune into the hands of an English cousin. And now, the CBS microphones on the stage will pick up some of the dialogue. Lord Dundreary, a silly, foppish Englishman, is being teased by Florence the heroine, played by the star Miss Laura Keene.
Yes, but a lonely one.
What sort of night had she?
Oh, a very refreshing one. Thanks to the draft I've described for her.
What? Have you been prescribing for Georgina, Lord Dundreary?
Oh, yes, quite. You see, I gave her a draught that cured the effect of the draught. And that draught was a draught that didn't pay the doctor's bill. Didn't that draught?
Good gracious, what a number of drafts. You almost have a game of drafts. What's the matter?
That was a joke, that was.
Anyone can see the draft has been suspended.
Miss Keene has very neatly injected a bit of the National Peace Celebration into the play. With Lord Dundreary making so much of the word draft, Miss Keene threw in the line, anyone can see the draft has been suspended. And everyone in the audience knows that General Grant suspended the military draft this very morning. That was quite keen of Miss Keene, if I may be permitted the pun. Well, the president enjoyed that joke, too. He's smiling broadly. The play continues, and we'll take you again to the stage presently, but on this gala night, the audience is as interested in the presidential party as they are in the play. Although, because of the angle at which the box is set, they can only see Miss Harris and Major Rathbone.
The presidential party is occupying boxes numbers 7 and 8, the partition between them having been removed to make it roomier. The boxes are decorated with 4 flags. The president is seated in that old rocker that Mr. Ford told us about before. There's a chair at the door of the box in which John Parker, the guard, is sitting. He can't see the stage, but he can hear the actors' voices. Oh, evidently John Parker wants to see and hear, for he's now getting up from his chair and taking a seat in the dress circle with a clear view of the stage. Mrs. Lincoln is seated on the president's right, and from time to time she leans over on his arm and they exchange a few words. The president appears completely relaxed, and perhaps his mind is on other things. Perhaps he is looking at his wife and thinking, we've had a hard time since we came to Washington, but the war is over, and with God's blessing, we may hope for 4 years of peace and happiness, and then we'll go back to Illinois and pass the rest of our lives in quiet. But then it's more likely that Mr. Lincoln is just plain enjoying himself tonight, for the president is listening with obvious pleasure to Mrs. Mount Chessington, an English lady in the cast, and Harry Hawke, who is playing Asa Trenchard, the American cousin. Now, once again, our microphones on the stage pick up the play.
Well, Mr. Trenchard, you are not used to the manners of good society, and that alone will excuse the impertinence of which you have been guilty.
Mrs. Mount Chessington flounces off an aristocratic dudgeon, leaving the drawling Yankee alone on the stage.
Don't know the manners of good society, eh? Well, I guess I know enough to turn you inside out, old gal. You sock-dologizing old man trap.
What was that? It sounded like a shot, but there's no shot in the play. One moment. Oh, Major Rathbone is struggling with a man in Mr. Lincoln's box. A man who is stabbing wildly at him with a knife. Major Rathbone's giving ground before that knife, and now his attacker has leapt over the railing. He's on the stage. The man has risen. He's running across the stage. He's gone through the stage exit directly under this box. That was Major Rathbone who shouted out, "Stop that man." Someone in the audience has leapt over the footlights after him. Something has happened. Something is terribly wrong. This is not part of the play. Blue smoke is curling from President Lincoln's box. I can't see him because Miss Harris and the Major and Mrs. Lincoln are surrounding him. President Lincoln has been shot. That was Mrs. Lincoln who just cried out, "He has shot Mr. Lincoln." The man did it. The man who ran across the stage. The man who grappled with the Major. John Hollenbeck is out there in the theater, already fighting his way up to the president's box. So go ahead, Hollenbeck. This is John Hollenbeck. I guess we're on the air here. I'm trying to get through this crowd to find out what's going on. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened.
What is it? What's happened? Tell me what's happened.
Someone has shot Mr. Lincoln.
It was Booth.
Who? One member of the stranded crowd has identified Mr. Lincoln's attacker. He says it was Booth, the actor, John Wilkes Booth. We'll try to get someone who was in or near Mr. Lincoln's box. Let me through, please. Let me through. Watch the cable, please. Watch it just a minute. Thank you very much. The whole theater's in an uproar. Everyone's standing, running up and down the aisles. Women are moaning and fainting. Miss Keene is handing water up to Mr. Lincoln's box. Watch that cable, please. Men are lifting up an army sergeant and army surgeon up on their shoulders. The stage is swarming with people. We'll get through to Mr. Lincoln's box now in just a second.
Stand back!
Back! Soldiers blocking the door. The bayonets poised. That soldier's crying. Tears are streaming from his eyes. There's an officer. Lieutenant Crawford, sir. Lieutenant Crawford, what happened? Well, I was sitting in the seat. There's the door to Mr. Lincoln's box. I saw Booth go in. Just walk in, but where were the guards? Well, I don't know. I heard a shot, and I saw Booth leap over the railing. His spare caught in the flag as he jumped. It ripped the flag and broke his fall, and maybe broke his leg. Oh, are you sure it was Booth? I swear it. What did you do? Did you get into the president's box? Well, I rushed it, but the door was barred. Booth had barred it when he went in from the inside, and we broke through. Major Rathbone let the doctors through. Only the doctors. Look, have they caught Booth? Did he get away? Just a minute, Lieutenant. The door is opening. 4 soldiers are carrying Mr. Lincoln out. Are you the president? Where are you taking him? Are you taking him to the White House? No, not to the White House. Doctors, the room more than Mr. Lincoln lives. Guards! President Lincoln is being carried out of the theater now. Healy. I've just been informed that John Daly's out in the street again, so go ahead, Daly. Two more
soldiers have joined the four who are carrying the president out here into 10th Street. The street is jammed with people who have heard the news. It's a wild, awed, panic-stricken, swirling mob. The guards are having a hard time breaking through the mob, crossing the street. The long roll you hear is the alert being sounded. There's a light in a house, and the door is open. A man stands at the door with a candle, calling to the group carrying Mr. Lincoln. They're taking the president in there. The number is 453 10th Street. Anybody know who lives in that house? Peterson! It's the Peterson house! It's the only house available. The president's White House guard is thundering into the street. Perhaps you can hear the ring of their horses' hoofs on the cobblestone. They're flashing their sabers and clearing the street. President Lincoln has been shot. President Lincoln has been shot. There's been so much excitement. Only now the full horror of what has just happened at Ford Theater is beginning to dawn. We will stay here in front of the Peterson house and bring you immediately any reports on Mr. Lincoln's condition. But we have just been informed that something has happened elsewhere in Washington that we don't know of here on the scene, and so we return you now to our studios.
And I'll give you the bulletins as fast as they come in, Quincy, as soon as we get it back from Daly down there on the street, right?
How much time have I got, though? How long am I on?
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
You're on the air. This is Quincy Howe. John Daly has just announced that an attempt has been made on the life of Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. Secretary of State Seward, I should say, has also... just a second. Here's the bulletin. Secretary of State Seward has been attacked. A man entered the Seward house on Lafayette Square in Washington tonight. He overpowered all resistance, gained entrance to the secretary's bedroom, and slashed at Mr. Seward with a knife. It's not known whether the attacker was John Wilkes Booth or an accomplice, or whether the two attacks were connected. Now, here's Ned Calmer with more bulletins.
All Washington is in a state of panic this terrible night of April 14th, 1865. There are wild rumors that the entire cabinet has been murdered, that General Grant has been assassinated, that the war is not yet over. There's no evidence as yet that these other wild rumors are true. I repeat, the other rumors are not true so far as is known. Secretary of War Stanton has arrived at the house on 10th Street where Mr. Lincoln has been taken. He's in complete charge of the situation up to now. Now again, Quincy Howe.
John Wilkes Booth has escaped. He left Ford's Theater by a rear door, leapt on a horse that was waiting for him, and dashed off into the darkness. Someone from the audience chased him, just missed him, a matter of inches. Booth left Washington by the Navy Yard Bridge, where a sentry challenged him, and he gave his real name, John Wilkes Booth.
The following is the fiend's description. Age, 26, lithe and sinewy of body, having probably a broken leg, intense of speech and behavior. Height, 5 feet 8, weight, 160 pounds. Hair black, eyes black, heavy dark eyebrows, wears a large seal ring on little finger. When talking, moves his head forward, looks down. That is John Wilkes Booth. Rewards totaling $100,000 have been offered for his capture. Armed pursuit groups are after him already.
Booth must have had help. He just couldn't have committed this crime by himself or without lots of preparation. But who slashed Secretary Seward? Who crossed the Navy Yard Bridge a few moments after Booth? Why was it that Booth tried to see Vice President Johnson this afternoon and then left his calling card when he failed? Who cut the telegraph wires out of Washington and why? Where was the president's guard, John F. Parker? How could Booth have possibly gained entrance to the president's box without being challenged? These are some of the questions that the tragedy has raised here in this bewildered capital. How deep do the roots of this plot go? Does the trail perhaps lead right to persons highly placed up in the government? A note has just been handed me. John Daly, in front of the Patterson house, has news of President Lincoln's condition. So we take you now to the Peterson house.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson house, where President Lincoln was carried after he was shot in Ford's Theater across the street. The president is sinking swiftly. He has not regained consciousness since Booth sent a single bullet fired at close range into the area behind the president's ear. The surgeons are discussing now the question of removing that bullet. Mrs. Lincoln is in there at the bedside, so is the president's son, Captain Robert Lincoln. Tad, the president's younger son, is at the White House. He has been assured that his father will live, but this was told the lad only to quiet him. Major Rathbone was slashed about the arm and shoulder by Booth and fainted from a loss of blood. He has been taken home. In addition to Secretary of War Stanton, most of the cabinet members have arrived, and here comes the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Gideon Wells. Mr. Wells, this is CBS. We know how great your grief is at this moment, sir, but there are so many questions still to be answered about this frightful tragedy. Will you help us? Who is this amazing madman, John Wilkes Booth?
This lunatic, this unspeakable Judas, is a known secessionist who did not have the courage to don the uniform of his cause.
But what possible motive, sir, do you think he could have had in committing this hideous crime?
Only a mind deranged could have given birth to such an act. It may be that he thought to kindle again the dead spark of rebellion. If so, he is as great a fool as he is a villain. The war is over. The Union will stand. Booth has done the Confederate cause more harm than he can imagine.
What about the South, sir? What will the South think of Booth's act?
I do not know the mind of the South, but I predict that when the men who fought with Lee, in uniform, under a flag, and according to a clean code, hear of this day, they will shrink with horror from this vile deed. Assassination is not an American tradition. It never struck in this country until tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I know that as Mr. Lincoln's friend and Secretary of the Navy, you want to go in and see him. A note has just been handed me. It says, this is sad and tragic news. The President's pulse is still falling. His breathing becomes more labored. That's all the note says. As this night of unutterable gloom and sadness wears on, stern resolve melts. Great men weep openly. There's scarcely a dry eye in this crowd here. The door to the Peterson House is opening once again, and Mr. John Hay, President Lincoln's private secretary, is coming out. Mr. Hay, over this way, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hay, you've been close to Mr. Lincoln. Did he have any fear that he might be struck down before his great work was finished?
Our beloved president constantly received threatening letters, which he filed away in an envelope. In March last month, there were 80 letters in the envelope. It was marked assassination.
You mean letters from cranks and that sort?
Yes. In 1860 in Springfield, Mr. Lincoln saw a double image of himself in a mirror. One face held the glow of life and breath. The other shone ghostly pale, white, portent of a safe passage through the first term, and death before the end of the second.
That was 5 years ago, then, that he had this omen?
Yes. But only last week, the president dreamed that he was walking through the White House amid the sound of great sobbing. In the East Room, he came upon a coffin guarded by soldiers, surrounded by a weeping throng. The president asked, "Who is dead in the White House?" And the soldier replied, "The president. He was killed by an assassin."
Well, how did Mr. Lincoln feel about these presentiments?
Perhaps he answered that question this afternoon. He was walking across the White House grounds, and he passed some profane, drunken men. Mr. Lincoln remarked to his guard, "Crook, do you know, I believe there are men who want to take my life, and I have no doubt they will do it. I know no one could do it and escape alive. But if it is to be done, it is impossible to prevent it."
Thank you, Mr. Hay. The tragic news of the attack on President Lincoln has spread around the world. And now CBS takes you to important European capitals. First, to Buckingham Palace in London, England, and the voice of Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Victoria.
I speak to Mrs. Lincoln. No one can better appreciate than I, who am myself utterly broken-hearted by the loss of my own beloved husband, what your suffering must be. And I earnestly pray that you may be supported by him, to whom alone the sorely stricken can look for comfort.
And now to the French capital. fellow citizens, there are no longer any countries shut up in narrow frontiers. Our country is everywhere, where there are neither masters nor slaves, where people live in liberty or fight for it.
Paris, we take you now to the capital of Russia. This is St. Petersburg, Russia. I will read a message from Leo Tolstoy, our great Russian author, who has just been informed of the attempted assassination of President Lincoln. The message reads, in far places over the earth, on every continent, the name of Lincoln will be worshipped, and the personality of Lincoln will become a world folk legend. Many hardships and much experience brought him to the realization that the greatest human achievement is love. The greatness of Napoleon, Caesar, or Washington is moonlight by the sun of Lincoln. His example is universal and will last thousands of years. Lincoln is humanity. We return you now to the United States.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson home on 10th Street. It is past 7 o'clock in the morning, April 15, 1865. President Lincoln was shot last night at 10:15. Doctors say there is no hope. The long vigil will soon be over. Here outside the Peterson house, a cold rain is falling. The sky is dully gray. The early morning mist is like a shroud. The hearts of men and women are overflowing with grief. Some are kneeling, some lifting their voices in the singing of spirituals. We are told that Mrs. Lincoln is not in the room with the president. She has made her last farewell and is seated in a back parlor. Captain Robert, the president's son, is leaning on Secretary Stanton's arm. He has borne himself well. Only twice has he given way to his overwhelming grief. The Reverend Dr. Gurley has spoken a prayer. For Abraham Lincoln, there will be black borders on the newspapers today, anguished sermons on Resurrection Sunday tomorrow in a resting place. There will be the end of the mortal, but the beginning of the immortal. For Abraham Lincoln will live on in the union he has saved, in the freedom he has given, in the dreams he has dreamed, in the vision he has seen, the vision under God of a new birth of freedom, of government of the people, by the people, for the people. Secretary of War Stanton is coming out of the Peterson house now. He pauses in the doorway, and the crowd, looking at his grief-stricken face, is suddenly silent. Mr. Stanton, how is Mr. Lincoln?
Now, he belongs to the ages.
The dread thing that we have awaited is come. President Lincoln is dead. The victim of Booth's vicious...
Washington, April 14, 1865. Abraham Lincoln is assassinated at Ford's Theater.
City Hall, corner of Nassau and Wall Street, New York City. Here on this 4th of August, 1735, the long-delayed trial of John Peter Zenger is about to begin. He stands accused of the crime of libel against the person and character of His Excellency, Colonel William Cosby, governor of the provinces of New York and New Jersey. Informed observers believe that Zenger's chances for acquittal are dim. They point out that he is heavily handicapped. The governor controls the court, presided over by Chief Justice James Delancey. Zenger's 2 attorneys have been disbarred, and the Crown has appointed John Chambers, a young and relatively unknown attorney, to defend Zenger. This case has been waiting to come to trial for 8 months. It has attracted considerable attention both here and in England. There are many who see
August 4th, 1735, New York City. You are there.
John Peter Zenger, a colonial printer, stands before a government-controlled court determined to convict him for libel. CBS takes you back 214 years to one of the most celebrated trials in our nation's history. The trial which established our treasured heritage of freedom of the press. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact and quotation. Walter Hamden plays Mr. Andrew Hamilton in today's broadcast. And now,
a crowded courtroom in colonial New York, and John Daly.
Action here in the colonies is about to begin. The courtroom is packed with people who have come from points as far away as Boston and Philadelphia to witness this trial. Chief Justice Delancey and his associate, Justice Phillips, have not appeared yet. So now to our CBS News headquarters for the trial and the latest developments in this dramatic case. Go ahead, Quincy Howe.
There's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. The issue is not just whether John Peter Zenger is guilty of libeling Governor Cosby. The larger question is, shall the people of these colonies have the right to protest against what they regard as arbitrary and oppressive rule of any and all Crown-appointed governors? 2 years ago, when Colonel Cosby became governor, he began to tax the people in what they considered a high-handed manner. It's also alleged that he suppressed their civil rights. When the colonists tried to get some relief in the city council, the governor removed the senior member of that body, the beloved and respected Rip Van Dam. When the people took their case to the courts, Governor Cosby replaced the Chief Justice, Mr. Lewis Morris, with Mr. James Delancey, who will preside over today's trial. Deprived of their normal avenues of protest, several influential New Yorkers got together and backed John Peter Zenger in issuing a newspaper, the New York Weekly Journal, which published many unsigned articles attacking the governor. 8 months ago, Cosby arrested Zenger on a warrant charging him with printing seditious libels, and Justice Delancey set the bail so high that Zenger had to stay in jail. If the jury finds Zenger guilty, the New York Weekly Journal will certainly go out of business. Also, many colonists believe that such a precedent will tend to discourage opposition to the government and will throttle a free press. Just a moment. The sheriff has brought Zenger into the courtroom, so back to John Daly.
Zenger is being led into the prisoner's dock, and the crowd has broken into a spontaneous demonstration. Zenger just waved at his wife, Mrs. Anna Zenger, who is sitting next to John Chambers, his attorney, and Don Hollenbeck is with Mrs. Zenger also, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
The bailiff seems to be quieting this demonstration for Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, is this the first time you've seen your husband since his imprisonment?
The first time. This is the first time.
And how do you think he looks?
Dreadful. Terrible. He's lost so much weight. So much.
Mrs. Zenger, there's been some talk that the articles in the journal, those that the governor specifically objected to, were not written by your husband. Is that true?
John printed the articles.
I know that, but they were never signed. Who actually wrote them?
That is what His Excellency would like to know. That is why he threw my husband in jail, to find out. He was sure he could make John tell who wrote the articles. Then he could punish them. Even if my husband didn't confess, the governor thought that with John in jail, the paper would be finished. But His High and Mighty Excellency failed in both his plots. John would not tell, and the journal kept on being printed.
Yes, it certainly did, and much of the credit for that belongs to you, Mrs. Zenger. And now that the trial's begun, how do you think it's going to go?
The jury will find my husband innocent. They must. If they convict John, the only weapon we have against Cosby and all the others like him is lost. Our voices choked off. We're struck dumb, and Cosby can run riot over us. and we will have neither the right to protest nor the voice to cry out with. But if John is acquitted, as I pray the Lord he will be, then men everywhere in America will be able to speak out as free men must speak out, without fear and freely.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zinger. Now the sheriff is asking that the aisles be cleared. It seems the trial is about to start, so back to John Daly.
The aisles are being cleared, and this place is taking on some semblance of order. Mr. Richard Bradley, the Attorney General who will prosecute Zenger, is standing at the Crown's table. He seems very complacent. He's smiling, and at the moment, setting his powdered wig at just the right position on his head. And now the bailiff has reached up to the judge's bench and is pounding the gavel. Chief Justice Delancey and Associate Justice Phillips are entering the courtroom from their chambers. They're going up to their places on the bench. The spectators have risen. Let's listen.
Oyez! The New York Supreme Court, 3rd of August, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King George II, Justices Delancey and Phillips presiding. All those having business before this court draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard. Be seated.
The clerk will read the calendar. The Crown versus John Peter Zenger, printer of New York City. Mr. Attorney General, are you prepared for the Crown?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Mr. John Chambers, are you prepared for the defendant?
May it please Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chambers, what is it?
May I address Your Honors to say that I have just been advised that I am to have the cooperation of another attorney in the presentation of my case.
Another attorney, sir?
I ask, sir, that you declare to be qualified at this bar the distinguished member of the bar of our neighboring colony, Pennsylvania, Mr. Andrew Hamilton.
Andrew Hamilton will defend Zenger. Hamilton, the most distinguished, the most noted attorney in the colonies, is here in this courtroom, and he's going to help defend John Peter Zenger. He was sitting with Rip Van Dam. We didn't recognize him because we've never seen him before, but we certainly do know of his reputation. Mr. Hamilton rose when Chambers spoke his name. He has come forward to the bench. The spectators burst into spontaneous applause when they heard his name, and the bailiffs are now trying to quiet them. Their reaction is not at all surprising, for with Andrew Hamilton pleading his case, John Peter Zenger's cause is no longer hopeless. Hamilton is a brilliant trial lawyer. He has a long and remarkable record of courtroom victories. He is a man in his early 80s. Some time ago he retired from active practice, but he apparently has come out of retirement to defend Zenger. Now Zenger, the underdog, has at least a fighting chance. At last, the crowd has quieted down. Now back to the bench.
Mr. Hamilton,
Your Honor, I am ready to take the oath.
The oath. Yes, of course, yes, the oath. Well, now raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that at this bar you will abide by the laws of our Lord and Majesty the King and all the ordinances pertaining to the trial of this case?
I do.
We welcome you to our bar, Mr. Hamilton.
I thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton is now taking his place at the defense table. If it were anyone else, Justice Delancey might possibly have refused the oath, but he just couldn't refuse it to Andrew Hamilton. That's the gavel again. The trial will proceed.
The clerk will panel the jurors.
Robert Sinclair, Joseph Dillingham, Charles Osborne, Daniel Forsyth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection to what, Mr. Chambers?
I humbly move, Your Honors, that the sheriff be instructed to read the names of the jurors in the same order as they appear in the freeholder's book.
How is that? Are they not in that order?
No, sir, they are not. Some of the names that were last on the panel are now placed first.
Clerk, is it so? Look on that copy. Is it a true copy of the panel?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, then how is it that some of the names are misplaced?
I have the list handed to me by the sheriff.
Yes. Well, then, I say someone must be in error. Yes. Well, now, put aside the list you've read and read the names from the freeholder's book in the order they do appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, some attempt to obtain a jury favorable to the Crown has been frustrated. Normally, a jury is selected from a list of names known as the Freeholder's Book, and customarily the names are called in order. Here, however, someone evidently shuffled the names so that the list contained a number of men who are known to favor the governor. Whatever the reasons behind the maneuver, quite obviously it has failed. And now, as the
clerk finishes reading off the true list, the jurors, most of whom are middle-class merchants and farmers, are filing into the jury box, and they're all in there now, standing and waiting.
Do you have any challenges, Mr. Chambers?
No, Your Honor. The defense is satisfied.
Yes. Mr. Attorney General, are you too satisfied?
That is the Crown.
Yes.
Of course, yes. The Crown is happy. Very happy indeed.
Well, swear in the jury.
Mr. Thomas Hunt, as foreman of this jury, do you swear that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar whom you have in your charge, and a true verdict give according to your evidence? So help you God?
I do.
Gentlemen, the same oath which your foreman has taken on his behalf, you and every one of you shall well and truly observe and keep on your honor. Repeat after me, I do.
I do.
Be seated.
The jurors now seat themselves, and the long-awaited trial of John Peter Zenger actually begins.
Mr. Attorney General, will you proceed?
Very pleased, Your Honor, that, gentlemen of the jury, the charge against the defendant, John Peter Zenger, is that he did willfully and maliciously print false, scandalous, and seditious libels, in which His Excellency, the Governor of this province, who is the King's immediate representative here, is greatly and unjustly scandalized as a person that has no regard to law nor justice. Such libeling has always been discouraged as a thing that tends to create differences among men, ill blood among the people, and oftentimes great bloodshed. There can be no doubt but that you, gentlemen of the jury, will condemn these practices and find the defendant guilty as charged.
Mr. Chambers.
Your Honors, gentlemen of the jury, my client, John Peter Zenger, pleads not guilty to the charge. We shall attempt to show that none of the alleged libels refer directly to any specific person. And we shall also point out that it is incumbent upon the Crown to prove that the defendant is the author of the said libels.
Your Honors, my respectable but very young colleague has stated that it is necessary for the Crown to show that Zenger personally is responsible for the appearance of the libels in the so-called newspaper he publishes. It shall be my happy duty to prove this beyond reasonable doubt. My witnesses will show...
may I be forgiven for interrupting the discourse of the learned attorney for the Crown?
What is the nature of your interruption, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I will save the Attorney General the trouble of going further into the matter, for I do confess for my client that he both printed and published the statements set forth in the charges.
As you've heard, Mr. Hamilton has surprisingly admitted that Zenger printed and published the alleged libels. Now the Attorney General again.
As Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and publishing of these libels, I think the jury must find the verdict for the King.
Not so neither, Mr. Attorney General. There is more to this bargain. Now, I hope it is not our bare printing and publishing a paper that will make it a libel. You will have something more to do before you make my client a libeler, for the words themselves must be libelous, that is, false, scandalous, and seditious, or else we are not guilty.
Your Honors, I think nothing is plainer than that the words contained in the articles as pertaining to the governor are scandalous and tend to sedition. And if such a thing is not libel, I think it may be said that there can be no such thing as a libel.
May it please your honors, I must insist that what my client is charged with is not a libel. I observed just now that Mr. Attorney General, in defining a libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether from design or not, I cannot say, he omitted the word false.
I repeat, a libel is still a libel, notwithstanding it may be true.
In this I must again differ with my honorable colleague. I point out to him that the indictment to which my client pleaded not guilty accused him of, I quote, a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. Now, Your Honor, the word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? To show the court that I am in earnest, and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney General's trouble, I will agree that everything Mr. Zenger printed about His Excellency the Governor is scandalous, seditious, and a libel, provided only that he proves them false. So it seems our work is now pretty much shortened. All the Crown is left to do is prove the word false, and we are guilty. If he is reluctant to do that, we shall take the task upon ourselves and prove them true.
Mr. Hamilton, you cannot be permitted to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel is not to be justified, for it is nevertheless a libel that it is true.
Your Honor, I'm sorry the court has so quickly decided upon this bit of law.
The law is clear. You cannot justify a libel.
With submission, I have seen the practice in very great court.
Mr. Hamilton, after the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you are overruled.
Your Honor, I must insist on...
Use the court with good manners, sir. You are not to be permitted to argue against the opinion of the court.
Then I will say no more at this time.
Mr. Hamilton has now turned his back on the bench, almost deliberately, it seems, and he is approaching the jury. Apparently, he intends to skip the pleading, the evidence, and to go at once to the final summing up before the jury. Mr. Hamilton.
Of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. For witness, we are denied the liberty of proving the truth of the facts deemed libelous. Gentlemen, power may be justly compared to a great river. While kept within its bounds, it is both beautiful and useful. But when it overflows its banks, it bears down all before it, and it brings destruction and desolation wherever it comes. If then this is the nature of power, let us at least do our duty, and like wise men who value freedom, use our utmost care to support liberty. The only bulwark we have against lawless power, which in all ages has sacrificed to its wild lust and boundless ambition the blood of the best men that ever lived. As you see, I labor under the weight of many years and am borne down with the great infirmities of body. Yet, old and weak as I am, I should think it my duty, if required, to go to the furthest parts of the land where my service could be of any use in assisting to quench the flame of prosecutions that aim to deprive a people of the right of remonstrating, aye, and complaining too, against arbitrary attempts of the men in power. Men who injure and oppress the people under their administration provoke them, cry out and complain, and then make that very complaint the foundation for new oppressions and persecutions. Gentlemen, I make no doubt But your upright conduct this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. For every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an act of tyranny. Gentlemen of the jury, your impartial and uncorrupt verdict today will lay a noble foundation for securing to ourselves, our posterity, and our neighbors that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right, the liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing the truth. The question before the court, and you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small nor private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, which you are now trying. No. It may, in its consequence, affect every free man in America. It is the best cause. It is the cause of liberty. The defense rests.
Mr. Attorney General, will you sum up for the Crown?
Well, that is, gentlemen of the jury, now, all that you have to consider is the fact that Mr. Zenger, the defendant, printed and published certain scandalous libels which reflected upon the integrity of His Excellency the Governor. Well, these are confessed. Well, yes, they are confessed. Well, now, I'm certain you must find the defendant guilty as charged. But yes, of course. The Crown rests.
Mr. Bradley's summation was brief, certainly. He seems to be stunned, still under the power of Mr. Hamilton's oratory. Chief Justice Delancey is about to begin his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, my charge to you shall be most brief. I wish to remind you that as the facts or words in the charges are confessed, the only thing that can come in question before you is whether the words as set forth in the charges constitute a libel. Now, as that is a matter of law, you may leave that question in the hands of the court. In other words, gentlemen, you, as a jury, have only to decide facts, not law. The facts being confessed, your duty is obvious. Bailiff, remove the jury to its chamber for deliberation. The court will recess.
Chief Justice Delancey and his charge to the jury practically instructed it to bring in a verdict of guilty against John Peter Zenger. There's a confusion of emotions here in this courtroom, a mixture of fear and of hope. Don Hollenbeck has made his way to the defense table. He is at Mr. Andrew Hamilton's side, so now over to Don Hollenbeck.
Mr. Hamilton, that was a most eloquent and moving summation. How were you brought into this case? Who brought you here?
I was first informed of Mr. Zinger's predicament by Mr. Rip Van Dam.
And what verdict, sir, do you think the jury will bring in?
I think they will find as their conscience instructs them.
But even if they do find Zinger not guilty, won't they expose themselves to retaliation by the governor and his party? After all, even after this trial, these men will still have to live here in New York City.
Yes, and they must now determine just how they shall live, whether as free citizens or as slaves.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Hamilton. And now here's Mrs. Anna Zinger. Mrs. Zinger, did you know that Mr. Hamilton was going to be here today, that he was going to defend your husband?
No. It was a wonderful surprise. His words were great words. No matter how the trial comes out, no matter what happens now, I should like to acknowledge the deep debt that my husband and I, owe to Andrew Hamilton. He is wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zinger. The bailiff is calling the court to order now, so back to John Daly.
The bailiff's call for order is no doubt the signal that the jury is returning. Of course, the jury will not be allowed to return to the courtroom until order is complete here, and there's been a great deal of excited chatter and comment about the magnificent summation of Mr. Hamilton. However, now the people are returning to their seats, are nearly all seated. The judges, as a matter of fact, are entering the courtroom and taking their places. The jury has reached its verdict in a remarkably short time, and yes, here come the jurors now. They're filing into the jury box. The spectators have finally cleared the aisles and are all in their seats, those who have seats. Justice Delancey is looking over to the jury box, waiting for the jurymen to get finally settled. Now there's a sudden hush over the courtroom. There's the gavel and back to the bench.
You may proceed, Mr. Cock.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, guilty of printing and publishing the libels as charged?
We find John Peter Zenger not guilty.
Not guilty. The verdict is not guilty. John Peter Zenger has been acquitted of the charges against him. The principle that proof can be used as a defense against the charge of libel is upheld. Zenger is free. The courtroom here is in an uproar. People are rushing forward to congratulate Zenger and Hamilton. Mrs.
August 4th, 1735. John Peter Zenger is acquitted, and the American colonies win a free press to spearhead their fight for independence.
You have been listening to the trial of John Peter Zenger, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The trial of John Peter Zenger was written by Irv Tunick and Mr. Cheon. Walter Hamden played Mr. Andrew Hamilton. Inga Adams was Anna Zenger. D.A. Clark Smith was Justice Delancey. Bernard Lenroe played Attorney General Bradley. Richard Newton was John Chambers, and the cast included Guy Sorel, Bert Cowlin, Van Marlowe, and others. Next week,
October 4th, 1066, England. The Battle of Hastings. You are there.
CBS is proud of its Sunday programming, which brings you distinguished drama like You Are There and fine music from the New York Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra, which follows over most of these stations. CBS Sunday nights are filled with a remarkable array of talent as well. Tonight, for example, over most of these CBS stations, you will hear Van Johnson starring on the Prudential Hour. You'll hear Spike Jones, Amos and Andy, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade, Broadway's Helen Hayes, and Hollywood's Eve Arden. They'll all be here tonight, and in case you think we've made a big omission, Jack Benny will be here on all of these stations with his guests, Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Leonard in the forecourt of the Church of St. Peter on Vatican Hill in Rome. It's Christmas Day here in the Eternal City, but this usually joyous occasion may turn out to be a bitter disappointment. For on this Christmas morning in the year 800, Charlemagne, king of the Franks and ruler of Western Europe, was to have become the emperor of Rome. But Charlemagne's absence up to this moment seems to revive a previous rumor that the king will not attend the Christmas Mass at which he was to be offered the crown by Pope Leo III. Disappointment has spread among this huge crowd waiting for the procession to begin, quenching their holiday spirit. The intense anticipation with which these people gathered has turned to gloom.
Christmas Day of the year 800 in Rome. You are there.
Amid the pageantry of Christmas in Rome, Pope Leo III waits to offer Charlemagne the crown of the vast Roman Empire. CBS takes you back 1149 years to a turning point in the history of Rome and of the world. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present, and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene,
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Christmas Day in the year 800. The Church of St. Peter in Rome and Bill Leonard.
As we reported earlier, the decision to offer Charlemagne the crown was made only 2 days ago at a conclave of Roman nobles and prelates. Then came the rumor that Charlemagne's council was pressing him to refuse. It was thought the Frankish king would disregard his counsel and accept the crown from Pope Leo until he failed to appear here this morning. As you know, the marble portico where we're standing opens into the forecourt of the Church of St. Peter. This portico is the traditional starting point of the annual Christmas procession into the great basilica. Pope Leo is waiting in his chambers inside the church. He won't emerge until Charlemagne arrives, if he arrives. The king is at his temporary residence, the Castle of St. Angelo, directly below us. So over to the Castle of St. Angelo, Don Hollenbeck reporting.
The sentries here won't let anyone into the castle to speak to the king's secretary, Egenhard. However, I have been able to learn that a last-minute conference is going on inside. Charlemagne's council is making an 11th-hour effort to dissuade him from attending this mass. Gregorius, Cardinal Bishop of Ostia, was here just a few moments ago to see Charlemagne. He came at the behest of Pope Leo. There's nothing else to report right now. I'll stand by and keep you posted if something does develop. This is Don Hollenbeck. Now back to Bill Leonard.
The spectators here are beginning to show impatience. There are thousands of people between this portico and the entrance to St. Peter's, and some of them are shouting for Charlemagne. They want Charlemagne to be crowned emperor. That would regain for Rome her place as capital of the Roman Empire, the place Rome lost 5 centuries ago to the new Rome of Constantine, now called Constantinople, of course. These people don't pay any attention to the fact that the Empress Irene in Constantinople is the nominal ruler of the empire because Rome has achieved virtual independence under the protectorship of the Frankish kings. The people of Rome are eager now to renounce their allegiance to Irene and elevate Charlemagne, emperor of all Rome, in her place. Cardinal Gregorius has just returned from his audience with Charlemagne. The cardinal is tall, slender, aesthetic-looking. Our CBS Special Events Director is speaking to him now. The cardinal nods. He's walking this way. Cardinal Gregorius, Your Eminence, it's very good of you to grant us an interview, sir.
Not at all, my son.
Your Eminence, you've spoken with Charlemagne. Will the king attend the Mass today?
The king is not yet decided.
Is it true, Cardinal, that Charlemagne's council is urging him not to attend?
Yes.
The council urges him not to accept the crown?
Yes.
Well, do you think Charlemagne will follow their advice?
Let us pray that Charlemagne will overrule his misguided advices and come forth. He must honor the oath he has sworn to defend Christendom against her enemies.
But, Your Eminence, Charlemagne is already the ruler of Western Europe and the protector of Rome.
My son, the barbarians threaten from the Northland. The Saracens attack us from Spain. Their raiders pillage the coast of Italy itself. Constantinople is far away. And Empress Irene is a woman. These infidels regard her rule over vast regions of the Roman Empire as a sign of Christian weakness. It encourages them to attack.
But if Charlemagne accepts the crown, Your Eminence, wouldn't that be a usurpation of Irene's authority?
Usurpation? That Jezebel, that corrupt, iniquitous woman, she is the usurper. How did she come to the throne? By stabbing out the eyes of her own son, the Emperor Constantine, by murder. Legally, the throne is vacant.
Well, does the Pope have the authority to bestow the crown on Charlemagne?
My son, His Holiness Pope Leo is God's vicar on earth. There can be no higher authority than that of the Holy Fathers. And now I must join my colleagues, if you will excuse me.
Thank you, Cardinal Gregorius. His Eminence has joined a group of prelates nearby. As you heard, the Cardinal has challenged Empress Irene's legal right to sit on the throne. CBS reporter Larry Lasser is standing by in Constantinople, and we'll take you there for comment as soon as arrangements have been completed. We can just barely hear trumpets down below in the courtyard of the Castle of San Angelo. What's happening there, Don? Over to Don Hollenbeck.
Charlemagne will attend the Christmas Mass. I'll repeat that important news. Charlemagne will attend the Christmas Mass. He's just emerged from the great circular castle. The king is flanked by his royal bodyguard, shields on their left arms, their swords clanking at their sides. They're striding now along the colonnade that extends up Vatican Hill to the forecourt of St. Peter's, and this may very well mean that the king, against the advice of his counselors, has decided to accept the crown. Charlemagne's dressed in Roman costume, and that may be another sign that he has decided to become emperor of the Romans. He wears an embroidered toga, a white tunic over it, and he wears Roman sandals. In front of the king march about 50 Frankish nobles. They're resplendent in fine linen and furs. The soldiers, I can still see them. They're marching in perfect unison. These are picked troops, veterans of the victorious campaigns against the Saxons, the Mongols, and the Lombards. And now they've come to a halt near the end of the colonnade. Charlemagne proceeds alone, and in a moment or two he'll have reached the portico in the forecourt of the church. So back to the portico and Bill Leonard.
Leo left the church a few moments ago and has arrived to meet Charlemagne. He wears the white cassock and pallium of his office on his head. I can see the golden paper crown suspended from his neck by a chain of gold is a large golden cross studded with jewels. Charlemagne has reached the portico. The Pope has proceeded to the top of the steps to place the reins for the meeting. Now the king bows his head. He and the Holy Father touch cheeks in the ceremonial embrace.
Pax Domini Sibi, et cum spiritu tuo.
Pope Leo has greeted Charles, who replies in the traditional manner. Now the Pope turns to the leader of the Schola Cantorum. He nods. The leader motions to the choir. Now the choir is chanting Hodie Christus Natus Est. The choir will be the first group, and now the procession begins. The choir is starting to move into the courtyard towards the Basilica of St. Peter. The other contingents of the procession, clergy and laity, fall into line behind the choir. It's a brilliant scene. Sumptuously attired nobles of Rome and Franklin, the hierarchy in white, black, purple, and crimson are moving there with slow and solemn step. By tradition, Pope Leo, accompanied by Charlemagne, will be the last to join in the procession. It will be some time before they reach the church. The procession must pass through that mass of worshippers and spectators who are jamming every inch of the great courtyard. Jack Walters is out there at the far end of the courtyard near the entrance of the church, so over to Jack Walters.
Bill, people are pushing and shoving all around me here, trying to get a glimpse of the procession, which is still some distance away. The news of Charlemagne's appearance has overjoyed this crowd. They're shouting, "Long live the Pope, long live the King." People here take it as a sure indication that he'll agree to the coronation. With me is a woman who got here about 6 o'clock this morning to get a place in the front row of spectators. Would you tell us your name, please, madam?
I am Donna Hera. I make gowns for the best-dressed ladies of Rome. The newest styles and the finest materials and workmanship, even if I do say so myself.
Oh, a seamstress?
I design clothes for the noblest women.
I beg your pardon. Donna Hera, I assume you know His Holiness will offer Charlemagne the crown today?
Oh, yes, and I'm delighted. I don't approve of women holding public office, especially a woman like Irene of Constantinople. You know what they say about her morals. Our ruler should be a man, especially especially a man like Charlemagne. He's so handsome. Of course, it'd be a good thing for business, too.
For business?
Oh, yes. If Charlemagne were emperor, the imperial court would be here in Rome. That would be good for the Roman merchants. My ladies could then order as many new gowns as they liked.
Thank you, Donna Hurley.
Yes.
Now, here's a man. Judging from the dust on his clothes, I'd guess he's come a long distance to be here today. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, from Sicily I've come.
The island of Sicily. That is a long way. Would you tell us your name, please?
Donatus, sir.
Now, Donatus, do you want Charlemagne to become emperor?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm a farmer.
Yes?
Because we Sicilians are subjects of Constantinople. Our governor is appointed by the Empress Irene.
Go on.
Because the governor, sensualist, steals the bread from our mouths. No matter how large our harvest, our bellies are empty. Because the governor's tax collectors rob us.
But, Donatus, if Charlemagne becomes emperor, it may take a war to drive Irene's governor out of Sicily. Would the Sicilian peasants be willing to fight to liberate your island?
Yes. And I, too, if we must.
Well, Donatus, perhaps your island of Sicily will soon see better times. Thank you. The huge crucifix borne at the vanguard of the procession is still some distance away. Don Hollenbeck at Charlemagne's residence, the Castle of St. Angelo, has arranged for an interview with Count Egenhard, member of Charlemagne's staff. So, over now to Don Hollenbeck.
Count Egenhard, who's here with me at our CBS microphone, is one of Charlemagne's chief advisors and his personal secretary. He didn't accompany the king to St. Peter's because he's confined to his apartment here with the leg injury incurred during the journey to Rome. Count Egenhard, does Charlemagne's decision to escort Pope Leo to St. Peter's mean that he will accept the crown of the Roman Empire?
No, absolutely no. Not at all. We wanted to avoid such unfounded speculation. That is why we urged His Majesty not to go to St. Peter's.
Well, then, what was Charlemagne's reason for going?
His Majesty is a pious Christian. By attending St. Peter's, he's merely fulfilling his Christian duty.
Now, does that mean that Charlemagne will reject the crown if it's offered?
It does.
That's an official statement, sir?
It is, yes. Absolutely.
Well, now, that's the first official word we've had from the Frankish court on the question of whether Charlemagne will accept or refuse the crown. And now, if I may ask this next question, sir, why have Charlemagne's advisors counseled him against accepting the crown?
Well, that is simple, quite simple. As matters now stand, His Majesty is clearly supreme in all temporal matters, just as the Pope has been supreme in purely spiritual affairs. Now, if His Majesty accepted the imperial crown from the hands of Pope Leo, it would imply that the Church was supreme, even in the political sphere. It would imply that Charlemagne owed his imperial title and powers to the Pope.
And you're afraid that might set a precedent for the future?
A dangerous precedent, very dangerous. Based on such a precedent, the Pope might, in the future, claim the right to choose the emperor. The imperial title would become meaningless. We would have rule not by royalty, but by ecclesiastic authority. That would be as bad as having an emperor named the Pope.
Well, now, is that what Charlemagne has in mind in refusing the crown?
Well, I will say this. His Majesty is aware of the danger. He will not permit such a situation to arise. And there is another danger, the danger of war, bloodshed. Constantinople would consider the coronation a threat to Empress Irene's throne, and the Empress Irene would not hesitate to employ military force to protect her empire.
But, Count Egenhard, surely there's nothing to be afraid of in that direction. Charlemagne has certainly demonstrated his military genius often enough.
Yes, that is true. But above all, Charlemagne is a great statesman. He will not resort to war to obtain something which can be obtained by a peaceful negotiation.
Negotiations with Constantinople?
Exactly. Negotiations are already in progress.
But do you suppose the Empress Irene will yield her immensely rich empire by negotiation?
Well, she's not being asked to yield, only to arrange matters in a manner which will be beneficial to both parties.
Yes, but how can
I'm not at liberty to comment on that. Any additional information will be forthcoming in due time from the royal parties concerned. And now, if you'll pardon me...
Thank you very much, Count Egenhard. As you've heard, a source that's considered to be highly authoritative states that Charlemagne will under no circumstances accept the crown from Pope Leo today. According to Count Egenhard, Charlemagne has chosen the path of negotiation with the Empress Irene. We don't know yet just what those negotiations involve. This is Don Hollenbeck at the Castle of San Angelo. Now back to Bill Leonard at the far end of the forecourt of St. Peter's.
Pope Leo and the ministers of the Mass, the last members of the procession, are about to leave this portico. Charlemagne is walking behind the prelates through the throng of spectators toward the Church of St. Peter. As we've heard, according to Count Egenhard, it appears almost certain that Charlemagne will not be crowned today. If Pope Leo offers Charlemagne the crown, it will be publicly refused. It hardly seems likely the Pope would risk a public rejection. Such a rebuff on a high holiday in full view of all Rome would reflect badly on the prestige of the Pope. So it's possible that the crown may not be offered at all. Communications with Constantinople have now been arranged. We hope we may soon know more about Charlemagne's negotiations with Empress Irene. CBS correspondent Larry Lester is standing by in the Imperial Palace. Within is Nicephorus, Empress Irene's chancellor. We take you now to Constantinople. Larry Lester reporting.
Excellency, Charlemagne's secretary, Count Egenhard, has just stated in Rome that negotiations are underway with Empress Irene. Would you care to comment on the nature of these negotiations, sir?
No comment.
But, Your Excellency...
If you please, Her Majesty has ordered me to communicate her attitude on the situation in Rome.
Yes, Your Excellency, but...
Charlemagne has a profound understanding of the affairs of empire. We are convinced he must be aware that Pope Leo is offering a crown which is not his to give. The rule of the empire is hereditary. When the line of succession fails, the only body on earth empowered to name the emperor is the Eastern Roman Senate. And that Senate is here in Constantinople. It's been here for 500 years. Only recently did the Senate ratify the succession of Empress Irene to the throne. Her Majesty, therefore, is the sole ruler of the empire. In her person resides the imperial might and glory of Rome. There can be no other.
Well, getting back to those negotiations, Your Excellency, according to Charlemagne's secretary,
I am not authorized to speak on negotiations which Her Majesty may or may not be conducting. Oh, now you must excuse me. Her Majesty has returned from the Holy Liturgy. I must go to meet her.
Chancellor Nicephorus has hurried out of the room. He's going to the palace entrance, and as he said, the Empress is in the palace courtyard, surrounded by her bodyguard. I can see her through an open window. She's stepped out of her chariot. She's walking toward the palace entrance, over a rich purple carpet, unrolled by servants in front of her to protect her feet from the ground. The Empress is now 48 years old, of course, but she retains much of her famous beauty. 20 years ago, when she married the late Emperor, Irene was considered one of the most beautiful women in the world. The Empress is still youthfully slim, and there are no signs of gray in her jet-black hair. She's passed through the palace entrance and now out of sight. The bodyguard cavalry have mounted their horses, and now they ride out of the courtyard. The royal chariot, however, it remains behind. It's truly an amazing vehicle, that chariot, made of hammered gold, drawn by six-foot white horses. The reins of each horse are held by a noble, and when the chariot is in motion, those nobles run alongside on foot.
Irene, Empress of the Romans.
The Empress has entered the room. She's coming towards the microphone. Your Majesty.
Her Majesty desires to make an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, Her Majesty the Empress.
Citizens and subjects of the Empire, we have heard reports that Charlemagne, King of Frankland, will attempt to claim our throne. Nothing, we say nothing, could be further from the truth. To silence forever this malicious canard, we hereby announce that Charlemagne has made representations petitioning our hand in marriage. The negotiations are well advanced, proceeding in a favorable atmosphere. We are confident that Charles of the Franks will soon share our throne in marriage. In this union, Eastern and Western Christendom will be united and prosper.
Ladies and gentlemen, CBS has just brought you an exclusive statement by Her Majesty, the Empress Irene. Now we know. We know why Charlemagne seems to have decided not to accept the crown from Pope Leo in Rome today. It would certainly appear unlikely that Charlemagne will accept it all, at least while these delicate and tremendously important negotiations with Constantinople are in progress. This is Larry Lesseur in Constantinople. Back now to Bill Leonard in Rome.
We left our position in the portico, and we're speaking now from our broadcasting booth in the nave of the Church of St. Peter. The crown with which Pope Leo hopes to make Charlemagne Emperor of Rome, is here in the church. We saw it as soon as we entered. It's in plain view, resting on a velvet pillow on a credence table near the altar of St. Peter. It seems that in spite of everything we heard, in spite of all the evidence that Charlemagne will not accept, it appears that Pope Leo will make the offer and risk a public refusal. The crown is a worthy symbol of empire. It's richly wrought, solid gold, resplendent with precious jewels. The main body of the procession is already here and fills the center section of this great church. The choir of the Schola Cantorum and the prelates have taken up their places in the sanctuary. The Roman nobles are standing on the left side of the choir section. On the right are the Frankish counts. Everyone is awaiting the arrival of His Holiness and Charlemagne. Charlemagne has entered. He's entered. He's passed through the great portal leading from the narthex, the vestibule of the church, walking with measured tread down the nave toward the sanctuary of the church. All eyes are on Charlemagne. Everyone here has seen the crown. They must be wondering how the Pope will go about making the offer of the crown and what Charlemagne's reaction will be. They must also be wondering how a public rebuff, a rebuff that's now considered inevitable, will affect relations between the Pope and the protector of Rome. Charlemagne has reached the sanctuary. He kneels at a prayer stool below the altar, a spot traditionally reserved for royalty. He's praying. And now the Schola Cantorum is chanting the Ecce Sacerdos Magnus. Behold the mighty priest. Subdeacon and the acolytes, this is an awe-inspiring spectacle. A huge candelabra holding thousands of tapers, casting a soft light upon His Holiness. He moves slowly toward the sanctuary, the shrine of St. Peter. The shrine, you know, contains the relics of the great apostle, stands over the very spot where he was crucified by the Emperor Nero. Pope Leo has now reached the foot of the altar. Mass is about to begin. Pope seems to be hesitating. He has not yet made the sign of the cross. Now, an acolyte has lifted the crown from the credence table. A deep hush falls over the great basilica. He hands the crown to Pope Leo. The Supreme Pontiff is going to propose the coronation now, at this moment. Pope Leo has moved a few paces. He approaches Charlemagne, the crown in his hands. The king seems lost in prayer. His head is bowed. As the Pope's hands stretching forward with the crown, Charlemagne looks up now. Everyone here is watching, spellbound, waiting for Pope Leo to speak, to make the formal offer. We don't know what word. Pope Leo has placed the crown on Charlemagne's head. He has crowned Charlemagne without asking leave to do so. This is completely unexpected. The congregation gasps in stunned silence.
Rise, my son.
Charlemagne rises. The king appears bewildered by the suddenness of the Pope's bold action. Pope Leo's about to speak.
Charles, protector of Rome, King of Franklin, ruled Saxons and the Lombards, I crown you Emperor of the Romans. Repeat after me the oath of investiture. I, Charles, Emperor, in the presence of God, swear to protect and defend the Holy Roman Church in all things to the best of my ability.
Charlemagne is silent. He is not repeating the oath. His face is expressionless. He can still undo the Pope's act by removing the crown from his head. Charlemagne can still repudiate his coronation. Charlemagne is speaking.
Emperor, in the presence of God, swear to protect and defend the Holy Roman Church to the best of my ability.
Long life and victory to Charles, by God crowned Emperor of the Romans.
Charlemagne has accepted the crown. He is now Emperor of the Romans. The decision is irrevocable. Charlemagne seems to have put aside his doubts, his hesitation. He's standing there, erect, proud. The imperial crown is flashing on his head. The worshippers thronging this great basilica are exalted. The Schola Cantorum is singing the Gloria, a hymn of jubilation and thanks to the Almighty.
Christmas Day in the year 800, Charlemagne is crowned Emperor of the Romans, and Rome enters a new era of power and glory. You are there.
You've been listening to the crowning of Charlemagne in the series You Are There. Today's program was written by Michael Sklar, directed by John Dietz, and produced by the CBS Documentary Unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. Charlemagne was played by Guy Sorel. Joseph DeSantis was Pope Leo III. Abby Lewis was Empress Irene. Ian Martin was Count Egenhard, and Charles Webster was Cardinal Gregorius. Others in the cast included Hester Sondergaard and Mercer McLeod. The choir, especially transcribed for this program, was conducted by Don Craig. You Are There is brought to you every fourth Sunday over most of these same stations. The next broadcast will be heard Sunday, January 22nd, 1950, but at a new time, at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 4 weeks from today, at 4:30...
September 1st, 1664. Peter Stuyvesant surrendered New Amsterdam to the British. You are there.
Many of the new Christmas books that we have or will receive this year are historical novels and adventure tales about America's exciting past. It will give you new pride in your country to read about the men and women who were the builders of this great democracy. Perhaps we all take our liberty too much for granted. We don't realize that freedom can be lost without constant work and vigilance on the part of every one of us. Let's resolve to be better citizens this year. This is CBS, where our Miss Brooks holds classes every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. It's dawn here this morning of April 12, 1861. The long night of waiting is over. In a few minutes, we'll know if the United States is to be divided into two independent nations split by a civil war. Major Robert Anderson, commander of Fort Sumter, is about ready to give his reply to the Confederate demand that he surrender this northern fortress in the heart of the seceded South. If Major Anderson does name a surrender date, that will be a sign the federal government is unable to maintain its authority in the slavery states. But if he refuses to yield Sumter, that will be a challenge to the concept of states' rights under which the Confederacy has been formed. The Confederate guns may then open fire on this fort, an act that would probably be the signal for civil war between the North and the South. The officers gathered here in the guardroom at Fort Sumter have received no advance indication as to what Major Anderson will do.
April 12, 1861, Charleston, South Carolina. You are there.
States' rights or federal sovereignty? The North and the South confront each other at Fort Sumter. Will there be peace at the cost of union or civil war? CBS takes you back 88 years to the great crisis of the American Republic. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Charleston, the guard room at Fort Sumter, and Don Hollenbeck.
Into civil war. There are about 15 officers and men here in the bare, gloomy, candlelit guardroom at Fort Sumter, a room sparsely furnished. It's about 25 feet long with a low vaulted ceiling. It's been a sleepless night. The Confederate delegation, headed by Colonel James Chestnut, arrived about 1 o'clock this morning, delivered the Southern ultimatum to Major Anderson, commander of the fort. That ultimatum demands that Major Anderson name the day when he'll surrender Fort Sumter. It implies that force will be used if the major refuses to yield. Major Anderson and his staff went immediately into conference. They've been in the major's office these past 3 hours framing an answer. A moment ago, the major sent word by his orderly that he's about ready to reply, and we're waiting for him to appear. The 3 members of the Confederate delegation are sitting at the guardroom table with Colonel Chestnut, the head of the delegation. There are Captain Stephen D. Lee, Lieutenant Colonel A.R. Chisholm, and one civilian, Congressman Roger Pryor of Virginia. The Southerners seem calm, confident, but the men of this federal garrison, on the other hand, are nervous and tense. They're running low on provisions. They've been almost blockaded for 3 weeks. Ever since the election of Abraham Lincoln last November on an anti-slavery platform, his election, of course, has brought this crisis between the North and South to a head. While Major Anderson's just come into the guardroom, he's walking toward the Southern delegation at the table. Major Anderson, 56, tall, graduate of West Point, fought with distinction in the Indian and Mexican Wars. The major's from Kentucky. He's a slave owner himself, yet his sympathies are certain to be pro-Union. Now Major Anderson has stopped at the table. Now he's facing Colonel Chestnut, the head of the Southern delegation. Major Anderson is speaking.
Forgive me for keeping you waiting so long. Important decisions are not made easily.
We appreciate that, sir.
Colonel, as I informed you earlier, Fort Sumter's food supplies are exhausted. Unless we receive provisions, we shall be starved out in 3 days. Please inform your government that I shall surrender Fort Sumter 3 days from now, on the 15th of April, unless, prior to that date, I receive new instructions from my government at Washington for additional provisions.
In other words, you refuse to surrender.
I just told you, Colonel. I will evacuate this fort on the 15th, unless...
That won't do, Major Anderson. My government will not accept a qualified answer. We know as well as you that Mr. Lincoln has dispatched a fleet to bring you provisions, and that fleet should arrive here sometime today. We want a hard and fast answer, no ifs or buts. You want your word that you will surrender this fort at once immediately.
I can't do that, Colonel Chestnut. It will be a violation of my honor. I have an obligation to the government of the United States.
Major Anderson, you and the Southern owe a sacred obligation to the people of the South.
I am an officer of the United States Army.
Listen. I have brought here Brigadier General Beauregard, commanding the provisional forces of the Confederate States of America. I have the honor to inform you that as soon as I reach our guns to give the command, we will open the fire of our batteries on Fort Sumter. Good day, sir.
Colonel Chestnut and Major Anderson exchange salutes. Colonel Chestnut and his party are leaving the guardroom now. It will take them some little time to row across the harbor to the nearest Confederate guns. Now Major Anderson has turned to talk to several officers who gathered around him. As soon as he's finished, we'll try to get a word with him. The major looks pale. There's an expression of great sadness on his face. He's been pushed into this situation. As we said, Major Anderson is from Kentucky, probably torn by conflicting loyalties to the South and to the federal government. The major stopped talking to his officers. Major Anderson, sir, may we have a word with you, please?
Well, only a moment. I'm very busy.
I understand, sir. Major, do you think Colonel Chestnut will make good that threat to fire on you?
I hope not, sir. But if he does, we shall answer fire with fire.
Well, if the bombardment does take place, how long do you think you can hold out?
If a bombardment takes place, the fate of Fort Sumter won't matter. We shall then be concerned with civil war, with the fate of our country, sir.
Thank you very much, Major Anderson. The major's leaving the guardroom. The other federal officers and soldiers are talking quietly now. Nothing they can do but wait. And now for some comments on Major Anderson's reply to Colonel Chestnut. We take you to our studios in Washington and Quincy Howell.
We've just heard Colonel Chestnut threaten to fire on Sumter without first consulting his government. That's the Confederate government at Montgomery, Alabama. That's strange. You really think in such a crisis as this, Colonel Chestnut would telegraph Major Anderson's reply to his superiors in Montgomery. Then Confederate President Jefferson Davis would have had to make the decision whether or not to wait for Fort Sumter to surrender on the 15th of April. But apparently Colonel Chestnut just didn't do that. He pointed out that a federal provision fleet is steaming toward Sumter, and he threatened to open fire on the fort in a few minutes. Of course, it may well be that the colonel is just bluffing, hoping the threat will cause Major Anderson to surrender right away, before the food ships arrive, that is. Major Anderson still has time to indicate surrender. He can raise a white flag or lower the stars and stripes from Fort Sumter's mast. If Major Anderson does not surrender, and if Colonel Chestnut means what he says, the decision on peace or war lies with President Abraham Lincoln right here in Washington. The President can still, of course, telegraph Major Anderson instructions to surrender Fort Sumter. That would avoid an armed conflict between the North and the South. I've just been informed that President Lincoln is about to speak to reporters at the White House. Doug Edwards is there. So we take you now to the White House, and go ahead, Doug Edwards.
The doors to the President's sitting room have just been opened, and correspondents from every section of the country, including the South, are entering. President Lincoln is sitting at the desk. With Mr. Lincoln are his personal secretary, Mr. Hay, and the Secretary of State, Mr. Seward. Mr. Lincoln shows the strain of waiting for telegraph bulletins from the fort. He looks very tired. His face is drawn, his shoulders are bent, and his black coat is wrinkled. The sitting room door has just been shut. The next voice you hear will be that of President Abraham Lincoln.
Gentlemen, you know by now that the guns of the Confederacy threatened to open fire on Fort Sumter. The senior officer of the fort, Major Anderson, has refused to surrender unless he receives instructions to do so from me. The country has a right to know where I stand on this question. My position was made clear in my inaugural address. At that time, I said, acts of violence within any state against the authority of the United States are revolutionary. I said further, the Constitution expressly enjoins upon me that the laws of the Union be faithfully executed in all the states. I said the power confided in me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the places and property of the government. And that includes Fort Sumter. Now, gentlemen, I shall be glad to answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Mr. President, does that mean you won't order Fort Sumter to surrender?
Please, one at a time.
Mr. President, I represent the Charleston Mercury. Do your remarks mean that you will not order Major Anderson to surrender Fort Sumter?
We may not think the same way about the Constitution in Charleston as we do in Springfield, but I think we speak the same brand of English.
Speaking is easy, Mr. President, but will you fight for Fort Sumter?
I do not anticipate bloodshed.
Mr. President, is it your opinion that the Confederate threat to fire on Fort Sumter is only a bluff?
I don't know. But if the threat is in earnest, I trust that saner men will not permit it to be carried out. I trust that the leaders of the South will prevail on the officers at Charleston not to plunge the nation into civil war.
Mr. President, the people of the South feel that your party is forcing a civil war by its stand on the issue of slavery. What about that, Mr. President?
The issue before the country is not slavery. I have said time and again that I have no intention of interfering with the institution of slavery in the states where it now exists. The issue is the continuation of the Union.
But on that point, Mr. President, Southern statesmen argue that nothing in the Constitution binds any state to remain in the Union.
Southern statesmen are trying to make the states' rights tail wag the Union dog. In my opinion, the Union is supreme. No combination of states can get out of the Union on their own motion. Resolutions to that effect are illegal.
Nevertheless, Mr. President, 6 southern states have seceded. They claim Fort Sumter is Confederate property. Now, will you go to war to hold that property for the North?
Not for the North, sir, but for the Union. under the Constitution of the United States. When I took the oath of office as president, I pledged myself to defend and preserve the Constitution. The Constitution will not be defended and preserved unless it is enforced and obeyed in every part of every one of the United States. And that includes Charleston, South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Lincoln has risen, indicating that the news conference is over. The correspondents are filing out. As you heard, no new orders will be telegraphed to Major Anderson at Fort Sumter. There may be civil war in a matter of minutes, unless the Confederate officers at Charleston are bluffing or are overruled by the Confederate government. Ken Roberts has been standing by at the executive mansion of President Jefferson Davis in Montgomery, Alabama, and he may have some news on that. We switch you now to the seat of the Confederate government in Montgomery, Alabama. Ken Roberts reporting.
President Jefferson Davis of the Confederate States of America will be with us in a moment. Right now, the President of the Southern Confederacy is in the office adjoining this anteroom speaking to members of his cabinet. The cabinet members hurried to the executive mansion when the latest report from Fort Sumter came over the telegraph wires a few minutes ago. Mr. Davis, as you probably know, is a former United States Senator, a general of the Mississippi Militia, and served as United States Secretary of War under President Pierce. Mr. Davis has entered this anteroom. The door has been closed. Mr. President, are you going to order Colonel Chestnut not to fire on Fort Sumter?
The authority to deal with the situation at Fort Sumter has been delegated to General Beauregard. It seems that General Beauregard has in turn delegated the authority to Colonel Chestnut.
Well, President Davis, as Commander-in-Chief of the Confederate forces, you can still intervene, can't you?
I have no desire to intervene.
The commander of Fort Sumter, Major Anderson, has agreed to surrender the fort in 3 days. Would you consider waiting 3 days before bombarding Sumter on the possibility that war might be avoided?
The fate of Fort Sumter, sir, will be settled at the Charleston level.
But if the colonel does open fire, won't the Confederacy stand responsible for having started a civil war?
If war breaks out, the responsibility will rest squarely on the shoulders of Abraham Lincoln. He has refused to recognize the sovereignty of the individual states. Mr. Lincoln has leveled a gun at the heart of the South. We cannot wait only for the sake of having him fire the first gun.
You feel then, Mr. Davis, that war between the United States and the Confederate States is inevitable?
Sir, we sent commissioners to Washington hoping to negotiate a peaceful withdrawal from the Union. They were scorned. Mr. Lincoln promised to withdraw his garrison from Fort Sumter. The promise was broken, as all Mr. Lincoln's promises have been broken. Mr. Lincoln will not permit a peaceful separation of the North and South. He prefers civil war to dissolution of the Union. And so he has created this situation at Fort Sumter as a war challenge to the Confederate States of America. The South, sir, cannot avoid that challenge with honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson Davis. The President of the Confederacy is rejoining the members of his cabinet in the other room. As you heard, it's up to Colonel James Chestnut in Charleston to decide whether or not Fort Sumter will be bombarded. John Daly at Fort Johnson in Charleston Harbor reports that the colonel's boat is rowing across the harbor toward those Confederate guns. Go ahead, John Daly.
Colonel Chestnut's boat is now only a few hundred yards away from us here at Fort Johnson, and in the gray light of the dawn, we can see his oarsmen pulling steadily in this direction on their trip from the fort here to the battery. The stars and stripes are still flying over Sumter. If the bombardment of the fort is to take place, the signal gun will be fired from this mortar battery at Fort Johnson. The shot will be the signal for all the other batteries in the harbor to open fire on the fort. Sumter, you know, is in the center of the harbor, about 2,000 yards away. It's literally surrounded by the Confederate batteries. There's one to our right at Jane Island. Beyond that, still another battery at Cummings Point. The Morris Island guns. Across the harbor to my left are the Mount Pleasant guns, and to the right of them, the Fort Moultrie and Sullivan Island batteries. Hundreds of civilians of Charleston are lining the promenade at the battery, Charleston's waterfront. Others are on the city rooftop overlooking the harbor, and the streets have been gay and bright with the young ladies' gowns, young ladies who are charmed with their dashing cavaliers. Many of the ladies, by the way, have been busy already preparing comfort for the soldiers of the Confederacy. There is some sense of alarm among small segments of the population who seem to know what war may be like, but in the main, Charleston has had a great gala fete out of this preparation for the bombardment or non-bombardment of Fort Sumter. A crowd of several hundred excited civilians has gathered here at Fort Johnson, and here too is the Charleston Firemen's Band, which you just heard. All Charleston has been making the Sumter affair a really gala event, and the band is here to see it through in complete style. With us is Captain George F. James, the Confederate officer in charge of these guns here at the fort, and Captain James, I should say, is about 30 years old. He wears the gray and blue uniform of the Palmetto Guard, a local unit of the South Carolina militia. Captain James tells me that he was an officer in the United States Army, but resigned his commission and joined the Army of the Confederate States 2 months ago. Captain James, as a former United States officer, how do you feel about firing on the United States flag?
I'm a West Pointer. I served under that flag. Some of those men at Sumter are my very good friends and fellow officers. If I have to fire on a Stars and Stripes, sir, it'll be the most difficult thing I ever expect to do.
Well, do you think that Colonel Chesterton will give the command to open fire?
Yes, sir, I think he will.
Even though it will mean civil war?
Even though it will mean civil war, yes, sir. Oh, we didn't want this, sir, but the North forces into it.
Well, how so, Captain James?
Well, the North intends to take away our property.
Your property?
They put an anti-slavery president into the White House, didn't they?
Oh, I see. By property, you mean slaves?
Certainly, I do mean slaves. I have 179 blacks on my plantation. How long do you think I took those slaves with Abe Lincoln running the country?
Well, hasn't Mr. Lincoln promised not to interfere with slavery in the states where it now exists? He said only that he is against extending slavery to the new Western territories.
That's what he said. But we Southerners know what he's after. First, he wants to stop white men from holding slave property in the Western territories. Then, when the territories come into the Union, they'll come in as free states. Anti-slavery states. That'll give the abolitionists enough votes in Congress to abolish slavery right here in the South. Southern slave property is worth $400 million. That's a mighty big investment. And it won't be safe until the South is recognized as an independent slave-holding nation.
Thank you, Captain James.
Thank you.
Colonel Chesterton's boat has just reached the Fort Johnson landing below us here. He should be here shortly. And the Charleston Firemen's Band has just struck up Dixie, the new minstrel song which has been sweeping the South. The crowd is joining in, singing the words rather defiantly. Let's listen. Dixie, the new minstrel song by Dan Emmett, which is fast becoming something like a national anthem for the Confederacy. As you can hear, the band has already heightened the spirits of the gay crowd which has gathered here and been here for so many hours, waiting to see how this question is going to be resolved on the Charleston waterfront. The young ladies, again, are taking a leading part in the almost celebration that is continuous here along the battery of Charleston and even here in the confines of the fort. The young ladies' bright and gay dresses and their high voices make a steady pattern of sound. While we were listening to the music, by the way, we noticed Judge James Pettigrew in the crowd, and the judge has agreed to an interview. He's here with us now. Judge Pettigrew is the leader of the pro-union men of South Carolina, one of the few pro-unionists in Charleston to escape being thrown into jail for expressing his views. The judge, a man of 72, has the respect of even his most violent political opponent, not only because of his advanced years and his service to the South, but also because he is universally recognized as the greatest legal authority in the United States. Judge Pettigrew, in your opinion, excuse me, Judge, Colonel Chestnut and his party have just entered the fort. The four men are walking this way toward Captain James, who stands near the signal gun. And by the way, I'm told that the gun is already loaded and aimed, ready to fire on Fort Sumter if and when Colonel Chestnut gives the word. As he approaches now, Colonel Chesterton is talking to Congressman Pryor of Virginia. The congressman, as you know, is an ardent supporter of secession, famous for his denunciations of the abolitionists, and a leader of the movement to take the state of Virginia out of the Union. Last night in Charleston, the congressman told a cheering crowd that if South Carolina strikes the blow, fires on Fort Sumter, Virginia will secede, and now Colonel Chesterton is speaking.
Captain James, we are going to fire on Fort Sumter. Yes, sir. Congressman Pryor. Wait, gentlemen, wait. Colonel Chestnut, I warn you, if you fire that gun, you'll way, Judge Pettigrew. I have the authorization of General Beauregard. Authorization? Beauregard? You men realize what you're doing, Judge Pettigrew. If you speak.
Congressman Pryor has interrupted.
Judge Pettigrew, I respect your gray hair and your reputation. Yet I must warn you, sir, true sons of the South will not stand by much longer and allow our traitors and it. Congressman, men like you are provoking a war which the South cannot win. If you fire that gun, you will thrust the South into war against the most powerful people on earth. In the name of heaven, think before you take an action that will slam the door on any hope of peace, sir. You speak eloquently about peace. But what about honor, sir? Would you have peace without honor? You say we cannot win a war against the North, and I tell you we'll travel in the dust. Fire that gun, and millions of loyal Southerners will flock to the banners. Virginia will secede. The border slave state will follow Virginia into the Confederacy. Weapons will come from England and France. I say annihilate this union, tainted with corruption and tyranny. Fire the gun, and as surely as the morning sun rises, we will create on Southern soil a new nation, which will be the glory and envy of the world.
The crowd is backing Congressman Pryor. They're crying out, fire the gun, give the signal for bombardment. Judge Pettigrew has thrown up his arms in a gesture of despair, of helplessness. He's walking away, shaking his head sadly, but the crowd ignores him. They're still calling for the firing of the gun. Colonel Chesterton is raising his arms for silence, shouting for the people to give him their attention, and the crowd is responding. Now, Colonel Chesterton.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is one man who most deserves the great privilege of firing the first gun on Fort Sumter. I refer, of course, to the distinguished congressman from Virginia, Mr. Pryor. Sir, you accept the honor. I thank you, but I cannot fire the first shot of civil war.
Congressman Pryor, the most ardent advocate of war in the South, has refused to fire the first gun. The crowd is silent. It seems to be stunned. They don't know what to do, and it may be that even at this last moment... Colonel Chestnut again.
Captain James, fire the signal gun.
Captain James hesitates, but he is walking quickly to the signal gun. Now he's pulled the lanyard. The signal gun has been fired. The shell is mounting high into the air. We can follow it by the glare of its fuse. It's dropping over Fort Sumter. It's going to hit inside the fort. Now the cutting point battery to my right has opened fire on the front end of the Moultrie battery. The automatic guns now across the harbor. To my left, the guns are not present. The bombardment of Fort Sumter has begun, and it means war between the United States and the Confederate States of America. Civil war here in Charleston Harbor. The war begins. Suddenly, these people here seem to have become aware of the tremendous tragic implications they're fighting.
Charleston, South Carolina, April 12, 1861. The South fires on Fort Sumter, and the Civil War begins.
You have been listening to April 12, 1861, Fort Sumter. Another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. Fort Sumter was written by Michael Sklar. The cast included Matt Crowley, Stubbs Cotsworth, Guy Arbery, Bernard Lenroll, Justice Stratton, Edwin Jerome, James Monks, Scott Tennyson, Robert Cromwell, Guy Sorrell, and others. Station WSCC, Columbia's affiliate in Charleston, South Carolina, assisted in the research for this broadcast. Next week,
October 3rd, 1574, Holland, the siege of Leiden. You are there.
What makes a congressman? What are the moving forces behind the man or the woman who represents you in Congress? How well do they translate your views into yeas or nays? What are the pressures, the compromises, the contradictions that confront a freshman congressman when he reaches Washington? Tonight, the famous star of radio, stage, and screen, Mr. Ralph Bellamy, will come to CBS to play a freshman congressman in the CBS documentary unit's latest broadcast, The People's Choice. The People's Choice is based on 6 months of research, study, and interviews with members of Congress, Washington experts, and with voters like yourselves. Don't miss The People's Choice, starring Ralph Bellamy, tonight on most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the Salem Court of Massachusetts Bay Province. The recess in the witchcraft trial of 71-year-old Rebecca Noss, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning of this 29th day of June, 1692, is just about over, and the trial should soon resume. As you know, Rebecca Noss, great-grandmother and mother of 8, whose husband owns a 300-acre farm not far from the Crane River Bridge, went on trial this morning as a witch. The penalty for witchcraft is death. This courthouse on Townhouse Lane is jammed to the rafters.
Salem, Massachusetts, June 1692. CBS is there.
A Salem court tries a woman as a witch. CBS invites you to believe that our microphone is there waiting for the verdict. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fourth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation.
And Salem, June 29th, 1692, and John Daly.
Tell them how this trial is progressing. The tension with which this day opened here in Salem has grown greater, if possible. In this trial, second in the biggest roundup of suspects these colonies have ever seen, two key witnesses for the prosecution this morning testified that the defendant, Rebecca Norse, was responsible for fits, seizures, and the unnatural torment which have been plaguing a dozen or so Salem girls for the last few months. Another woman named by these girls, Bridget Bishop, has already been hanged and waiting in jail at this very moment to be tried by this same court on these same charges of witchcraft are 150 local residents who were seized in their homes in nearby Lynn, Topsfield, Marblehead, Amesbury, Andover, Wells, as well as Salem, and as far off as Boston. This morning, a prosecution witness, the Reverend Mr. Samuel Parris, minister of Salem Village, testified that the alleged unnatural activities of Rebecca Norse against the afflicted children are actually part of a much larger plot against the government. Is that correct, Mr. Parris?
If that plot had not been discovered, the plotters would soon have succeeded in sinking this government.
On the stand this morning, Mr. Parris, you spoke of proof.
They have been holding meetings, sir. They have been holding meetings and plotting to root out the Christian religion from this country.
I see. You said, too, that they were prepared to blow up all the churches and wreck our government.
And set up instead their own diabolism.
So, well, I'm told, sir, that before you came to this church, you were a merchant in the Barbados Isles.
I gave up commerce for the ministry.
You brought back with you some slaves, sir.
2.
Is it true, Mr. Parris, that there has been a dispute going on between you and members of your congregation as to what were the terms of your salary agreed upon 2.5 years ago?
When I accepted the call to this parish 2 years and 7 months ago, my salary was clearly determined.
But there is a dispute, isn't there, as to whether it gives you permanent ownership of the parsonage or merely the use of the ministry and the pasture.
The salary for my services includes full and permanent ownership of the parsonage and surrounding grounds. Those who have disputed it are simply not in possession of the facts.
I see, but is the prisoner's husband, is Francis Norse, among those who have disputed your claim to permanent ownership, Mr. Parris?
Francis Norse is not in possession of the facts.
Just one more question, Mr. Parris. About the committee charged with furnishing you with firewood last November, when you tried to have them brought to law.
The committee had stubbornly and for a long time been derelict in its duty to furnish the parsonage with firewood.
But it was argued then that an extra sum had been added to your annual salary to compensate you for finding your own firewood.
But
Mr. Parris, Rebecca Norse's husband, the husband of the woman against whom you testified this morning, is on the firewood committee, is he not?
Rebecca Norse has been plotting the destruction of our government.
Thank you very much, Reverend Samuel Parris. Also on the stand this morning, we heard Dr. William Griggs, village physician, testify that a number of his patients had been bewitched. Dr. Griggs, you said that you yourself had seen evidence of their unnatural affliction.
I saw the minister's, the Reverend Mr. Parris's own niece, try to fly up the chimney.
You described how she was picked up by an unseen force.
An unseen force hurled her through the room so that she flew from wall to wall. Then she began to show every evidence of starting to fly, stretching up her arms as high as she could and crying, "Wish, wish, wish."
This morning, Dr. Griggs, you testified that the girls were under the baleful influence of an evil eye. Now, speaking as a medical man, what is the explanation of the evil eye?
When a witch turns her evil eye on a subject, an invisible and impalpable fluid darts from the eye of the witch and penetrates the brain of the bewitched. From then on, the witch can do with the bewitched as she pleases.
Thank you, Dr. Griggs. The excitement over the witches brings to a head the anxiety and unrest which has been disturbing these people of Salem. Dissatisfaction with a succession of governors, high taxes, a high cost of living, and lately rumors of war make it easy to understand why the distracted Salemites feel, as one put it to me this morning, that Satan is loose in New England, and why they're not surprised to learn that 150 of their own neighbors and even friends have been plotting with the devil against them and their government. The judges are coming in now. Judges Sewell, Sargent, Winthrop, Richards of Boston, Corwin, and Gedney of Salem. And here comes the deputy governor, the Honorable William Stoughton, who has been acting as Chief Justice during the trial. This is the sign that the recess is over, the prisoner is about to be brought in, and the trial resumed. The crowd grows quiet. Attorney General Thomas Newton has walked over to say something to Deputy Governor Stoughton.
Here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. Here comes Rebecca Norse, accused witch. She's flanked by George Herrick on the right, another constable on the left. Her husband is standing up. Francis Norse is waving to his wife, trying to get her attention, but the elderly prisoner seems to be either too indifferent or too tired to look up. That was her daughter's voice. The voice you heard was Sarah Norse's, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter. She called out, "Mother," and her mother seems to have heard her. She raises her head. She looks a little bewildered. Judge Stoughton is pounding on the desk for order. The trial is about to start. In the front row, the afflicted girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, who are here to testify against Rebecca Norse, are staring at her. The marshal helps the prisoner to the platform where she stood this morning. Apparently, Rebecca Norse is still not going to sit. She's going to stand through this session. She's standing about 8 feet from the judges now, facing the judges. Attorney General Newton has opened the trial, and he tells Rebecca Norse, "You are now in the hands of authority."
I adjure you to answer the questions of the court truthfully and not to lie.
He warns her not to lie, and now I'll throw open the microphone on the witness stand and let you hear the proceedings.
Rebecca Norse, why do you hurt these children?
I do not hurt them.
If you are guilty of this fact, do you think you could hide it?
The Lord knows.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me last night.
Despite the fact that Rebecca Norse was locked in the Salem jail last night, 12-year-old Ann Putnam accuses her of having beaten her in her own home, thereby implying that Rebecca Norse can be in two places at once and is therefore a witch.
Abigail Williams, have you been hurt by this woman?
Yes.
Now, Rebecca Norse, here are two, Ann Putnam, the child, and Abigail Williams, who complain of your hurting them. What do you say to it?
I do not hurt them.
This morning you heard read the confession of one Abigail Hobbs, confessed witch. She named you as the queen of a witch's feast. What do you say to it?
How could she say that? She is one of us.
What do you mean by that?
By what?
What do you mean by one of us?
She is like the rest of us, innocently imprisoned.
Didn't you say you would tell the truth? Who hurts these children now? Look upon them.
May I go to prayer?
We have not sent for you to go to prayer. Why did you stop coming to church when the girls were seized with fits?
It made me ill.
Why didn't you visit them in their affliction the way the other neighbors did?
I was not able to go out of doors because of illness.
What sort of illness?
I suffer from weakness of the stomach, sir.
What did he say to you?
We mustn't believe everything these distracted children say. There's no one whispering in the ear.
You dare to lie before this whole assembly. You are now before authority. I expect the truth. What did the man whisper in your ear?
I ask anyone here to tell me they saw anyone beside me. You can see I am all alone.
Let's go to the sacrament, David. Please do not be there.
There has been talk among your neighbors, Rebecca Norse, that your illness is of a supernatural character. What do you say to that?
But I've had difficult times, sir. I am the mother of 8 children, and I suffer with the weakness that any woman would, my age and condition.
Do you have any wounds?
Attorney General Newton has asked the defendant perhaps the most dangerous question of all so far. Do you have any wounds? Referring to those marks found on the person of a witch which betray that she is in league with Satan. But Rebecca Norse, being slightly deaf, he has to repeat the question, do you have any wounds? I have none but old age, she answers. 71-year-old Rebecca Norse is beginning to tire. Her white hair, somewhat disheveled, is clinging to her forehead. She's wringing her hands, nervously clasping and... Something strange is happening. 12-year-old Ann Putnam is screaming. She is pinching. She is pinching. And now Abigail Williams is screaming. She is choking me. Both of these girls seem to be having some kind of a spasm. They're writhing on the floor, clutching at their throats and crying that Rebecca Norse is choking them. Deputy Marshal Herrick and another constable have run over, and they're each holding one of the prisoner's hands to keep her from pinching and choking the girls, who are at least 10 feet away from her. They're now manacling her hands behind her back. The turmoil is dying down. The spectators are taking their seats. Attorney General Newton again turns to the prisoner, who seems visibly...
You see, Rebecca Doss, what a great condition these girls are in. Why do you hurt them?
I do not hurt them.
But when your hands are freed, the girls are pinched and choked.
Yes, sit down. Do not feel well.
You are strong enough, Rebecca Doss, to bewitch these girls. You are strong enough to stand at your trial. Do you think these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily? What do you say, Rebecca Doss? Do these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily?
No.
The court is not able to hear you.
May my husband come up to wipe me for it. Sweat from me for it. My hands are bound.
These girls charge you with hurting them. If you think they suffer involuntarily, then you admit that what they say is true. And if you think they suffer not willingly, then you are calling them murderers. Which do you say, Rebecca Doss?
I do not mean to call them murderers. I don't know what to make of their conduct.
Answer the question, Rebecca Doss. Do you think these girls suffer against their will or not?
I do not think they suffer against their will.
Rebecca Doss is showing extraordinary courage. Old, alone, pitted against men of superior education and legal training with no lawyer to defend her, she nevertheless sticks to her point that the girl's fits are not involuntary. Now Ann Putnam's mother, Mrs. Thomas Putnam, takes the stand.
Tell the court what happened.
One morning, Rebecca North came to me.
What time was it?
It was very early morning. Just as it grew light. She was still in her nightgown. She came to me, and she brought a little red book in her hand.
She tried to make you sign it?
She said if I wouldn't, she would tear my soul out of my body.
What happened then?
Then there appeared to me 6 children in winding sheets. And they called me aunt.
Who were these children?
They told me they were the children of my sister Baker, who lives in Boston. And they said that Rebecca North had murdered her. And they told me to go and tell it to the magistrate, or they would tear me to pieces.
The testimony piling up against Rebecca North has become more serious, if possible. And now another neighbor of the accused, Sarah Pepper, a widow, takes the stand.
Now, without fear, will you tell the court, Sarah Pepper, whether anything ever took place between the prisoner and any member of your family?
Yes, sir. About this time, 3 years ago, my dear husband, Benjamin Pepper, now dead, may the Lord bless his soul, was as well as I ever knew him in my life.
Yes, go on, please.
He was healthy and happy till one Sunday morning, Rebecca North.
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft?
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft.
What did she do?
She came to our house and fell to scolding and railing at him because our pigs had gotten into her fields.
Your fields are close together?
Yes, sir. And we're only supposed to keep half the fence mended. It's up to her to mend the other half. That was the agreement.
What happened then?
Her side of the fence was down and our pigs got through. We told her we'd kept those pigs hobbled, but there wasn't a thing you could say to quiet her down. She railed and scolded, calling on her son Benjamin to go and get a gun and kill the pigs.
How did your husband answer her?
My poor husband never said one word amiss to her. And it was right after that he was taken with a fit.
Was his seizure the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having?
His seizure was the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having.
Did your husband have any seizures after that?
My poor husband was never the same again. The day before he died, he talked very cheerful, but he was seized at midnight, and this fit lasted till the next night. And then he died.
The deputy marshal is leading the weeping widow Pepper back to her seat, and Attorney General Newton turns to confer with the 7 judges behind him. This looks bad for the defendant. So far, all of the testimony... Wait a minute. A young man is coming towards the judge's bench. It's Samuel Norse, the prisoner's son. The sheriff challenges him.
I want to speak. If you have any evidence to present, Samuel Norse, present it at the proper time.
This is the proper time, and I ask leave of the court to present my evidence.
Tell your story.
On the 27th of March, I and my sister's husband, John Tarbell, he's here now, and he'll swear to everything I say.
Tell your story.
John and I went up to Thomas Putnam's to find out why his wife and daughter were making shocking accusations against my mother.
The reason why is no secret. You heard them tell the court.
I wanted them to tell me. At the house, I found Miss Putnam, her daughter Anne, and one of Anne's friends. I asked young Anne how she came to name my mother among the witches. I said, did she mention my mother's name first, or did someone else say it to her?
What point are you trying to make?
When I asked young Anne how she first came to mention my mother's name among the witches, she replied that she had seen the apparition of a pale-faced woman sitting in her grandmother's chair. I said, who was that woman? She said she didn't know her name. I said, who told you to say my mother's name?
Are you saying
That's when her friend spoke up. Why, Anne, don't you remember? She said it was your mother. That made Miss Putnam very angry. She cried, why, it was not. It was you told her to say Rebecca Norse. Then they turned on each other and they said it was you told her to say the name.
I still don't understand the point you are trying to make, Samuel Norse.
What I'm trying to say is that not one of those who now accuse my mother would admit it was they first named her among the witches.
First or last, they named her.
Take your
Attorney
seat.
General Newton seems to be a little impatient as he motions Samuel Norse to return to his seat. His sister has risen. The Norse family seems to be on the attack now in defense of their mother. Sarah Norse, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter, without being asked, without permission, has come up and is now standing before the bench. Attorney General Newton ignores her. He's conferring with the judges. Rebecca Norse is looking at her daughter. She's smiling, a strange, vague smile. Now Attorney General Newton has turned to Sarah Norse. He's taking her testimony.
I was in the meeting house on the 24th of March, the day the committee first examined my mother. I was there when Miss Bibber...
You are referring to the widow Bibber who lives in Wenham?
That's the one. I was there when she went into a fit.
The court knows that.
I was watching her when she began to scream that my mother was sticking her with pins.
You're adding nothing new to the facts, Sarah Norse. If that is why you have asked for permission to testify...
But I saw Miss Bibber take the pins out of her clothes. I saw her take the pins out of her clothes. That's a lie! I saw Miss Bibber take some pins out of her clothes and hold them between her fingers. Then I saw her clasp her hands around her knees. And that's when she began to scream that my mother was sticking pins into her. That's a lie! You're a liar! You're a liar!
One of the spectators probably sees Mrs. Bibber screaming, that's a lie. She's a liar. Sarah Norse is answering her, shouting, it's the truth, and you know it. The marshal is making her go back to her seat.
Come on down and take your seat. I would like to speak.
Benjamin Putnam is asking to testify.
forward.
The Attorney General is inviting him to come forward, is asking the brother-in-law of Mrs. Thomas Putnam, who testified against Rebecca Norse just a minute ago, to come forward.
I have a paper here, signed by 39 people of Salem and Salem Village. I ask the court's permission to read it.
You may read it.
We, whose name...
Will you read it a little louder?
We, whose names are hereunto subscribed, being desired by Francis Norse to declare what we know concerning his wife's conversation for some time past, can testify to all whom it may concern that we have known her for many years. And according to our observation, her life and conversation were as she claimed it, and we never had any cause or grounds to suspect her of any such thing as she is now accused of. Signed, Benjamin Putnam, Sarah Putnam, Job Swinnerton, Esther Swinnerton, Samuel Abbey, Hepzibah Ray, Daniel
This
Andrew,
is a surprise. 39 of Rebecca Norse's neighbors, including Ann Putnam's own brother-in-law, testified by petition to their belief in Rebecca Norse's innocence. Rebecca Norse seems stunned by this unexpected turn in her favor. The spectators, too, seem visibly impressed by the long list of responsible and respectable names. Mrs. Putnam looks startled. She keeps brushing her hair out of her eyes. Her face is pale. Judge Stoughton is turning to the jury.
Rebecca Norse! Didn't you bring the devil with you? Didn't you tell me to tempt God and die? How often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation, Rebecca Norse?
That was Mrs. Putnam. She's screaming, how often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation? She's hysterical. She's becoming violent. She's ripping her clothes. Her husband has received the court's permission to take her outside, and he's lifted her bodily. He's carrying out, kicking and screaming out of the courtroom, and has taken her out now. The trial can start again. Rebecca Norse seems to be on the point of fainting. It doesn't look as if she can keep standing on her feet much longer. Once again, Judge Stoughton... Wait a minute. Something else has happened. A woman among the spectators threw her shoe and hit Rebecca Norse in the face. There's a red streak on Rebecca Norse's right temple where Mrs. Pope's shoe hit her. Rebecca Norse looks white and shaken. The courtroom is quieting down. Judge Stoughton turns to the jury. Apparently there's going to be no more testimony. He's going to send out the jury for a verdict right now.
I charge that you, being the judges of the facts, if you find that Rebecca Norse did bewitch the said girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, so that they were sore afflicted and tormented, then you must find her guilty of witchcraft under the statute of James I.
The jury has risen now and is filing out of this courtroom to consider the verdict. The judges are leaving too, and Deputy Marshal Herrick is taking Rebecca Norse from the courtroom. Some of the spectators are leaving for a breath of fresh air. The jury is out of the courtroom now. Of course, there's no possible way of knowing how long they will be. They may return momentarily, and if they do, we will switch back here to the courtroom immediately. Meantime, there are about 150 other suspects, as we told you, who have been rounded up in this drive and who are now in nearby jails waiting to be tried by this same court. My colleagues Harry Marble and Ken Roberts are at this moment in two of those prisons, Boston and Ipswich, with CBS microphones, and we switch you first to Harry Marble in Boston Prison.
This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I'm standing in a room about 25 by 35 and 7 feet high. The walls are of stone and the windows are barred. Leaning against the walls and chained to the benches here are about 25 or 30 men who are waiting to be tried for witchcraft. Right beside me, his hands manacled, is Navy Captain John Alden. Captain Alden, what are the specific charges against you?
Witchcraft, I presume.
You have to pay your own room and board while you're in prison, don't you, Captain?
Yes. And should I have the misfortune to be found guilty, my family would have to pay the cost of my execution. And, of course, my property would immediately be confiscated by the authorities. The deputy governor, I imagine.
I am told that some of your fellow prisoners confessed to practicing witchcraft, Captain.
I will tell you how one confessed. A boy of about 18. They had him tied neck and heels until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He confessed.
One more question, Captain Alden. Are you by any chance related to the John Alden who married Priscilla Mullen?
That was my father, sir. My parents met on the Mayflower coming over from the other side.
Thank you, Captain John Alden. This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I now switch you to Ken Roberts in Ipswich Jail.
This is Ken Roberts in Ipswich. The jail here is crowded with women of all ages. Beside me here is the prisoner, Dorcas Good, accused witch. How old are you, Dorcas?
I'm 4 years old.
4-year-old Dorcas Good was arrested the same day as Rebecca Norse.
I'm 4, going on 5.
Dorcas just corrected her age. She is 4, going on 5. Why are you here, Dorcas?
I want a piece of bread with honey.
Do you know why they put you here, Dorcas?
My name is Dorcas Good, and I'm 4 years old, going on 5.
Chained beside 4-year-old Dorcas here is Mrs. Rebecca Jacobs of Salem Town. Why have they put you in prison, Mrs. Jacobs?
They ran in the street. They ran in the street, and I said, look at the children. They are running in the street.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Then the men said, these are your children. They're running after you. Tell them to go back.
Your children saw you arrested, Mrs. Jacobs?
Come home, Mother. Mother, come home. I want my children. I want my children. I want my mother.
Do you get enough to eat here, Mrs. Jacobs?
Children, don't cry. Mother will be home. The night men are just taking your mother for a walk.
Mrs. Jacobs, have your children been allowed to visit you?
Bloodroot and windflowers, sweet Mary and lilacs, they grow in my garden. When night comes, they close their eyes and go to sleep. I want my children. I want my baby.
I want a slice of bread and honey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, but a message has just been handed to me. The jury trying Rebecca North has just come back into the courtroom. So this is Ken Roberts returning you to John Daly in Salem. This is John Daly in the Salem courtroom. The jury has come back. The jury charged with the fate of Rebecca North has just returned. The judges are in their places. The prisoner, her hands still manacled, stands facing the bar. The spectators are silent, waiting. The jurymen have taken their seats, all except Thomas Fisk, the foreman. The foreman is standing, and now Judge Stoughton turns to the jury.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What have you found?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has found Rebecca North not guilty. She looks stunned and stands bewildered and confused, pale and shaken. Her husband is fighting his way up to her. 72-year-old Francis North is crying, and his wife, Rebecca North, is now in his arms. Rebecca North, her gray head sunk on his shoulder, is crying for the first time since this trial began. Her sons and daughters are kissing and hugging her. They're all trying to touch her. They're patting her face, her hair, her dress, and they're laughing, and at the same time, tears are streaming down their cheeks. Now Judge Stoughton has left the bench and is talking with Thomas Fisk, the foreman of the jury. George Herrick, the deputy marshal, is pushing his way through to Rebecca North, probably to tell her that he's glad she was acquitted. The deputy marshal is saying something to Rebecca North now, and for some reason or the other, he's taking her by the shoulder. And now the jury is going out again, and Sam North has run over to the deputy governor. He seems to be having a heated argument with Judge Stoughton. I'm going to get over there to find out what's going on. There's something going on. There's a great deal of confusion all around here.
You can't do this to my mother. I did not impose on the jury. I've merely given them a fact which they had overlooked.
Mr. North, what has happened?
They're making the jury convict my mother. The jury comes back with a verdict of not guilty, and Stoughton sends them out again. They come back and he tells them that they have misinterpreted the facts. They have my mother on the stand, and they tell her Abigail Hobbs said she was a witch. And she says, how can Abigail say that? She is one of us. Now the judge says that when my mother said she's one of us, she admitted she was a witch, too. But he heard my mother say she didn't mean that. She meant Miss Hobbs was just one of the prisoners. Why, what Stoughton's done is tell the jury to hang her.
But why? Why should Judge Stoughton do this?
Because they've got some people in office around here who are scared of being pushed out. There are too many people who don't like them. So they find themselves some scapegoats. They take women like my mother. They say she's a witch. They say they're trying to bewitch our children and sink the government. All they're trying to do is save their own necks, and for that they're going to hang my mother.
Sam North is angry, frenzied. He seems to be absolutely sure the jury will change its verdict. I've never seen anything like this happen in a courtroom before, and it's hard to believe. But we'll see. The jury is coming back already. They've only been out a short while. With Tom Fisk leading them, they're coming back into the jury box. Their faces are grave. Judge Stoughton is banging his gavel for order and has turned now to jury foreman Thomas Fisk.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict?
We find Rebecca North guilty as charged.
Mother!
Rebecca North has been found guilty. What Sam North feared has happened. Everything he said was apparently true. And if this is contempt of this court, let it be so. A woman adjudged innocent by a jury of her peers, by almost precise direction of a presiding judge, has been found guilty and now must pay the supreme penalty.
Salem, June 29th, 1692. Rebecca North is guilty, and the witch hunt goes on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fourth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
July 29th, 1588, the English Channel. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Salem Witch Trial was written by Sylvia Berger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is John Daly with the Greek army of Alexander of Macedon in the Persian theater of operations. Here, near the Tigris River, we will soon know whether the war between Greece and Persia is to be ended by a negotiated peace. For the meeting that Emperor Darius of Persia asked for yesterday is about to take place. The Emperor's ambassador, Prince Meniscus, has left the enemy lines 2 miles away, should arrive here shortly. And if Alexander accepts the terms he offers, this Greek invasion of Persia will be over. If Alexander rejects those terms, he must hurl his tiny Hellenic army against the overwhelming hosts of Persia in a final decisive battle for the mastery of Asia. The fate of Greece and the destiny of the imperial Persian government thus hang on the outcome of today's meeting here in the hills above the Tigris River.
September 30th, 331 BC, Persia. You are there.
Darius of Persia offers peace to the invading Greeks under Alexander of Macedon. CBS takes you back more than 2,000 years to a great decision in the history of the world. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. Today's broadcast is part one of a trilogy. Alexander the Great seeks mastery of the world. And now,
Persia, the Greek Allied Expeditionary Forces, and John Daly.
Alexander will accept the peace offer of Emperor Darius, or he will engage the Persian monarch's huge army in a death struggle to decide whether Greece or Persia is to be mistress of Asia. 11 days ago, captured enemy scouts revealed that the main body of the Persian army was encamped here near the Tigris River. Alexander marched toward Darius, intending to force an immediate battle, but when the enormous Persian host was sighted 4 days ago, Alexander halted and hastily built a fortified camp. Yesterday, couriers arrived from Darius. They asked for a truce and an audience for Prince Meniscus, the emperor's ambassador. Though they said that Prince Meniscus would present peace terms, they gave no indication of what those terms may be. After consulting with his war council, Alexander agreed to hear the Persian ambassador. The meeting will take place under a huge pavilion erected here behind the Greek line. Alexander's divisions are massed around the pavilion. The 10,000 men of the companion cavalry, the ranks of the phalanx, the archers, javelin throwers, and skirmishers of the auxiliary detachment. The king of Macedon is inside the pavilion, standing near the throne. The members of the war council are with him, and Alexander has graciously consented to a brief interview. Ned Kalmer is with the king of Macedon, so go ahead, Ned Kalmer.
The king of Macedon is in conversation with his counselors. He's promised to join us in just a moment. On this, perhaps the most important day of his life, the young monarch, only 25 years old, seems fresh and relaxed, utterly without care. A figure of a handsome youth with the finely developed body of an Olympic athlete. He's wearing a short linen tunic. His helmet is of polished steel with a white plume. His neckpiece, also of polished steel, ornamented with precious stones, which Alexander has ended his conversation now, and he's coming this way. Your Majesty, by your leave, what peace terms do you think Prince Meniscus will offer on behalf of the Emperor Darius?
What terms will Darius offer? Why, the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Your Majesty is not serious.
Why not? The heavenly spheres are a fitting ransom for an emperor to pay for the return of his family.
Then you think the emperor is offering peace in order to get back his mother and daughter whom you captured 2 years ago?
That may be, but I also flatter myself that the great king wishes to make peace because he fears us.
If I remember correctly, sire, 2 years ago, Darius offered only a treaty of friendship in return for his mother and daughter.
You remember correctly. I rejected that offer.
Well, will you make peace with Darius now if he offers more than a treaty of friendship?
Perhaps. If he offers enough.
Well, how much is enough, sire?
Oh, The sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yes, I know, but seriously, Your Majesty...
Very well, then, if you insist on being serious, the Emperor Darius may have back his family, and peace, too, if he will yield to me the throne of Asia.
That's a royal ransom.
Royal indeed. But to ask less would be an insult to the honor of the Emperor's family.
But, sire, suppose the Emperor is not prepared to bid that high for his family and peace. Will you accept less than the throne of Asia?
Let us not anticipate. Let us hear what Darius offers. It amuses me to have the Emperor of all Asia come begging to the King of Little Macedon. It reminds me of a tale that was told to me when I was among the Israelites. As the tale goes, there was a giant named Goliath and a young lad named David. Now, these two...
Sire, if Your Majesty will forgive me, the Persian ambassador arrives.
Thank you. You must forgive me now. The sun, the moon, and the stars approach me.
Thank you, Your Majesty. As you heard, Prince Meniscus, the Persian ambassador, is arriving. So back to John Daly.
You are coming this way through the Greek lines. Prince Meniscus is riding in a gilded war chariot drawn by 6 black horses, gaily caparisoned. An escort of about 100 mounted Persian nobles rides with him, and they appear to be members of the great emperor's personal bodyguard, that famous group of warriors known as the Kinsmen. The Kinsmen wear heavy jeweled armor. Prince Meniscus, however, does not wear battle dress. He is clothed in a flowing golden robe. And now the Persians have halted near the pavilion. Prince Meniscus steps down from the chariot. His escort is dismounting and gathering around him. The prince is a tall man, well over 6 feet in height, has a look of arrogance, as perhaps befits the representative of the ruler of most of the civilized world. He takes a large golden casket from one of the kinsmen and enters the pavilion. Alexander is seated on the throne. Prince Meniscus kneels before Alexander and sets down the golden casket on the floor of the pavilion, which is covered with rich purple carpet. The prince remains on his knees in accordance with Persian protocol, waiting for Alexander to bid him rise. Alexander speaks.
We bid you welcome, Alexander, King of the Macedons. I bring you a gift of jewels and gold from him upon whom the King of Heaven has bestowed the dominion of the earth, to whom the almighty Ahura Mazda has granted the surface of the 4 quarters, whom Providence has eminently distinguished with glory, exaltation, majesty, and with multitudes of devoted champions and confederates. The Emperor Darius, King of the Persians and the Medes, and ruler of all Asia, we thank your royal master for these tokens of his esteem. But in the list of impressive powers, titles, and honors that you attribute to him, you err in the last particular. Your master is not ruler of all Asia, not by half. I rule the lands west of the Tigris River, and will shortly rule the lands east of the Tigris as well. That is in the hands of the gods, sire. In any case, my lord Darius does not fear to do battle against you. He has summoned his retainers from every corner of Asia. We have 200,000 horsemen on the plain below, and 800,000 foot soldiers. 1,000,000 men, sire, and you have only 47,000. We outnumber you 20 to 1. Ah, but you forget, Prince, I defeated a Persian army that was much superior numerically 2 years ago. At Issus, I do not forget. Issus was merely an accident. It will not happen again. Even you, sire, must realize the utter madness of attempting to do battle with us now. If you choose to fight, we will scatter you as a thunderbolt scatters the creatures of the field. That remains to be seen. I warn you, sire, my emperor's patience has limits. Do not press him too far. By invading the lands of Darius, you have broken the 150 years of peace between Greece and Persia. I broke the peace. My royal father, Philip, was murdered by assassins hired by your master, Darius. I have come to repent, sire. is a convenient pretext to justify your invasion of Asia in search of loot and empire. I have heard it said that it was yourself who caused the murder of your father. Liar! I have the evidence to prove it was Darius who hired my father's murderers. Your emperor's own letters in which he, and not only my father, your emperor has attempted to murder me. We know of Darius' foul offer to pay 1,000 gold talents reward to the assassin who could succeed in killing me. You may thank the gods, Prince, that I value my honor more than your insolence. If we were not met here under a solemn oath of truce, I would have you flayed alive. We are indeed grateful to your Majesty's forbearance, but this is neither here nor there. We are not met to discuss the past, but the future. Very well, then, the future. Darius, sire, fears that your soldiers, made vengeful by defeat, would do harm to his family which you hold captive. Therefore, the great emperor makes you this offer. Return the Queen Mother, Sisigambis, and the Princess Statira, and Darius will swear eternal peace and friendship with you. He will give you the hand of his daughter in marriage, and as dowry you shall receive 30,000 talents of gold, the value of a rich kingdom, and with it all the vast territories west of the Euphrates River. Accept, and you will become ruler of half of Asia, equal in stature to the Emperor Darius himself. Consider well, sire, this is the most magnanimous offer made by one monarch to another since time began.
Alexander is silent. His face is a mask. It's impossible to tell what his reactions are. He just gazes at Meniscus. Now Alexander rises and the King of Macedon speaks.
Your master's offer is worthy of our deliberation. I shall weigh it with my counsel.
Alexander has left the golden throne, motioning to his counselors to follow him. The King of Macedon is striding toward a nearby tent. He and his counselors will be in session there probably for some time. The young king does not necessarily have to follow their advice. Although he appeared visibly impressed by the offer, we have no way of knowing whether or not he will accept. One of the men who is probably best able to judge what is in Alexander's mind at this moment is Captain Hephaestion, commander of a Greek cavalry regiment and one of Alexander's most intimate friends. Don Hollenbeck is with Captain Hephaestion outside the pavilion among the cavalry, so go ahead, Don Hollenbeck.
Captain Hephaestion, do you think Alexander will accept this Persian offer?
Offer? The Persian has offered nothing.
Nothing? Do you consider half of Asia to be nothing?
Alexander already holds half of Asia by right of conquest.
Well, what about the hand of the emperor's daughter in marriage?
The Princess Statira is a captive. If Alexander wishes to wed her, what is there to stop him?
That's a good point, Captain, but what about those 30,000 talents of gold?
At Persepolis, the Persian capital, are 30 times 30,000 talents of gold. And it will all belong to Alexander when he defeats Darius on the battlefield.
Oh, you think you can win on the battlefield in view of the tremendous odds spelled out by Prince Meniscus?
Alexander has conquered Asia Minor. He has liberated Egypt. He has leveled the great high-walled city of Tyre. The gods blessed his banners at Granicus and Ithis. The barbarians between the Tigris and the Euphrates were defeated. Everywhere the faint of heart thought victory impossible to achieve, and everywhere Alexander has been victorious. And he will be victorious again. He must conquer Darius, otherwise he betrays his destiny.
Destiny? What does Alexander consider to be his destiny?
Alexander claims to be a direct descendant of Heracles and Dionysius. His divinity was proclaimed by the oracles of Delphi and Zeus Ammon. And his destiny, as proclaimed by these oracles, is to conquer and rule the world as a god.
Do you believe Alexander's a god?
What I believe is of no consequence.
Well, if Alexander considers it his destiny as a god to conquer Asia, why is he even taking time to consider this Persian offer?
The king amuses himself. He pretends to be impressed by our Persian emperor.
He is also courteous to his counselors, lending ear to their advice. But all the while, he is unshakably resolved upon the conquest of Persia. Mark my word, Alexander will shortly fling the Persian author back into the teeth of Darius. There will be no peace today, but war.
Thank you, Captain Hephaestion. The young cavalry commander has given us one opinion as to how Alexander will decide. There is, however, another point of view, and for that opinion, we take you behind the Greek lines now to the village of Gaugamela. Ken Roberts speaking.
Here, in a large and magnificently appointed tent, are the living quarters of the Emperor Darius' mother and daughter, the elderly Queen Sisygambis and the 18-year-old Princess Stateira. The gracious Persian queen mother and the beautiful princess have been traveling with this Greek army ever since they were taken prisoner at Issus 2 years ago. Alexander is a frequent visitor here, and he has supplied his royal captives with all the comforts of royalty. Your Majesty, Captain Hephaestion has just said that in his opinion, Alexander will definitely reject your son's offer of peace. May we have your comment on that?
I know Hephaestion well. He has the mind of a robber. He did not receive any land from Alexander's conquesting the West. He wishes to receive land in the East. He hopes that Alexander will continue his campaign. Therefore, Hephaestion speaks his own mind, not the mind of the king of Macedon.
Well, Your Majesty, what do you think Alexander will do?
I'm an old woman. The young king has confided in me as he would to his mother. He has told me of his ambitions. In the beginning, he wished to spread the rule of Greece across Asia. But now, he has met and learned about our ancient, rich Persian civilization. He has learned to love our Eastern way of life. And he recognizes how crude and barbaric are the ways of the Greeks.
Well, then, in your opinion, Your Majesty, Alexander has turned his back on his Greek ideals?
Let us say that he has outgrown them. Now he desires to create a blending of the East and West. He wishes Greece and Persia to be one. So, Alexander will make peace today with my son, and he will marry my granddaughter, the Princess Stateira.
Well, now my next question is rather a bold one, but I ask it because you've graciously consented to answer it. Is the princess agreeable to the match?
The Princess Stateira is the daughter of an emperor. She obeys her father's commands. Frankly, I think it cannot be at all difficult to obey this command. The king of Macedon is a very handsome and charming man.
Thank you, Your Majesty, Queen Sisygambis. There's still no news from the conference tent where Alexander is discussing the Persian peace offer with his counselors. We have had some interesting reactions from persons close to the scene on what Alexander should or should not do. Just how accurately do these views reflect the desires of the Greek home front? For a report on that question, let's hear, after a brief pause, from Quincy Howe in our studios in Athens, Greece. Go ahead, Quincy Howe.
As far as I can make out, the Athenians want Alexander to turn down Darius' peace offer. They want Alexander to fight a battle. But when it comes to their reasons for wanting him to fight, the Athenians are split into two parties. The chief spokesmen of these parties are with me in our studios here. On my left is the director of the Lyceum School on the west side of Athens, near the Gardens of Apollo, the philosopher and scientist Aristotle. On my right is the outstanding civic leader in Athens today, former Lord of the Treasury, member of the City Council, General Demosthenes. I'm going to ask Demosthenes to speak first. Will you tell us, sir, why your party hopes that Alexander will reject the Persian peace offer and fight Darius?
Sir, Alexander is a tyrant who must be destroyed. And Persia
is the only power on Earth strong enough to destroy him.
Rubbish. Well, General, that's a rather remarkable statement, especially from a Greek. Why, Demosthenes, do you object to Alexander? Why do you want him destroyed?
5 years ago, the city-states of Greece were free. We were at peace, flourishing. Then, hungry for power, this young upstart led his armies down from Macedon. Without provocation, he attacked our cities, tore down our walls, snuffed out our democracy, and forced us to submit to his tyranny. And not content with the domination of all Greece, he forced us to join his invasion of Persia, a war of conquest, of lust for blood and power. I say to you, there will be no end to his ambition, no end to our ruin, unless this madman is destroyed.
Thank you, General Demosthenes, for that strong, provocative statement of the case against Alexander. Now let's hear what the other side has to say. Aristotle, you're a friend of Alexander's. You know him intimately. As a matter of fact, sir, you were his teacher.
For 6 years.
Well, what about, then, this charge that Demosthenes has just made, that Alexander has taken away Greek liberties?
Well, with all due respect for the eloquence of Demosthenes, I must point out that he is a professional orator, and professional orators are given to such phrases as tyranny and democracy.
Phrases? Those phrases are the soul of Hellas.
You will permit me, Demosthenes, since you are the noble champion of freedom, grant me my freedom to continue.
Very well, continue.
Thank you. Now, sir, Demosthenes paints an appealing picture of Greek cities at peace with each other and flourishing before the advent of Alexander. But the fact, sir, is that before Alexander became king of Macedon, our cities were constantly at war with each other. Our wealth was expended on armies, fleets, attacks, counterattacks. Our economy was stagnating. The man of property was being taxed beyond his ability to pay, and the common citizen was pouring out his blood in fruitless warfare. Alexander changed all that. He has unified Greece.
Unity at the cost of liberty.
Without unity, there is no liberty.
That is specious reason.
Logic, my dear sir.
Twisted logic, that's what it is. Twisted logic.
Indisputable logic.
Gentlemen, please, this is the people's platform. One at a time. Here, let's try to keep this discussion orderly. You've both given your views on Alexander's relations with Greece. Now, what about this Persian expedition? Demosthenes is charged that Alexander is waging a war of straight conquest. What do you say to that, Aristotle?
Well, having had the charge of Alexander's education, I believe I can speak with some authority on Alexander's ideas. His mission, as he sees it, is to spread the superior culture of Greece across all Asia.
But do you think, Aristotle, that culture, even a superior culture, can be spread at the point of a sword?
Alexander has already demonstrated that proposition.
Well, how so?
Well, as an example, take Egypt. 2 years ago, Alexander led his army to the delta of the Nile, and there he founded Alexandria. Its commerce is raising the standard of living of the inhabitants of the region.
Propaganda.
If you wish, you may call that spreading culture at the point of the sword, but it is culture nevertheless.
I've had enough. No more. This is nothing but the mouthings of a paid propagandist in the employ of Alexander.
Are you accusing me of corruption?
I am.
How dare you? A vicious libel.
The king of Macedon has subsidized your scientific researches to the extent of several hundred gold talents.
But
it is well known that he has scientists with his expedition who send back specimens for your work on natural phenomena.
True. I'm grateful for Alexander's interest in science, but that does not make me a paid propagandist for Macedon.
Indeed.
On the contrary, it is you, Demosthenes, who are a paid agent of Persia.
I do not deny it.
Well.
I have received gold from Darius to finance my struggle against Alexander. I make no secret of it. I am proud of it.
Betrayer of Greece?
Hireling of a tyrant.
Your ancient enemy?
Conference has ended. Here, gentlemen, yes, here. Just a minute. I'll have to interrupt this discussion. I've just been informed that Alexander's conference with his war council has ended. So we take you now, after a brief pause, to John Daly at the river Tigris in Persia. Go ahead, John Daly.
Here at the pavilion, we're waiting for Alexander. The conference ended a moment ago, but the king of Macedon has not yet appeared. His councils, however, have come out, and Prince Meniscus, the Persian ambassador, and his escort are also here. General Parmenion,
Alexander's chief of staff is here with us now. General Parmenion, can you tell us what the king of Macedon has decided?
I cannot. I do not know what the king will do.
I don't understand. Didn't the conference reach a decision, sir?
The War Council gave His Majesty its thought on the matter, but the final decision rests with him. And he gave us no indication what that would be.
Well, can you tell us what the War Council advised?
The Council advised His Majesty to accept the Persian offer.
Was the advice unanimous, sir?
It was.
Well, then, I should think that... Oh, excuse me, General. The trumpets are signaling the approach of the King of Macedon. He has left the tent and is walking toward the pavilion, his face impassive. There's no trace of a hint in his features as to whether he has decided on war or peace. It's a grim, frightening decision he must make. If he decides on peace, it means the end of years of hard campaigning. He and his soldiers will then return triumphantly to Greece with wealth and honor and glory. If he decides on war, however, it means a desperate battle against enormous odds. Alexander has now reached the throne in the center of the pavilion. He has seated himself, and now Alexander is speaking.
Let the Persian approach.
Prince Meniscus approaches the throne. At this decisive moment, he has lost none of his pride and his great dignity. With almost a defiant flourish of his golden robe, he has knelt. Alexander bids him rise, and now the young king...
Your royal master, Darius, desiring peace between Greece and Persia, has offered terms for settlement between our powers. But the gods, by giving success to my arms in conquering a great part of your master's empire, have manifested the justice of my cause. My answer, therefore, is this. If the Emperor Darius will have peace, he must acknowledge me as Lord of Asia and King of all his territories.
Impossible, sire, you ask the impossible.
Those are the terms. Deliver them to your Emperor.
Sire, I can tell you now. The Emperor Darius will yield no more than has already been offered.
So, you speak for your Emperor? Are you so empowered?
By his power and majesty, I am.
Then go and tell Darius that before another sun has set, he shall be stripped of his majesty and hurled from power. Go and tell your Emperor to prepare to defend himself. Today I conquer Asia. Tomorrow, the world!
Battle between Greece and Persia. Battle for all Asia. Incredible as it may seem, the young king has thrown away half of Asia as not enough. He has chosen to gamble for all of Asia. All or nothing. The trumpets are now signaling the end of the audience, the end of the peace conference. Prince Meniscus has stormed out of the peace conference in a rage, and Alexander, with his arms outflung, has turned to his own officers and his troops. Whatever reservations they may have had about the wisdom of battle against the million men of Persia seems to have been miraculously swept away. At least for the moment, they stand their pride and confidence on their face, ready to give battle. Prince Meniscus, as I said, has left the pavilion now. Terribly enraged. And his escort are
Alexander of Macedon rejects peace and chooses battle for the mastery of Asia.
You have been listening to The Peace Offer, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Peace Offer was written by Michael Sklar. It was part one of a trilogy, Alexander the Great Seeks Mastery of the World. Richard Waring played Alexander, Torrin Thatcher was Prince Meniscus, Bernard Lenrow played Aristotle, Stutz Cotsworth was Demosthenes, Tiveli Aliki was Queen Sisigambis, James Monks was Hephaestion, Charles Webster was Parmenion. Next week, part two of Alexander the Great Seeks Mastery of the World.
The battle for Asia. You are there.
Tonight on CBS, you'll find solid enjoyment and laughter on the Electric Theater as Miss Helen Hayes plays a backwoods wife who gets tired of drudgery and asks for a divorce. Hollywood star Eve Arden is also heard again as Our Miss Brooks, America's gayest schoolteacher. The Electric Theater and Our Miss Brooks are regular Sunday night features on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
This is John Daly with the Greek divisions under Alexander of Macedon overlooking the Persian plain near the Tigris River. In a few minutes, on this cold gray dawn in the 111th Olympiad, the King of Macedon will lead these men, a tiny army of only 47,000 soldiers, down to the attack on 1 million enemy troops led by Emperor Darius of Persia. If the Greeks can win against these overwhelming odds, they will achieve the almost impossible and set Alexander of Macedon upon the throne of all Asia. If they are defeated, however, these Greek soldiers know that the Persians will show them no mercy. They know that the stake today is literally victory or death. Can the Greeks win against these terrific odds? That's the question uppermost in the minds of every officer, every foot soldier,
October 1st, 331 BC, Persia. You are there.
Alexander of Macedon about to attack Darius of Persia. 47,000 Greeks against 1 million Persians. CBS takes you back more than 2,000 years to the most amazing gamble in all military history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. Today's broadcast, The Battle for Asia, is part 2 of a trilogy. Alexander the Great seeks mastery of the world. And now,
Persia, with the Greek forces at the Tigris River and John Daly.
Greeks against 1 million warriors of Asia, odds far greater than any army has ever faced before. The feeling among the troops today is in direct contrast to the sentiment that prevailed here yesterday. Yesterday, Alexander's men were excited at the prospect of peace. The Persian Emperor Darius offered the Greek king half of Asia if he would end the war. The troops were hopeful that Alexander would accept, but the king of Macedon rejected the offer. He chose instead to fight for all Asia. And although his men are determined to equip themselves as well as they can, they don't welcome the prospect of today's fight. They see themselves going into almost suicidal battle. Why did Alexander turn down Darius's offer? Why did he choose to throw his badly outnumbered Greek force against the huge army of the Persians? For some answers to these questions, we take you now to Greek Army headquarters somewhere behind the lines and Major George Fielding Elliott.
In choosing to fight rather than make peace, Alexander is gambling everything on his belief that the small but superbly disciplined army can defeat the army of Darius, which is vastly superior in numbers but loosely organized. During the 3 years that Alexander has been campaigning against the Persians, he has put his faith in Greek discipline against Persian numbers again and again, and won. At the river Granicus, it was 30,000 Greeks against perhaps 200,000 Persians, and Alexander won. At the Battle of Issus, it was 40,000 Greeks against about 400,000 Persians, and Alexander won. But today the odds are not 7-1, they are not 10-1, they are 20-1. And the question is, will Alexander's hitherto successful formula stand the test of these newer and greater odds? The Persian front is so wide that it extends far beyond the Greek flanks. It is entirely possible that despite Alexander's superior mobility, the Persians will outflank, surround, and destroy him by sheer weight of numbers. Darius has chosen today's battlefield. It's a broad, flat, and deep plain, perfect for maneuvering the great masses of men at his disposal. The main weight of the Persian attack will undoubtedly be aimed at the Greek flanks. If Alexander can succeed in keeping his flanks from being rolled back, if he can stave off encirclement by the Persians, he has a fighting chance to win this battle. Ned Kelmer on the left flank of the Greek army reports enemy activity. So go ahead, Ned Kelmer.
From our position here at the Greek left flank, we can see a large body of Persian cavalry coming into the enemy line directly opposite. It's impossible to tell how many there are. The men here estimate their number to be at least 10,000. These men are going to have to fight against those Persians when the battle begins. So let's get their reaction to that additional enemy cavalry. Here's a mercenary with me now, a professional soldier, a veteran about 40 years old. He tells me his name is Nearchus. Where are you from, Nearchus?
Men who fight for a living don't have any particular home.
Oh, I guess they don't. Well, where were you born?
Sparta.
What unit are you with, Nearchus?
The javelin throwers.
Oh, then you men will be among the first to engage the Persian cavalry. How do you feel about that?
I'll kill my share of Persians before I die.
Then you expect to die in this battle?
The Persians will take no prisoners.
But if Alexander wins, won't
he? Win? Against 1 million enemies? The king of Macedon has tempted the fates once too often. He has defied the god of chance for the last time.
But hasn't Alexander led the army to victory over great odds in the past?
We've been lucky. But this time Alexander has gambled away the life of every soldier in the army.
Then you think Alexander should have made peace yesterday with Darius?
The whole army wanted the king to make peace. Even the war council advised him to accept the Persian offer. But Alexander wasn't satisfied with half of Asia and all. He must have all Asia. He wants to conquer the world. The world! We'll fight. But the only Persian soil we'll win is the soil they bury us in. But I'll kill my share of Persians before I die.
Thank you, Nearchus.
Yes, if I'm to die, I'll take my share with me.
Yes, I know you will. Thank you again, Nearchus. The soldier with us now, judging from his armor, appears to be a cavalryman. Is that right, soldier?
Yes, I'm with the Athenian Mounted Auxiliaries.
Will you tell us your name, please?
Pausanias.
I assume you're not a mercenary, Pausanias. You're one of the Athenian conscripts.
Yes, we were conscripted to serve by the Athenian City Council. I don't blame the city councilors. They had no choice. Much as they hated Alexander, they were forced to conscript us for his army. Alexander would have put Athens to the sword if the council refused.
Yes, I remember.
I haven't seen my wife and children for 5 years. They must think I'm dead.
I'm sorry, Pausanias.
It's been bad years, too, fighting in the service of a despot. Watching these Macedon barbarians looting and murdering innocent people. But it's almost finished. Just one more battle. Then I'll go home.
You expect to go home after today's battle?
Alexander has sworn to release us from our service when he becomes king of Asia.
Then you expect to win here today?
I've waited a long time for this battle. We'll win if I can help it.
You think it's possible to win in spite of the odds?
In spite of anything, we must win. Otherwise, I'll never see my family again.
Well, you certainly have our best wishes today, Pausanias.
Thank you, sir.
Now, here's another soldier, a young fellow wearing the armor of the Macedon phalanx, one of Alexander's own countrymen. What's your name, soldier?
Amyntas.
Amyntas, that's a familiar Macedon name. How do you feel about the Persian cavalry?
A few thousand Persians one way or the other. It's all the same to me. One Macedonian is the equal of 100 Asiatics.
Then you aren't worried by the enemy's numbers?
Worried? We'll scatter them as sheep scatter before a tiger. We've done it twice before, and we'll do it again. Before the sun sets today, our king will rule Asia.
What makes you so sure, soldier, that you're going to win today?
Alexander is invincible. A god born to rule the world. Our king has crushed every enemy that scares me.
Something is happening in the center of the Persian line, and it's causing a great deal of excitement here among these Greek troops. The enemy seems to be leading a number of huge animals out in front of their position. John Daly, in the center of the Greek line, must have a better view of them than I have, so go ahead, John Daly.
We've moved forward about 100 yards in front of the Greek line with several officers to get a closer look at those animals. I count 4, 7, 12, at least 15 of them. Great, hulking, 4-footed monsters. Each one must stand about 10 feet high, weigh easily several tons. Their hides are gray in color. Each foot is as thick as the trunk of a tree. They seem to have long, flapping ears and tusks protruding from their jaws after the fashion of wild boars. Their snouts are long and flexible. You'll probably find this hard to believe, but their snouts reach almost to the ground. The bodies of the beasts are covered with plates of armor, and the animals have platforms lashed to their backs, probably for fighting men to ride on. General Parmenion, Alexander's chief of staff and commander of the Greek left flank, is coming up to this point now on horseback. Several staff officers are with him. They're probably coming up here to get a closer look at the Persian beast. Greek travelers to Persia and brought back tales of terrifying animals such as these. I think they call them elephants. Apparently, the Persians have trained these beasts for use in battle, but just how they'll use them is anybody's guess. General Parmenion is dismounted. He's looking across the plain to the Persian line, studying the strange beasts. Let's see if we can get a statement. General Parmenion! General Parmenion, sir. Do you think that these beasts are elephants? That is a possibility. Well, do you think that they will be used by the Persians in today's battle, General? That is also a possibility. Well, how do you think they're going to use them, sir? What will the Persians do with them? Those are questions on which we have some very definite ideas. But we are not prepared to discuss them at this time. Well, do you have any defense against the elephants, General? Suppose they come charging into your lines, trampling down the men. I assure you, sir, the Persians believe they have produced a secret weapon which will win this battle. They shall find themselves mistaken. There never has been a weapon before that wasn't countered. And we shall counter this one today. Well, thank you very much, General Parmenion. Alexander's chief of staff has turned to talk to his officers. He and his aides are referring to them as elephants, and so I guess that's definite. These are elephants. Don Hollenbeck at Greek headquarters behind the line informs me that he has a Persian prisoner with him who is willing to give us some accurate information about this new Persian weapon. So over to Don Hollenbeck.
The name of this Persian prisoner of war is Mithrides. When he was caught yesterday, he taunted the Greek intelligence officers with stories of those enemy elephants, but they didn't believe him. Now, however, the Greek officers have given me permission to interview the prisoner. Mithrides is a tall man, swarthy, black hair and a black beard curled in the Persian fashion. His armor is very fine. He's probably a member of the Persian nobility. Is that correct, Mithrides?
Yes. I am a kinsman.
Oh, a member of the Emperor's bodyguard?
Yes. The kinsmen are the nobles of Persia who enjoy that privilege. We're the finest body of troops in the army of His Majesty, Darius.
Yes, I'm told you were caught by a very ordinary detachment of Greek scouts.
I beg your pardon, sir. They were Thracian scouts, not Greeks. There's quite a difference.
What is the difference?
Well, the men of Thrace are a more warlike people than the Greeks. Closer in blood to the Persians.
Well, I understand that for warlike Persians, you people didn't put up much of a fight.
There was no reason to resist. My party was outnumbered, and so we surrendered.
What about those elephants in the center of the Persian line, Mithrides? What can you tell us about them?
Ah, yes, the elephants. The Indian war elephant is the most fearful, terrifying weapon in modern warfare. It's not too much to say that the war elephant is the decisive, the absolute weapon of battle. Their effect on the enemy is incalculable. They strike terror in the hearts of their opponents. They cause panic among the cavalry and the foot soldiers.
Well, yes, but the Greeks say their cavalry and foot soldiers don't yield very easily to panic.
So much the worse for them. If the Greeks come within range of the war elephants, their destruction is assured. The beasts are trained to grip enormous swords in their trunks. Swords 15 feet long. They're trained to cut and slash at the enemy formations with those swords. Their tusks can gore a man with ease. With its trunk, the elephant can seize a man and horse, lift them into the air, and dash them to the ground, killing them instantly. The elephants thunder into the midst of an enemy formation, trample the foe underfoot, and, what's more, the elephants themselves are invulnerable. Oh, I regret that as a prisoner, I shall not be permitted to watch them.
Excuse me, Mithrides. John Daly at the center of the Greek line up front reports that Alexander is arriving, so go ahead, John Daly.
Alexander and the royal bodyguard are coming this way, riding through an avenue of soldiers of the phalanx drawn up at attention. These troops are Macedons, the hard core of his army. They will bear the brunt of the fighting and will have to outdo all their previous exploits if Alexander is to win today. The young king of Macedon, only 25 years old, mounted on Bucephalus, his famous black charger, wears a helmet of polished steel with a white plume, Strands of his bright red hair are falling out from underneath the helmet. His armor is very light and fine. He carries a sword and shield, and as he passes close by, we can see that he is fresh shaven. The king looks rested and confident. Alexander and his party have passed through the line. Now they are riding out in front of it in full view of the Greek phalanx. We've been told that Alexander will speak to these troops before the battle begins. The soldiers are silent, waiting for their commander to address them. In this army of 47,000 men, all eyes are turned toward Alexander. Down below on the plain, the million men of Persia must also be looking up here as they wait for the battle to begin. The royal bodyguard has stopped about 50 yards in front of the line. Alexander has wheeled his charger around facing his troops. He's signaled his trumpeters, and now they are sounding Alexander's battle call, the Scene of War. Alexander has spurred Bucephalus toward his troops, walked through, and now he is addressing the soldiers.
Soldiers of Greece, I shall not attempt with many words to stir you to valor. I ask only that you remember your heroic deeds of the past. Their memory shall be enough to incite you to glorious triumph. Have faith in me, your commander. I have led you from victory to victory. Remember, this time we fight not for a mere city, not for a province. The prize today is all Asia. I admit the task is difficult, yet the battle must have only one outcome. We must destroy the enemy. If we fail, there is no retreat. Behind us are the river Tigris, the Euphrates, and countless miles of enemy land. We must advance and conquer.
Alexander has turned his charger toward the enemy, raising his arms high, sword in one hand, shield in the other. The king of Macedon lifts his eyes to heaven and speaks once again.
O Zeus, ruler of the gods, all-powerful, lend your divine aid to my army. Give me victory today, O my father.
Alexander has invoked the aid of Zeus, and the king called the ruler of the gods his father. For the first time, Alexander has publicly revealed what Greece has long suspected. He actually believes that he is the son not of the mortal Philip of Macedon, but of the mighty immortal Zeus. Once more he calls out, men of Greece. Forward to the attack, and now, with a blare of trumpets, the army has begun to move forward. When the man speaks, Alexander has ordered absolute silence until the enemy is engaged. I'm going to move down the hill with the Greek center above me at the very crest of this long hill. Ken Roberts has a commanding view of the entire battlefield. We'll cover the initial phase of the attack. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
The vanguard of the Greek army is now almost midway down the hill, moving swiftly toward the Persians. The magnificently disciplined Greek phalanx, 1,000 men wide and 16 ranks deep, each man carrying an 18-foot spear, is advancing inexorably in perfect unison towards the mass of the Persian center, which stretches out like a leviathan on each flank, waiting to engulf the relatively tiny Greek force. The Persians have at least 50,000 cavalrymen at each wing of their long line. Between the cavalry wings and the center, Darius has massed several 100,000 foot soldiers. And right there at the Persian center, protected by the screen of elephants, is the war chariot of the Persian emperor, surrounded by his bodyguard of kinsmen. The two armies are now separated by only a few hundred yards, and the Persian left is moving forward. Darius is not waiting for Alexander to reach his lines. The Persian monarch is striking the first blow of the battle, a thrust at that Greek right flank. Richard Huntlet is down below me to the right, closer to this action. Go ahead, Huntlet.
About 10,000 Persian cavalrymen have ridden out and struck at the Greek flank. They're trying to finish. Now they seem to auxiliaries at first gave ground under the murderous impact of the assault, but now they're fighting back savagely. Some of those Persians are fighting with swords and lances, others throw javelins, and still others are mounted bowmen loosing their arrows as they gallop. The Greeks are attempting to maintain their cavalry formation using swords. The fighting seems indecisive. Greeks and Persians are falling. Now more Persians are coming into the fight. Darius is sending in reinforcements, but it's impossible to tell yet whether this is the main enemy thrust. Alexander hasn't yet sent any of the Macedonian heavy cavalry to help the Greek auxiliaries. The Greeks are giving ground. Ned Calmer reports that the Persians have launched an even more furious assault across the plain on the Greek left flank. So over to him. Go ahead, Ned Calmer.
From my position with General Parmenian's staff, I can see the fighting some distance away. The Persians struck at this flank in two columns. They're using tens of thousands of cavalry, archers, javelin men, and scores of chariots. They're knifing into the Greek line like demons with swords and lances, cutting a path of blood and death as they go. One Persian column is now attempting to turn the Greek flank. The other is fighting to break through at the center. General Parmenian is employing all his forces in a supreme effort to stem this murderous assault. He's thrown in the 1st and 2nd divisions of the phalanx, the Salian cavalry, the Thessalian horse, and the foot soldiers of the auxiliary brigade. But it doesn't seem possible that Parmenian can save the situation. The staff position here is being encircled rapidly. It looks very bad here.
This is Don Hollenbeck at Greek headquarters behind the lines. Go ahead, Ned Calmer. Go ahead, Ned Calmer. We hope to reestablish contact with the Greek left flank. The Greek forces are not only running into difficulty on their right and left flanks, but they're also in trouble here. Persian detachments right now are attacking the headquarters camp. The camp guards are resisting fiercely. Seleucus, commander of the guards, has sent a message to Alexander telling him of the situation and asking for help. A bulletin's just been handed to me. It's from General Parmenian, commander of the Greek left flank. The forces under Parmenian have been completely encircled. They're in danger of annihilation, and the general has sent couriers to Alexander urging assistance. Ken Roberts, up at the crest of the hill overlooking the battlefield, reports activity in the center of the Greek line now, so over to him. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
Alexander is paying no attention to the dangerous situation on his flank and in his rear. He is gambling everything on his all-out assault at the center of the Persian line. His skirmishers are attacking the elephants that protect Darius now. The Greek skirmishers are hurling their javelins and discharging their arrows at the beast. Now Persian foot soldiers are striking back furiously at the Greeks. They're trying to defend their elephants. A wild fight is surging around the feet of the elephants. If Alexander can break through that train of elephants, he can get to the Persian emperor himself. And it appears that's what Alexander is trying to do. And now elephants are rearing up, trumpeting with rage. They seem to have become maddened by the wild crowds of battle and the wounds that the Greek skirmishers inflicted on them with spears, arrows, and javelins. But now the elephants are breaking. They're out of control. And they're turning around, charging back into the Persian line. They're stampeding the enemy. The absolute weapon that Darius counted on to win this battle is turned against him. And the way is open now for Alexander to get to Darius. The king of Macedon is taking advantage of it. The Greek trumpets are sounding the charge. Alexander is leading the attack. John Daly is putting out a broadcast from a vantage point close to and overlooking the center of the line. So go ahead, John Daly. Go ahead, Daly. Alexander and his Macedon have smashed into the center of the Persian line like a thunderbolt. Emperor Darius' royal bodyguard of kinsmen have engaged them, are fighting bitterly behind the kinsmen. In his war chariot, the Persian emperor is shouting commands, trying to rally his nobles who guard his person. If the kinsmen fail to stop that savage Greek thrust, Darius will be at the mercy of Alexander, and we may see personal combat between the two monarchs. Something that Alexander is probably seeking, but from the look of this battlefield now, Darius doesn't want it too much. It seems incredible that Alexander has reached this point, but even now it doesn't seem possible that he can break through that mass of Persian defenders and reach Darius, for the kinsmen are great fighters, their ability known to legend. The Macedons here in the center must be outnumbered at least 5-1. Javelins and arrows are singing through the air. Spears and swords are flashing in the air, taking a terrific toll.
The Greeks don't seem to be able to wield their weapons fast enough to make any difference in the dense ranks of the enemy. Cut and hack as they will, the Persians fall as they do in great numbers. Still, there are others always to take the place of those who do fall. And still, Alexander and his men keep hacking their way forward, keep plunging in against the kinsmen, and the kinsmen are beginning to waver, are beginning to give ground. As they waver, the Greeks fight with renewed fury, and this protective mass around Darius now is beginning to break up. Alexander is beginning to drive through the kinsmen straight toward Darius' war chariot. Alexander's been waiting for this moment for years. It's been one of his ambitions to destroy Darius in hand-to-hand combat. But Darius has turned. He's fleeing. He's refused to face Alexander in battle. He's swung his chariot around, and he's matching his horses, and they're galloping away with him at top speed. Alexander is not giving chase. He's not allowing his emotions to master his military judgment. There's still help to be dispatched to Parmenion and Cynicus. There's still the great body of kinsmen here to be defeated, but the royal bodyguards have seen their emperor turn and flee, and they too now are beginning to run away. And the sight of the emperor and his kinsmen in flight is causing general demoralization among other Persian units. Thousands of them are beginning to throw away their weapons. Thousands are surrendering. Thousands more are following their leaders in flight. The Greek trumpets are sounding, halting the charge. Alexander is now calling his men around him, shouting to them, trying to get their attention. I think he's going to stick to them. I'm going to try to get up there now. It's only a short distance away. We're moving through a throng of excited, exultant Greek troops. Their faces are alight with shock surprise. They never believed this would happen. Most of them were certain this battle would be their last, but now they smell victory in there, although they're still fighting up there on the flanks and in the rear. Someone has handed Alexander a captured Persian banner. He's waving it aloft. We're as close as we can get now. Alexander has the attention of his men and is speaking to them.
I salute you! Here, in the center, you have beaten the Persians. Now, forward to help your comrades in the flanks and to the rear. Victory is certain. Men of Macedon, Darius is no longer emperor of Asia. Asia is ours!
The battle is won. The battle for Asia is over, and astonishing, incredible victory for Greece. Here on this plain near the Tigris River, the rule of Persia over the vast provinces of Asia has been dealt a mortal wound. Here among the piled-up bodies of the dead, the young conqueror of Macedon has carved out for himself an empire which reaches from the...
October 1st, 331 B.C. Alexander of Macedon defeats Darius of Persia and wins the rule of all Asia.
You have been listening to The Battle for Asia, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Battle for Asia was written by Michael Sklar. It was part 2 of a trilogy, Alexander the Great Seeks Mastery of the World. Richard Waring played Alexander, and the cast included Arnold Moss, Joseph Boland, John Merlin, Skip Homeyer, Charles Webster, Guy Sorrell, and others. Next week, part 3 of Alexander the Great Seeks Mastery of the World.
Mutiny in India. You are there.
Fine comedy, fine drama on the distaff side are provided every Sunday night by 2 of America's most talented actresses, Miss Eve Arden and Miss Helen Hayes. Every week, Miss Hayes is heard on the Electric Theater in an outstanding Broadway motion picture or radio drama, while Miss Arden brings you the lighter side of a teacher's troubles as the star of Our Miss Brooks. CBS cordially invites you to hear them both every Sunday night over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
This is John Daly with the Imperial Army of Alexander of Macedon at the Hippasus River in northern India. This day in the 113th Olympiad, may see battle between the Greek and Persian divisions of Alexander's forces, with the supreme commander leading the Persian unit against his own Greek countrymen. For 3 days, Alexander's Greeks have defied his orders to go forward into the dangerous lands of India to the east. They insist on returning to Greece. Today, Alexander has called an assembly of the Greek units. It is expected that he will offer his countrymen one last chance to end their mutiny. If they refuse, it's believed that Alexander will order the Persians to attack at once. It must be emphasized, however, that this is not official. It is speculation. The best opinion we've been able to obtain in answer to our why
326 BC, India. You are there.
Alexander of Macedon, seeking mastery of the world, is defied by his war-weary Greek troops. CBS takes you back more than 2,000 years to the climax in the career of the great conqueror. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. Today's broadcast, Mutiny in India, is the last of a trilogy on the life of Alexander the Great. And now,
India, the army of Alexander and John Daly.
Alexander will order the Persians to attack them. That is the expectation here on the assembly ground near the Hippasus River, where the Greek troops are falling in to hear Alexander. There are, of course, only 30,000 Greeks in Alexander's imperial expeditionary forces against 100,000 Persians. The Persian troops are comparatively fresh, but the Greeks are war-weary. They had hoped that after their young king had crossed into Asia, reached the borders of India, the easternmost boundary of his empire, he would turn homeward. But Alexander led the army into India, into lands never before entered by civilized men. When the troops reached their present position here on the west bank of the Hippasus River, Greek resentment reached the point of mutiny. The Greek divisions held conferences, sent a delegation to Alexander demanding that he turn back. The emperor rejected that demand, ordered the Persian divisions to prepare for an attack upon the Greeks. But then, instead of attacking today as was expected, Alexander ordered this assembly of the Greek units. Alexander is still at his headquarters and probably will not appear here until the assembly is completed. But General Quirinus, the leader of the insurgent Greek divisions, has arrived, is at our news headquarters a short distance away. Ned Calmer is with him, so go ahead, Ned Calmer.
General Quirinus will be with us in a moment. He's speaking to several officers. The general is of middle age, slightly above medium height, and there's a scar on his face, the mark of an old sword wound, a scar running from his left ear down to his lip. Quirinus has been one of Alexander's most reliable captains, and the general has ended his conversation with the officers, and he's coming this way. General Quirinus, sir, do you think Alexander has called this assembly to give the Greeks an ultimatum?
Yes, he'll stand on that platform. He'll rage and threaten. But that will change nothing. The troops will stand fast. Alexander must yield. He must end this expedition and lead us back to Greece.
But, General, I'm afraid a good many officers disagree with you, sir. They think that unless you end the mutiny, Alexander will order the Persians to attack.
Persians? That's merely frightened talk. Disregard it. The Emperor's threat to use the Persians against us is a sham.
Oh, what's your reasoning on that, sir?
If the Emperor throws the Persians against us, he'll not only destroy us, but himself as well.
Himself?
Do you think those Persians have forgotten that Alexander invaded their country and conquered them? Do you think they've forgotten that their kinsmen died on the battlefields of Granicus, Issus, and the Tigris? No, sir. The Persians have no love for Alexander. Once we Greeks were gone, they would turn on Alexander like wolves.
Well, General, suppose you're mistaken. Supposing Alexander does throw the Persians against you, what are your chances to defeat them?
He won't. He can't. But if he does, we have no chance at all.
But you Greeks have always been outnumbered by the Persians when you fought them, and yet you've beaten them.
Yes, but always in the past, Alexander was our general. If we fight today, he will be leading the enemy. And as a general, he has no equal. He's worth 500,000 men.
And still, sir, in spite of that, you're willing to risk a battle?
We have no choice. We Greeks have been campaigning with Alexander for 9 years. We fought countless battles. We've seen our comrades die. And we feared each battle would be our last. These past 60 days, we've marched through a wilderness infested with poisonous reptiles. It's rained every day. Hundreds have perished of snake bite and fevers, and what lies ahead? Only more fighting against the Gangrene, a great and savage nation. What difference does it make if we die today or the next day? If we must die, rather than die fighting for Alexander's insane ambition, let us die fighting to go home.
Thank you, General Coiner. And now Don Hollenbeck at Alexander's headquarters is waiting to report. So over to him. Go ahead, Don Hollenbeck.
The Emperor has still not left to go to the Greek assembly ground. Here outside Alexander's headquarters, the 100,000 men of the Persian units are drawn up behind Alexander's tent. Near the headquarters are 1,000 Persian cavalrymen as royal bodyguards. Ordinarily, the Emperor's bodyguard is composed of an equal number of Greeks and Persians, but all the Greeks were instantly dismissed when the mutiny began. Among the royal bodyguard are a number of Persian satraps, warlords. The commander of the bodyguard is Oxyates, king of Sogdia, the Emperor's father-in-law. Alexander married Oxyates' daughter Roxanne 2 years ago, and thereby cementing the friendship between this Persian warlord and his Greek ruler. King Oxyates has agreed to a brief interview. He's with us now. Your Highness, General Coenus, the leader of the insurgents, said a moment ago that Alexander is coming to the assembly ground prepared to yield to the Greek troops. Do you think that's true?
Does the tiger yield to the fawn? Does the eagle yield to the dove? Does the leviathan yield to the minnow?
Well, from your metaphors, I conclude you think Alexander will not yield.
I am not privy to the Emperor's thoughts in this matter. But it is my belief that unless the Greek troops throw off their misleaders and submit voluntarily, Alexander will scourge them into submission.
Well, do you think the Greek troops will break and submit?
Does it matter to the tempest if the trees bend before it? Does it matter to the sea if the shore crumbles? Does it matter to heaven if the earth vanish? Alexander belongs no longer to Greece. His majesty belongs to the world. And with or without the Greeks, he will go on to conquer the world. We Persians will march with him.
But the Gangrene who lie ahead are reported to be very strong. It said they have 2,000 war chariots, 20,000 cavalry, 200,000 infantry, and 3,000 war elephants.
Possibly. But our spies also report that the Gangrene are dissatisfied with their present king. He is said to be a mere barber, elevated to the throne by an amorous queen. The Gangrene will not fight for him. They will welcome Alexander as a liberator.
Your Highness, General Coenus claims if the Greek units were destroyed, you Persians would then turn on Alexander and destroy him. Would you comment on that?
I shall be delighted. Alexander has enlarged my kingdom 5-fold. He has married my daughter. She will bear him sons who will one day reign in his place on the high throne of Asia. Does a father murder a beloved son? Does a vassal murder the ruler he honors? Does the receiver of rich gifts murder his benefactor?
Well, King Oxyates, excuse me, Your Highness, Alexander has come out of his tent. He wears battle dress. He's made some significant changes in his armor. In the past, Alexander's armor has been a mixture of Greek and Persian design, symbolizing the unity of both peoples. But today, the Emperor's battle dress is Persian from helmet to boot. The Emperor looks weary, older than his 33 years. His face reflects the strain he's been under these 3 days of the Greek mutiny. Alexander and King Oxyates and the other Persian satraps have mounted now. Behind them, the thousands. The trumpets are sounding. Alexander spurs his chargers forward. The cavalrymen dig into the flanks of their mounts, and behind the cavalry, the entire Persian force begins to move. Alexander's riding to the assembly ground with all the Persian divisions behind him, so back to John Daly with the Greek troops. Go ahead, John Daly.
From our position here at the assembly ground, we can see Alexander and the vanguard of the Persians coming over the crest of a hill about half a mile away. They're riding at gallop, raising a heavy cloud of dust as they approach.
The Greek troops here are watching their king approach. They're silent, resolute, seem ready for anything. The veterans of Alexander's campaigns are standing rank upon rank, 30,000 of them, drawn up by division. To my left, the famous companion cavalry, the spearhead of all Alexander's victories. Next to them, the phalanx, Alexander's mighty hammer, which has shattered every enemy line Alexander has met in 9 years of victorious campaign. To the right, the light armed foot soldiers, the most mobile and highly disciplined body of troops in the world. All these men show signs of the hard campaigning they've undergone, especially these past 2 years since the invasion of India. Alexander's bodyguard has halted now at the edge of the field. Behind the bodyguard, the Persian divisions are also coming to a rest. But Alexander, alone, continues to ride on toward this platform through the ranks of the Greek troops. But the Greeks do not salute their commander and king. They hold him accountable for their suffering. The men are prone thin, wasted by hunger and disease. Their armor is dented and rusty. Many of them have festering wounds. The king of Macedon has reined up before the platform. Quickly, he dismounts without a word to anyone. Without a glance at General Coenus, he's mounting the steps of the platform from which he will speak. A lone figure before the 30,000 silently accusing and defiant Greeks who must be wondering whether their emperor will actually hurl the Persians against them unless they end their mutiny. Alexander is speaking.
3 days ago, your spokesman informed me that you refused to continue the campaign beyond the Hypasus River. Soldiers of Greece, this is treason! I should have nailed your spokesman to the nearest trees, flogged thousands into obedience, cut off hundreds of heads, as I did twice before, when traitors dared to rebel against me. Philotas, Callisthenes, Parmenians, all traitors and all dead. Yet, out of my love for you, my fellow countrymen, my simple soldiers who shared danger with me and victory, I am showing the greatest of forbearance. Soldiers of Greece, there are limits to my patience. We go forward against the Gangrene, forward to new and ever more glorious victories, forward to mastery of the world.
Alexander's words have drawn no response from the Greek divisions. The men are absolutely silent, unmoved by the eloquence of their king. They've heard his eloquence before, and apparently General Coenus is mounting the platform. Alexander turns to him. Coenus confronts his king now. Back to the platform.
When you charge us with treason, we have opposed your will, but only because it has become necessary to place a limit upon our suffering, your suffering. Have not I, your emperor, suffered as painfully as the commonest soldier? True, sire, but you must realize how numerous we Greeks were 9 years ago when you marched forth from Macedon on this expedition. You must realize, sire, how few of our original numbers have survived. I and you who have survived have sacks of gold and precious jewels. Oh, when I became your king, you were peasants, living in mud huts. Now you are men of wealth and power. I have made you princes of Asia. But we are men, sire. We have a great yearning to see our wives and children. Of what use is gold to us if we die here on an alien soil? Lead us, we beg you, back to Greece. Then, if it be your wish, lead a new expedition against the Gangrene. Young men will flock to your banner, replacing us who have grown old and weak in battle and hardship march. March at once, or by my father Zeus, the Persians attack. I beseech you, sire, trust not the Persians. You rule their bodies, but not their hearts. Trust us, sire, us, the loyal Greeks. We who honor and love you. Fool! Mortal! It is I, Alexander, Emperor of Asia, son of the divine Zeus Ammon, a demigod who speaks. Forward, I say! Forward! No! Greetings!
The emperor is leaving the platform, his face pale with rage. General Coenus has just ordered the Greeks to prepare to resist an attack. Should Alexander order it now? The king has mounted. He's riding towards the Persians. The men are turning to face the Persian divisions. Cavalrymen are setting their lances. Archers fitting arrows to their bows. Soldiers of the phalanx have locked shields and raised their long spears. Others have drawn their swords. The Persians have haven't moved yet. Alexander is approaching them, and a horseman has left the Persian ranks and has met Alexander in the center of the field. The horseman is Alexander of Prometheus, the Emperor's chief soothsayer. He's talking excitedly with Alexander. The Emperor shakes his head, and there is evidently an area of disagreement. This unexpected development comes as a complete surprise. We don't know what it means. Alexander is one of the most celebrated augurs in the world. The two men are galloping. Back here towards the platform, and General Coenus has ordered a stop to the preparations for battle. We don't know. This may present some startling development. Alexander is the great Lycian soothsayer, famous as the seer and diviner of the will of the gods. He is Alexander's chief augur, entrusted with the making of sacrifices, examining the omens and reading them. On the basis of the omens, he very often advises Alexander on difficult decisions. The Emperor has dismounted now at the platform. Alexander remains below. The men are silent again. General Coenus and the Greek units seem to know nothing more than we do about the meaning of this unexpected development. Alexander is up on the platform again. Ignores General Coenus, and once more Alexander speaks to the troops.
Alexander has intervened in your behalf. He wishes to demonstrate to you that it is not my will, but the will of the gods that we go forward. Here, now, on this platform, before your very eyes, Alexander shall perform the ceremony of the omens. He shall reveal to you the will of the son of Zeus, the friend and counselor of mankind, the Olympian Apollo. By what omen, sire, shall the will of Apollo be revealed? By the flight of a sacred white falcon. When the bird, upon release from its cage, flies eastward, it shall be a sign that you must march eastward. But, sire, what if the bird does not fly eastward? What if it flies to the west, the south, or the north? The falcon shall fly east, you hear? What if it does not fly east, sire? Why not? If the bird fly in any direction but east, we march home. You swear it, sire? I swear it. Alexander, prepare the ceremony.
Alexander is leaving the platform. General Coenus is following. The Greek troops, their broken ranks, are milling about the field, talking excitedly about this new development. For the moment, at least, there will be no battle here. Ned Calmer has made his way to General Coenus, who is surrounded by a group of excited Greek officers. So go ahead, Ned Calmer.
General Coenus, what do you think of the Emperor's decision to learn the will of Apollo and the flight of a falcon?
Alexander has yielded. He's spoken, just as I said he would. We're going home. Home to Greece.
Home? I don't understand, General. Isn't that question still to be decided by the flight of the falcon?
No, the question's already decided. The falcon will fly west.
West? How do you know that, sir?
Because Alexander has instructed the soothsayer to make the falcon fly west.
Are you charging that the ceremony of the omens is a fraud?
Of course it's a fraud, a device to permit the Emperor to yield without loss of prestige. Instead of humbling himself before his men, he will make it appear as if he is accepting the will of Apollo in the matter.
But can the flight of a falcon be predetermined?
My dear fellow, it's the simplest thing in the world. That rascal Alexander is a clever trickster. He has dozens of white sacred falcons in his cages. Why, they're all trained to fly in different directions. Some to the west, some to the east, and so forth. I'm a member of Alexander's staff. I've seen it done before. I told you this would happen. Alexander has realized at last that without his Greek divisions, he cannot conquer anything. Without us, he could not even hold the throne of Asia. Without the consent and support of loyal troops, even an emperor is nothing.
Thank you, General Coenus. And now I'm informed that Don Hollenbeck, who's with Alexander in the Persian divisions at the edge of the assembly grounds, is ready with a report on the Persian point of view on this matter. So over to him. Go ahead, Don Hollenbeck.
I'm in a tent that's been hastily put up here to shade Alexander and his Persian satraps while they await the ceremony of the omens. Alexander is talking to members of his royal bodyguard. But here with us again is General Oxyates. Your Highness, General Coenus has just said the ceremony of the omens will be a fraud. He says that Alexander will direct the flight of the sacred falcon and that the bird will fly west, signifying Alexander's capitulation to the will of the Greeks. What's your comment on that?
I am not a Greek. I know nothing of their gods or their ceremonies. But I do know my son-in-law. Alexander has not approached so close to his majestic goal of world domination, only to be stopped now by a handful of miserable Greeks.
But, Your Highness, if Alexander means to continue the expedition, why has he offered this ceremony of the omens? He could have attacked.
Alexander is not only shrewd, he is also merciful. If Greeks are to die this day, he wishes to sacrifice as few of his countrymen as possible. Therefore, he plays upon their superstition. He knows that when the falcon flies east, many Greek soldiers will accept it as the will of Apollo and capitulate.
You say the falcon will fly east, and you also think the ceremony will be a fraud.
Let us not call it a fraud. It is a wise stratagem. We Persians worship the god who rides the blazing sun chariot across the heavens, the supreme Ahura Mazda. But even among us, however, kings have been known to instruct the Magi to, shall we say, assist our god in determining what mortals should do. Do not believe General Coenus. The expedition goes on.
Thank you, King Oxyates. And now John Daly reports that the ceremony of the omens has begun, so back to the platform. Go ahead, John Daly.
Up there on the platform, the ceremony of the omens has begun with an invocation by a chorus of 12 Greek boys. The chorus is chanting the hymn of Apollo, which begins with the words, "We will sing in praise of thee, glorious son of Zeus, who dwellest on the snowy peak, where in sacred oracles thou hast proclaimed tidings prophetic from the divine tripotic seat." Alexander the soothsayer stands at the center of the platform, wears a white robe girded about the waist by a belt of hammered gold. On his brow, the soothsayer wears a finely wrought chaplet, also of gold. The chanting boys are dressed in white tunics and short white skirts. Their invocation is accompanied by the music of a flute and a lyre, and on a high tripod in full view of the troop is the instrument that will reveal the will of Apollo and the fate of this expedition, a large cage which contains a white falcon. Alexander still hasn't arrived, so let's listen to the hymn for a moment. Alexander still impassive, but the general's face wears an expression of cynicism, even disdain. There is not a sound in the ranks of the Greek troops. They watch the platform with fixed stares. Fraud or not, if the falcon flies east and the Persians attack, they have said they will fight. Now the invocation has ended, and Alexander has begun his petition to Apollo.
Divine son of almighty Zeus, bringer of the light, patron of muses, healers, and oracles, lend ear to our supplications. Manifest thy will to these poor troubled mortals. Speak now in the flight of this sacred white falcon, which we deliver unto the skies.
With a quick movement of his hand, Alexander has lifted the lid of the cage, and with a scream, the sacred white falcon has launched itself into the air. It's climbing rapidly. Every man among the 30,000 Greek soldiers here is watching its flight, taut, nerves at the snapping point. The falcon is soaring in wide circles directly overhead, and it seems to be searching for its course. And now, with another scream, the falcon is winging westward. It's flying west in the direction of Greece. And to a man, every Greek has turned to Alexander on the platform. The bird has flown west, but will Alexander keep his promise? The king is still watching the falcon. As it grows smaller and smaller in the distance, there's an expression of bitter heartbreak, sorrow on his face. Now the king is speaking.
Of Greece, Apollo has spoken.
No mortal, not even I, Alexander, a demigod, may defy him. Soldiers of Greece, we march home.
Alexander's officers have surrounded their king, are kissing his hands, his armor, even his feet. But Alexander makes no response. He stands there, a tragic figure, king of Macedon, emperor of Asia, a man who might have been master of the earth, who has now come to the end of his cherished dream of world empire. Whether or not the ceremony of the omens was a fraud, a device to save face for Alexander may never be known. But one thing is certain. India, Carthage,
September 326 BC, India. Alexander of Macedon submits to his war-weary Greek troops and fails to realize his goal of world conquest.
Footnote: Alexander did not lead his Macedonian troops back to Greece. He took them as far west as Persia. And there, 3 years later, 323 B.C., Alexander caught the fever and died. You have been listening to Mutiny in India, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. Mutiny in India was written by Michael Sklar. It was the last of a trilogy. Alexander the Great Seeks Mastery of the World. Alexander was played by Richard Waring. General Coenus was Torrin Thatcher. King Oxyates by David Orrick, and The Soothsayer by Guy Sorel. Next week.
April 22nd, 1889, the Oklahoma Land Run. You are there.
Fine comedy, fine drama on the distaff side are provided every Sunday night by two of America's most talented actresses, Miss Eve Arden and Miss Helen Hayes. Every week, Miss Hayes is heard on the Electric Theater in an outstanding Broadway motion picture or radio drama, while Miss Arden brings you the lighter side of a teacher's troubles as the star of Our Miss Brooks. CBS cordially invites you to hear them both every Sunday night over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
This is Don Hollenbeck for CBS at Confederate Army Headquarters near Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. On this Palm Sunday morning of April 9th, 1865, the moment which 8 million men, women, and children of the Confederacy have been expecting and dreading has come. General Robert E. Lee, Supreme Commander of the Southern Forces, has left his headquarters here for a meeting with the command of the Northern Armies, General Ulysses S. Grant. That meeting was arranged at Lee's request, and it can mean only one thing. The gray-haired chieftain of the South is prepared to ask Grant what terms he is willing to offer for the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia. General Lee is reported to be accompanied by Colonels Taylor and Marshall of his personal staff, and by Sergeant Tucker, Chief Courier of the old 3rd Army Corps.
April 9, 1865, Appomattox.
How long it will be.
Lee rides to meet Grant. You are there.
An anguished South looks into the face of defeat. CBS takes you back to the final moments of an unforgettable day in the making of the United States of America. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Lee's headquarters near Appomattox Courthouse and Don Hollenbeck.
With a complete surprise, ever since Grant forced Lee out of his defenses at Petersburg and Richmond last week, the Southern position has become progressively worse. Lee has been retreating across Virginia with 10,000 effective, 15,000 stragglers. All that is left of the once powerful Army of Northern Virginia, 70,000 strong. Grant's northern forces number nearly 100,000, including almost 3 armies: the Army of the Potomac, the Army of the James, and General Sheridan's cavalry. Those northern armies have overtaken Lee and are now astride his front lines as well as behind him in the red hills of Appomattox. Lee made a last desperate attempt this morning to break through on the Lynchburg Pike. He hoped to reach the mountains of southwest Virginia, but the attempt failed. General John B. Gordon, who led the attempted breakthrough, reported to Lee, and I quote him, "I have fought my corps to a frazzle. I can do nothing unless heavily supported." It is believed that General Gordon's failure decided Lee to go and see Grant and ask for surrender. What terms will Grant offer? Will they be acceptable to Lee, to his men? Here is Quincy Howe with an analysis of those questions.
What terms will Grant offer? The best opinion is that those terms will be, as they always have been, unconditional surrender. Will they be acceptable to Lee? Probably not. To his men, certainly not. They'd rather fight it out to the death. U.S. Grant. Unconditional surrender Grant. That's what his men call him. Ever since General Grant has commanded a federal army, his terms have always remained inexorable. Unconditional surrender. He made this clear at Fort Donelson. He made it clear again at Vicksburg, where the tragic condition of the Confederate Army, garrison, and civilians did not move him to mercy. His terms have never changed. It was unconditional surrender every time. When Grant took command of all the northern armies more than a year ago, he publicly announced that he would fight it out against Lee at Richmond if it took all summer. It not only took all summer, it took all autumn and all winter. It also took over 100,000 federal casualties, inflicted by the surviving 30,000 men of the Army of Northern Virginia. These casualties earned for Grant the name of Butcher from his own men. If Grant showed no mercy to his own men, why should he show mercy to the enemy, especially now that he has Lee's army trapped by 2 federal armies, by Sheridan's cavalry, and by the James River on his flank? 100,000 men against 10,000, odds of 10 to 1. On the other hand, Lee cannot accept unconditional surrender. The record of his Army of Northern Virginia is the most brilliant in the military history of this country. 4 bloody years, its bayonets have carried the Confederate cause. Lee has defeated Grant every time against almost the same odds. He would prefer to fight it out rather than accept what he considers dishonorable terms. As for his men, Ken Roberts, with General Longstreet's corps in the rear of the Confederate Army, reports that a truce has been arranged. So, over to Ken Roberts.
The truce between the armies of the North and South was personally arranged by General Lee and General Humphrey, representing General Meade, commander of the Federal Army of the Potomac. As far as we can learn, no definite time has been set, but all firing has ceased, both in the front lines and here at the rear. News of the truce was brought by special courier from Lee a few moments ago and announced by General James Longstreet in command of the 1st Corps. General Longstreet's men are busily throwing up fresh breastworks and digging trenches. General Longstreet is with me now. A veteran of many battles beginning at First Manassas, he was wounded recently in the fighting before Richmond. His right arm is in a black sling. General Longstreet, where is General Lee now?
I would not deign to know.
Well, sir, doesn't the fact that you just received word from General Lee of a truce mean that he is meeting with General Grant?
I have no official confirmation to that effect.
Sir, do you agree with General Lee's decision to ask for terms from General Grant?
General Lee is my immediate superior, the commander-in-chief of the Confederate States Armies of America. It is not for me to agree or to disagree with his decisions, but to carry out his orders.
Will you carry them out if the terms are unconditional surrender?
I will obey any orders from General Lee.
General Longstreet, do you think General Lee will accept unconditional surrender terms?
I shall abide by whatever decision he may make.
However, you expect the decision to be a fighting one, sir. Your men seem to be more concerned with preparing for battle than for peace.
There is no peace yet. There is only a truce.
Well, if the truce should break off, sir... under a white flag of truce. He's coming in not from the rear of this army where Lee and Grant are supposed to be conferring, but from up toward the front where Federal General Sheridan's cavalry is blocking the Confederates. He's flanked by two Confederate officers. One is Major Hunter, and the other is Captain Sims, I think. Yes, it is Captain Sims. The Federal officer is wearing a wide sombrero turned up to his rugged face and curls. Yellow curls hanging loosely over his shoulders, and a gold-trimmed blue sack uniform with a bright red scarf. The Federal officer is close up now. He just raised his horse back on his haunches with a flourish. Now he's swung himself to the ground. He's wearing the largest shoulder straps for a Major General I've ever seen. Huge Mexican spurs, a tremendous saber, pistols in both boots. He's striding over here towards General Longstreet. He's a young man, can't be more than 25. General Longstreet is waiting for him, a scowl on his heavily bearded face. The Federal officer is saluting.
In the name of General Sheridan, I demand the unconditional surrender of this army.
And who are you, sir?
I am General Custer.
Oh, the hangman of Front Royal. By what authority did you come into our lines, General Custer?
There is authority enough behind me. General Sheridan is in a position to destroy you if you do not surrender at once.
Sir, you are rash, ignorant, and discourteous. Not only to me, your superior in rank, but to your own command.
I only wish to prevent the splitting of North
I am not the commanding general, my young friend. But if I were, I would receive no communication from you, nor from General Sheridan, nor from any other underling.
Sure. Well, I didn't mean to. Well, that is.
Well, that's good. Since you are now growing more moderate in your tone, I will say to you that General Lee is in communication with General Grant.
Yes, sir.
Now go and act as you and General Sheridan choose. And I will teach you a lesson you won't forget.
Yes.
Now go!
Yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, that did me a world of good.
The Federal cavalry officer and his Confederate escort are mounting up. And there they go back toward the front lines where they came from. The tension here has relaxed. The Confederate officers are still chuckling over the tongue-lashing that General Longstreet just administered to the brash and cocky young Federal officer. Oh, here comes a Confederate courier riding in from the rear of this army. Perhaps he's bringing a message. Yes, it's General Lee's courier. In a moment, we'll have news on the meeting between the two commanding generals. The courier is coming up to General Longstreet now.
Compliment, sir. He requested to join him in the front ranks of the army.
Joan, watch it. Come with me.
Let's go.
An order from General Lee to General Longstreet. Join him up front. The general and his staff are mounting up. I don't know what this means. There's still no word on Lee's meeting with General Grant. This is Don Hollenbeck at General Lee's headquarters near Appomattox. We've interrupted Ken Roberts. General Lee has failed to meet General Grant. The Federal commander did not appear. General Lee has left the rear of his army, and he's now on his way with his staff toward his own front lines on the outskirts of Appomattox. Quincy Howe's here in the studio with me. What do you make of it, Quincy?
Well, Don, perhaps Grant didn't get Lee's communication last night asking for the meeting. Or if he did get the message, maybe he just couldn't reach the appointed place in time. Another possibility is that maybe he received the request and turned it down because he preferred to attack rather than talk. However, the fact that the truce is still in effect makes this last possibility kind of unlikely. General Lee is probably riding up to his front lines now to continue his efforts to locate General Grant. That's the best I can make of it, but you've got something new there, haven't you, Don?
I do, Quincy. It looks important. The village of Appomattox Courthouse up beyond the front lines of the Confederate Army has just been declared neutral ground. Picket lines of the opposing armies have been posted on opposite sides of the town, and that suggests that Lee and Grant are now going to meet at Appomattox Courthouse. John Daly up at the Confederate front reports that General Lee has arrived with his staff. Go ahead, John Daly.
General Lee is waiting here for the arrival of a Federal courier who will bring Grant's answer to Lee's request for a meeting. If General Grant agrees, the meeting in all probability will be held somewhere in the village of Appomattox Courthouse. The village was declared neutral territory by Generals Norton and Sheridan. Right now, General Lee is conferring with his lieutenant under an apple tree at the edge of an orchard about 50 yards in front of me here. The
army blankets. Their red color faded from long use. The Southern commander is wearing a brand new full-dress uniform. It's hard to tell from here what expression is on his gray bearded face, but the general looks very solemn as he talks quietly with his aides. There's General Mahone, General Alexander, Colonel Marshall, Colonel Venable, Taylor, Talcott, and, by the way, a cordon of engineers has been thrown around the apple tree to keep back the tattered, barefoot Confederate veterans who, as usual, are pressing around, anxious for a close look at their beloved commander, and this time also for word on the surrender possibility. They've heard rumors that General Lee is about to meet with Grant. I've talked with some of these Confederate soldiers, and they refuse generally to believe it. They'd rather die than surrender, but still they're devoted to General Lee, and they'll follow him anywhere and do anything he says. In just a moment, we'll have General Henry Wise at our microphone. He is the former governor of Virginia and a close friend of General Lee's. He's standing a few feet away right now talking to one of his soldiers. General Wise is a gaunt, angular man with a much wrinkled face and thick white hair. He's wearing an old gray coat, a stovepipe hat, and gray blankets are wrapped around his legs. General Wise is smoking a pipe, and he's approaching us now. General Wise, sir, in spite of the preparations being made by both armies for a meeting of the two leaders, the two commanders, there is still some doubt as to whether Grant will actually talk terms with General Lee. Now, do you hope, sir, that there will be a meeting, or are you in favor of fighting it out?
There must be a meeting. There will have to be a meeting. This army of Northern Virginia is hopelessly whipped. My men have already endured more than I believe that flesh and blood could stand. They've been fighting day and night for more than a week without food. And by heaven, sir, they'll not move another step until somebody gives them something to eat.
Well, are you in favor, sir, of unconditional surrender?
I'm in favor of peace.
But, General Wise, do you think that the Confederacy, your country, will accept unconditional surrender?
Country, sir? There's been no country for a year or more. General Lee, he's the country to these poor men of the Army of Northern Virginia.
I see, sir, but what would you and your men do if General Lee rejected Grant's terms and ordered you to fight it out?
Well, if General Lee demands the sacrifice, we'll fight and die for him, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'll be getting back to my men.
Thank you very much, sir. General Wise is making his way slowly back toward his men up on the hill behind me. He's a very tired, a very weary man. And General Longstreet is coming up the pike, coming up from the rear of the army, two staff officers riding with him, one on either side. And now one of General Lee's lieutenants is striding away from that apple tree where the conference has been going on, and he's coming this way. It's General E.T. Alexander. He's the foremost artillerist in the Army of Northern Virginia, a young man. General Alexander. Yes? Sir, can you tell us when the courier from General Grant is expected to arrive?
I'm not familiar with the movements of the enemy.
You've just been talking to General Lee, sir, and I thought...
The General only asked me for my opinion.
What did you tell him?
I told him that we have fought under him for 4 years, and we have a right to ask one favor of him.
What favor is that, sir?
We want him to let us fight it out.
But, General Alexander, suppose you did fight your way out, some of you. Where would you go?
We could join General Johnson in North Carolina. Maybe we could return to our respective states. We could rally behind our governors. Anything is better than giving up anything.
Don't you think, sir, that guerrilla warfare would be hopeless?
If we must die, sir, we'll die like Jeff Stewart in the saddle with guns in our hands, not rotting away in some northern prison. Our comrades, sir, did not die for us to break faith with them. They did not die, sir, by the thousands at Manassas, Chancellorsville, Fredericksburg, the Wilderness, and Gettysburg for us to dishonor their blood. No, sir. A little more blood spilled won't make any difference. We have a right to die for a cause we think is just, sir. We have a right to...
Excuse me, General Alexander. A federal officer is riding down the hill from Appomattox Village, escorted by a federal cavalryman carrying a white flag. And General Lee, at the edge of the apple orchard, has risen. General Longstreet, with him now, is saying something to him. Longstreet joined the group under the tree when he rode up just a minute or two ago. The federal officer is dismounting, and he must be the courier General Lee has been waiting for, the courier from Grant. The federal courier is a colonel, perhaps a staff aide with that rank. He's talking to General Lee now, and the soldiers about here have stopped talking. Everyone is silently watching that little group under the apple tree. We'll know in a moment whether the meeting between the two is to... Oh, General Lee is getting up on his horse. Colonel Marshall, too, the General Lee's aide, and his orderly, Sergeant Tucker. General Lee and his aides are riding away now up the hill toward Appomattox Courthouse. It didn't take very long. That federal officer and the cavalrymen carrying the white flag are with them, and Lee is on his way to meet General Grant. The long-awaited meeting is about to take place. This is John Daly, and I return you now to Confederate headquarters and Don Holliday.
CBS has been given permission to pass Ned Calmer through the Confederate picket lines into the village of Appomattox Courthouse. He's on his way there now in a mobile unit. As soon as he's ready to report, we'll take you to Appomattox. Now, here's Quincy Howell.
Just imagine, if you can, the mental and spiritual tortures which General Robert E. Lee must be suffering now as he rides to meet Grant at Appomattox. Uppermost in his mind, there is probably the desperate hope that his merciless opponent in war will reverse himself and prove magnanimous in peace. Honorable terms, that is what Lee wants. Terms commensurate with the honor of his army. For only honorable terms can soothe the open wounds of the proud South. Only with honorable terms can Lee return to his men down here in the valley and say, we have lost, but we have lost with honor. We must forget the past. We must think of the future. We must think of our children. But suppose General Grant does not offer honorable terms. Then General Lee must face his men and say, the enemy is inflexible. The end has not yet come. We must fight on. Surely his heart feels compassion for the Southern women and children anxiously awaiting the return of their husbands, fathers, and sons. He must be thinking, too, of the men who fought and died for the Stars and Bars, and of their widows and orphans. Does he also fear the terrible vengeance that the radical Northern politicians have threatened against his Southern countrymen? And don't forget all the might-have-beens that must be passing through General Lee's mind. If Jackson had survived Chancellorsville, if Beauregard had stormed on into Washington after First Manassas, if a courier hadn't lost Lee's orders at Sharpsburg, if Wilcox had reinforced Pickett at Gettysburg, a few different turns of the wheel of fate, and Lee might have awaited Grant at the surrender table. If only... Just a minute. Ned Calmer is ready to report from Appomattox Courthouse. Go ahead, Ned Calmer.
Generals Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant are at this moment conferring on terms for the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia. The conference is going on inside a two-story red brick house owned by a Mr. McLean. I'm on the front porch of that house now. The only Confederates inside are General Lee and his aide, Colonel Marshall. With General Grant are 7 federal officers. The conference has been going on for some time. Outside on the porch here are about 20 more federal officers, including General Sheridan and General Custer. The son of the President of the United States, Captain Robert Lincoln, is also here. General Sheridan is with me now at our microphone. General Sheridan, sir, what do you think will be the result of the conference going on inside?
The rebel army is being given a chance to save itself from annihilation by unconditional surrender.
Then you think, sir, that General Grant is insisting on his usual terms?
Certainly. There's no question about it. General Grant is a soldier, not a political bargainer. As a soldier, his business is to destroy Lee's army or force it into unconditional surrender.
Well, do you think General Lee will accept, sir?
Frankly, no. Lee is desperate and bold enough to risk escape by fighting it out with us. In my opinion, this whole thing is a trick, a ruse invented by Lee to gain time for his army to rally for a last stand. And I hope he does. If he wants to fight it out here, we're ready.
Thank you, General Sheridan. The Federal Cavalry Commander has walked away. He's resumed his pacing up and down here on the porch of the McLean house. The minutes pass very slowly here. The tension is very great. General Lee's orderly out there in the yard has removed the bridles from the 3 horses in the General's party. He's letting them graze on the young grass. It's a beautiful spring day, a good day for peace. The door has opened. General Lee has come out onto the porch. Federal officers have all risen and saluted. No one speaks. General Lee stands framed in the doorway there. Tall, commanding man, gray-haired, full of gray beard and mustache, deep brown eyes. His brand-new full-dress uniform has 3 stars on the low collar, a double row of brass buttons, a red sash,
The general wears a gold sword, black hip boots, gold spurs. Now he's putting on his gray felt hat. He's returned the salute of the federal officers who only now have brought their arms back to their sides. General Lee is now crossing slowly to the head of the steps, which lead down into the front yard. A deep crimson flush is rising from his neck, spreading up over his face. He stands at the top of the steps, drawing on his gauntlets. His eyes are fixed intently in the direction of the valley to his right, where his army lies waiting for him less than 1 mile away. He seems strangely oblivious of his surroundings. General Lee just struck his fist into his gloved hand several times. Now he glances to the left and to the right as if looking for something. General Lee is walking down the front steps. He called to his orderly, who has bridled the horses and is now waiting with them. Now the other officers are coming out the front door. There's the Confederate Colonel Marshall. He's making his way quickly down the steps and over toward the right side of the house where General Lee is mounting his chunky gray horse. Some of the federal officers are descending the steps, but I don't see General Grant yet. He's still inside the house. Now General Lee's orderly, as well as his aide, are riding out of the front yard. Here comes General Grant. He's just run through the door. He's hurrying down the steps on his way to his horse. General Lee is passing him. Grant has stopped. He's taken off his hat. General Lee removes his hat. Not a word is spoken. And now the Confederate chieftain is riding back to his army of Northern Virginia. General Grant, dressed in the plain blue uniform of a Federal Army private, has mounted his horse and with his staff is riding up to General Sheridan, who's standing close by here in the yard. Where do you make your headquarters tonight?
Here or near here. Right in this yard, probably. Very well, then. I'll know where to find you in case I wish to communicate. Good day. Good day, General.
General Grant is riding away. General Sheridan, sir, what has happened? Has Lee surrendered?
Colonel Babcock, General Grant's aide is preparing a statement now. We'll give it to all correspondents shortly.
General, can't you just tell me?
You'll have to wait for the official statement.
Thank you, General. As you heard, we'll have that federal statement in just a few moments. John Daly, however, is with the Confederate forces, and General Lee should be arriving there now, down in the valley. Perhaps we can get the information quicker there. So go ahead, John Daly.
General Lee and his aides following behind him are just coming down the Lynchburg pike from Appomattox. The Confederate soldiers are lining the road here by the apple orchard waiting for him, and a soldier has just cried out, "General, are we surrendered?" General Lee doesn't answer. He's riding straight on through the lines of his men on both sides of the road. Another soldier has shouted the question that's on the minds of all these men, and the cry is now being taken up. They've all taken up the cry. They've come out onto the road and have stopped the general's horse. Again and again they repeat that heartbreaking cry, "Are we surrendered, General? Tell us, are we surrendered?" General Lee has taken off his hat now, and he's started to speak. Let's listen.
Men, we have fought through the war together. I've done the best I could for you. So be fellows and go to your homes until exchange. Then we have surrendered. Yes, you are surrendered. But you are surrendered with us.
The Army of Northern Virginia has surrendered, and here's a message that has just come in. General Grant is sending over 25,000 federal rations to feed the starving Confederate Army, and the men are to be allowed to keep their horses. But in spite of the unexpected generosity of the federal commander, the Confederate soldiers here are shocked with grief. All they can think of is that, regardless of the honorable terms, they have surrendered. Men are throwing away their muskets. Grown men are crying without shame, flinging themselves to the ground, shaking with thought like children, crying with a fearful and terrible violence, rolling on the ground. Some of the men are still starting around their gray-haired general, touching his hand. Some pat his horse, Traveler, smoothing his flesh. The tears are rolling down General Lee's cheeks, his eyes seeing nothing or fixed on a line between the ears of his horse. He looks neither to the right nor left. This is a grim and tragic moment. 4 years of sacrifice, training courage, hope, despair, finally ended in disaster for this army. This is a day that the proud veterans of the Army of Northern Virginia will never forget. A day that marks the fertility of raw courage in the great complex army ever produced on this continent.
April 9th, 1865, Appomattox. Grant gives Lee honorable terms, and the war between the states is over.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the walled city of Troy. The following is an unofficial and unconfirmed report this 9th morning of the 40th year of the reign of King Priam and the 10th year of the war. According to the captain of the guard at the West Gate, the Greek forces which have been besieging Troy for 10 years have vanished. We emphasize this report is unofficial and unconfirmed, but the captain of the guard says the Greek fleet has sailed and that as far as can be seen from the wall of Troy, the Greek camp has been completely abandoned. Also, the captain of the guard says that the image of a towering horse can be seen on the plain a few miles from shore. Again, we repeat, this report is without official confirmation, but the captain of the Trojan Guard is a reliable source of military information, with every reason to believe that the report is trustworthy.
1184 B.C., the ancient city of Troy. You are there.
A towering figure of a horse at the wall of Troy. Homer's Troy. History's Troy, the Troy of mingled fact and fancy. The epic moment when a proud but decadent civilization faced its destiny on the shores of the Aegean Sea. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
And now,
1184 B.C., inside the walls of Troy with John Hollenbeck.
The Greek forces have left the Trojan shore. A scouting party is even now somewhere on the plain outside Troy, trying to find out exactly what the Greeks are up to this time. John Daly is with that force, and we're awaiting word from him. We expect to have a report at any moment, and we'll stay on the air until we get that report. Quincy Howe has been assessing the implications and possibilities of the Greek evacuation, and he'll bring us up to date now.
Is this the day for which Troy's national heroes and great warriors, led by Hector, have fought so valiantly and died? If it is, then the intolerable tension of the 10-year siege has ended. No longer will Trojans have to live behind their 30-foot walls, never venturing outside except at the risk of their lives. But there's a big if. Have the Greeks really gone for good? Or is this just another trick in the 10-year history of Greek treachery and deception? Remember that only 3 days ago in the last battle, Troy almost fell to Agamemnon, supreme commander of the Greek allied forces. It was another Greek trick, engineered by their chief strategist, the foxy Odysseus, who showed the Trojans something never seen before in war, something that might be called an armored force. Formations of Greeks, covered top, front, and sides with their shields, advanced to the very walls of Troy. Swords, spears, and arrows bounced off this armored monster until the last minute when Aeneas, the Trojan commander, son-in-law of King Priam, ordered a concentrated rain of heavy rock. The big question now is, if the Greeks have gone, and it's not yet official that they have, we just don't know, the big question is, why, after this long, bitter attempt to overcome Troy, why have they suddenly quit? Have they... Just a moment. John Daly, who's with the scouting party out on the plain, is calling in by shortwave.
The report that the Greeks have gone is true. The Greeks have gone. Not one of the 1,165 ships whose masts Troy has seen every morning for 10 years is here. The camps are deserted. Only abandoned barracks, rubbish, smoldering fires, which apparently the Greeks set to destroy their equipment, remain. I can't describe what it feels like to stand out on this plain before Troy without fear of a Greek arrow. However, one very curious thing about this whole mystery is a strange reminder which the Greeks have left behind, a towering image of a horse. It stands 20 feet away, as close as the soldiers will permit me to go. We have to look up to see its head in the early morning light. It's taller, much taller than the 30-foot walls of Troy. Evidently, it's made of highly polished wood, intricately carved, and certainly a master craftsman must have designed and built this imposing and somewhat frightening figure, now all alone on this plain of Troy, where for so many years live horses and men with them have died. The Trojan scouting party I'm with is waiting for the arrival of King Priam's advisors. The trolls are scouring the hills and woods surrounding the plain, making sure there will be no ambush, although there seems little likelihood of that since the ships are gone. A group of chariots has come out of Troy. Here come the king's advisors. Yes, I can recognize the chariot of Aeneas, the tight-lipped commander-in-chief of all Trojan forces since the recent death of Hector. And there's the chariot of Thymoetes, suave personal advisor of the king, and, oh yes, Laocoon, the elder statesman of the king's cabinet and self-appointed guardian of Troy's spiritual welfare, is here, too. Their chariots are pulling up nearby. The captain of this scouting party has met them, and as the king's advisors walk towards the monster figure of the wooden horse, the captain is rapidly explaining the sequence of events this morning. Aeneas, Diomedes, Laocoon are looking at the horse curiously. Aeneas seems puzzled. He keeps staring fixedly at the horse. Diomedes is smiling urbanely. Only Laocoon is shaking his head angrily and scowling, a mark of the old gentleman's crusty temper. Laocoon has just grabbed a spear from one of the soldiers. He's thrown it right into the horse. The spear is quivering in the flank. It made a sharp, hollow sound. The sun, now breaking through the early morning mist, has caught the spear and is dancing along its shaft. The sun also lights up the horse, and we see now that it has a golden bridle and reins with bridle ornaments in ivory dyed purple. The eyes of the horse are so realistically carved they seem to be staring watchfully at the walls of Troy 3 miles away. Aeneas, Laocoon, and Diomedes are talking heatedly now. There seems to be some disagreement, to put it mildly. Diomedes and Aeneas are practically dragging the old man away from the wooden horse. Diomedes is pointing in the direction of an abandoned Greek shelter right near here. They're coming this way now, apparently planning to talk things over inside that shelter. Aeneas is in the lead. Aeneas, sir, as commander-in-chief of the Trojan forces, what do you make of all this?
I have nothing to say. Let me pass, please.
Yes, sir. Laocoon. Sir, do you feel that the president...
We are being tricked. The Greeks have not gone, please. That's what I thought they wish us to think. We have not seen the last of them.
We have.
Diomedes, you must realize this is a trick. You must
Now, please, Laocoon, we all know your solicitude for the good of Troy, but Aeneas and I...
Aeneas and you. Burn the image, I say.
Please, sir, please.
Till it's full of spears. And I'll tell the king so, too.
Laocoon, we're keeping our commander in place waiting.
It's a cunning...
Thank you, gentlemen. Diomedes and Laocoon are entering the Greek shelter. There certainly seems to be a division of opinion as to the exact meaning of what's going on. Laocoon seems to mistrust the whole business, particularly this big wooden horse here. I believe if he had another spear, he'd throw it into the horse himself. Diomedes, however, seems inclined to accept the evidence that the Greeks are gone, and as for Aeneas, the Trojan commander-in-chief, he, as usual, is non-committal. We'll wait here until their conference is over. A patrol has just come up. They've got a prisoner, a Greek. They're hustling up to the captain, who is standing right here. I can see the Greek now. 2 husky soldiers have his arms pinned behind his back. He's a short man, blond, as all Greeks are, unshaven. Young fellow, his tunic is torn and dirty.
Over every foot of the Greek camp. He wasn't in the camp, sir. We found him in a clump of trees, moving around while we were searching.
Well, you better go out there and see there aren't any more. Take the prisoner inside.
The captain isn't wasting any time questioning this Greek prisoner. He's taking him right into the shelter where Aeneas, Diomedes, and Laocoon are conferring. The patrol is fanning out again, going back to see if there are any more Greeks that may have been overlooked. Perhaps the capture of this Greek prisoner will prove to be the key to the mystery of the Greek evacuation. We'll have to wait for something official on this, but here's a message. Richard Hotlet with another Trojan detachment has reached the main Greek camp. He's ready with a report. Go ahead, Hotlet.
It gives one the strangest feeling to stand in this great deserted camp. For 10 years, this has been the Greek arsenal for the siege of Troy. It's not a camp, it's a city, a neighboring city to Troy, about which Trojans have known almost nothing until today. Apparently, the Greeks tried to burn it down, but the fires were not very expensive. If the Greeks really meant to destroy this city camp, they didn't do very well. I'm standing in the huge main square, which evidently served as the meeting place for the Greeks. Streets run into this vast area from all directions. They're silent streets now, but once they were thronged with military, slaves, animals, and women, captive women, picked up on islands in the Aegean and brought by the Greeks to serve them. The air is full of the smell of wild ginger, which grows in abundance on this coastal plain. Trojan women have been deprived of this source of perfume for 10 years, but now they'll have it again. All around the square are the houses formerly occupied by Nestor, Achilles, and Agamemnon, Ajax, all the other Greek leaders. Attached to Achilles' house are barns and stables for supplies, chariot horses, and cattle. This camp, by the way, is right by the edge of the sea. The surf rolls in and the gulls are crying as they hover over the stone foundations which served as land bases for the Greek ships. The ships were lined up in rows facing Troy, and in front of them the Greeks threw up a high earthen wall with a moat and watchtowers, but now I've just received word that Aeneas, Phrymetes, and Laocoon, the king's advisors, have taken the mysterious Greek prisoner to King Priam's palace. John Daly is with them, so over to John Daly.
I'm in an anteroom of King Priam's palace. The Greek prisoner was rushed here almost immediately after being questioned briefly on the Trojan plain. He has just been interrogated thoroughly by the king and his advisors, who are at this moment in conference. We've been given permission to interview the prisoner. He's here with me now under close guard. Guards are walking up and down. The prisoner has given his name as Sinon. It's a name that we don't recognize as being on the lists of Greek warriors and heroes. Now, Sinon, what did you tell the king? Have the Greeks left for good?
I wouldn't have that information. I'm just a minor officer.
I see. Why were you left behind?
I hid myself before the fleet left.
Why?
It's a long story.
Well, we've got plenty of time. Tell it to us.
Well, there's Odysseus. You've probably heard of him.
Yes, I've heard of him, but let's get that long story started.
I had a little trouble with him. There was a disagreement. Something went wrong, and I was blamed.
Well, go on.
Well, people whom Odysseus dislikes have been known to disappear, or they've been found with a dagger in their backs.
Yes?
I thought I'd disappear without Odysseus' help.
Why did the Greeks leave?
I don't know. I'm just a minor officer.
You must have some idea.
It was said around the camp that we were going back to Greece for fresh supplies.
Then the Greeks are coming back.
It was said around the camp that once our commanders returned home, they'd remain there.
What's the story about the wooden horse?
It was built for the goddess Athene.
Well, why? What for?
The oracles told our commanders that if they built a wooden horse, they'd have victory.
If that's true, why did they leave the horse behind?
It was too big to carry on a ship.
Well, why not destroy it? Why leave it for the Trojans if it's an offering for victory?
They didn't leave it for the Trojans.
What do you mean?
They built it so big, it can't be taken into the city.
I see. What did the king say to you when... Oh, just a minute. I'm told that the conference between King Priam and his advisors has broken up. Ned Kelmer is in the king's quarters, so over to him.
Phrymetes, Laocoon, and Aeneas are just coming out of the king's cedar-lined suite. Aeneas, sir. What did the king say?
I have nothing to say. Nothing to say.
Laocoon, if you please, sir. What did the king say? Is the war over? I say, Laocoon, sir. Is the war over? What did the king say?
I say the war is not over. I say the Greeks are coming back. What the king? We must not demobilize. We must not relax for an instant. If we do, we are lost.
Yes, I know, sir, but what does the king say? What does he think about the Greek prisoner, about the horse?
He is not sure yet. He will not make a decision yet. But I begged him to keep the city alert. That horse is a gift from the Greeks, and a Greek gift means death.
Of course, sir,
we must be alert. I say alert. I am going to the temple to pray for the horse.
Phrymetes, sir, what is your view about all this?
Well, it's very simple. As you heard, Laocoon, in his praiseworthy zeal for Troy, argues that the Greeks are coming back. As for my part, I accept the evidence of my eyes and ears. I don't believe everything the Greek prisoner says, but I think we can safely assume that his commanders have had enough of their unsuccessful siege of Troy.
Then the war is officially over.
And not quite. As Laocoon said, the king has been unable to reach a final decision. He's still weighing an official declaration concerning the state of hostility.
Well, then there are no plans for demobilization?
Not immediately.
And what about the wooden horse?
Well, that's really not important. I can't imagine why the Greeks did it, but we must admit it's a curiosity, a clever product of the woodworker's art. The king agreed that it might provide a welcome spectacle for the people. Every Trojan loves horses. We're bringing it into the city.
But how can you do that, sir? I understood the Greeks had built the wooden horse so big that it couldn't be brought into the city.
Oh, I'm afraid the Greeks were too clever this time. We're simply going to widen the gate.
Oh. Thank you, Simeti.
Not so.
To this reporter, at least, the situation is still rather confused. We don't know yet whether it's war or peace. However, there is in Troy at this time one Greek other than the captive sign-on. For a comment on this baffling situation, that other Greek is now waiting at a microphone with Ken Roberts. So, over to Ken Roberts.
I'm speaking to you from the women's quarters at King Priam's palace. Seated beside me is a beautiful woman. She is dressed in a long, frilled robe with a high, close bodice. At her shoulder, she wears a pin of Chinese jade. The air is scented with her perfume of rose oil. Her hair is blonde and elaborately coiffed. There can be only one such woman, the Princess Helen, formerly of Greece, lately of Troy.
Permanently of Troy now, I hope.
Does that mean, then, Princess Helen, that you think your countrymen have finally given up their avowed purpose, never to return to Greece without you?
Now, do you really think my countrymen, as you call them, came all the way to Troy to fight the greatest war of history just for me?
Well, certainly your husband, Menelaus of Sparta, his brother Agamemnon, and all the Greek commanders have been most vociferous in keeping alive the story that you are the cause of this war.
That is romantic, isn't it? Helen elopes with Paris, Trojan prince. He takes her to Troy. Deserted husband rallies all of Greece, launches 1,000 ships, all to bring back a pretty face. Romantic, yes. In fact, idyllic. But in truth, rather foolish. Let's recognize it for what it really is, a convenient pretext on which to start the war.
Well, Trojans have never heard your version of what this war is all about.
I think it's quite simple. It's a matter of economics and rivalry between two powers. The Greeks are a virile, expanding people. They've outgrown their rocky, unproductive home. They need and want control of the Hellespont, the gateway to the inland sea and the riches of the East. One power stands in their way. Troy. Need I say more?
Sounds reasonable. Do you think that their leaving means that they've finally given up their dream of world conquest?
I wouldn't care to predict what a Greek will do, but I sincerely hope they're not coming back. I don't ever wish to leave Troy. I've followed my heart to Troy. Troy is my home. The more so since my Paris died defending it.
Thank you, Princess Helen. This is Ken Roberts. I return you to our studio.
This is Quincy Howe. Priam has not yet decided whether to declare hostilities officially at an end. The old king is a tired, almost broken man who has lost all but one of his sons in this war. Now, this present lack of leadership, this indecision, is doing Troy no good. It has complicated an already confused situation. If Laocoon, Troy's elder statesman, is right, and the city needs more alertness than ever, then every added moment of hesitation weakens morale. A growing body of public opinion, led by Simeti, argues that this is indeed the end of the war, the time to demobilize, to cut wartime taxes, to lift controls and trade restrictions inside and outside Troy. All this eagerness for peace comes out in the reception given the wooden horse, which is now inside the city. Many Trojans agree with Simeti that it's a victory trophy, and these people are trying to persuade others to share that view. Yet even while Laocoon prays in the temple, another prominent citizen is carrying a message of warning to the Trojan people. She is King Priam's daughter, Princess Cassandra, the strong-willed, social-minded reformer. At this moment, Princess Cassandra is in the main market square addressing the public. John Daly's there, too, so over to John Daly.
To a big crowd growing every minute. It seems as if every citizen of Troy is coming into this market square carrying torches. The people are listening quietly, intently. They seem unable to make up their minds. Let's listen.
For years this man has been saying, appease the Greeks, end the war at all costs, make peace with the Greeks, give them what they want, lie down and grovel before them on their path to world conquest. Who was it who counseled us to accept the Greek ultimatum before the war began? It was Diomedes. Who was it, once the war began, who begged to accept the terms of Odysseus for a dishonorable peace? It was Diomedes, and I have reason to know that this same Diomedes has held secret meetings with the Greeks here inside Troy, while your sons and husbands on the plain out there were dying. Citizens of Troy, I tell you, the Greeks are coming back. Now is the time, if ever, for Trojans to double their guard and their vigilance. Now.
This is Don Hollenbeck. We have interrupted the Princess Cassandra to announce the death of Laocoon. The elder statesman died under mysterious circumstances while praying in the temple of Poseidon. His 2 sons died with him. Authorities are investigating, and in the absence of an official explanation, wild rumors are beginning to circulate. The story is being spread that Laocoon and his sons were strangled by serpents. Other fantastic accounts are going the rounds. But more reliably, it is reported that Laocoon and his sons may have been murdered by unknown elements opposing his violent resistance to the declaration of peace. We'll bring you further news as it develops, but now back to John Daly in the market square.
This is John Daly. The news of the death of Laocoon has already reached this square, and it's having an electrifying effect on this great crowd. Quiet just a few minutes ago, it has now come to life, and the men and women in it are turning to all sorts of celebrations. They're taking the death of Laocoon and his sons as a divine visitation, a punishment of the elder statesman for opposing the party of peace. They're milling about the square, pushing and shoving, forming into groups of celebrants. Many of them have suddenly brought out goat skins of wine. Others are headed for the taverns, and they're shouting, "Peace, peace, the war is over." It looks as if the decision has been taken from King Priam's hands, the decision which he was unable to make himself. The citizens of Troy have declared peace, and the gods help them if the decision is a wrong one. Still, there's no news here in the square as to what Aeneas, the commander... Oh, wait a minute. Ned Kelmer has some news at King Priam's palace. Go ahead, Kelmer.
There are Greek soldiers inside Troy near the wall. Headquarters has just made this statement. Aeneas and Thymoetes have left the palace with a body of troops. They're on their way to the wall. News of the Greeks' sudden appearance was brought to the palace by a wounded Trojan soldier. He was with the detachment on guard at the wooden horse. We've been promised more details as soon as possible. Couriers have been sent from the palace to all parts of the city to alert the populace and round up all troops. I repeat, there are Greek soldiers in Troy near the wall. This statement was made a short while ago here at King...
This is Don Hollenbeck. John Daly is on his way with a mobile unit to the wall where the Greek soldiers have been reported seen. Richard Hottelet has taken over in the market square, so for the city's reaction to that news, we'll switch you there. Come in, Richard Hottelet.
As far as we can tell, the reaction down here to the report that there are Greek soldiers in the city seems to be a mixture of disbelief and unconcern. The crowd, which began celebrating the end of the war when Laocoon's death was announced, has grown larger and even more exuberant. More and more soldiers have joined us without their arms. By the light of their moving torches, we can see the soldiers, arm in arm with the civilians, thronging the square and streaming in and out of the taverns around it. This cobbled square is littered with empty wineskins. The one sober, urgent note in all this rejoicing is the presence of the couriers from headquarters trying desperately to round up these celebrating troops for whatever action may be required. Soldier, wait a minute.
You hurry, I'm not going anywhere.
But aren't you on your way back to barracks? Where's your sword?
Huh? Well, I need a sword for it. Never going back to the barracks.
But your orders. There's news about Greek soldiers in the city.
Greek soldiers? Where? What? I didn't hear it.
There's been a report from the palace that there are Greek soldiers near the wall. Your commander-in-chief ordered all troops on the alert.
Thanks. I have to go to my barracks at once. I have to...
Wait a minute. Aren't you going the wrong direction, soldier? Your barracks are this way.
Oh, that's true. Where did I leave my sword? I can't remember.
Ned Kelmer at the palace has more details about the Greeks in the city, so come in, Ned Kelmer.
The Greeks in the city came from the wooden horse, which was hollow. As nearly as the wounded Trojan soldier could estimate, There were about 25 of them, and he thought he recognized Odysseus. In the darkness, the soldier said, the small Trojan detachment which had been posted as a guard around the horse was surprised and overcome. Everyone but this soldier killed without a chance of self-defense. The wounded man, left for dead, managed, however, to make his way to the palace. He said that when the Greeks had gone, he could see the hole in the belly of the horse through which the Greeks had crawled, and a ladder down which they climbed to the ground. After killing the guards, the Greeks then made off in the direction of the wall. We don't know if this Trojan soldier is going to live or not, and we don't yet know the full implications of this.
This is Don Hollenbeck at News Headquarters. We've interrupted Ned Calmer because John Daly and a mobile unit has reached the wall. Go ahead, John Daly.
Thousands of Greek soldiers are streaming across the plain from the beaches towards the walls of Troy. The plain is almost as light as day with the fires of Greek torches and beacons. The Greek host is pouring out of the Greek fleet, which has returned to the harbor in full strength. In the distance, the ships are being unloaded. In front of them, vast columns of troops are lining up, and nearer to us, the chariots are moving across the plain, moving closer and closer to the wall of Troy. Waiting for them at the main gate of that wall 30 feet below are not armed Trojans ready to die in bitter defense of their city, but instead Greeks. The small band of Greeks which came out of the belly of the wooden horse, who quickly overpowered the surprised and totally unprepared guard at the main gate, which had been widened to allow for the entrance of this great wooden horse. This small band is waiting now to march at the head of the oncoming Greek horde into the city. On our way to the wall from the city square, we heard repeatedly the story from civilians and soldiers alike that Aeneas has deserted, has fled the city, and that Thymoetes, the man who had cried, peace, peace, at any price, has taken over command to meet the Greek army, not in combat, but as an ally. There's one story that he's at this very moment with Odysseus at the main gate, and that Sinon, the mysterious prisoner, is with him also. All of which adds up to a picture which is becoming increasingly clear every passing moment as these Greek chariots come nearer and nearer the city gate of Troy, which is now open to receive them. This has been a plot, a cunning stratagem conceived probably by Odysseus and cleverly carried out by Sinon, a plot which was nourished by Troy's fatal moments of indecision and its people's weariness of war and their unwillingness to listen to Laocoon and Cassandra. Now, below me, the first of the Greek chariots have reached the gate. There are some empty ones to accommodate the men from the wooden horse. They are getting into them, passing through the gate. The Greeks are now entering Troy in full force, and so far, not a sign of any Trojan defense. One can imagine how effective that defense will be, with all of the city taken off guard, demoralized, and at the height of celebration.
1184 B.C. Troy takes the gift from the Greeks and dies.
The Fall of Troy was broadcast originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you at this time as another program in the series You Are There. You Are There was a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is John Daly speaking once again from the gallery overlooking the
floor of the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. On this 17th day of February, 1801, the members of the House are about to try again to elect a President of the United States. Soon they will take the 36th ballot and hope this time to break the 6-day deadlock between Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Jefferson is still one state short of the required 9-state majority, and unless he's elected on this 36th ballot, the events of the past few days indicate that violence and bloodshed will descend on this infant capital. The 16 tellers appointed by the Speaker of the House will poll their states. Then they will drop the votes in the 2 ballot boxes provided by the Sergeant-at-Arms. The votes
Washington,
reported to
February 17, 1801. The House of Representatives. You are there.
CBS takes you back 147 years. It is less than a generation since the end of the revolution which established the United States of America. Now the young republic faces the threat of another revolution arising out of a deadlocked presidential election. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There is produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. And Walter Hamden plays Thomas Jefferson in today's broadcast. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
1801, the gallery of the House of Representatives and John Daly.
This dramatic deadlock has come about in spite of the fact that Jefferson received the majority of the popular vote. A group of willful men in the Federalist Party, losers in the popular vote, are still trying desperately to block the people's choice. A tie in the Electoral College through this election into the House of Representatives, and here the Federalists are still hoping to elect Aaron Burr when he was meant to be Jefferson's running mate on the successful Democratic-Republican ticket. They think of Aaron Burr, a lesser evil than Thomas Jefferson. And now, on the 36th ballot, they're still pushing Burr against Jefferson for president. This confused situation. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Theodore Sedgwick, is pounding the gavel, and it looks as if the 36th ballot is about to be taken, so over to the rostrum.
The gentleman from Delaware, the Honorable James A. Bayard, has requested that we postpone the balloting for 30 minutes. Are there any objections?
Mr. Speaker, we've been confined to this hall for 6 days. We're like prisoners, eating here, sleeping here, going about in our nightcaps, never permitted to go to our hearths and homes. Why must we have further delay?
May I remind the gentleman that his colleague from Maryland is also dying here? If he can risk his life, we can risk another half hour. Are there any objections? I hear none. The request is granted. The 36th ballot will begin in 30 minutes.
And as you heard, a delay in the voting. Mr. Bayard, who asked for the postponement, is the only congressman from Delaware, and it has been rumored in this rumor-ridden capital that Alexander Hamilton, leader of the Federalists and a bitter foe of Thomas Jefferson, is nevertheless urging Bayard to switch the single vote of Delaware to Mr. Jefferson. This request from Bayard now for a postponement suggests that these rumors may be true. We shall see. Anyway, the supporters of Mr. Jefferson everywhere are grimly determined to elect the man of their choice. Around the nation, there are demonstrations and threats by armed men, Jefferson supporters, who are preparing to march on Washington. Virginia, Jefferson's home state, is probably the strongest center of pro-Jefferson feeling, so we take you now to Richmond, Virginia. Jack Walters reporting.
I'm in the executive office of Governor James Monroe. The roll of drums and the bugle you can hear are coming from the great courtyard below. The Virginia militia has been assembling down there since early this morning. I'd guess that there are about 1,000 men here, fully outfitted for a long march. Governor Monroe is here at our microphone. Governor, when will the Virginia militia march on Washington?
Upon my orders, Mr. Walter.
And can you tell me, Governor, when you will give your marching orders?
If the Federalist Party continues to plot treason, we are ready to put it down. If the political knaves of the Federalist Party succeed in their nefarious plot to elect Aaron Burr over Jefferson, we shall avenge this violation of the people's will. I've been in touch with Governor McKean of Pennsylvania. His militia, too, is fully armed and ready. We are prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital for the purpose not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood.
But, Governor, there are rumors that some 1,500 Democrats from Virginia and Maryland threaten to assassinate anyone who takes the presidency other than Thomas Jefferson.
This is a wild story, Mr. Walters, published no doubt by the same inflammatory Federalist paper that accused Mr. Jefferson of the Sabbath massacre of 2 million people, among them women, children, and 24,000 priests. A slight exaggeration. The Federalist bigwigs must learn that they cannot frighten the American citizen. They should have learned it when the people abolished the Federalist-inspired alien and sedition law. Their plots against the people did not work then, and they will not work now.
Well, thank you, Governor Monroe. New York City is another stronghold of Jeffersonian supporters. We take you there now. Arthur Hannes reporting. Go ahead, Hannes.
I'm in the headquarters of the Sons of Tammany. The members of this so-called ancient order here in Manhattan are gathering in this somewhat ancient building to march on Washington. The men crowding this building, which they call the wigwam, wear Indian costumes and long, colorful feathers. They are men from the ordinary walks of life, the tradesmen, mechanics, and carpenters, the builders of this growing city. Here beside me is a man who calls himself an independent carpman, and he's a fiery speaker who just a few moments ago made a speech calling for a march on Washington. His name is Timothy Ryan. Mr. Ryan, will you tell us, does Mr. Burr know that you make speeches against him?
I care not a tinker's damn for the opinion of Aaron Burr. He's deceived us like a Judas.
Well, Mr. Ryan, can you tell us where Mr. Burr is now?
As long as I have been a member of the Sons of Tammany, I have never seen Aaron Burr step foot in the wigwam. He works through his leaders. Will not sully himself to congregate in our midst. Right now, I hear tell that he's hiding in Albany, 100 miles away. And well, he might be to escape our wrath. We should not only march on Washington to put down the traitors, we should also march on Albany and put away Aaron Burr.
Mr. Ryan, our reports tell us that Mr. Burr is in Albany because his daughter is being married there. But you tell me, as a loyal son of Tammany, Mr. Ryan, did you not yourself vote for Aaron Burr?
That I did, God help me. But I meant him for vice president, as all the voters did. It is Jefferson that we elected for president, and well does Burr know it. We were told to write 2 names on our ballot, and we wrote Jefferson and Burr. And we were not told to designate who for president, who for vice president. Any fool knew if he was on it.
But Burr has also done nothing to take the first place away from Mr. Jefferson.
But he's done nothing to give it to him either.
Mr. Ryan. In any case, according to the Constitution, the House must now make the final choice. That's the law. And you men, aren't you defying the law by your march on Washington?
Oh, defying the law, are we? Well, then I say we shall change the law. Change the Constitution. But let not the people be deprived of justice and cheated out of the man they voted for. Thanks be to the Lord that we defeated the Federalist Tories by a great majority. But if Burr is elected by the insidious plot of a band of apostates, I say, in vain have we fought for liberty. In vain have we fought the British misrule. I say, upon to oppressors, on to Washington. We have declared we'll be free, and neither bully or coach will deprive us of our natural rights.
Thank you.
On to Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. While we've been reporting from here in New York, we've had word that Ken Roberts in the Capitol has succeeded in arranging an interview with Alexander Hamilton. So back to Washington and Ken Roberts.
I'm in the library of the home of Mr. Josiah Quincy, Federalist whip. Alexander Hamilton is waiting to meet Congressman James Bayard here. And while waiting, he consented to an interview. He has, however, stepped into the drawing room at the moment. In spite of the tensions and threats of violence that are shaking the few buildings in this capital, Washington society has not abandoned its social life. Right now, there's a party going on in this splendid mansion in the wilderness. The music is coming from the drawing room. Mrs. Josiah Quincy, our hostess, is here beside me, and she has offered to tell us a little about her prominent guests. Are they all Federalists, Mrs. Quincy?
Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Roberts. Even a member of Mr. Jefferson's party can find a haven of refuge here from the torture of the miserable boarding houses in Washington.
Even Mr. Jefferson himself?
Oh, good grief, no.
Perhaps he would enjoy the excellent company here and your wonderful canvasback duck.
Indeed, he'd be welcome. But I suspect that Mr. Jefferson would prefer to be surrounded by, shall we say, more loyal admirers at Conrad's boarding house where he resides. Moreover, I doubt that he's given to the singing of psalms. To be sure, even an atheist may love to sing psalms, but certainly not in close harmony with Federalists.
Mr. Jefferson and his minister would deny he is an atheist.
Oh, if you'll forgive me a moment, I'll close the door.
Certainly. There are many notables gracing this home today. Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor, is in the far corner of this library. Mr. Fulton is trying to raise capital for a new invention of his, a missile that can be fired underwater from a submarine vessel. Well, Mrs. Quincy has shut the library door, and Gouverneur Morris, the senator from New York, has come into the library with her. They're chatting now, and in a moment, Mrs. Quincy should be with us again. Right now, I can see Robert Fulton thumbing through a volume of Shakespeare. The English playwright is quite a favorite in this library. As a matter of fact, anything English is preferred in the home of a Federalist. Mrs. Quincy told me a blue ribbon evening was passed here last night when the senator from Kentucky read The Merry Wives of Windsor and the first act of Hamlet to the ladies. Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, I brought you Gouverneur Morris, but you mustn't ask him any questions about politics.
Thank you, Mrs. Quincy. And thank you, Senator Morris. Do you think, Senator, that Mr. Hamilton will persuade Bayard of Delaware to break the deadlock today by voting for Jefferson?
Oh, now, please, no embarrassing questions. Senator Morris has just ended a very weary and dangerous trip from New York. Ask the senator how he liked Washington.
Senator, how do you like Washington?
Washington's fine. I almost got lost in the woods through Maryland, but Washington's fine. We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women. You, of course, my dear Mrs. Quincy, are the exquisite exception.
Thank you, Senator Morris.
And a few more trifles are needed here to possess a perfect city. In a word, this is the best city in the world to live in the future.
We hope so, Senator. But as you know, there are threats of destruction of this capital by armed militia from Virginia and Pennsylvania if Jefferson is not chosen today. Do you think Hamilton will save the capital today by saying...
You promised no questions on politics, Mr. Roberts, and I see that you're leading to a question on Hamilton again.
My dear, Washington is drunk with politics. The Federalists are like drunken men in their hatred for Jefferson. They believe that Jefferson's ideas on government are ideas of the rabble of revolutionary France. But Mr. Hamilton, alone among the Federalists, has remained sober. He believes, and I agree with him, that if the people want Jefferson, they must have him. A government must be fitted to a nation as a coat to an individual.
Thank you, Senator Gouverneur Morris. Now, the door of the library has just been opened and Mr. Hamilton has come in. He's coming toward our microphone. Mr. Hamilton, is it true that you are trying to persuade Mr. Bayard to cast his vote against Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot?
It is true that I am against the cattle line of America becoming, in fact, the man of our party. Mr. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. If Mr. Burr acts ill, we must share in the blame and disgrace.
But, Mr. Hamilton, if your pressure to defeat Burr is effective, won't you then, in fact, be electing your greatest enemy, Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. Jefferson's ideas of democracy are a danger to our country. And the prospects of our country under the evil of foreign democratic doctrines and French Jacobism are far from brilliant. The mass of the people are far from sound. Democracy is the most visionary theory. Democracy is a disease, the poison of which is most virulent.
Mr. Hamilton, to what specific ideas on the platform of Jefferson are you opposed?
Mr. Jefferson would have a government with no army, no navy. A national defense not by arms, but by embargoes, and as little government as possible from within. These are the pernicious dreams which put our country on the steep descent to ruin.
But if you are opposed to the democracy of Mr. Jefferson and opposed to the politics of Mr. Burr, how are you urging Mr. Bayard to vote?
That will be for Mr. Bayard to decide. But for heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of Burr. There is a man in the world I ought to despise, it is Jefferson. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration.
I'm afraid I'll have to take Mr. Hamilton away now, Mr. Roberts. Congressman Baird has arrived.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Not at all.
This is Ken Roberts. I return you now to John Daly in the House of Representatives.
In this committee room of the House of Representatives lies Congressman Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland. He is the representative referred to earlier by the Speaker of the House as the man who is risking his life here. Congressman Nicholson has just come out of a coma, the result of a raging fever which has not abated for 6 days ever since he was carried through the blinding snowstorm of last Wednesday. Somehow, as if by a miracle, this dying man gathers his strength to inscribe the name Thomas Jefferson on a slip of paper placed in his hands by his wife. Mrs. Nicholson has just guided his feeble hand as he wrote the name for the 36th time on the forthcoming 36th ballot. Mrs. Nicholson is kneeling beside her husband's bed, supporting his head on her arms. Gently, she lays his head back on the pillow and turns now to our microphone. Mrs. Nicholson, there are some who say that by awakening your husband in his condition to vote, you take upon yourself a dread responsibility.
It is my husband's fervent plea. My wish, too. For we are both faced with a more dreadful responsibility than the life of a single patriot. We're faced with the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of a whole people. Of some, I know I must ask pardon for quoting the Declaration of Independence. For there are men among us who seek to bury alive this child of freedom, though it is but 65 years old.
But in this room, ma'am, there are many Federalists who have come out of respect and admiration for the patriotism and the courage of you and your husband.
Oh, yes. It is the custom of conspirators to pay homage in the manner that the senators of Rome paid homage to Caesar. I have heard that a certain Federalist fears that my husband takes his life in his hands by his determination to remain here for the final vote, and that this Federalist would not thus expose himself for any president on earth. To this summer soldier, I say, do not fear for your life, for you are already dead. The Federalist Party has been pronounced dead by the popular vote of the people.
Mrs. Nicholson, I hope that your husband need risk his life no longer and that the Congress elects a president on this 36th ballot. And now, if you'll excuse me, Ned Kelmer reports a heated quarrel in the corridor downstairs. Go ahead, Ned Kelmer.
Matthew Lyons, Democratic congressman from Vermont, one of the two states whose vote is divided, has just accused John Brown, the Federalist congressman from Rhode Island, of attempting to bribe him into voting for Burr. Only the intervention of cooler heads kept them from coming to blows. They've calmed down a little now, but Congressman Lyons says he's willing to repeat for us his denunciation of the Federalist representative. Mr. Lyons, as you know, spent 4 months in prison last year for opposing the alien and sedition laws. Congressman Lyons, sir, what did Mr. Brown say that made you attack him?
I have been warning him, but the man is ignorant of my principles. He's an agent of the Federalist traitors.
But what did he say to you, sir?
He urged me to vote for Burr just now, for Burr, and of course I refused. And then he said to me, the scoundrel... What did you say, sir? Yes, sir, that's exactly what you are, sir, a scoundrel. What is it you want, Congressman Lyons, he said. Is it office? Is it money? Only say what you want, and you shall have it.
Mr. Brown, sir, have you any comment to make?
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is a liar. Like all atheists are liars, and all the followers of Jefferson are atheists.
Now, just a moment.
They despise the truth as they despise God. And their hatred for God is equal to their hatred for those who own property.
Oh, what
Why, these Democrats, these paupers, these vagabonds and outlaws, I say take away their vote. Or they will pillage our towns and stain our soil with blood.
Ridiculous. Perfectly...
Sir, I merely want to avoid bloodshed. For if Jefferson is elected, there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape civil war.
But, Congressman, there are some who say that if Jefferson is not elected, there will be civil war.
Well, then let it come. It is bad, but far less than anarchy or slavery.
And I say that it is the Federalist Party that means to have a monarchy rather than a republic.
Well, better than rabble rule.
But the people will rise up, my dear sir. They will rise up and abolish the indignities of the Federalist Party.
By rise up, sir, do you mean revolution by force?
No, sir, I do not.
That's exactly what he means,
no,
sir.
No, I most certainly do not. My father-in-law was Ethan Allen. And when his Green Mountain Boys wanted to storm the jail in which I was imprisoned in order to free me, I urged them to desist and go to the polls to vote for their freedom and mine. And as you see, they voted me out of jail and into Congress. And I shall vote, express the will of my fellow citizens, and continue to cast my ballot for Thomas Jefferson.
Well, that is your privilege, sir, but it is also mine.
Thank you, Congressman Lyons and Congressman Brown. I've just been informed that Thomas Jefferson is expected at the home of Mr. James Madison. Douglas Edwards is there, so we take you to him now. Come in, Douglas Edwards.
Our
Our hostess, Mrs. James Madison, Dolly Madison, as she's known by all, has informed us that Thomas Jefferson is on his way from his boarding house to dine here. We hope to persuade him to make a statement. To all of official Washington, this new house on F Street is more than the home of the liberal Virginian Democrat. It's a haven for tired statesmen. Most any afternoon at 4, you'll find the distinguished and talented of Washington and Europe enjoying the sumptuous dinners prepared by Dolly Madison, dinners lasting far into the night. This cordial Quakeress brings a touch of warm Virginia hospitality to Washington to thaw the February cold in the frozen mud of the capital. Her parties and dances and card games have won over the bitterest political foes of Jefferson. Dolly Madison is here with me now. She's wearing her famed white silk turban, draped with the large ostrich feathers. Margaret Baird Smith, who writes about Washington society, has said of Dolly Madison that she moves like a goddess and looks like a queen.
Yes. That kind of flattery is reminiscent of my old friend Aaron Burr. Before Mr. Madison and I were married, Mr. Burr's extravagant flatteries and promises were meant to blind me to his true nature.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Burr now, Mrs. Madison?
His methods are the same in politics as they are in love, both deceiving. But let me tell you of some of our guests. They're all waiting for the outcome of the election. We have Joel Barlow, the poet of democracy. And there's a Bonaparte. And here is Mr. Merry, minister from Great Britain.
Your Excellency, are your hopes on Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr?
Well, His Majesty's government does not approve Mr. Jefferson's friendly views toward the Jacobins of France. My own opinion is that Mr. Jefferson has received the votes of a minority of free men and a majority of slaves.
And Mr. Burr, do you approve of him?
Mr. Burr, I do not want to seem too critical, but Mrs. Madison's food here is more like a harvest home supper than the entertainment of a statesman.
And I thought you were enjoying our hams, Ambassador.
Oh,
Forgive
but
us if our food is too democratic for you, but we have to sacrifice the delicacy of European taste for the less elegant but more liberal fashion of Virginia. This is Noah Webster, Mr. Edwards. He's a Federalist, but he enjoys the company of writers here. He's a writer himself, you know. What are you writing now, Noah?
I'm working on a compendious dictionary, my dear.
Good heavens, what sort of a dictionary is that?
A compendious, an adjective meaning briefly stated, succinct, concise, containing the substance in narrow compass, condensed, abridged, synonyms, see terse.
I see. Well, as a Federalist, Mr. Webster, will you give us your compendious opinion on Mr. Jefferson and his supporters?
They are a rabble, threatening the safety of the state. From my observations, republicanism is impossible unless the poorer classes are excluded from the vote. Witness how the mass voted for Jefferson. Witness how they are now corrupting law and order, descending upon the Capitol with pikes and muskets in their hands. Savages! Primitives. Too stupid, too abject in ignorance to think rightly, and too depraved to draw honest deductions.
You might do your dictionary a service, Noah, by consulting our Vice President, Mr. Jefferson, for a more compendious definition of the people. For here he is now. Mr. Jefferson, this young man has asked if you'll make a statement to him on the election.
Well, now, I believed it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest, lest some Federalist senators accuse me of being partial, whilst I yet preside over the Senate. But what is it, sir, that you would like to ask me?
Mr. Jefferson, do you favor or oppose the threats of imminent violence raging about this election?
Whose violence? The violence of the Federalist Party to usurp the people's will? Or the violence of revolution that keeps governments in order, to remind them of the rights of the governed?
I refer, Mr. Jefferson, to the actions of the militias of Virginia and Pennsylvania. Should that violence cause civil war or revolution, would you still hold favor with it?
Yes, if the will of the majority of the voters is denied by a cabal of selfish interests bent on the destruction of democracy.
But some argue, Mr. Jefferson, that the public good will be best served by keeping the peace and avoiding violence at all costs.
I know there are men who would prefer that I sacrifice my principles for the guarantee of safety. But I say this is a threat and is itself pregnant with violence. I believe in a jealous care of the right of election by the people. I believe in a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Even if force must be invoked, the vital principle of republics is the absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority.
Mr. Jefferson, earlier in this broadcast, Alexander Hamilton derided certain aspects of your platform, particularly your belief in democracy. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Hamilton has a perfect right to his opinions. He has no faith in democracy. I have. I believe in, and I was elected on these principles: equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political; peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none; the supremacy of the civil over the military authority; the diffusion of information, and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of our civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety.
Mr. Jefferson, those are things that can't be said too often, I think.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. We've had word that the 36th ballot has been taken in the House of Representatives, and the results are about to be announced, so back to the House and John Daly.
The 16 tellers are down there on the floor of the House checking the results of the 36th ballot now. The way we tried to get Congressman Bayard of Delaware to tell us whether he would swing the single vote of his state from Mr. Burr to Mr. Jefferson, but he refuses to make any comment. Sitting up here in the gallery is Alexander Hamilton, watching the proceedings down on the floor, and the Federalist Party leader seems a weary and disillusioned man. Whether Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr should win this election down there on the floor, it is going to be Alexander Hamilton who is finally the loser. The congressmen in the House are silent. There's a sense of high expectancy. All eyes are on the tellers. They're comparing totals. Seem to be in agreement now as one of the tellers is writing the results on a piece of paper. But there is no indication, no sign on the face of the tellers as to whether or not the deadlock has been broken. A while ago, there were rumors that the Federalists a teller has handed the paper now to Speaker Thomas Sedgwick. He glances at it. His face is impassive. There goes the gavel now down to the rostrum.
The results of the 36th ballot. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, 10.
It's Jefferson by 10 states, one more than is necessary. Jefferson has been elected. The members of the House of Representatives and the spectators in the galleries have broken into wild, jubilant cheering and applause. Jefferson picked up 2 votes on that last ballot, one more than was required, and Mr. Burr lost 2. I'm going to try to find out which state broke the tie and which cast the blank vote. Perhaps it was Delaware, maybe Maryland and Vermont, but we'll soon know. We'll know in a moment as soon as we...
Washington, February 17, 1801.
We're going to have to detain...
The House of Representatives elects Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
You have been listening to The Election of Thomas Jefferson, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Election of Thomas Jefferson was written by Joseph Liss. Walter Hamden was Thomas Jefferson, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Carl Swenson, Joan Wetmore, Bernard Lenrow, Guy Sorrell, Ann Seymour, Eric Dressler, Walter Grisey, Doris Dalton, William Podmore, Charles Webster, Gavin Gordon, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week...
April 9th, 1865, Lee and Grant at Appomattox. You are there.
Next this afternoon, great music comes your way from the New York Philharmonic Symphony. This evening, great comedy with Amos and Andy, now exclusively on CBS, and with Hollywood star comedian Eve Arden, your favorite schoolteacher, in Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With this broadcast, Columbia resumes its prize-winning series, You Are There. Authentic reenactments of historic events dramatically reported by CBS newsmen.
This is John Daly in Richmond, Virginia. On this first day of September 1807, the nation may soon learn whether Aaron Burr, former Vice President of the United States, is acquitted of treason or found guilty and sentenced to death. This is the 28th day of Colonel Burr's trial here in the 5th District Federal Court, and the climax is expected in an important legal decision by the presiding judge. Supreme Court Justice John Marshall is going to rule on a point of law on which may depend Aaron Burr's very life. Tempers are at fever pitch in this trial-obsessed city. Richmond, like the entire country, is divided between those who believe Colonel Burr is guilty and should hang, and those who are just as convinced that he is innocent. As we reported yesterday, Judge Marshall will convene this court at noon, a few minutes from now, and rule on the motion by Colonel Burr's attorneys. The defense contends that the whole basis of the government's case is untenable, since it has not been able and has not considered it necessary.
September 1st, 1807, Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Aaron Burr on trial for his life. CBS takes you back 142 years to the event that established a precedent for the American concept of treason. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present at the trial, and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Richmond, September 1st, 1807. A crowded federal courtroom and John Daly.
The government will be permitted to go on with its case against Colonel Burr depends upon the decision Justice Marshall is to make this morning. The motion by the defense, if granted, would stop the prosecution from putting any more witnesses on the stand. And if Judge Marshall rules in favor of that motion, well, then it will be tantamount to a direction from the bench that the jury acquit Colonel Burr. As you know, the court is sitting in the hall of the Virginia House of Delegates. It's stifling hot here in the courtroom, and the spectators, jammed into every available seat, are mopping their faces, waiting impatiently for today's session of the trial to resume. As usual, today's audience is made up largely of men in rough woolen shirts, trousers of homespun, with their hair tied in queues, frontier fashion. Nearly all of them are followers of President Jefferson's party, the Democratic Republicans, and they seem to be solidly behind the prosecution, which is demanding Aaron Burr's life. In sharp contrast is the sprinkling of well-dressed planters and merchants in the audience. They're mostly members of the conservative Federalist Party, which has come to the aid of Colonel Burr. Now, since early this morning, Quincy Howe has been talking to members of both groups and found that all of them are more than willing to speak their minds, so strong is the partisan feeling among the people over this trial of Colonel Burr. So now to our CBS studios in Richmond and Quincy Howe.
Well, John, all the Federalists I've talked to seem to think that Justice Marshall will grant the defense motion to stop further testimony. The Democratic Republicans, of course, say he will not. They say that no matter what Marshall thinks himself, he won't dare go against the popular feeling that Burr is guilty. But that's only opinion. Let's look at the facts. The indictment against Colonel Burr charges that he committed treason by assembling an armed force at Blennerhassett's Island in Virginia and taking them down the Mississippi to seize New Orleans. According to the prosecution, this was part of a bigger scheme to take the newly acquired Louisiana Territory away from the United States, to seize Mexico from Spain, and to set up the combined region as an independent country under the rule of Aaron Burr himself. But the government struck before the alleged plan could be put into operation, and Burr was captured while trying to escape into Spanish territory. 2 weeks ago, the prosecution began putting witnesses on the stand in an effort to prove its case. But within a few days, Colonel Burr moved to stop the government from doing this anymore. For 10 days, Justice Marshall listened to debates on the pros and cons of that motion. Then, last Saturday, at the close of debate, he said he would give his ruling when the court resumed sitting today. I've just been informed that Colonel Burr is at the courthouse. He has arrived from the home of Mr. Luther Martin, his counsel, where he's being held in custody for the duration of the trial. Don Hollenbeck is with the colonel, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
We're speaking to you from an anteroom in the Virginia House of Delegates where Colonel Burr is waiting under guard until the court convenes. He's talking now with a group of ladies and gentlemen who've come here to wish him well at this crucial point in his trial. The colonel has promised to join us at our CBS microphone in a moment. In the group chatting with him, I see Mr. Washington Irving, the popular young New York essayist. We understand he was engaged by a friend of Colonel Burr to write newspaper accounts of the trial. Well, Colonel Burr has now ended his conversation. He's coming this way. The colonel's a rather short man, slim, walks very erect, probably a carryover from his years of military service during the Revolution. As you probably know, Colonel Burr is a very able lawyer, and he's taken an active part in his own defense. Oh, Colonel Burr, sir, we have Judge Marshall's permission to ask you a few questions, if you consent.
I'm at your disposal, sir.
Well, now, as a lawyer, sir, do you think Judge Marshall will grant your motion and stop the prosecution from presenting any more of its witnesses?
He must. He cannot do otherwise without violating the terms of the Constitution.
How's that, Colonel?
Well, it's quite simple. According to the Constitution, levying war against the United States is treason. It stipulates that conviction of treason shall only occur on the evidence given in open court by two witnesses to the same overt act. Now, mark that. The act must be overt, direct, clear-cut. And there must be two witnesses. Has the prosecution been able to produce two witnesses to testify that I was at Blennerhassett's Island when the alleged act of treason was committed? No, they haven't. And they cannot because it's common knowledge that on December 11th I was 200 miles away in Kentucky.
But, Colonel, your men on Blennerhassett's Island...
Has the government been able to prove that they committed treason? Of course not. The prosecution witnesses have offered nothing but hearsay and innuendo.
All right, Colonel, but what about the testimony of Jacob Albright?
What about it, indeed? Mr. Albright, an ignorant laborer, testified that he saw 20 or 30 men bearing arms at Blennerhassett's Island on the night of December 10th. Now, could such a handful of men even dream of undertaking to revolutionize the Western Territories and detach them from the United States?
Well, perhaps not by themselves, sir, but General Eaton in his testimony said you also counted heavily on the assistance of General Wilkinson, the Commander-in-Chief of United States Army Forces in Louisiana Territory.
General Eaton is a discredited scoundrel, and I might add that his military title is purely self-administered. Now, Mr. Hollenbeck, consider the circumstances in which he made his deposition against me. He'd been pressing a claim for $10,000 against the government for several years with no success. But as soon as he agreed to appear against me, the government paid his claim in full.
Well, are you charging that General Eaton's testimony was bribed and perjured?
If the shoe fits, Eaton is welcome to wear it. This whole charge against me is rubbish, vicious rubbish. I'm confident that Justice Marshall will grant my motion and that the case will be quickly turned over to the jury.
And if that should happen, Colonel Burr, do you expect the jury to acquit you?
Well, as to that, I realize I'm not popular. I've been the victim of character assassination, even at the hands of President Jefferson. People are prejudiced. Still, I do not ask the jury to love me. I merely ask that they love and respect the Constitution of the United States. If they do, I shall be acquitted.
Thank you, Colonel Aaron Burr.
Not at all.
This is Don Hollenbeck returning you to John Daly in the courtroom.
Colonel Burr's attorneys, Federalist Party leaders to a man, have just entered the courtroom. There's Mr. Edmund Randolph, a former governor of Virginia. With him are Mr. Charles Lee, Mr. John Wickham, and, of course, the eminent Mr. Luther Martin. Mr. Martin was a member of the Continental Congress and the Constitutional Convention. He's heavy-set, broad-shouldered, favors a careless manner of dress, but he's known to have few equals in eloquence or knowledge of the law. He and his colleagues are passing this way. Mr. Martin.
Yes?
May we have a word with you, sir?
By all means.
You may recall that we had the pleasure of interviewing you once before during the impeachment proceedings against Justice Chase.
Oh, yes, in Washington. I remember very well.
Well, sir, the government's attorney, Mr. Hay, implied in his arguments that if Justice Marshall rules in favor of your client, Colonel Burr, he may face impeachment proceedings himself.
Mr. Hayes' remarks were quite out of order. I'd call it pressure tactics to intimidate the bench.
Well, Mr. Martin, how do you think Justice Marshall will rule?
Well, I'm sure he won't yield to threats. He'll interpret the Constitution as any honest man must interpret it. He must not permit the prosecution to introduce into this country the evil doctrine of constructive treason.
Constructive treason?
Yes, sir. Constructive treason is the European theory of treason by intent and not by action. There's an important difference between these two. Our Constitution expressly defines that treason should not consist of thoughts, of words, even of conspiracies, but of overt actions. If Mr. Jefferson has his way, that constitutional safeguard against tyranny will be eliminated. He'll stop at nothing in his desire to crucify Colonel Burr, but he will fail.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martin. The chief counsel for the defense is going up the aisle toward his desk at the front of the courtroom as the hour for convening draws closer. While he was speaking, the government's attorneys prosecuting the case against Colonel Burr entered the courtroom, and they are already in their seats. And by the way, I see Ned Calmer is talking with United States Attorney George Hay, who heads the prosecution. Go ahead, Ned Calmer.
I'm not quite clear.
Oh, Mr. Hay, could you speak to us now? Colonel Burr has just predicted that Justice Marshall will grant his motion to block any more prosecution witnesses from taking the stand. May we have your comment on that?
You certainly may, sir. Colonel Burr has a way of permitting his wishes to influence his predictions. That tendency has put the colonel out on a limb before. May do so again today.
But what about the argument that Colonel Burr was not at Blennerhassett's Island and that his men on the island can't be accused of levying war because they never resorted to force?
That argument won't hold up. If Colonel Burr's men didn't use force, it was only because the government acted before they had a chance to do so. And what difference does it make whether Colonel Burr was at Blennerhassett's Island or not? We have shown that Aaron Burr plotted against our country. And we've shown that he assembled armed men and moved those men toward the execution of that plot. Now, if that isn't treason, what in the name of heaven is?
Well, the defense says that...
I tell you, sir, if the defense has its way, it will be impossible for the government to defend itself against traitors. If Justice Marshall grants the defense motion, every traitor in our country will redouble his plotting without fear of punishment.
One more thing, Mr. Hay. Mr. Martin has charged that your disregard for the question of whether Burr was at Blennerhassett's Island and whether his men actually had to resort to force amounts to an attempt to introduce the doctrine of constructive treason, that is, treason by intent. He claims that this would mean the end of our civil liberties. Could we have your opinion about that?
How very amusing. Mr. Martin posing as a defender of civil liberties. Did Mr. Martin have any respect for civil liberties when he was Attorney General of the state of Maryland? No, he did not. He persecuted his political opponents without mercy. Sir, I charge Mr. Martin. I charge Mr. Martin with playing politics at the risk of the nation's safety. And I charge him with defending a known murderer, Aaron Burr, the man who killed the leader of Martin's own party, Alexander Hamilton. Pardon me, sir. I see the jury is entering, and I must speak to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. The United States Attorney has rejoined his staff. As he said, the 12 jurors have entered the courtroom. They're seating themselves in the row of chairs to the right of the judge's bench.
All rise.
Justice Marshall has entered the courtroom. He came in through a door behind the bench. John Daly now has a better view of Judge Marshall than I have, so back to John Daly.
Justice Marshall is walking toward the bench. As you probably know, he is not only the federal judge of this circuit, but is also Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. He makes an impressive figure in the black robes of his office. He's a tall man, carries his head a bit to one side, and there's an expression of great seriousness on his face. The decision he is to make today must weigh heavily on him, may well be the most important of his career. That's the clerk of the court. Let's listen.
All persons having business before this circuit court of the United States of America, in and for the Fifth Circuit and District, draw near and ye shall be heard.
Justice Marshall nods to the prosecution and defense lawyers, seats himself, and now the lawyers, spectators, and jurymen on signal all do likewise.
The case of the United States of America versus Aaron Burr will continue.
Bring in the accused.
As the clerk of the court motions toward a door at the side of the chamber, Colonel Aaron Burr appears, walks swiftly toward the prisoner's box, 2 guards beside him. There's some hissing and booing from among the spectators, but Colonel Burr ignores it, shakes hands with his lawyers, seats himself, and now Judge Marshall.
The question now to be decided has been argued in a manner worthy of its importance. Counsel on each side has been of the utmost aid to the court in forming the opinion it is about to deliver. The indictment charges the prisoner with treason in levying war against the United States and alleges an overt act of levying war. That alleged act must be proved by 2 witnesses. If the act be not proved by 2 witnesses, all other testimony must be irrelevant. Now then, the prosecution has not brought forward any witness to prove the actual presence of the accused at Benahasset Island on the date of issue. On the contrary, the fact of his absence is not disputed by counsel for the United States. Consequently, since counsel for the United States has failed to establish the overt act of treason on the part of the accused, it is the deepest conviction of the court that the motion made by the defense must prevail.
Justice Marshall has ruled for the defense. The prosecution will not be permitted to put any more witnesses on the stand. Colonel Burr and his lawyers very naturally are smiling triumphantly. The prosecution or government attorneys, on the other hand, appear to be almost stunned by the judge's decision. United States Attorney Hay is speaking in a low voice with the other members of his staff, and they seem now to be in general agreement as to what to do, and Mr. Hay is on his feet.
Your Honor, in view of this decision by the court, the United States have no alternative but to leave the case to the jury. The United States rests.
Judge Marshall's face is expressionless. He turns now to the defense lawyers, and Mr. Luther Martin, chief of the defense, has risen.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
The jury have heard the opinion of the court on the law of the case. They will apply that law to the facts as presented and find a verdict of guilty or not guilty as their own conscience may direct. The jury will now retire for the purpose of coming to a decision.
And the fate of Aaron Burr is now in the hands of the jury. Justice Marshall is leaving the courtroom. Jurors are filing out also. The judge will retire to his chambers, and in all probability, he will not emerge again until the jury is ready with the verdict. The spectators are leaving the court, going outside to get a breath of fresh air, but they're eager to have the court reconvene at any moment and to hear the final decision. Ken Roberts is out there on the steps of this imposing courthouse building, and he can and has been sampling the public's opinion of Judge Marshall's decision, meanwhile taking a sort of informal poll as to what the public think the jury's verdict is going to be. So go ahead, Ken Roberts.
John, this is one of the... Oh, John, this scene out here is really something to watch, John. People are milling around all over the square, trampling down the grass, arguing vehemently with each other. Some of them are jubilant, others are red-faced with rage. Hundreds of them were unable to get into the courtroom this morning. They've been waiting here in the broiling sun, and that hasn't helped their tempers any. Most of these people apparently intend to wait out here until the jury's verdict is in. With me, for instance, is a gentleman who says he'll stay here if it takes all night. He wears the fancy dress uniform of a general in the Tennessee militia. He is General Andrew Jackson. General Jackson tells me he was brought here as a government witness because he contracted to build boats for Colonel Burr's expedition. But he was not put on the stand.
Yes, and I'll tell you why they didn't put me on the stand, because I know that Aaron Burr is as innocent of treason as you or I.
Well, General Jackson, do you have proof of Colonel Burr's innocence?
Proof? Why, the colonel told me personally that he intended to lead an army into Mexico. He intended to liberate Mexico from Spain and make it a part of the United States. Now, is that treason? No, Sir Blasted, that's patriotism.
But, General, it's claimed he meant to seize Mexico and Louisiana for himself, even make himself an emperor.
Oh, no, sir, no. Only Mexico, and not for himself, for the United States. I have his word for that. The word of a gentleman and a soldier.
The word of a murderer, the word of a traitor.
Madam, now see here,
you
madam.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself standing up for a scoundrel like Aaron Burr.
Madam, I'll thank you to mind your own business. I was speaking to this gentleman here.
The whole country knows what Aaron Burr was up to.
Just a moment,
and yet
madam,
you stand
please.
There. But
Please.
this man said that Aaron Burr...
Yes, but let's do this one at a time, madam, please. Now, General Jackson, you think the jury will bring in a verdict of not guilty?
If they don't, they ought to be drawn and quartered and the pieces scattered to the four winds.
Thank you, General Andrew Jackson. Now, madam,
Thank
you were
him for what? For pouring that Federalist poison into your ear?
Madam, I am not a Federalist. I'm as good a Democratic Republican as you are.
Then I say heaven protect us
Madam,
from your
please.
kind of Democratic Republican.
Instead of dragging him into court, President Jefferson should have struck a medal for Colonel Burr. We frontier
General Jackson,
folk know
General,
that
please.
we'll have to fight.
If you don't mind, sir, you've had your
Well,
chance. Now, please give this lady her chance to speak. Thank you
but
again, General. Now, madam, would you tell us your name, please?
I'm Mrs. Emily Shepherd.
I see. And do you live here in Richmond?
Yes, and a sorry place it is to live these days. Full of rich Federalists hobnobbing with Aaron Burr, sneering at the ordinary people, scorning President Jefferson of the Republic. It's a disgrace the way they've made a hero of that man, giving great dinner parties for him, and him a traitor to his country. Why, Justice Marshall himself attended one of those parties. It's shameful, shameful.
Do you mean that Judge Marshall is prejudiced in favor of Colonel Burr?
He's a Federalist, isn't he? What can you expect of Federalists? I say it's high time they learn their lesson, and they'll learn it when Aaron Burr is hanged by the neck.
Thank you, Mrs. Emily Shepherd. Judging from what's being said out here, I'd guess those reactions from Mrs. Shepherd and General Jackson just about sum up the two opposing attitudes. Quincy Howe in our CBS studios here in Richmond has been examining the situation. He's ready now with his analysis, so back to CBS Richmond, Quincy Howe reporting.
It must be clear by now that these past 28 days have witnessed something much more than just a trial at law. What's been going on here has been a basic struggle between our two political parties, the Federalists on the one hand and the Democratic Republicans on the other. Ever since President Jefferson, leader of the Democratic Republicans, indicated his desire to see Colonel Burr convicted, the Federalists have made Aaron Burr's cause their cause. Many Democratic Republicans say that the New England Federalists are sympathetic to Burr because they themselves have plotted to withdraw New England from the Union. They charge that Federalists in general have seized on this Burr trial as an opportunity to embarrass the Jefferson administration. Now, it's clear from the jurors' own statements in court that they are predominantly Democratic Republicans, and, as such, they must have backed President Jefferson against the Federalists in the struggle over ratifying the Louisiana Purchase 4 years ago. They might therefore be inclined to believe the charge that Burr tried to steal the Louisiana Territory, which would have cut off the Mississippi for American commerce, and that Burr also plotted with England in that very connection. Well, in any case, all this has led to such an intense popular feeling against Burr that for 2 weeks it was just about impossible to assemble an unbiased jury. It was Colonel Burr himself who finally broke the deadlock by declaring he would take his chances even with a jury of manifest Democratic Republican leanings. Now here, by tape recording, is the statement Aaron Burr made to the court on August 15th.
Your Honor, I'm under the necessity of taking men in some degree prejudiced against me, or of having a fourth panel of prospective jurors called. I'm unwilling to submit to the delay of another panel, and so I accept the consequences. I hope the jury will do me justice.
Now, on the basis of all this, is it likely that the jurors will accept Justice Marshall's opinion of the law and acquit Aaron Burr, or will the jury bring back a verdict of guilty? This is Quincy Howe returning you to the courtroom at the Hall of Delegates and John Daly.
The jury returned from their deliberations a few moments ago, is already seated in the box, and Justice Marshall is on the bench. The spectators have reassembled. They're very quiet. They know that this is the moment that they and the entire country have been waiting for. Every seat is full, and the atmosphere of the courtroom is charged with excitement and tension. Judge Marshall is leaning forward right now, whispering to the clerk of the court. As always, there is a slight delay as the scene is set for the dramatic moment of a trial, the handing down of a verdict by the jury. But now the clerk has left the bench, is walking toward the jury box, and in a moment we'll know whether Aaron Burr is to be found guilty of treason and sentenced to hang, or the clerk is speaking.
Have you reached a unanimous verdict? Aye. How do you find? We of the jury say that from the evidence submitted to us under this indictment, Aaron Burr is not proved to have committed treason. We therefore find him not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has acquitted Aaron Burr. Colonel Burr is standing triumphantly in the prisoner's box, and pandemonium has broken loose among the spectators. Most of them are very obviously bitterly disappointed. However, some friends are rushing up to Colonel Burr and the defense lawyers, congratulating them on their victory. Considering the bitterness that we have seen here in this courtroom, this is sure to be regarded by many people as a triumph for American justice. When a man so widely supposed to be a traitor, in the midst of political rancor, sometimes bordering on hysteria, can be acquitted in a court of law. However, we call your attention to the odd phrasing of the verdict. It seems to indicate that the jurors themselves may still have some reservations about Colonel Burr's innocence. If they do, they have suppressed their own feelings and accepted Judge Marshall's interpretation of the law.
September 1st, 1807. Aaron Burr is acquitted of the charge of treason, and a precedent for the American concept of justice is established.
You have been listening to the trial of Aaron Burr in the series You Are There. The Trial of Aaron Burr was written by Michael Sklar, directed by John Dietz, and produced by the CBS documentary unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. Aaron Burr was played by Martin Gable. Charles Webster was Justice John Marshall. Eric Dressler was Andrew Jackson. James Goss, Luther Martin. Paul Mann was U.S. Attorney Hay. Others in the cast included Agnes Young, Guy Sorrell, and Bert Cowlin. Beginning with this broadcast, You Are There will be heard every fourth Sunday at this time. Listen on November 27th, 4 weeks from today, over many of these same stations. Next month,
1830, Baltimore, Maryland. The race between the first American locomotive and a horse-drawn carriage. You are there.
when you keep your appointment with Dr. Christian, you keep an appointment with humor, drama, pathos, and real people living real lives in a typical small American town. Every Wednesday night, Dr. Christian, the kindly small-town physician, uses humor and horse sense as often as medicine to heal the troubles of his friends and neighbors. With stories that the whole family will enjoy, hear Dr. Christian this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, and this fall you'll hear them all on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Daily with the British forces at Katwa, India, a little village 100 miles up the Hooghly River from Calcutta. This evening of June 22nd, 1757, has brought a serious crisis to the British. Colonel Robert Clive, with 3,000 troops, faces the threat of 50,000 well-armed men under the Nabob of Bengal. Help that Clive expected has not arrived. Mayor Jafar, High Prince of the court of the Nabob, Commander-in-Chief of the Nabob's army, had secretly promised to desert his monarch and come over to the British side with 20,000 Indian cavalry. But anxious hours of waiting and watching have produced no results. Whether Mayor Jafar has betrayed the British or is still waiting for a chance to come over, we just don't know. But we
June 22nd, 1757, Katwa, India. You are there.
Clive of India, on the eve of the Battle of Plassey, back 191 years to the decisive moment when East met West in a great clash of empires. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
And now?
June 22nd, 1757, Katwa, India, and John Daly.
Cavalry. It was on this assurance from Mir Jafar that Colonel Clive left Calcutta and marched 100 miles up the Hooghly River to this rendezvous here at Katwa. For 2 long hours, Colonel Clive and his staff have been in conference in a stone blockhouse a few yards away. It's the only substantial building in this village of mud huts from which the villagers fled on the approach of the British forces. The conference is over now. We expect Colonel Clive and his staff to come out in just a moment. There's been a tense 2 hours, not helped at all by swarms of mosquitoes coming up out of the mangrove swamps here along the Hooghly River. And the swamps give up a dank, foul odor. There are also monkeys, and the night birds are in full throat as night falls. They add an eerie touch to an already tense scene. Looking across the Hooghly River, we can see the campfires of the huge army under the Nabob of Bengal, thousands of them, bobbing and weaving like firebugs. When the wind is right, we hear weird strains of Oriental music. It's all enough to send the shivers up the back of the most unimaginative private. Colonel Clive's small force, exhausted by the long march, is taking advantage of this opportunity for a brief rest. The officers are coming out of the fort now. There's Captain Coote. Captain will... No, the captain shakes his head. There's Captain Grant. I can't see Colonel Clive, but there's Major Kilpatrick, who is second in command here. Major!
Yes?
Major Kilpatrick, will you tell us, please, the decision of the council? Is it retreat or wait for Mayor Jafar?
Withdrawal, old chap. Much better word. We're not being forced out of our position, simply withdrawing till a better opportunity to defeat the Nabob comes along.
Well, Major Kilpatrick, this does come as a surprise. I thought that Colonel Clive was...
Yes, I know. Came as a surprise to all of us. As you say, we expected the colonel to be full of fireworks. But his attitude was most reasonable. Matter of fact, he advised the course himself.
You mean Colonel Clive suggested withdrawal?
Well, not only suggested it, but voted for it.
But on what grounds, Major? Did he give his reasons?
Sound military thinking. First off, our ally, Mir Jafar, has proved he can't be trusted. Then our position here could be cut off, you know, or even overrun. The Nabob ever decided to attack us. 50,000 to 3,000, you know. Too much, even for Englishmen. Then the monsoon, starting any day. Matter of fact, they're here now. Roads will be quagmires in a couple of days. No. Only possible decision, withdraw. Very satisfactory indeed.
Well, sir, where is Colonel Clive now?
In the fort. He asked to be left alone. Poor chap. Wants to do some thinking and weigh his decision. Don't blame him. No commanding officer likes to retreat. Disengage the enemy.
You mean because of his military reputation?
Quite so. The courage, you know. Widely known as the daredevil. Always likes to push on. This must be a bitter pill for him to swallow. But it's the only sensible thing to do. Well, this should put to rest all the stories about his erratic nature.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Major Kilpatrick, the night guard detail is formed and ready for inspection, sir.
Just a moment, Robin. If you excuse me, Mr. Daly, I'll have to organize the camp for the night.
Of course, sir. Thank you very much, Major. Colonel Clive's force will begin its withdrawal back on Calcutta in the morning. The first time, by the way, that Colonel Clive, or for that matter, any British commander, has refused battle with an Indian force. However, 50,000 against 3,000 are kind of odds that even the most enterprising officer thinks twice or many times about before accepting battle. If, however, Mir Jafar had come over with his cavalry, cutting the Nabob's advantage, Clive certainly would have fought then. This difficult and probably humiliating decision for Colonel Clive has been caused by that one man, Mir Jafar. Well, who is he and what is he up to? Here's the man who knows the answers to those questions, Mr. William Watts, who until very recently was official representative of the East India Company at the Nabob's court at Murshidabad. Mr. Watts, you know Mayor Jafar personally. Well, what sort of a man is he?
Oh, why, very capable, very capable. A man of 45, a prince, well-born, well-connected.
How is it, sir, that an Indian prince conspires against his own monarch?
Oh, he's ambitious, of course. But there's also a move on foot among the other princes to get rid of the Nabob. The Nabob's very unpopular with his own people, you know. In my opinion, he's incompetent, sir. He's unbalanced. He's a young lad of 21, has absolutely no respect for his elders.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, he seems to take delight in pulling their beards, having them flogged publicly.
Well, sir, to get to Mayor Jafar, did you negotiate with him personally, Mr. Watts?
Oh, yes. He promised the colonel, secretly, of course, that if the British marched up here to Katwa, he'd be waiting with 20,000 troops. And as you've said, that would have radically changed the whole military picture.
Well, do you think that Mayor Jafar's failure to keep the rendezvous means that he's had a change of heart?
Well, it's hard to say. Undoubtedly, the Nabob by now has received wind of the conspiracy. Mayor Jafar may be too closely watched to move. Or he may have come to some agreement with the Nabob.
You mean sold Colonel Clive out?
Precisely.
But why should he, sir? Colonel Clive had agreed to make Mayor Jafar the Nabob, hadn't he?
Yes, but that involves a battle, and a battle involves risk. In my opinion, Mayor Jafar is playing both ends against the middle.
Well, people for assembly. Looks as if we'll be in our withdrawal right away. Yes, it does. And there's Colonel Clive. He's obviously wasting no time in putting into effect the decision to retreat. Rather strange, however, that he should have decided upon a night march. The men won't take very kindly to it. The men are falling in, sepoys as well as British soldiers. The sepoys number 2,000. They're Indian troops trained and officered by the British, who make up the other 1,000 of Colonel Clive's small army. Colonel is striding toward us, the man of medium height, rather stocky build, young, about 30 or 35, I'd say. He's wearing a full-dress uniform, braid down the front, three-cornered hat, with his hair hanging in a pigtail behind. He's on his way to address the troops, I suppose. Colonel Clive! Yes? Colonel, why have you decided to begin this march at night, sir? Can you think of a better time to ford the river? Ford the... But, Colonel Clive, we're crossing the river to join Mayor Jafar. Well, then you've heard some good news, sir. You've had a message from Mayor Jafar.
No, but I've sent a message to him. I told him my intention of crossing the Plassey and commanded him to break with the Nabob and be there before morning.
But, Colonel Clive, at the Council of War...
I've changed my mind since the Council. Retreat to Calcutta is impossible.
But why, sir?
Prestige, Mr. Daly. British prestige. Would suffer a blow from which we could never recover. Besides, fate hasn't marched me this far up the Hooghly River to turn me around and march me back without what I came for. Victory. Decisive, final, ultimate victory.
But, Colonel, suppose when you've crossed, Mayor Jafar isn't there.
He'll be there. He must be there. I have it in my power to make him Nabob of Bengal before tomorrow night. He won't be such a fool or such a villain as to betray me now.
But what if you are betrayed, sir? What if you are attacked by the Nabob with his full 50,000 troops?
If we are pushed to it, we can withdraw again tomorrow night. But Mayor Jafar will be there. Kilpatrick.
Thank you, Colonel Clive.
Are you ready to move, Kilpatrick? To Calcutta, sir? No, we ford the river tonight. But, Colonel, get your troops moving.
Yes, sir. Major Kilpatrick has turned and is moving to the head of the line of troops. He looks angry, but in this military world, well, orders are orders, and he's got to do what he's told. He's given the command, which has started this small British force towards the bank of the Hooghly for a dangerous and critical operation. The Nabob may be young and a fool, but he's got 50,000 troops. British scouts have been across the river, but we can't be sure that the Nabob isn't waiting, in fact, hoping that Clive will attempt to cross the river at night. Rarely, if ever, has a battle been fought at night, but this is the Nabob's territory. If he has the initiative to attack, Clive, when half of his tiny forces across the river and the other half on this side, he can probably rout him. The crossing operation will be the immediate critical point, the first great hurdle that Clive has to take. We'll move up to the river bank, and as soon as we can test through again, I'll be back on the air. But now to Calcutta.
This is Ken Roberts. Colonel Clive's dramatic decision to cross the Hooghly River has come as a surprise and somewhat of a shock to Mr. Roger Drake, a senior merchant of the East India Company. Mr. Drake is the present governor of the settlement.
That's so.
Governor Drake.
Yes, sir.
What do you think of Colonel Clive's unexpected reversal of his war council?
It's incredible. Almost impossible to believe. The impact is still so fresh. But it's madness. He's walking into a trap. 50,000 Indians against 3,000. They'll cut him to pieces.
But isn't it true, Governor Drake, that the select committee of which you are chairman agreed to Colonel Clive's leaving Calcutta?
Oh, yes, but that was a different matter. His mission is to defend Calcutta, the lives and property of all the merchants of the East India Company. Now he's running the risk of losing his troops. It's folly, unpardonable folly.
But, sir, didn't you know there was a risk of battle?
Oh, yes, but we wanted him to use those troops only as a threat. A threat to force the Nabob to negotiate a peace treaty. This conspiracy with Mir Jafar is something that never had our sanction. The colonel entered into that by himself. He would take no advice from us.
You mean you were always suspicious of Mir Jafar's good faith?
Naturally. An Englishman is no match at intrigue with these Easterners. This conspiring to overthrow a legitimate monarch, sir. It smacks of revolution. Dangerous precedent to set. Yes, indeed. Well, the East India Company is here for business, not to meddle with the internal affairs of the country.
Well, why do you suppose Colonel Clive has disregarded the opinion of the select committee?
Opinion, sir. It wasn't an opinion. It was a mandate. And Colonel Clive ignored it.
Then, if I interpret you correctly, Governor Drake, you would advise Colonel Clive to withdraw the British troops immediately and return to Calcutta.
I would, sir. Right? As any man in his senses would. As I am sure any professional officer would. Any person who has...
Thank you, Governor Drake. I've just been told that John Daly is calling in from the Hooghly River, where Colonel Clive's force is crossing to Plassey. Go ahead, Daly. Go ahead.
This is John Daly on the south bank of a ford of the Hooghly River. Approximately one-half of Clyde's small force has crossed the river in this eerie blackness, broken at intervals along the line of march by rush torches. So far, Clyde's traditional good luck has held. The Nabob of Bengal has not shown any sign of resisting this crossing. This is the critical moment. Clive's forces are about evenly divided. One half on the Plassey bank, the other half here on the south bank, waiting their turn to cross. So far, and we've got our fingers crossed, the Nabob is sticking to the tradition of not fighting at night. A tradition, by the way, probably born of the fact that Indian troops are largely composed of levies of illiterate, unenthusiastic peasants who would rather till the soil than fight. Major Kilpatrick, second in command, has assigned Sergeant Timothy Wayne to help us move our equipment and to explain the more technical phases of the coming operation. Sergeant Wayne has already been across the river. He went over with the first troops, and he's just come back. Sergeant, did you see any of the Nabob's forces over there?
Oh, they had some outposts near the river, but they pulled back when we crossed. I didn't see them, but some of our scouts went right up to their camp.
And what's the Nabob up to?
The scouts say they're whipping themselves into a frenzy with Oriental music and drink and lots of mumbo-jumbo.
Well, Tim, did the scouts say anything about Mir Jafar? Are there any signs that he may yet come on over to us with those 20,000 cavalry?
No, he ain't coming. In all that crazy mumbo-jumbo, that jumping and dancing around, this Nabo takes his turban off and throws it on the ground. And Mir Jafar, they say, picks it up and put it back on his head.
Well, what does that all add up to?
The sepoys say that means that Mir Jafar has sworn to defend the Nabob to his last drop of blood.
Oh, then it looks like when daylight comes, it's going to be 3,000 against 50,000, huh?
I don't care if it's 150,000. I want to go at this Nabob. I promised my brother that I even things with him.
Why your brother, Tim?
He's in a hospital in Calcutta, sir. He's been there ever since he came out of the black hole.
What, you mean that now, a full year later, he's still in the hospital?
Mr. Daly, sir, do you know what that black hole was like? This dirty Nabob put 146 people in the post dungeon where they used to put one of us. It was kind of awful. He shoved and jammed them in like they were something worse than cattle.
Well, how did your brother come out, Sergeant?
My brother stayed quiet and sucked the perspiration off his shirt, while the others fought like wild animals. Only 23 came out alive. All the rest of the 146 are dead. They died that night in that kicking hole.
Well, how did any of them happen to get out, though?
You know what? They wouldn't wake up this dirty little nabob. And then when he does wake up, he says he's sorry. Some underling did it, he says. He's a bad un, Mr. Daly. He's a bad un. I promise my brother I'll give him
Sergeant, it looks like the nabob is attacking.
Well, hang on a moment, hang on. It is the detective. We're really in the stew. But Major Kilpatrick told me to stay with you, and I'll be here, Mr. Daly. Don't worry.
Righto, we'll get ready to knock the equipment down. We'll have to do it one way or another because we'll either head back to Calcutta or get across the river tonight. The firing has stopped. I can't see across the river. Can't be sure what has happened over there, but... Oh, here comes the... Oh, Captain! What's that firing across the river?
Nothing at all, sir. Some of the men are a bit nervous. The baggage train is going across, Mr. Daly. You'll have to come along now if you're coming.
Yes, sir. Hello, Calcutta. We're moving across the river. I'll stay with Colonel Clive. Call you in as soon as we can get the equipment working again on the other bank at Plassey. But now back to Calcutta. This is Ken Roberts in the plaza in front of the East India Company headquarters. News that Clive has crossed the Hooghly River has brought most of the British colony here to the plaza. There is strong partisanship about Clive's move. Many of these people believing that if he is overwhelmed, every British man, woman, and child in Calcutta will have to flee for his or her own life. And the East India Company will probably be destroyed. Mr. James Halwell, an East India official, seems to be very pessimistic about the outcome. Mr. Halwell, you evidently think that this time Colonel Clive has bitten off more than he can chew.
Well, Mr. Roberts, I'm not exactly a military man, but it does seem axiomatic to me that you don't put all of your eggs in one basket and then put that basket in the middle of a busy thoroughfare. What?
But, Mr. Halwell, even if the worst should happen to Colonel Clive and he's beaten, he will be able to retire until he is reinforced.
Mr. Roberts, where do you think these reinforcements are going to come from? We're spread very thin, you know.
Well, reinforcements could come out from home, sir. Surely the home government would send out troops.
Home government. You forget, sir, that when the French tried to take over this subcontinent, the East India Company had to fight its battle alone. Clive commands a private army, the East India Company army.
Surely, Mr. Halwell, the King's First Minister, Mr. Pitt, has a deep interest in the affairs of the East India Company.
I regret to disillusion you, but it doesn't seem that way, Mr. Roberts. We offer here an opportunity in a great, rich, civilized country, and Mr. Pitt wastes our troops in the North American wilderness. And, Mr. Roberts, I understand that against the French there, were it not for a young militia colonel named Washington, I believe, Mr. Pitt would have lost even that wilderness.
Would you mean, sir, that you don't think any British troops will be sent out here if things go against you?
Well, Mr. Pitt, when everything has been lost, may decide to do something. But then we shall have to start all over again, and 150 years of work will have gone for nothing.
Well, I hope things are not as bad as all that, sir.
We all...
And thank you very much for talking to us. Major Green, Major Humphrey Green has fought with Clive before, and is now in Calcutta because he was wounded in the skirmish. Major, what is your estimate of the situation?
Well, it's difficult to say, Mr. Roberts. I fought with Clive in the Deccan at Arcot, Cavalry Pack, and Trichinopoli. Great victories, you know, especially at Arcot, and always gets superior numbers.
Well, you think, then, that Clive may turn the trick again?
I don't know, but you can be sure he's thought this out. He has a very peculiar intuition about these Indian people. He's proved it time and again. But as a professional soldier, I must admit that Colonel Clive's strategy is very unorthodox.
Well, Colonel Clive is a professional soldier, too.
Not exactly. He holds an East India Company commission. He depends on the company for pay and rank. He was not trained as a soldier. You mustn't forget he came out here, let's see, he's 30 now, when he was about 18. As a writer, a kind of a petty clerk, I think it was, in Madras.
He must be a brilliant man, sir.
Yes, I would say a genius. You know, in his early days, he suffered from melancholia, couldn't stand being a clerk. As a matter of fact, he's supposed to have attempted his own life twice in those days.
Oh, really?
Yes, but fortunately the pistol misfired both times. So after that, he decided fate must have something special in store for him, so he became a soldier. And none too soon for the benefit of the...
Well, excuse me, Major Green, I just received a message. There's action at Plassey. The battle has begun. John Daly crossed the Hooghly with the rear guard of Clive's forces and has his equipment set up, and so we take you now to Plassey and John Daly.
force is fighting magnificently. A second great cavalry charge by the Nabob's forces is breaking up under the pounding of Colonel Clive's 10 6-pounder guns. A terrible mass of writhing horses and men is piled up on the field in front of us. And the Nabob's officers are fighting a losing battle against the panic-stricken cavalry, which has begun to break and run back towards the Nabob's camp. The British cannon are still firing. The infantry is jubilant and excited. They look kind of hopefully to their officers for an order to charge. These men have not forgotten the black hole of Calcutta. They don't seem to be at all worried about the fact that the Nabob still has probably 10 men for every single one of them. Sergeant Wayne, that was a close one.
Don't you worry about it now. If they haven't sense enough to keep their powder dry, we can take care of them.
Sergeant Wayne is talking about an amazing piece of stupidity on the part of the Nabob, which has given Colonel Clive an advantage that's almost impossible to value too highly. The battle began early this morning before we could get ready to broadcast with an artillery duel. The Nabob's 50 10-pounders against Clive's 10 6-pounders, 5-1. In the face of the heavy Indian fire, Clive had to order a withdrawal. For a moment, it looked like a retreat, but instead, the infantry was withdrawn to the protection of this mango grove. As they fell back, with another unbelievable piece of Clive's luck, the heavens opened up, and the monsoon rains came pouring down in torrents. The first thing Colonel Clive did was to protect his gunpowder. The Nabob didn't, and his 50 guns fell silent and have been out of action ever since. We've attached ourselves to Colonel Clive, and he's right here. Colonel Clive, those are 2 heavy Indian cavalry charges, Colonel, which you've just beaten off. Do you think that was your friend, Mir Jafar?
Yes, I suppose it was, but you mustn't be too hard on him, Mr. Daly. Evidently, the Nabob gave him a rather simple choice, either fight with him or be executed.
Well, it certainly seems certain, sir, that you've just about taken everything they can throw at you.
Not quite. They have another trick up their sleeve. Elephants, Mr. Daly. Elephants. Now, you'll have to excuse me. We still have a battle to win, you know.
Right, sir. Thanks very much. Sergeant, what's this all about? What does he mean by the elephants?
Oh, they're chargers, sir, and these elephant charges are pretty awful things. Each elephant carries a prince in a howdah, what the people at home would call a sort of a basket on his back. Then there's the mahout, or elephant driver, who sits up there behind his ears and prods him with a stick, telling him where to go. Look over there at their camp. You can see them now. They're getting them ready.
Right, and say, they really look like something even in this driving rain. You know, those elephants at this distance don't look as though they can do it. It's an awful lot of damage. They're all dressed up. I don't suppose we can see the colors, but it looks like they've got every color of the rainbow on it from this distance.
Yeah, and unless I miss my guess, they're almost ready to come. They're pretty all right, but it won't be so pretty when the mahouts whip the big beasts into a frenzy with their prongs, and the cannon drive them crazy with the roar of the smoke and the fire. If they get up to our lines, they'll be trampling and crunching them to death, they will.
Right, here they come, Tim. The elephants have been formed, and they're starting their charge. There must be about 50 of them spread out across the plain. The British troops have been ordered out of the protection of the trees and the mango grove, and they're forming a battle line, a thin one. Well, what are they doing that for, Sergeant? Why do they come out of the trees?
Why, they're forming in ranks, sir, to add their musket powder to the cannon. These elephants are hard to stop, and you use everything you've got. Besides, if they get past the cannon, at least we'll get a shot at those blinking princes up there on their backs.
Well, I just assume we didn't get a chance to shoot at any princes on their backs. The elephants have broken into a lumbering trot. The British cannon have stepped up fire. They need to. The elephants are in range. Very few of them are going down. Some are falling, though. I can see 1, 2, 3 of them on the ground. But one is twitching and struggling, trying very hard to get up again. But the rest still come on, and they've broken into a gallop. The mahouts on their backs are shrieking and goading them into madness. The cannon are firing just as fast as Clive's cannoneers can load. But they're not enough. They're not enough, and the infantry have begun to fire. There goes the first volley from the musket. The smoke is getting so thick here that we can't see. Gets into your eyes and your throat. It's clearing a bit, and I can see the shapes coming through the smoke. The elephants are still coming. Sergeant Wayne, those muskets aren't doing any good.
Their hides are too tough, sir.
What? What'd you say?
The elephants' hides, sir, they're too tough. The bullets didn't take effect. The range is too great.
The whole earth around here is shaking, although the elephants are still 100 yards or so away. Kilpatrick has just shouted an order.
Shoot at the riders, the Major says. Shoot at the riders.
Major Kilpatrick has ordered the British infantry to fire at the riders and not at the elephants. It sounds like a good idea to me. They're almost on top of us. Colonel Clyde is running up and down the line. He's shouting an order. See if you can get it, Sergeant Wayne.
I heard him, sir. The colonel has countermanded Major Kilpatrick's order. He's telling the men to shoot at the elephants, not at the riders. Shoot at the elephants, he says. Shoot at the elephants.
But what in heaven's name for? The muskets didn't even dent their hide. Sergeant Wayne, we'd better get ready to travel. We may have to get out of here and fast. There goes the second volley. The second volley from the musket. The smoke is pouring out of them again. The musket smoke is so heavy it's difficult to see anything. It's so thick now that you can almost cut it. The rain is thick down over the blanket. All we can hear is the thrashing and the trumpeting of these elephants. We don't know what's happening. Everything is confused and uncertain until this smoke begins to pull away from here. I, for one, don't know whether to stand here or to cut and run. Clive's line, his infantry, just as steady as a rock. The men have loaded again, and they stand there in that thin red line. Nobody's giving any sign of breaking at all. They're just waiting for their fire orders. They don't seem to be concerned about what may come thundering out of this heavy curtain of smoke. The smoke's beginning to thin out. We can hear the trumpeting of the elephants. You may be able to hear it in the background. It sounds like a bunch of mad monkeys having a fight. All the monkeys in the world in one basket fighting with each other. The smoke is thinning out, and there's great mass of confusion in front of us now.
Right, sir. He was right, Mr. Daly. He learned it in the deckhand.
Learned what, Tim?
Colonel Clive learned to shoot at the elephants. Shoot at the elephants. Look at them. Those musket balls are like bee stings on the hides of those elephants. He's driving them wild.
Yes, the smoke is up. That's right, Tim. The elephants have been stopped. The elephants have been stopped. They're no longer charging forward. They're stopped in their tracks, and their mahouts are hanging on for dear life itself. They can't control them any longer at all. Some of the younger bull elephants are bucking almost like horses, twittering, rearing, and churning the air and screaming. Some of those wonderful, magnificent howdahs that we could see across the field a while ago, all smashed to smithereens now on the battlefield. They fell off the elephants' backs and were smashed down to the ground.
And they're finished! They're finished! They're running away!
Yes, Sergeant Wayne is right. Sergeant Wayne is right. The muskets have turned the trick. The elephants are completely out of control. Completely out of control. They're running wildly away from this musket fire. They're shaking their riders from their backs. The leaders are already charging back into their own camp, into the nabob's camp. Here it is again, Clive's unbelievable mixture of genius and luck. The elephants with which the nabob was going to destroy Clive and his small force are ripping through the Indian camp, destroying and crushing everything in front of him. The Indian peasant levies are throwing down their arms. They're running away for dear life. Colonel Clive! Colonel Clive, sir, you are now the ruler of Bengal.
No, Mr. Daly, the British are here to trade, not to rule. If he's still alive, Mir Jafar will be the new ruler of Bengal. But we'll have peace. Peace, trade, and friendship with the people of India.
Well, congratulations, Colonel Clive. It's a magnificent victory. Major Kilpatrick has come up, and he and Colonel Clive are shaking hands this day of June 23rd, 1757, which dawns so grim and unpromising here at Plassey on the Hooghly River in India, is now a day bright with reassurance for the British.
June 23rd, 1757. Colonel Robert Clive wins the Battle of Plassey, and British rule begins in India.
You've been listening to The Battle of Plassey, another broadcast in the series You Are There. This program was presented originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is John Daly in Athens. Will Socrates escape? That is still the big question here in the capital of Greece on this dying day in the first year of the 95th Olympia. I'm standing before the door of the prison, behind which the friends of the condemned philosopher, so the rumor goes, are urging him to save himself from drinking the poison hemlock. Socrates has only to walk out of that prison and board a ship to freedom in exile, and the prayers of his friends and the hopes of his enemies will be answered. This dramatic situation, which is having significant repercussions throughout the Hellenistic world, is now inevitably approaching its climax, and in 30
Athens,
we'll know
399 B.C., CBS is there.
Ancient Greece prays that Socrates will not die. CBS takes you back almost 2,347 years to that fateful day when one of the most enlightened democracies on earth trembled on the brink of a cup of poison. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, with Walter Hamden portraying Socrates in this broadcast, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Athens, 399 B.C., and John Daly.
Heard the rumor that the friends of Socrates were in the prison, pleading with him to take his freedom. CBS has been here on the spot, attempting to verify that rumor. Should Socrates agree to save himself, it would be a simple matter for his friends to whisk him away through this sea of white tunics worn by bystanders only too willing and too eager to fulfill the hope of escape. We're directly in front of the prison door, but the brilliant red and orange of the setting sun is blinding me, and I'm not at all sure that I would be able to say for certain who came out of the deep gloom of the death house. The crowd here of some 3,000 or 4,000 men, women, children, and slaves is milling about me, cursing, praying, whispering in anxious groups. They know that when the sun sets, it will mark the moment when they may never again hear the voice of their beloved cross-examiner. His enemies, too, are anxious, for they're afraid. One of them has asked for an opportunity to speak to the public on our CBS microphone. He is the poet Miletus, Socrates' chief accuser at his trial. Miletus is not quite the most popular man in Athens today, and as a matter of fact, he's been hiding in the shade of the prison wall, and I'm going to wave him over here now to the microphone. And it's just as Miletus feared. This crowd has recognized him. They're surrounding him, shaking their fists, threatening, shouting imprecations. Women are clawing at him. Citizens! Citizens! Let Miletus speak! Let him speak! All right, Miletus, what have you to say?
Just one hope. With all good Athenians, I pray that Socrates will escape.
But you who urged his death at the trial...
It's true that I was the chief accuser of Socrates, but Socrates himself said I was of no consequence. I merely presented what some people have been saying against Socrates for 20 years, that he was a corrupter of the minds of youth and did not believe in the gods of the city.
Let me ask you, Miletus, do you think Socrates will escape?
I do not know. But if he does, he is just another poor mortal like all of us who's afraid to die.
You mean you want Socrates to die?
No, all I said was that I'm not to blame. Blame the playwright Aristophanes. It was Aristophanes who first said that Socrates taught young men to cheat payment of their just debt, to deny the existence of the gods. I'm just a poor poet. Blame the rich playwright, don't blame me.
The poor poet, Miletus, has just blamed the rich and successful playwright Aristophanes for the death sentence imposed on Socrates. Aristophanes is at a CBS microphone with Ken Roberts right now in the Theater of Dionysius. He had agreed to make a statement for us, and as we still have no official news here as to whether Socrates will heed the counsel of his friends to escape, let's switch to Ken Roberts.
This is Ken Roberts in the Theater of Dionysius. The playwright Aristophanes is right here beside me. He heard what Miletus said, and by the smile on his face and the nodding of his head, I understand that he certainly would like to make a comment. Aristophanes?
I take it that the poor poet, Miletus, was referring to my play, The Clouds.
Yes, the comedy in which you lampooned Socrates as an evil character who ran a thinking shop.
Yes, the shop was called the School of Very Hard Thinkers.
Aristophanes, weren't the graduates of that school adept at the alleged corrupt and immoral practices that Miletus mentioned?
Oh, to be sure. But that was the comedy situation. And at that, it wasn't one of my better comedies. No, to blame a single player, not a very good one at that, for the death sentence of so celebrated a philosopher as Socrates is preposterous. After all, I'm a playwright, not a hangman.
But Aristophanes, Socrates himself said at his trial that your play contributed to the case against him.
No. He mentioned my play merely to brush it aside as of little consequence.
Yes, but...
Sir, one of my severest critics measures the failure of a play by the amount of food eaten during the performance. When The Clouds was first offered 24 years ago, the trash collectors worked overtime. On the opening night, Socrates himself enjoyed the jolly lampoon of himself and laughed heartily at the caricature. He even stood throughout the performance to give the first nighters a better shot should they wish to hurl a handful of ripe figs at him.
I take it, then, that you're specifically denying Miletus's charge that your play was responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Oh, emphatically. The death sentence was imposed not by any mere play, but by the ignorant jury of 500. Socrates himself said that. Or what else would you expect of an uneducated majority who have rather an odd conception of democracy?
What's your conception of democracy, Aristophanes?
Well, it certainly isn't killing a man who happens to disagree with me. I believe, with Socrates, that the sovereignty of the people has become a sovereignty of politicians. Socrates also believes that government is an art, and as such, it requires more training, knowledge, and skill than any other. You cannot leave questions of politics and justice to chance, nor to the vote of the mob.
And do you believe that the jury was acting as a mob?
Yes, of course. 500 men must decide a whole case in one day. And what may be momentary passion on one day may be passionate regret on the next. And that passionate regret may take another life. That's why Miletus is afraid. That's why he's throwing me to the mob.
Thank you, Aristophanes. By the way, citizens, if you are hearing strange music behind our conversation here in the Dionysian Theater, I'd like to explain that it's the flute player quietly rehearsing his part in Aristophanes' play Lysistrata. CBS also has a microphone at the home of Plato, the distinguished young philosopher and friend of Socrates. Plato also had agreed to make a statement for us. We have nothing from John Daly of any news about Socrates, so over to Plato's home and Don Hollenbeck.
Our CBS microphone is at the bedside of Plato. The 28-year-old philosopher has been ill these past few days. He says he objects strongly to Aristophanes' remark about democracy being responsible for Socrates' death sentence.
Miletus is throwing Aristophanes to the mob, but I protest the manner in which Aristophanes is throwing democracy to the mob. If Socrates dies, and I pray that the rumor that he will escape is true, it will not be democracy that is to blame. Our many wars with Persia and in the Peloponnesus have exhausted us in body and soul. 2 out of every 3 Athenian men have died in battle. Now the fever of fear runs high among us. We are confused, desperate, and so we seek someone to blame and sacrifice Socrates on the altar of our dying faith. It is not our jury system, as Aristophanes charges, that condemns Socrates. It is the prejudice of old men whose minds have been poisoned against him since they were children.
The old men you speak of, Plato, they are the jurors?
Yes. But they are merely the symbol of old ideas that fear to be challenged, cross-examined, and perhaps exposed as no longer virtuous in our time. That is why the old men hate Socrates. Socrates is like a gadfly on the backs of men. He forces them to cry out, "Socrates, you make me acknowledge my worthlessness." He makes them say, "I had best be silent, for it seems that I know nothing at all." And for that, he's hated. Now, Aristophanes is wrong. He's shameful. If Socrates dies, it will not be democracy that's to blame, but those who have lost faith in democracy.
Thank you, Plato. We have heard Miletus blame Aristophanes Aristophanes blamed the shortcomings of our democracy, and Plato blamed our loss of faith in democracy. But no one has come forth to say that Socrates was justly condemned for the alleged crime of atheism and corrupting the minds of the youth. In order that you may have a chance to form your own opinions, CBS has prepared a special transcription of Socrates' trial, which we will play now. The next voice you hear will be the recorded voice of Socrates speaking to the jury at his trial 1 month ago in the amphitheater.
Athenians, you say first, I do not believe in the gods, and then again that I believe in demigods. You might as well affirm the existence of mules and deny that of horses and asses. Come here, Miletus. Now, is it not a fact you think it very important for the younger men to be as virtuous as possible?
I do.
Well, come then, tell the judges who it is improves the younger men. Come now, you're accusing me of being the corrupter of youth. Reveal to the judges who improves them.
They.
You see, Miletus, you have nothing to say. You are silent. Is not your silence conclusive proof you never gave a moment's thought to the matter? Come, tell us, good sir, who makes the young men better citizens?
The laws.
My intelligent friend, that is not my question. What man improves the young who starts with the knowledge of the laws?
The judges here, Socrates.
Why, what do you mean, Miletus? Can they educate the young and improve them?
Certainly.
All of them, or only some of them?
All of them.
Why, here, that's good news. There's a great abundance of benefactors. And do the listeners here improve them or not?
They do.
And do the senators?
Yes.
Well, then, Miletus, the members of the assembly, is it they who corrupt youth, or do they all improve them too?
They all improve them too.
Then all the Athenians, it seems, make the young into fine fellows, except me. I alone corrupt them. Is that your meaning?
Yes, most certainly that is my meaning.
It's absurd to believe that only one man is the corrupter of all, and that all the rest of the world is the improver of youth. I see present here in the assembly many of the young men whom it is said I gave them evil counsel. Miletus, call them forth to be your witnesses. Let them come forward and accuse me, and support you. Not one youth comes forward. Then let their fathers, who have grown up and are uncorrupted, or their relatives, come forward. No one? You see, Miletus, that's because they know very well I speak the truth. And they know very well, Miletus, that you're a liar. Strange indeed would be my conduct, O men of Athens, were I to desert the command of my God, to fulfill the philosopher's mission, to search into myself and other men, because I fear death. Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you. And while I have life and strength, I'll never give up the practice and teaching of philosophy. And whoever I meet, I'll say to him, citizen of Athens, why do you care so much about money and honor and reputation, and so little about wisdom and truth. Athenians, I believe in God as no one of my accusers believes. And to you and to God I commit my cause to be decided as is best for you and for me. Then acquit me or not, but know I shall never alter my ways, not even if I have to die many times.
This is John Daly again outside Socrates' prison door. The recording you've just been listening to was a specially prepared transcription of Socrates' defense made at his trial 1 month ago. The prison door has swung open, and Crito, Socrates' rich friend, has come out, and with him is Xanthippe, the wife of Socrates. Xanthippe is crying. Wailing would be better. Crito has his arm around her shoulder. Behind Xanthippe is a slave with a baby in her arms, the youngest child of the 70-year-old Socrates. Here they come. Crito! Crito, will Socrates escape? Will Socrates escape?
Escape? He must escape. What will become of me and my children? What good is it, Dad?
Please, Xanthippe, come away. Come away.
No. I've been silent all my life. And he has talked himself into all of this trouble.
Please,
why didn't he keep his peace? Why didn't he stay at home like a good father and husband?
Go home. Socrates wants you to go home.
Home. He was never home. He left before the sun came up and returned long after we were asleep. He never brought money into the house. All he did was talk.
Woman, this is shameful. Had you no respect?
Respect? Did he have respect for me? Did he care for me and my 3 children? Talk. But I told him, Socrates, this is the last time you will ever talk to your friend.
Go now, woman, go. This is as far as I'll take you.
Never talk.
Go, I say. That was shameful, most unfortunate. Xanthippe is going off now. The crowd is parting, letting her through. What is it, Crito? What is it?
She does give a true portrait of Socrates. Socrates' mission in life is to seek truth, and not to seek the easy comforts of home and hearth. His friends have provided for his family so that the philosopher might be free to inquire into the nature of knowledge. Socrates is a war hero, a veteran. Is this the best that Athens has to offer? A poor veteran who endured the hardships of war better than any mortal man? As for his children, we will provide for them after Socrates is gone. It is the matter of...
What do you mean by gone, Crito? Will Socrates escape or will he die?
Come with me.
But where? Where are we to go?
Come with me and you will know.
All right, I will. As Crito turns toward the prison door, the crowd opens to let us through. Xanthippe has increased the tension here. This crowd is restive, confused, and still no answer to the all-important question, will Socrates escape? That bang was the door slamming shut behind me. It is being locked now. Crito is moving down the corridor in the deep gloom to which my eyes are not as yet accustomed. And now Crito is beckoning me into a cell, a high-walled, rock-ribbed chamber. And ironically enough, the slanting sun through the narrow window up there is shedding a rosy glow that seems to illumine and make of this chamber here a temple. There are 4, 5, 6 men standing by an empty couch, the prisoner's couch, I presume. Socrates doesn't seem to be here. Perhaps he has... No, Socrates is coming in now through another door and moving directly toward this microphone. He's going to talk to his friends once more.
My dear friends, your anxiety to save me is most valuable, if it be right. I am still, as I've always been, a man who will listen to no voice but the voice of reason. Come then, let us reason together on whether or not I should escape. If I run away to exile, where could I go? Will not orderly men and cities look askance at me as a lawless person? Is that true, sir, or not?
Yes, it's true, Socrates.
And do you think life would be worth living in disorderly states like Thessaly? What could I do there? I'd scarcely have the face to converse about virtue.
But at least you could be with your children and your family, Socrates.
What? Make them strangers to their own country? And the men of Thessaly, would they look upon the children of an escaped prisoner with good feeling or with contempt?
Then leave your children here, sir. Your friends will take care of them.
To be sure. But if they are real friends, will they not take care of them as well, whether I go to Thessaly or to the other world?
Certainly, Socrates. Escape then and live.
That's exactly what my friends have been urging me to do. But if I escaped and they helped me, they'd be committing a crime against the state. And for that, the state would punish them. Their lands, their wealth would be confiscated. And they might be banished as well. How, then, could banished or impoverished friends care for my wife and my children? No, my dear friends, that is not the way. A man should be guided only by the knowledge that he is doing right, even though the consequences are death. Citizen must obey the laws of his city, or his city will perish. The law of Athens condemned me, and therefore it is right I perish rather than the city that gave me life. So, you see, my friends, the voice of reason tells me I have no choice but to die.
The jailer has come in with the cup of poisoned hemlock in his hand. He is trembling. His hand shakes as he approaches us.
Socrates, I know I shall not find you unreasonable like other men. They are angry with me. They curse me when I bid them drink the poison because the authorities make me do it. I'm sure that you will not be angry with me, but with those you know are to blame.
Friends, how courteous the man is. How generously he weeps for me. And the whole time I've been here, he has been constantly to see me and has been the best of men. And now, I wish to prophesy to those Athenians who have condemned me, for I am dying, and then it is that men have most prophetic power. I prophesy that as soon as I am dead, a far severer punishment than death will surely overtake my judges. They have done this thing thinking they will be relieved from having to give an account of their lives. But if they think by putting men to death, they will restrain men from reproaching them for the evil of their lives, they are very much mistaken. It is much better for you and much easier not to silence reproaches, but to make yourselves as perfect as you can. This is my parting prophecy to those who have condemned me. Of you, my friends, I have but one request to make. When my sons grow up, visit them with punishment, if need be, and vex them in the same way I have vexed you. If they seem to you to care for riches or for any other thing before virtue, and if they think they are something when they are nothing at all, reproach them as I have reproached you for not caring for what they should and for thinking they are great men, when in fact they are worthless. If you will do this, I and my sons will have received our deserts at your hands. And now the time has come. I to die, and you to live. Whether life or death is the better is known to God, and to God only.
Wait, Socrates. I think the sun is upon the hills. It is not yet set, so do not hurry. There is still time.
My dear Crito, by drinking the poison a little later, I think I shall gain nothing but my own contempt for so greedily saving up life which is already spent. The state of death is one of two things. Either the dead man wholly ceases to be and loses all sensation, or it is a migration of the soul unto another place. If death is like a sleep, unbroken by any dreams, it would be a wonderful gain, for then it would appear that eternity is nothing more than a single night. But if death is a journey to another place, what greater good can there be than this? To sit and converse with such gods as Orpheus and Homer. I am willing to die many times if this be true. I pray the gods my journey hence may be prosperous. That is my prayer. Be it so.
Socrates has lifted the fatal cup to his lips.
No.
He is drinking the hemlock. It's impossible to describe. I can almost taste the poison on my own lips, and it's on the lips of all who are here, of all who are listening. It is Greece that dies, Greece that is dying, but Socrates will live as long as truth will live. And this fateful day in the first year of the 95th Olympiad will be remembered as long as men cherish knowledge above life itself.
Athens, 399 years before Christ is born, Socrates dies.
You have been listening to The Death of Socrates, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Death of Socrates was written by Joseph Bliss and Robert Louis Cheon, and the role of the philosopher was portrayed by Walter Hamden, with Oliver Clipp as Miletus, Arnold Moss as Aristophanes, Carl Swenson as Plato, Esther Sondergaard as Xanthippe, Charles Webster as Crito, and Philip Clark as the jailer. Next week.
Philadelphia, July 4th, 1776. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly aboard the Peary polar exploring ship Roosevelt, frozen fast in the Arctic ice pack off Cape Sheridan, Grant Land, just about the northernmost reach of land in the Western Hemisphere. It is 1 hour before noon here, April 6, 1909, and we're going to make another attempt to establish radio contact with Commander Robert E. Peary. Commander Peary, Matt Henson, and their 4 Eskimo drivers were last heard from 6 days ago. The commander estimated his position then to be 130 miles south of 90 degrees north latitude. Unless unforeseen emergencies have arisen, the party should have covered that distance by now, and Commander Peary should be at or somewhere near his great goal, a goal no man has ever obtained before, the top of the Earth, the North Pole. If all has gone according to plan, Peary has been traveling approximately 25 miles a day. His last recorded position was 87 degrees, 47 minutes north latitude.
April 6, 1909. The polar exploring ship Roosevelt. You are there.
The men aboard the Roosevelt wait as Commander Robert E. Peary, Matthew Henson, and 4 Eskimos dash across the frozen Arctic Sea toward the unconquered North Pole. CBS takes you back 40 years to the climactic hour of a great scientific adventure. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact in quotations. Fact in quotations. Fact in quotations. Fact in quotations. And now,
the polar exploring ship Roosevelt and John Belt and John Belt and John Daly. John Daly.
Speaking so valiantly for degrees north latitude, the north latitude. Days ago, when we last talked to the commander, he told us that he would not broadcast again until he had either reached the pole or had been forced to turn back. He said he hoped he would be talking to us again on April the 6th at 11 a.m. from the pole. Well, it is April the 6th. It's 11 a.m., so let's try and make that contact. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Peary. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Robert E. Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Peary. Come in. It may be that Commander Peary is trying to get through to us, but atmospheric conditions are preventing his signal from reaching the Roosevelt, or he may still be traveling toward the pole or back from it. We just don't know. But we're going to keep on trying to make that contact. Our circuits will remain open. Here aboard the Roosevelt, the original members of Peary's polar party are packed into this little radio room, listening eagerly, waiting word from their commander, word that will tell them that the great project they embarked upon 9 months ago has finally been successful. The original polar of 7 Americans. Besides Commander Peary, there are Matt Henson, the commander's constant companion during all his previous polar expeditions, the skipper of the Roosevelt, Captain Bob Bartlett, young George Borup, fresh from Yale, Dr. J.W. Goodsell, our surgeon, Donald McMillan, schoolteacher from Worcester, Massachusetts, and Ross Marvin, a veteran polar explorer. Bartlett, Borup, and Marvin are not aboard the Roosevelt at this time, but McMillan and Dr. Goodsell are here, and Dr. Goodsell is at the microphone right now. Well, Dr. Goodsell, are you at all worried about the fact that we haven't heard from the commander?
Not a bit. The commander's all right. He'll make the pole and he'll come back.
Well, why are you so confident, Doctor?
Well, anyone who's had the opportunity to work as closely with Peary as I have must have confidence in the man. The commander's an engineer. He has applied the scientific method to every phase of this expedition. Planning, and more planning. From the very moment we started 9 months ago in New York, the hand of Peary, the master engineer, was in evidence.
Well, you've spent many months up here, sir, but only now are you really making the dash for the pole.
Well, Peary knew the pole could be achieved only during the very short season between the 1st of March, approximately through the middle of April. So he brought the Roosevelt up last summer, wintered here. Spent the dark, dreary hours of the Arctic night training the men for the job ahead, toughening us up, teaching us how to build and how to use igloos, how to work the sled, work with the Eskimos, how to live with the Arctic. Men who came up green and soft in August were hardened Arctic hunters and explorers by February.
Well, I think you're a fine example of that, Doctor.
Now, I am indeed. All the men are physically in better shape now than they've ever been. Why, Peary's planning has been so complete, so detailed, that he even has recreation.
Excuse me, Dr. Goodful. Something is coming through on our receiver. The signal is not very clear. It's Captain Bartlett's frequency, and it must be he. Go ahead, Captain Bob. Where are you, sir?
Is that you, Roosevelt? Can you hear me, Roosevelt?
Yes, Captain Bartlett, we hear you. Where are you, sir?
Where's Peary? Have you heard from the commander?
What's that? Will you repeat that, please?
Have you heard from Peary? What about the commander? Have you had any word from Peary?
Not yet, Captain Bartlett. Not yet. But where are you, and how are you?
Fine, bully. I'm at Camp 16, on my way back to the ship.
Well, when did you see Commander Peary last?
What's that? I don't get you.
I say, when did you leave Commander Peary?
Oh, 6 days ago.
How was he?
Shipshape, fine.
How is the weather where you are?
It's too blasted good. Too good. The ice is breaking up. Lots of open water all around.
Well, did you get any farther north than 8747?
Yes. I took a little stroll up the avenue. I got to about 88 degrees north.
Well, congratulations, Captain Bob. That's a great record.
Not as great as Peary's going to be. The commander's probably hanging out his wash on the pole right now.
Well, were you disappointed in having to turn back after you got so near the pole, Captain Bob? Did you know, for instance, that the commander intended to take Matt Henson with him on the final lap instead of you?
Well, I was kind of disappointed, but that was part of the Peary plan. Henson's a good man. There's none better for Arctic work. He's as good a sled handler as any Eskimo and better than most. He's always gone along with the commander. So it's right that he should be in on the finish. How are things aboard me ship?
Oh, everything's fine here, Captain Bob.
Thank golly it better be. You tell that crew of mine that the brass better be shining and the woodwork sparkling when I hit the deck, or by all that's holy, I'll strip off their blubber and feed it to me dog.
Okay. I'll tell him, Captain.
I'm dog tired now, and Commander may be trying to get through to you, so I'll sign off. I'll see you all again in one of three places: heaven, hell, or the Roosevelt.
Okay, good luck, Captain Bob. Our channel will remain open. If Commander Peary starts calling, we'll hear him. The Peary plan Captain Bartlett mentioned is probably the most important feature of this expedition and possibly the greatest innovation ever introduced into Arctic exploration. The Peary plan is a carefully worked out system of relays which has as its main objective the getting of the commander to a point as close to the pole as possible, as fresh as possible, and with adequate supplies and equipment. And here's how it works. With the first break of spring twilight on February 22nd last, the entire party left the ship and proceeded by dog sled to the takeoff point at Cape Columbia, 90 miles west and north of this point. Captain Bob Bartlett, with his sleds and Eskimos, was the first to hit the polar sea on the dash northward. He cut a trail through the tortured, jagged pressure ridges that are formed when the gigantic 2,000-mile ice pack is crushed against the shoreline by the winds and the currents. And as he, Captain Bob, pushed out, he set up a series of igloo camps. Peary and the others followed in his trail, Peary always in the rear, conserving his energy, keeping himself fit and rested. Approximately every 5 days, a division of the main party, led by one of the Americans, would peel off from the main body and return to the ship, taking with them the most exhausted dogs and the least dependable Eskimos. Well, thus you can get the picture of the party gradually thinning out as its spearhead approached the pole. And finally, 6 days ago, at Camp 22, only 130 miles south of the pole, Captain Bartlett and the last supporting party peeled off, and Peary, Matt Henson, and 4 Eskimos began the last lap of this great adventure. In addition to Bartlett, Ross Marvin is still out there, headed back for the ship. We haven't heard from him in quite a while. Another leader of a supporting party is young George Forup. He returned to land a few days ago
But instead of coming directly to the ship, he went off to the east to put down caches of supplies just in case some of the supporting parties may be forced to cut over that way on their return trip. George Borup is only 21, a Yale graduate and a well-known athlete in his college days. He's affectionately called the Kid by the men of the party, and he's ready now to report by shortwave on how he's getting along so many miles away from old Eli. Come in, George Borup. This is the Roosevelt calling George Borup.
Over! Oh! How are things aboard the ship? How are you Kablunas making out?
Kablunas?
What's the matter? Don't you know you're Eskimo yet? Kablunas means white men.
Oh, yes. Well, we're fine, George. But how's the weather out where you are?
No Ray Dolly Swat. Dooley.
Well, that sounds like some more of that Eskimo. What does it mean?
No Ray Dolly Swat. Dooley. If you want a literal translation from pure spit-sound Eskimo, it means it's blowing like all get out all of the time. Gee whiz, there's more wind out here than you'd find at a suffragette convention.
Well, how are you holding up under it, George?
My feet are frostbitten and blistered. It's a good thing I've only got 2 to worry about. Just think if I were a centipede. Gee whiz.
Well, what are you doing for that frostbite? You better look after it.
I'm being attended by a famous Eskimo specialist on frostbite, Abatingwa. Right now he's giving me his extra #1 special treatment.
And what's that?
Well, he's got my feet tucked under his kulita, right on his bare belly. There's no better way to treat frostbite. Matter of fact, I'm beginning to feel him sting now. I guess they'll be okay.
Well, we hope so, George. By the way, have you any word from Marvin?
No. I thought he'd be aboard ship by now.
No, he's not here. I understand that he left the main party only a day after you did. I thought you might have caught up with him.
No, I didn't. But don't worry about good old Marvin. He can take care of himself. Hey, listen. You fellas better start getting ready for me. Laying a 6-month supply of Kapatu Dixua.
I know what that is. Steak, biscuits, and coffee.
You said it. So start piling it up. I'm going off now. It's too cold to do anything but rest and listen in for word from the commander. Word that spells Victory.
Okay, George Borup. While we've been talking, our circuits have been open, of course, but nothing as yet has come through from Commander Peary. It's just possible that he may be waiting for us to call him in. So let's make another try at raising the commander at or near the pole. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander Peary. Come in, Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. Come in, Commander Peary. This is the Roosevelt calling Commander... No, there's still no news, but of course we'll keep right on trying. The commander said that we would be hearing from him at approximately this hour, and every man aboard the Roosevelt is fully confident that he will get through to us, and that he'll have the news that we're all waiting for. The normal act come to a dead stop at this time, and as we said earlier, most of the men of the original party who came up here into the north are now crammed into this little radio shack, listening intently to the speaker on the far wall, hoping that they will hear Commander Peary's voice. As a matter of fact, the only ones aboard ship who seem somehow to be immune to the tension and the drama of the hour are the Eskimos. For them, this is just another day. Some of the men are out on hunting trips. The women and the children with us are out on the deck as usual, enjoying the rather balmy weather we're having, a mere 27 degrees below zero. Ned Kalmer, if he's not yet congealed, so for an icy report on life among the Eskimos, come in, Ned Kalmer.
Here on the foredeck of the Roosevelt are a community of Smith Sound Eskimos
29 men, women, and children have been keeping house for the last 7 months. Most of us had preconceived ideas about Eskimos. All Eskimos, so said the books, are a crude, primitive people, lazy, immoral, not to be trusted. They lie, they cheat, and they're dirty. Well, at least one part of that's true. They are primitive people. They have no written language, no school, no government, no kings, queens, or chiefs, no idea of what money is, nor property. But 7 months of living with these Eskimos, living as close as one has to live aboard this little ship that's no bigger than an ocean-going tug, 7 months of close contact have shown us that these Smith Sound Eskimos are honest. They don't lie. They're loyal, intelligent, and, in fact, wonderful companions. They're not lazy. Their men are almost constantly out hunting. The women work 10 and 12 hours at a stretch. Incidentally, they've made every stitch of the clothing worn by the members of the polar party. And they're a gay, happy people, always ready to laugh with you or at you, as the case may be. I think the story that they can't be trusted is exploded forever on the basis of their work with this expedition. These Eskimos love Commander. A member of the crew has just sighted 2 dog teams coming in at a very fast clip. They're about a quarter of a mile away as I make it, just rounding a towering Fulberg out there and making directly for the ship. The dogs are straining at the traces. I can't quite make out who the men are, but most probably it's Ross Marvin and the 2 Eskimos, Kudluktu and Harrigan. Harrigan, of course, is a nickname. A member of the crew taught him the hit tune from George M. Cohan's musical comedy, 50 Miles from Boston, and the Eskimo keeps singing it all the time. He hasn't the faintest idea of what the words mean, but he keeps bawling it all day long. You know, H-A-R-R-I-G-A-N spells Harrigan. That's the crew of the Roosevelt has come pouring out of the deck house. They're all at the rails now, waving, greeting the oncoming teams. And Donald McMillan has also come out. He's right here at the rail with me now. Mac is an old friend of Ross Marvin's, and I guess he's mighty glad to see him coming back, aren't you, Mac?
There's something wrong.
Wrong?
I see only 2 men, the 2 Eskimo. I don't see Marvin. Those Huskies aren't whooping and hollering the way they usually are when they come back to ship.
McMillan is going over to the gangplank that leads from the deck to the ice. He's going out towards the oncoming sleds, which have almost reached the ship's side now, and I'm going to follow him with this microphone. The gangway is pretty slippery. You have to watch the step going down. But Kudluktu and Harrigan are bringing their dogs to a halt. Everybody's running up to them. McMillan, the Eskimos, the crew members surrounding them, shouting questions. And Kudluktu and Harrigan have come off the sledges. They've slumped down on their knees in the snow. They're crying. Tears are flowing from their eyes. Wait a minute. McMillan is questioning them.
Kudluktu, Harrigan, where's Marvin?
No. Mac, what's happened to Marvin?
Oh, my God.
Mac, translate. What's he saying?
Marvin's dead. Drowned.
Where? How did it happen?
Canuck. It was at the big lead. Ross evidently tried to cross on soft ice. He was out ahead of them, and when they got to the lead, all they saw was the back of his coat floating in the water. Tom, you'd better get these 2 below deck. Let them eat and rest. We'll find out more when they're not too worked up. Come along. Gotta get something to eat.
Go ahead, Harrigan. Go with him. It's difficult to express what this means to all of us. Ross Marvin was one of the real dynamos of the party. Tireless, experienced Arctic explorer, a scientist to his fingertips, a gentleman, a wonderful comrade. The tragedy occurred at the Big Lead, a very wide stretch of open water, about 100 miles to the north. It was here that Peary and his men were held up for 4 long days on their dash toward the pole. But it did finally freeze over, and the party were able to get across. However, the new ice, as might be expected, was thin and treacherous, and on the way back, Marvin must have misjudged the thickness of the ice and decided it was safe to cross. These leads, these fissures in the polar sea, are the greatest hazards in all Arctic exploration. You never know.
This is John Daly in the radio room of the Roosevelt. We've interrupted Ted Selma because Commander Peary is calling in.
This is Peary calling the Roosevelt. Calling the Roosevelt. This is Peary. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
Commander Peary. Yes, we can hear you. This is the Roosevelt. We hear you, Commander Peary.
Yes. Hello.
Are you at the pole, Commander? Are you at the pole?
I don't know. We have just set up our camp. I am going to take my observations now.
Well, do you think you've made it, Commander? Do you think you've reached the pole?
I can't say, but we will know as soon as I have computed my position.
How is Matt? How are the others?
Fine. Here is Matt now. Hello. Hello, Roosevelt.
Hello, Matt. How do you feel?
It is a fiddle.
Well, what do you think, Matt? Are you at the pole?
Why, directly. I'd say we've averaged close to 25 miles a day since Captain Bob left us. That should put us close. Very close.
Well, what's the commander doing now, Matt?
He's shooting the sun down behind a little snow windbreak we built. Flat on his stomach.
How does he look?
He's very thin. Very tired. I don't think he's slept for 1 hour during this past week.
Well, is he excited?
It's hard to tell about the commander. He never shows his feelings.
Well, how about you? What are you thinking about, Matt?
Well, if we're really at the pole, it's a great honor. A wonderful thing that one of my race is able to share this great hour of triumph. Matt, yes, sir. Height of sun above horizon, 12 degrees, 36 minutes. 12 degrees, 36 minutes. Index correction, 3. Watch time, 11 hours, 6 minutes. Watch fast, on 60th meridian, mean time, 10 minutes. 60th meridian, mean time, 11 hours, 10 minutes. Greenwich mean time, 15 hours, 10 minutes. Got that, Matt? Yes. All right. Let me have the papers. Here you are, sir.
What's happening, Matt?
The commander's going into the igloo we built. His tables and charts are there. He'll be able to work out our latitude in a couple of minutes.
Fine. Look, Matt. What's it like up there? Describe the place for us.
I'm not much at doing this describing, but let's see. First off, of course, there's nothing to see but ice. Just ice. Nothing but ice. It isn't piled up in pressure ridges, not like it is near land, but it's not smooth either. It's jumbled up in spots. Lumpy and mean looking. We took a sounding before, and the ice pack is about 8 feet thick here. And it's covered with, I'd say, about 8 or 9 inches of snow.
No sign of life anywhere, I suppose.
No, nothing. But just 2 days ago, we did see some fox prints. Don't know why any wise old fox would want to come out here. I think... Wait now. The commander's coming out of the igloo. He's making his reading. He's carrying a little flag, the little silk American flag. The flag he's had with him on every expedition. And he's got a long bamboo pole. Here's the commander. Hello, Roosevelt. Hello, Roosevelt. Here's a message for you to send to my wife. Will you take it?
Yes, go ahead, Commander Peary. Go ahead.
My dear Joe, I start for home and you. Love to the kiddies. Signed my name and dated April 6, 1909. 90 degrees north latitude.
Peary has made it. Peary is at the pole. Quiet. Quiet. That's the commander. Quiet.
My dream and goal for 20 years. I've nailed the stars and stripes to the North
April 6, 1909. Commander Robert E. Peary stands at the North Pole.
And now, here is Robert Louis Cheon. We were very interested in finding out what the Peary family would think of our recreation of the Admiral's moment of triumph. So we asked Admiral Peary's daughter, Marie Anagito, to come here and tell us. Marie Anagito was born in Greenland. She was once known as the famous Snow Baby. Today, she is Mrs. Edward Stafford of Washington, D.C., the president of the Society of Women Geographers. Mrs. Stafford, what did you think of our broadcast?
Well, I'm so excited, I'm practically breathless. I feel as if I'd actually been on board the Roosevelt. But I have been tremendously impressed with the amount of research and the meticulous attention to accuracy that has gone into this broadcast. Of course, it was a little difficult on my part to adjust to the use of radio in my father's work, because Mother and I have always congratulated ourselves that during all the 20 years of Dad's expeditions, radio wasn't in existence.
Well, that's not very complimentary to radio.
Oh, well, Mr. Cheon, don't misunderstand me, please. I'm speaking only from the family point of view. When Dad came back and told us of his many narrow escapes, we could hardly listen to him, even when his presence proved that the story had a happy ending. And just think how ghastly it would have been if we had had radio to bring us a day-to-day account of the risks and hazards that were the usual routine of Dad's expeditions. From his point of view, of course, I can see that radio would have been wonderful in helping to direct his parties in the field.
You probably know, Mrs. Stafford, that many people think your father's expedition had no real significance.
Well, the fact remains that no man has done what my father did, walked to the pole on his own 2 feet. And Dad certainly proved that man's endurance and his ingenuity and his courage can overcome the forces of nature, even at their harshest.
And that, Mrs. Stafford, is the theme of today's broadcast. That's precisely why we did it.
And I'm certainly glad you did. And I feel very sure that those members of my father's polar party who are still living, Commander McMillan, Dr. Goodsell, Matt Henson, and, of course, Utah, Dad's faithful Eskimo companion, would want to join Mother and me in thanking CBS for recreating so accurately and so very dramatically this great American achievement.
Thank you very much for being with us, Mrs. Stafford. Peary's Dash to the North Pole was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. Peary's Dash to the North Pole was written by Irv Tunick. Admiral Peary was played by Eric Dressler, Matthew Henson by Canada Lee. The cast included Matt Crowley, Stott Scotsworth, Cliff Carpenter, Joseph Conway, John Merlin, Guy Sorrell, and others. Next week,
March 7th, 1815, France. Napoleon returns from Elba. You are there.
The First Lady of the American Theater, Miss Helen Hayes, will repeat her famous broadcast, My Little Boy, tonight on the Electric Theater. Betty Davis will be heard on the Family Hour. Barbara Stanwyck will be Jack Benny's special guest. And Eve Arden will be heard again on Our Miss Brooks. Listen to them all on CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Speaking to you from Old Bailey Courthouse in the heart of the city of London. Here on this late afternoon of September 5th, 1670, the legal battle that has aroused all England nears its climactic hour. The jury is about to return for the third time in the case of the Crown versus William Penn, the well-known Quaker leader. That jury has been out for the past 6 hours, locked up by order of the court, without food, without drink. We still don't know if they'll stand fast, stick to their guns, defy the pressure and the prestige of this court, and once again, as they've done twice before, bring in a verdict that absolves young Penn of any criminal guilt. If the jury remains firm, unyielding, then here in Old Bailey, the Crown will suffer a stunning defeat. If the jury gives in, changes their verdict, then, as everyone knows, not only will the government of King Charles II achieve a considerable triumph, but the entire principle of trial by a free and independent jury may go into the discard for centuries to come. Word has come from the jury room that their deliberations are over. They're ready once again to deliver a verdict. We're waiting now for the court to reassemble. The crowds here are all in their seats. The soldiers...
September 5th, 1670, Old Bailey, London. The trial of William Penn. You are there.
CBS takes you back 280 years to the trial of William Penn, 12 years before he founded Pennsylvania. The charge? Speaking to an unlawful assembly of people and inciting them to riot. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene.
You are there.
You Are There is based on historical fact and quotation.
1670, Old Bailey Courthouse, London, and Bill Leonard.
Since this trial began 5 days ago, we here in Old Bailey have been witnessing a legal battle that's unique in the history of English law. It began as a simple, commonplace action, no different from the hundreds of cases throughout England in the government's campaign to wipe out all dissension from the established Church of England. But all this has changed in the 3 days since this trial began, and no longer is Penn himself the focus of attention. It is the jury now. We're waiting for them to appear in this courtroom. Those 12 plain, hitherto unknown citizens of London. Twice they've returned to this courtroom with a verdict that finds Penn guilty only of speaking in Grace Church Street 2 weeks ago, August 14th, 1670. Twice the court has refused to accept this verdict because the verdict is not to the indictment. The question is not whether Penn spoke in Grace Church Street. This in itself is no crime. But whether he was criminally liable because he addressed an unlawful assembly and was disturbing the peace. Sir Samuel has sent them back to amend their verdict. They have refused. They've been stormed at by the court. They've been threatened. But still, up to now, in any event, the jury has remained firm, steadfast. They've refused to alter their verdict one word. That's the situation now at this moment, this tense, expected moment. The court is reassembling. It's reassembling. The 10 justices are entering the chamber. Sir Samuel Starling in the lead. Tall, austere-looking man. William Penn is being brought into the chamber now by the jailer. And, yes, here comes the jury. They're filing in, taking their places on the 2 rude planks that serve as benches. We're about to get underway.
Lawyers, come to order. All those having business before this court, draw near, give your attention, and you shall be heard. Be seated.
Starling is whispering something to the recorder, to John Howell. Sir John Howell. Both look toward the jury box. Cold, hard looks. They're ready.
Gentlemen of the jury, are you agreed upon a verdict?
We are, my lord. That was Thomas Fear, the foreman of the jury.
The prisoner will rise. Face the jury.
Young William Penn, he's only 26, you know. Evidently taking this ordeal quite well. He's tall, well-built, well-dressed, complexion very ruddy.
Gentlemen
even now after
of the
weeks
jury, look upon the prisoner at the bar. Is William Penn guilty of the matters whereof he stands indicted, or not guilty?
My lord, we find William Penn guilty of speaking in Grace Church Street.
Once again, for the 3rd time, the jury has come in with that same inconclusive verdict the court refused to accept. Back to the bench.
Gentlemen, to the court. Gentlemen of the jury, is that all the verdict you have to give?
That is all the verdict I am commissioned to give.
Now Sir Samuel is leaning over. Talk to one of the other judges, Sir John Howell, the recorder. Sir John is shifting some papers on his desk. The crowd's getting very quiet now, and Sir John's about to speak.
Mr. Deere, you're the foreman of the jury. Did the jury not consider it an unlawful assembly? Was it not that William Penn was speaking to a tumult of people?
My commission does not go beyond the verdict I have given.
It is no verdict!
Your Honor!
William Penn is speaking.
Your Honor, the agreement of 12 men is a verdict in law. And such a one being given by the jury, I ask that the clerk record it.
My lord, you must take a course with this fellow.
If Your Honor pleases, if this jury is forced to bring in another verdict...
Taylor!
Another verdict contrary to this, I say
Taylor!
they will be perjuring...
Stop his mouth! Make him keep his peace!
Gentlemen of the jury.
Sir Samuel Starling.
I have charged you 3 times before. This will be the 4th time. I hardly think it necessary to remind you that it will also be the last time. Remember, gentlemen, according to the indictment, William Penn, with divers other people, to the number of 300, did assemble and congregate in the street called Gracechurch Street, unlawfully and tumultuously, and in contempt of His Majesty the King, his crown and dignity. Now, to prove this charge, the Crown has introduced a number of most credible and trustworthy witnesses. Unless you be blind and deaf, which I take it you are not, the facts must be known to you. Yet 3 times you have brought me in a verdict that is no verdict at all. It is no verdict to say that William Penn is guilty of speaking in Gracechurch Street. You must say that he is guilty of speaking in Gracechurch Street to an unlawful assembly. Do you understand that? To an unlawful assembly. I warn you, sirs. No, better, I advise you, all you gentlemen of the jury, not to play upon the patience of this court. Go out now and return to me a decent verdict. Bring me the verdict I ask, or by my oath you shall starve, you shall rot in prison. You shall be carted around the city as was done in ancient times. Bring me my verdict. Now get out. This court is recessed.
Lord Mayor has to recess the court. Soldiers are herding the jurymen into the jury room. Jurymen are protesting, but they're just being shoved, pushed in. They're being shoved through the door. There's no way to tell just when the jury will return with its 4th and doubtless its final verdict. We're prepared to stay with the trial, of course, right to the end. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a few blocks from here, at the Inns of Court, Quincy Howe has been speaking with some of England's top lawyers, top jurists, on the legal aspects of the trial. He has a report for us now, so we take you to the Inns of Court and Quincy Howe.
This is Quincy Howe, reporting from this traditional center of legal training and practice, where many of England's foremost barristers and jurists show deep concern over the events now taking place at Old Bailey. Sir Hartley Pomeroy, for instance, says that an intimidated jury is no longer a jury in the tradition of Magna Carta. It is nothing but a tool of tyranny. Lord Glastonbury, on the other hand, believes that the court has stayed well within its rights and that Sir Samuel Starling's position is well taken. In times of emergency, according to Lord Glastonbury, certain legal niceties may be suspended. One episode in particular has come in for considerable discussion here at Inns of Court. The now famous hat incident. Some legal experts assert that that bit of business immediately established the prejudice of the court against the defendant, against William Penn. It happened, as you may remember, on the first day of the trial. When Penn was brought into the courtroom, one of the attendants, knowing that Quakers never remove their hats as an acknowledgement of authority, snatched Penn's hat from his head and pushed him toward the bench. Now here, by tape recording, is what occurred then, and the first voice you hear will be that of Sir Samuel Starling.
Sheriff.
Your Honor.
Who bid you pull off this gentleman's hat? Put it on again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Penn, do you know this is the King's court?
I know it to be a court, I suppose it to be the King's Court.
Do you know there is respect due the court?
Yes.
Why do you not pay it, then?
I do pay it.
Why do you not pull off your hat, then?
Because I do not believe that to be any sign of respect.
Oh. Well, the court so deems it to be. The court sets 40 marks upon your head as a fine for contempt of court.
I desire it might be observed that when I came into the court, my hat was taken off. And it has been put on since, by order of the bench, not by my own action. Therefore, not I, but the bench should be fined.
So that's why, in the view of some legal experts, the court has assumed from the very start a hostile, even they say a biased attitude toward William Penn. Still more serious, according to these experts, is the fact that the court has adopted these same hostile tactics toward the jury. They take the position, these experts do, that the pressure, the coercion as they call it, of the jury by the bench is something new, something novel. Such things as locking the jury up without food or drink, using threatening language. As some experts see it, all this adds up to a dangerous threat to the whole structure of English law. They feel, therefore, that what's on trial at Old Bailey is not just one man or even one minority religious creed. They say that what is at stake is the very cornerstone of traditional English justice, trial by a free, unfettered, independent jury. It's for this reason that here at Inns of Court, and indeed throughout England, all eyes are on the 12 men who are at this moment deliberating in the Old Bailey jury room. In the courtyard outside the Old Bailey is Don Hollenbeck, who has with him William Penn's fiancée, Miss Gulielma Springett, and the well-known Quaker leader, Mr. Thomas Elwood, formerly secretary to the poet John Milton. So we now go to the courtyard outside Old Bailey and Don Hollenbeck.
Miss Springett, what do you think? Will the jurymen give way to the demands of the court? Will they find your fiancé, William Penn, guilty of speaking before an unlawful assembly, inciting people to riot?
I hope they'll have the courage to uphold their verdict. I'm praying they will.
Thanks, Mr. Elwood.
William says I.
Mr. Elwood, please. Mr. Elwood, may we ask your opinion, sir?
If they're worth the name of Englishmen, they'll act like Englishmen and not be horsewhipped into doing what they don't believe in doing.
Horsewhipped? Here now, listen to who's talking about horsewhipping.
I'm sorry, madam, if you please. If you don't mind, I'll be glad to speak with you in a moment, but not now.
I can tell you about these Quakers.
I'm sorry, Miss Springett.
We understand such interruption. It's nothing new to us.
These aren't very easy times for Quakers, are they?
You must know, friend, that 15,000 of our innocent have been imprisoned in 20 years. 450 have perished in jail.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Elwood, that some of your persuasion are thinking of emigrating to the New World, to America.
And good riddance.
That is true. Some are already there. Others plan to go.
William has spoken of going to America many times.
I understand you both were present at Grace Church Street when William Penn was arrested.
He should have been. Yes. We went to the meeting house together. Came openly to our meeting house. When we arrived, we found troops stationed at the door, refusing a sentry.
What a foolish thing to do.
Foolish thing indeed.
We who call ourselves friends need no set room to find our love of God, nor any particular person to show us his way. So when the soldiers barred the way to the meeting house, we held our meeting in the open street. William Penn was moved by the Spirit to stand up and address us. His words attracted many who listened with good behavior until the troops came and hauled Penn off to prison. There was no riot or incitement. Why should there ever be when a friend speaks?
Listen to him, you old liar.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Elwood, and you, Miss Springett.
Thank you.
It's the jury. It's what the jury does. All English freedom depends on what the jury does.
Yes, and thank you very much. And now, madam, we'll be very glad to talk with you.
Ain't he the polite one, though? I'm honored, I'm sure.
May we have your name?
The name is Blodgett, Margaret Blodgett.
Mrs. Blodgett?
Miss Blodgett.
Ah, yes, Miss Blodgett. I guess you don't approve of the Quaker persuasion.
It's a thieving lot of liars, they are. Like that one you had here, the skinny one.
You mean Mr. Thomas Elwood?
If that be his name, that'd be him.
You think he wasn't telling the truth?
About the meeting I'm talking about. Him saying it was so peaceful, with just nothing but prayers and sermons. It wasn't nothing like that, I can tell you.
Oh, you know about the meeting, do you?
That I do. A disgraceful tumult it was. People rioting and shouting and breaking up the peace. Just like the
Samuel says it was.
You know that for a fact?
Bodies heaped on the street, blood flowing.
Yes, you saw all this
Disgrace
yourself?
it was. Enough to make peaceful folks shudder and tremble.
You were there yourself, Miss Blodgett. Did you see all this yourself?
Well, not exactly. It was a friend of my cousin's who was there, but she told my cousin exactly what happened, and she's a truthful soul, she is.
Ah, yes, but you personally weren't present. You didn't see any rioting yourself.
There were soldiers there, weren't there? When there are soldiers, there's got to be rioting. It's troublemakers, a lot of them are. Just troublemakers. If you ask me, I'll tell you what to do with them. Hang them. Hang the lot of them. And if that jury don't do what the judges tell them to do, then, says I, hang the jury. Hang them all!
Thank you, Miss Blodgett. Thank you. I've just been informed now that Ned Calmer has been able to arrange an interview with Lord Arlington, the King's Minister of State. So we take you now to the Palace of Whitehall and Ned Calmer.
Just a few seconds ago, Lord Arlington, the Secretary of State, one of the most influential members of His Majesty's cabinet, passed by on his way to the royal chambers, and I asked him to spare us a minute or two. He has kindly consented. As you know, sir, the jury is still out in the case of the Crown versus William Penn. Do you think they're going to change their position and bring in a verdict that will find Penn guilty of addressing an unlawful and tumultuous assembly?
Yes, I would say that the chances are that they will see the light. Yes, I think the chances are quite good. Sir Samuel has, shall we say, enlightened them to a considerable degree.
Then you feel his actions in this trial are justified?
Justified? Oh, demanded is the word. These are our trying times. The land is in a foment.
You think then, sir,
21 years ago, we saw the most heinous of crimes committed in this country. The killing of a king, His Majesty Charles I, by the illegal Rump Parliament. For 10 years thereafter, we suffered under the rule of Cromwell, until justice prevailed and King Charles II was restored to his legal heritage in 1660.
It's your impression, then, Lord Arlington, that the Quakers have been responsible for all this unrest you speak of?
No, not that precisely. Not all of it. But the basis of the revolt against King Charles I was a similar form of religious dissension. A peaceful nation requires the establishment of authority, a single authority to keep it peaceful. One law, one king, one church.
And in view of all this, Lord Arlington, you believe, therefore, that the legal protection of trial by an independent jury should not be extended to the Quakers?
Oh, my dear man, what are the little liberties of little people as against the interests of the state?
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. Oh, trial by jury, by any kind of jury, is a luxury we can afford only in normal times. I tell you this, I will gladly let 1,000 innocent men rot in the Tower if among them there is one that plots treason. Now, if you will excuse me, I must not keep His Majesty waiting.
Of course. Thank you, Lord Arlington. This is Ned Calmer returning you now to Bill Leonard at Old Bailey Courthouse.
The jury is ready to return with its verdict. Court is reassembling. Word has come that agreement has been reached in the jury room, that the verdict, the fourth verdict that Sir Samuel Starling has emphasized must be the last and binding verdict, has been reached.
All rise.
The 10 presiding justices are entering the court chamber, taking their place at their desks, which are set in a semicircle on a slightly raised dais. See Sir Samuel Starling coming in first, taking the center desk. That's the one, of course, reserved for the presiding justice. The gilded canopy surmounted by the royal arms hangs above him. On the wall behind him, the sword of justice. All the 10 judges are at their desks now. John Howell, the recorder. Sir John Robinson, the Lord Lieutenant of London Tower. 4 aldermen, 3 sheriffs. They're at their places now. Over to the bench.
Oyez, come to order. All those having business before this court, draw near, give your attention, and you shall be heard. Be seated. Bring the prisoner, William Penn, to the bar.
William Penn is being brought in. Court attendants taking him down a flight of stairs leading from the rear of the chamber into the well of the courtroom here. Now the jury's coming in. 12,
Very tired, very harassed, mighty worried, gentlemen. See their foreman, Thomas Veer, wiping his large bald head with a huge kerchief. He's perspiring and evidently under a tremendous strain. The jury's taken their seats now.
Gentlemen of the jury,
Sir Samuel Starling.
Are you agreed upon a verdict?
We are, my lord.
What say you? Look upon the prisoner at the bar. Is William Penn guilty of the matters whereof he stands indicted, or not guilty?
Here is our verdict, written and attested upon this sheet of paper.
Evidently, the jury wants its verdict on paper.
Give the paper.
Legally attested.
Clerk.
Thomas Veer is handing the verdict to the clerk now. Veer seems very nervous. He's biting his lower lip.
The clerk
noticeably
will
pale.
deliver the verdict to the bench.
Clerk's taking the paper to Sir Samuel Starling. He has it now. Still folded. He hasn't read it. He's just staring at the jury. No expression on his face. Now, very, very slowly, he looks down at the paper, unfolds it. He's read the verdict. He's giving no sign. Just hands the paper to John Howell, the recorder, sitting at the desk next to him. Howell's looking at it. He hands it to the next justice. The verdict's making the rounds, being handed from desk to desk. But nothing's being said. No announcement's being made. Very unusual. Everyone here's at the edge of their seats. The foreman of the jury, Thomas Veer, still standing. Nervous, of course he is, but he's standing erect. In the jury box, they're sitting like statues, looking toward the bench, toward Sir Samuel, and John Howell, and the other 8 justices. And now Sir Samuel once again stares at the paper with the verdict. Now he's putting it down. I think he's going to talk you over to the bench.
Gentlemen of the jury, beyond this verdict, there can be no other. The bench is desirous of learning in open court whether this verdict was openly and honestly arrived at. And so each of you on the jury will now, in public, reaffirm the decision attested on this paper and arrived at secretly in the jury room. You may still change your mind. If so, it is my desire to give you the opportunity to speak your true mind and render your true verdict. I will ask each of you to answer individually, to call out personally your verdict, so that there may be no mistaking, so that we may see and hear each of you give down your decision. Do you understand? Clerk, poll the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Thomas Veer. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Thomas Veer, foreman of the jury, votes not guilty. This clearly means that is the verdict written on the paper. And nothing ambiguous about this verdict as there was with the previous ones. The jury's no longer saying that Penn is guilty of speaking in Grace Church Street, a thing which in itself is no crime, something for which he couldn't be punished and not be imprisoned. This time they've come out with a verdict that is to the indictment. They find Penn not guilty. The question is, will they stand firm? Can all of them stand firm? If one of them, just one, gives way, if one of these jurors should call guilty as he's being polled, this verdict will be thrown out of court, upset. Quite possibly a mistrial will be called, and Penn once again will be imprisoned to wait upon another trial. It's up to those jurors now, to each of them individually. Will they stand? Will they stand firm? Or will they give way? The crowd has quieted. The jury is continuing to be polled now by the clerk.
Edward Bushell. Not guilty. John Hammond. Not guilty. Henry Henley. Not guilty.
The first 4 jurors have stood their ground.
Henry Michel.
Not guilty.
John Brightman. Not guilty. Charles Milsom.
Not guilty.
No one, not one has switched yet. Not
Gregory
one of them.
Walkley.
Still have 5 to go.
Not guilty.
Now there are only
John
4.
Bailey.
Not guilty.
3.
William Lever. Not guilty.
Just 2 more now. 2 more juries to
James Damask. Not guilty.
Well, this is it. This is it now. The last juror. The last one will be Pope.
William Plumstead.
He stands firm. If he stands firm, William Penn will be acquitted. If he switches, Penn is doomed.
William Plumstead.
Not guilty.
You heard it. You heard it. Not guilty. Not guilty. The jury here has stood up against all the pressure, all the authority of the bench. They haven't wavered. They've stood firm. Penn is free. William Penn is acquitted. He's free. The verdict stands. Not guilty. The trial is over. Penn has rushed over to the jury box. He's shaking the hands of the jurors. Darling, how old is he?
September 5th, 1670. The jury in the case of the Crown versus William Penn refuses to bow before the pressure of the court. Penn is acquitted, and the concept of trial by a free and independent jury is reaffirmed. You are there.
You've been listening to the trial of William Penn in the prize-winning series, You Are There. Today's program was written by Irv Tunick, directed by Mitchell Grayson, and produced by Sam Abelow. You Are There is a presentation of the CBS documentary unit under the supervision of Werner Michel. Philip Breniff was heard as William Penn, Barry Kroger as Sir Samuel Starling, Joan Smith as Guglielmo Springett. Others in the cast, Ian Martin, William Podmore, Adelaide Klein, Guy Sorrell, and Robin Craven. You Are There is brought to you every 4th Sunday. The next broadcast will be heard at the same time 4 weeks from today over most of the same CBS stations. Next month,
September 7th, 1853, Broadway Tabernacle, New York City, the Women's Rights Convention. In the face of raucous opposition, the struggle for equal rights for women advances in America. You are there.
next week at this same time, the Main Street Music Hall, starring Bill Tabbert of South Pacific with Alfredo Antonini and his orchestra, will return over most of these same CBS stations. CBS also invites you to join Abe Burrows, Lyman Bryson, and John K.M. McCaffrey every Sunday when they appear on a new kind of quiz show. We Take Your Word, a program that's based on the words and phrases we use every day. We Take Your Word is heard every Sunday night on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26th,
up rapidly.
79 AD, the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii and Jackson Beck
finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle sections, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. There it is. Very funny. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavenius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Vargas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course. But the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat I vow is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And for the truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainment, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage 2 years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater? By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded. What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater? Why, we are doing Pappas the Doctor Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig.
No talk of the theater. Now, let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know... A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, going, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter flew the air. It wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Partnax and 2 talents on Marina.
But that way you'll only break even.
The confirmation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Antonius Rufus. The public has just time announcing the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater.
The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Morenus. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Morenus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. Handkerchief, and now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery, so let's go down there and see who it is.
Our CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbricia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer, is murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Morenus battle. Magnificent, magnificent Morenus.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Nearly 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is
Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlet piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in stroller fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Sorry I moved that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worth gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, January? Pugnax or Morenus?
Morenus. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricia Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. And now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Detriades of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Detriades?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Morenus?
Both are names, I vow.
Oh, they don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Detriades. The trumpet is sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Beck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest. Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Morenus has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax lunges with his sword, but Morenus steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that net in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his focus thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's bashing him out like a wild animal. Morenus approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his hide. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Morenus steps back. Pugnax whipping his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Right. Right, grant mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenus, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenus salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The Lions are being led out of their cages now. There the cage door is being opened. Here come the Lions, passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeon. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
trumpets are sounding. The guards are pushing the three Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. She does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth. The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. Their lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What in the world is that? How the heck? By the God, it's Vesuvius! Mount Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in a...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We're trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl. Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and... just a moment. I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Roll.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike Fitzmaurice. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow. Tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie light, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with stark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearably hot. I can't talk. Perhaps Ted Roberts or Fish. Oh, they're coughing too. Waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius, and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruins. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed a young boy and girl clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just shot us. The roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
nursing their wounds and their burns, yet thanking the gods for their escape. It's still almost as black as midnight here. The ashes of the burning embers are still falling. But miraculously, the barge is not on fire. And I think we're going to get through. The scene on the beach was and still is pandemonium. People pouring out of the city by the thousands, standing in the water up to their chins, the breakers plunging over their heads and sweeping them away. The water choked with drowned and drowning people. Sailors formed a human chain between the shore and the barges, taking aboard as many as they could. There are barges to right and to left of me from the other ships. They're also filled with survivors, and we'll be coming back for more. Ken Roberts, Jackson Beck, and Michael Fitzmaurice are in one of those barges. They're safe, but we still have no word of Cameron Blake. It's impossible to believe that here on this land a thriving city existed a bare few minutes ago. It's nothing now but a funeral fire, a mass of flaming, burning, gutted ruins. Now we're beyond the ashes, beyond the embers. The sea is rough, but it's safe. We can breathe again. We're safe. But Pompeii, rusty, glamorous, luxurious Pompeii that only a few short minutes ago was vibrant and alive, Pompeii is dead and gone. As I look above and beyond the ruins, I can barely make out the form of Vesuvius. It is still erupting, flames like lightning flaw from its summit. The thick, suffocating cloud of hot ash hangs like a cloud over the entire area.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.